December 23, 1998 London, England standing in a corner of the cavernous room. Harry was trying to meld into the wall, intentionally averting his eyes from the new statues and the rebuilt atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Hundreds of people were milling about, admiring the remodeled atrium which had been severely damaged during the fight between Dumbledore and Voldemort more than 3 years ago, and then during the battle that almost saw the Ministry fall last fall. His face was rather passive. Harry barely nodded at people that tried to greet him or cozy up to him. It was part of his new plan to gain more support for what he wanted to accomplish. Those he acknowledged looked pleased to get his attention. Why wouldn't they? He had defeated Voldemort, hadn't he? No thanks to most of the people here, a 17-year-old boy had taken down the most powerful wizard since Grindelwald. Of course everyone wanted to talk to him, touch him, shake his hand, make inappropriate offers of their daughters, sisters, wives. Not to mention the women offering to bed him either to say they slept with Harry Potter or for more nefarious motives, like forcing him into a marriage contract. He made a face as one such young woman, probably in her mid-20s, walked away looking disgruntled that he ignored her advances. All they wanted was the man that won, or whatever his title was this week. He wouldn't be here at all if he didn't need to be. And unfortunately, those insipid women and the men trying to sell their daughters were a large reason he was here. Harry had no desire to be on the Wizengamot or part of the ministry, but there were rules, laws, and family magics that had him on the hunt. He kept his sigh in as the 20th or so young lady came up to him. He had seen her at a few of these receptions, balls and award ceremonies that they kept heaping on him and the few that helped him. In the end, it had been 5 of them that had taken down Voldemort, and the world knew it thanks to friends he had made over the last few years. Golden Blonde was of an average height with slightly wide hips, shoulder-length hair with 2 longer tails over her shoulder, amber eyes, and in a rather eye-catching high-collar red dress that highlighted her curves in all the right ways, but didn't show off any extra flesh, unlike many of the women that had already propositioned him tonight. Though the way she walked caught his eye more than anyone else. Unlike most of the others, Harry politely dipped his head much lower in a show of deference. "Evening, Greengrass." She gave him a curt nod and a small smile. She came to stand a few feet away, her hands before her and a matching red purse in them. He tried not to look at how her modest chest was framed by her arms. "Potter, I thought you would be over with all the other dignitaries," she said, nodding towards the fountain and the peacocks trying to take credit for anything they could. Harry snorted. "You know me, I love the spotlight." Her brow rose and a small smirk played at her mouth. For months now, they'd been doing this weird flirting thing. "I can see. Why wouldn't you enjoy a giant statue of your triumph? They really caught your scar," she dryly commented. Harry chuckled. "Too bad I don't have that scar anymore," he noted. His telltale lightning bolt scar was gone now the Horcrux was gone. The only scars on his head now were the 2 long marks over his eye from when he had taken down Fenrir Greyback. She looked up to the statue. "It's rather pompous, if you ask me." Harry laughed. "Merlin Greengrass, can you sound any more condescending?" She smirked again. "The night's still young. If you get a drink or 2 into me, I might be more amenable," she told him, turning back to him. Harry shook his head. "If you wanted a date, all you needed to do was get in line." She sniffed. "Like the long list of conquests the Daily Prophet keeps reporting on." He shrugged his shoulders. "They can say what they want, but if they really go after me again, they won't like my friends." Looking to the statue again, Harry couldn't stand it. Where once there was only the single water fountain, there were now 5 statues joining the fountain, with his being the largest. To the left of his statue was Tonks and Remus, while on the other side was Bill and Fleur. The fountain in the middle of the room had been replaced with a new statue of Brethren, but this one had 2 goblins in full battle armor standing side by side with a witch and wizard, while a house elf stood confidently before them. "You do have some interesting friends," she commented, looking to the contingent of goblins near the statue. Harry shrugged. If it wasn't because of his friends, he had little doubt that he wouldn't have been declared a Dark Lord and hunted down after how the war had ended a year ago today. "We have an understanding." She gave a tinkling laugh. "That is one way of putting it. Do you still want that drink?" he asked, feeling like this was the first real conversation of the night he wanted. "Are you paying?" He rose a brow. "Are you asking to get out of here?" That rather cute grin that only twerked up the left side of her mouth had something stirring in him that he hadn't felt in a while. "I wouldn't say no, but I rather think we should stay." "Why?" He was looking for any excuse to leave. "You are the guest of honor tonight. Rather rude to leave before the minister and all the peacocks get to preen for you, she said. Harry gave a wry grin. Are you one of the ones that want to preen for me too? The level look she gave him had his grin grow. You can only wish. A man can dream, he snarked back. Well, maybe if you take me out another night, I'll let you dream about it, she told him. He extended his arm, pulling on the lessons that Andromeda had been teaching him. He hated being here. He knew why had to be here, though. A blonde woman and her 15-year-old daughter on the other side of the atrium were the main reason. He would ignore them if not for the laws and family traditions of succession were why he cared. Narcissa and Cassandra Malfoy would like nothing less than to get their hands on the Black's fortune, but were currently being denied because Harry's claim was stronger. He knew they needed it as the Ministry and Voldemort had just about paupered them. Harry was just happy that Draco was dead and buried, or there might be more of a fight for the Blacks. The jackals looking for power were the other. To the politicians and other important dignitaries and businessmen of the wizarding world, the man who won was a prize that few could withstand. Harry knew he was using his fame, and anyone that could latch onto his rising star would do so. Daphne took his arm. He didn't miss the looks they got. He didn't care. As they made their way towards the center of the room, they took a fluted wine glass from a house elf in a smart suit that had a tray of them. Thank you, he said to the elf, who smiled and dipped his head. Daphne rose an eyebrow at the interaction, even if it wasn't the first time she had seen him do something like that. Harry ignored Shacklebolt trying to get his attention to walk over to the goblins first. Dumbledore was with the minister, and Harry wouldn't go within 10 miles of the old coot if he could help it. Daphne didn't comment. The goblins were in a group. The 5 were in the upper management or echelons of the Gringotts clan. When they turned, Harry bowed to them. Head Manager Ringnot, I am honored you accepted my invitation tonight. May your enemies feel the bite of your axe and your rivals bleed their last sickle. The one he addressed had the most scars, the most earrings, and the finest suit with goblin silver woven into the cuffs and lapels. With a toothless grin, the goblin inclined his head while placing his hand on his stomach instead of the hilt of his blade. Ere Potterblack, it is our duty to come when a friend of the goblins calls. Our blades will bleed your enemies, and our wits will enrich us both, the goblin said, with a grudging respect. Harry may hate this pomp and circus, but he knew it was important to remind people to leave him alone. Thanks to past treaties, Gringotts was the only wizarding bank allowed on British soil, the only ones allowed to issue new coins, and the only ones allowed to facilitate trade with the Muggles after the newest treaty was signed. Being named a goblin friend would make anyone double guess their actions against him. Thank you. If I may, I would introduce my companion for the night, he said. Daphne rose an eyebrow at him but didn't look upset at the declaration. Miss Daphne Greengrass, the head manager of Gringotts Bank, Ringnot of the Guncle clan. The goblin dipped his head for her, but it was still a sign of respect. If Harry said someone was with him, the goblins would treat them well. Daphne bowed. As the dress she was in didn't lend itself to curtsying. Head Manager Ringnot, it is a pleasure. May I never need to greet your axe or earn your ire. The goblin looked amused. Well met, Miss Greengrass. I take it that you are the one they trust to keep this cur in line tonight. Hey, I've been good lately, he said. Daphne gave him a look. Lately? Well, Diagon Alley is still standing this year, he commented. All 5 goblins grinned. It is. It has been a profitable year for our construction and loan managers, Harry grinned. See, they think I've been good. Daphne gave her tinkling laugh again. It wasn't really anything to laugh about, but he found if he did, the despair of what happened in the war and those last few days that ended it was kept away. Daphne stated, that is still to be seen tonight. The goblin gave a grin. Well, let us hope he gets up to no good. It is usually profitable. I will do my best, he promised, guiding Daphne away. She sipped at her champagne. Do I need to keep you from getting up to mischief tonight? I don't think so. I try to avoid mischief now. Getting up to no good, that is a different story. Then I look forward to an entertaining evening, she told him. You intend to spend your evening with me. I would be a rather poor companion to leave you to all the husses and fathers looking to sell you their daughters, she said with a wry smirk. He made a face. You heard that the other day, she laughed. I think half of Diagon Alley heard that. Bugger, she looked amused. Doesn't keep them away though, does it? Yeah, not really, he said, turning Daphne towards another group to avoid a man with 2 girls. The man was giving him that look, and he was steering his daughters towards him. One looked to be maybe 14, while the other a year or 2 younger than him. Harry didn't recognize them, which wasn't as uncommon since the war had ended. People he had never even seen before had come out of the woodwork since Voldemort had finally been defeated. He wished he knew that he could have gone to another school when he had first gone to Hogwarts, because he certainly wouldn't have gone there if he had known. It turns out that not even half of the witches and wizards their age went to Hogwarts. Finding the group he wanted, he was pleased to see the pink hair of Tonks as she laughed with Remus and Bill. Walking over to them, Bill gave him a look to see Daphne on his arm. Harry reached out his hand. Bill clasped his forearm. "Good to see you, Bill. How's Fleur?" Bill grinned. "Getting big. Pauline thinks the baby will come soon after New Year's. Evening, Miss Greengrass," the redhead said. He took her hand to kiss the back of it when she extended it. "Mr. Delacour, I haven't seen you since you did the wards on my flat," she commented. "I hope you are well." "Very well, thank you," William Delacour replied. That had been a surprise when Bill had married Fleur. He had been the Weasley heir but rejected it to take on the Delacour name. Not that Harry blamed him after how his family had rejected Fleur and threatened to disown him. They didn't understand the bond Avila could make. Nor did Harry think Arthur would actually disown Bill. There were many things the Weasleys had done he never would have expected, but then again, the war tore many families apart. Bill nodded. "That was a fine bit of work, especially since you are on the West End in a Muggle area." "Really?" he asked, surprised. She sniffed. "I did receive an outstanding on my Muggle studies and now work in the Muggle Lacen office." Harry had to admit he did not know that and would never have guessed. "That is surprising." She took her arm out of his and crossed her arms across her chest. "Why, because I was a Slytherin and a pureblood?" she demanded. He held up his hands. "No. Nothing like that, Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck. "I just didn't think you would have liked anything like that. Well, okay, you were Slytherin." She didn't look impressed. Someone sniggered from behind him. "Foot and mouth," he heard Tonks say. "Listen, I think that's wicked," he said. She looked a little mollified. "Are you just saying that because of Granger and the others?" Harry made a face. "I am not saying that because of Granger. I just think we need more that can easily go between our worlds." Daphne still looked at him rather coolly. "And you think that purebloods don't know?" "Well, could you picture Neville or Parkinson walking down a street in normal London?" he countered. After a moment, her face softened. "Touché, I'll give you that one." "He's still in trouble," Tonks said, earning a chuckle from Remus and a grin from Bill. "Shut it," he said out of the side of his mouth. "Are you going to introduce us to your lady friend?" Tonks teasingly inquired. Harry rolled his eyes before turning. Daphne looked a little amused again. "Hey, Tonks, looking big there," he said, commenting on her barely visible baby bump for their second child. She had formally changed her name to Tonks when she married Remus. Her pink hair turned red. Remus looked to be keeping a snigger in. Tonks took a menacing step forward. "You better not be calling me fat," she angrily demanded. He just grinned at her. "I'm just saying you are glowing. I look forward to meeting my next godchild." Teddy was only 8 months old, and she wasn't really showing yet, being 3 months pregnant. She glared at him before punching his arm. "That's what I thought you were saying. Who's the hot blonde?" Harry looked to Daphne to see her reaction. She didn't seem to mind. Daphne held her hand out. "Daphne Greengrass." "Tonks Lupin," Tonks said, taking Daphne's hand. "This lout is my other half, Remus." "I remember you, Miss Greengrass. It is nice to see you again," Remus said, taking her hand and kissing it like Bill had. "Thank you, Mr. Lupin. I fondly remember your year of teaching. It was the best we had," Daphne said. The man gave her a wan smile. "Thank you. It was one of the best jobs I've had." "You should ask for it back," Tonks told him. "Things are better, but most parents still wouldn't like a werewolf teaching their children," Remus said. "It shouldn't matter," Bill stated. "The prophet said the next reforms should be voted on in the spring." "Yes, I've heard Harry has been very involved in those," Daphne commented. He rose a brow to her. "Thank you, Daphne," he said, seeing if she would mind. When she didn't say a thing, he went on. "But I really haven't done much. I've only been working with the goblins and the other races." Bill snorted. "Not much," he says. "You only let the goblins represent you in the WolfgangNH and have spoken for creatures and other races more than anyone else in generations. He also has the power to back it," Tonks pointed out. "So, Daphne, what did he promise you to be on his arm tonight?" "Oi, I didn't do anything," Harry shot back. "I was asked by the goblins to keep an eye on him. Something about being rather profitable to let him get up to trouble," she said. "Oi, her I get," he said, pointing to Tonks. "I like her," Tonks said to the others. "Maybe Harry will keep this one." "Merlin's fecking balls," Harry exclaimed, earning some chuckles and sniggering. Daphne just smirked. A series of chimes echoed in the atrium. Everyone turned to a small stage before the central offices. Harry cringed to see Shacklebolt standing on the stage, with Dumbledore just off to the side and a few others he hated to deal with. "Let the fun begin," he muttered rather darkly. Daphne moved in to put an arm around his. "I was told to keep you out of trouble." Harry let out a heavy breath. "Then you have your job cut out for you." The highlight of the night would be Daphne on his arm, while the minister pontificated about the great victory a year ago, the morning of the lost, the great works of art now adorning the atrium, and more awards that Harry would just throw into the growing pile in the basket by the door in his flat. The only other good thing was that Daphne mentioned he still owed her a drink after Christmas. December 25, 1998, Tinsworth, England. "Dobby, did you pack all the gifts?" Harry asked as he walked out of the hallway to his room into the large sitting area. After the war and everything, he refused to go back to the few houses he owned since they all had bad memories. The houses on Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent were out for obvious reasons. He wasn't sure why he hadn't had them razed to the ground yet. Grimmauld Place was too full of ghosts, and no matter what he did, he just couldn't eliminate the dark presence that permeated the house. As much as he wanted to burn the place down, he just couldn't, as it was one of the last connections he had to his godfather, even if Sirius had hated the place. Then there was Godric's Hollow, which was almost as bad as Privet Drive for bad memories. Who would want to live in the house their parents had been killed in? Finally, the old lands that the old Potter Manor had been on in Wales was sitting fallow without any shelter. That was the only place he may want to move to, but it would take a small fortune, and the goblins a good year or more to build a new manor house. He should probably sell them all off, but the goblins had told him he should hold on to them just a little longer as housing prices were on the rise. They were also still trying to dismantle the old wards on Grimmauld Place so that he could move the library and a few other items he wanted to keep. If it wasn't for that, he would have torched the place after the Dark Wanker had fallen last year. It was almost more painful to go there than back to Godric's Hollow or Little Whinging. So instead of using his properties, he had bought a flat and had made a new home. The center of Nottingham was laid out a large square with a fountain below his flat. He had managed to buy the entire top floor and had been slowly converting it into a place he liked to live in. There was a library with all the books he had been able to retrieve from Godric's Hollow and his Potter vaults, with enough room for the Black's library to join it. His study was next to the library. A dining room as large as the sitting room was next to the kitchen. 2 hallways connected the 2 sides of the house, which was a large square building with a courtyard in the center, with 6 bedrooms and other small rooms that Dobby and Andromeda insisted he make into receiving rooms and other spaces he didn't understand, but was told they would be important if he wanted to push laws, and such the way he envisioned. Dobby put the paper bag with handles next to the fireplace. "Dobby is packing everything. Does the great Harry need Dobby to take the goose over? Please." Bill said they were going to do dinner about 2, so I think 1:30 would do. Dobby nodded his head. "I'm off. I want you and Winky to join us," Harry told him. Dobby grinned. "I will tries to convince Winky." Dobby had embraced being a free elf and the changes Harry had been pushing. Winky and others were supportive of the better treatment but didn't feel like they should be treated as equals. Harry disagreed but knew it would take generations to change that, as it had taken generations to ingrain their current culture. "See if you can. If not, I don't want her left alone. It is Christmas," Harry said. Dobby grinned. "We celebrate Yule the Great Harry." "I know, but most wizards celebrate both now. Happy Christmas and don't work too hard today," Harry told his friend. "We only dust, sweep, and mops the floor today," Dobby assured him. Harry wished the little guys didn't push themselves so hard. He didn't think the exchange equivalent for what the elves got from bonding to a witch or wizard. Many of the old purebloods and families disagreed, but most everyone else felt like he did, as the wizarding world was educated about house elves and the other races. Harry put on his nice winter peacoat. It was nice to have fitting clothes that were fashionable enough for him. Picking up the bag, he waved to Dobby, then turned on the spot. Like Bill, he refused to have his flat connected to the Flu network. There were too many things that had gone wrong with that travel method in the last 2 wars. When he appeared among the sand dunes and sea grasses, he shivered and pulled his jacket tight around him. It was a blustery day with dark skis that threatened a storm. The local weather forecast said the storm was supposed to be pulling out, but who knew at times? Even with the wind and crashing waves, He smiled at the cozy sight of Shell Cottage sitting on the edge of a cliff. Aside from his flat, this house was his second favorite place in the world. His first was the house in Great Easton, where Remus, Tonks, and little Teddy lived. He would stop by to wish them a happy Christmas later. Today, he had been invited to the Delacours for supper. Bill and Fleur had been instrumental in his defeat of Voldemort. Their support of him had caused a rift in the family, especially after Percy had been killed in the Battle of the Ministry, who was found to be a Death Eater, then Ginny in a raid on Hogsmeade. Bill was the only one that he could tolerate, or that tolerated him now. Charlie always seemed indifferent. He hadn't heard from Ron in almost 2 years. The others blamed him for everything that went wrong and for not ending the war soon enough to save their precious Ginny or to have Percy turn on them. Walking to the house, he knocked on the door before letting himself in. He had been told he was always welcome here, but preferred to let the rather amorous couple know that a visitor was coming. When the door opened, he heard voices and laughter from the end of the hall. It sounded like everyone was in the kitchen. "I am not nomming my daughter after some god of sex," he heard Fleur. Harry chuckled. Another voice, a girl's voice that sounded more mature than the last time he had seen her, came drifting down the hallway. "Aphrodite is not the goddess of sex, but if she is anything like you, she might be." "You little harpy," Fleur shot back. "I am not a harpy, you old hag. If you are going to turn to fireballs, take this outside," an older man sternly warned. "I am with child, Papa. I can't fight as much as I would like to teach this little harpy a lesson. I am not a harpy." Harry had a grin he tried to suppress as he shucked off his shoes, hung his coat, and put the bag of gifts in the sitting room before making his way to the kitchen. The last time he had seen the sisters go at it like this was at Bill's and Fleur's wedding over a year and a half ago. Of course, that was the last time he had seen Gabrielle as well. That didn't mean he hadn't been in contact with her, though. Since he had pulled her out of the lake his 4th year, they had been pen pals, with Gabrielle sending him pictures as she morphed from a pretty 13-year-old into a gorgeous 17-year-old. Though as beautiful as she was, Harry was more attracted to her because she treated him like a close friend and not the boy who lived. He had met too few in his life to see him as just Harry. Walking into the kitchen, Harry was met by a scene that warmed his heart. Apolline was at the small stove. Bill and her were making food for dinner. Her long, silver-blonde hair was down her back, contrasting nicely to the off-white jumper dress that heavily hinted at her picturesque form. For a middle-aged woman, she was one of the most attractive people he had ever met. Her older daughter was just as attractive, even though she was nearly 10 months pregnant. For some reason, Harry thought her pretty no matter what. The loose blue and silver dress was fashionable enough for the normally fashion-conscious woman. Her hair was pulled up into a bun and her feet were on a stool. Her father was sitting next to her at the table with a steaming cup of tea before him. The man had the look of a muscular bodybuilder that was starting to go to seed, but still fit enough to twist Harry into a pretzel. He knew that Jean-Paul had been an Auror and hit wizard, but was now high up in the French DMLE. Harry had the feeling the man was still formidable for his age. What had him stopping was the girl before him. She was about as tall as him, in a plaid skirt that hugged a pretty little bum, long legs, bare shoulders over a white knit jumper, with no hint of a bra, and her slightly darker blonde hair in a single large plait down her back with a little red ribbon on it. There was a scent from her that was exotic, enticing, captivating. He had to catch himself at the thought of pulling on the ribbon to unwrap a present. The girl stomped her feet. "Papa, tell her to stop calling me a harpy." "If it fits, then you are," Fleur snapped. "That is enough. It is a time that we celebrate family, not destroy it," Apolline said in a heavy French accent. "But Mammon," the 17-year-old whinged. Fleur looked triumphant, then she caught his eye and his face. A knowing smirk had come across it before he had shaken himself from looking at the gorgeous girl before him. She had not looked that good the last time he had seen Gabrielle in person or in her last photograph. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Fleur said loudly. Everyone turned. Gabrielle's icy blue eyes found his. A radiant smile spread across her face. Ever since he had pulled her out of the lake, she had always been pleased to see him. Today wasn't any different as she excitedly exclaimed, "Harry!" before launching herself at him. Harry caught the girl by her waist. She was light for her size. Gabrielle kissed his cheeks before wrapping her arms around his neck to hug him tight. "Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas," he replied, trying hard to not have a reaction to the excited girl jumping up and down against him. For the second time this week, he felt a pull towards someone he hadn't felt since his 5th year. He felt rather reluctant to let her go. "Let others say hello," her mother chastised Gabrielle. "But I haven't seen him since Fleur and Bill's wedding," Gabrielle said, pulling away a little slowly. "He will be here all day, and we are in England until you go back to school," Apolline told her. "Happy Christmas, Apolline," Harry said. This time they did the more traditional touching cheeks and lightly kissing each other. Then she hugged him. Looking over her shoulder, his eyes slid to woman's daughter. His wondering eyes took in how she filled out the knit jumper and her toned legs. Gabrielle didn't seem to mind when his eyes remembered to wander up. "Happy Yule, this Christmas stuff is not what we follow," Apolline told him. "All that is important is family." "Happy Yule then," he said, not really caring either way. Christmas held so little value to him except that now he spent it with people he cared for. Jean-Paul had gotten up. Once his wife had let him go, he repeated the process with the older man. The last few years, Jean-Paul and Apolline had been a huge source of support for them. "It is good to see you, Harry. You are looking good, Non." "Thank you, Jean-Paul. I try to keep in shape," he said. The man pulled back and put a hand to his upper arm. "You are not as scrawny as when we first met. Bon." "You will make a good husband someday," the man said. Harry felt his face heat up a little. If only the man knew that someday would have to be sooner than Harry might have liked. "Well, I hope to make a lady happy someday," he told the man, not wanting to tell him the truth of the matter. "And are you just going to ignore me?" Fleur asked. Harry moved over to her, kissing her cheeks and giving her a hug in the chair. "It is wonderful to see you. Thank you for having me over," he told her. "Nonsense." "You belong here," she told him. Bill had turned and extended a hand. "Nice to see you, mate." "You too, Bill. Happy Christmas," he said, knowing that his family celebrated the holiday. They shook hands, then Bill turned back to cutting some vegetables. "Need a hand?" "You relax today. There is wine and beers in the icebox, or something harder if you want," Bill offered. "A beer will be fine," Harry told him. Bill motioned towards the icebox. "You've been here enough to help yourself." "Thanks." Gabrielle came to his side and wrapped an arm around his. "Would you get me some wine?" "Sure," he told her, patting her hand. That urge to undo her ribbon grew. "Only one glass," Apolline said. "Mon chéri, she is old enough," Jean-Paul said. "Yes, but last time she drank she ended up in the garden dancing nude," Apolline said. Harry raised a brow at her. A naked dancing Gabrielle would be a vision that would be in his dreams next to the ones he'd been having of Daphne the last few nights. Gabrielle looked a little shy about it. "We were celebrating my girlfriend's 18th birthday," she told him. "Only one then," he cheekily replied, having no intention of sticking to that rule. Maybe he could get a repeat performance. She gave him a pout. When he came back to the table, he had the wine, his beer, and a cup of tea that Fleur had asked for, even though she was eyeing the wine like a hungry predator. "Yes, you have to tell me what you have been up to," Gabrielle demanded. Harry shrugged. "Not much." "And what about the ceremony the other night?" "Mammon wouldn't let me go," she told him. "It wasn't anything much. I would forego them if I could," Harry told her. "But it would still be nice to go to such a formal ball," Gabrielle said wistfully. "It wasn't a ball. There wasn't even any dancing. Just a few old men and biddies making beautiful speeches and praising Bill for his curse-breaking work," Harry said. "But if you want to go to a ball, I will be sure to ask you first." "I'm sure there will be one around Easter." Gabrielle lit up like the noonday sun. Bill waved the knife over his shoulder. "Keep me out of this. You were the one that was awarded with another Order of Merlin because you never told anyone you were the one to take out Greyback." Harry snorted. "That basket is getting full," Harry told him. Fleur shook her head. "You are the only one I know that would not display such an honor." "I survived. You are all here. What else do I need?" he asked her. "Are you saying that you just threw out something like that?" Gabrielle asked with huge eyes. Harry shrugged again before taking a swig of his beer. "I have a basket next to my door. I don't want to be remembered for that." "Then what do you want to be remembered for?" Jean-Paul asked. Harry gave a slightly dreamy smile. "Equality." "What do you mean?" Gabrielle questioned, looking uncertainly at him. "You know all those anti-blood and creature laws," Bill posed. "Yes, it is making headlines across the continent. The Assemblée is debating adopting the new treaty with the goblins," Jean-Paul commented. "The use of Muggle methods to increase production of key ingredients in the wolfsbane potion is also catching some attention." Apolline looked towards Harry as though starting to understand. "There's been that, but there are also the new classification laws that prohibit any discrimination by blood or creature heritage. And if the new ones are passed, we'll recognize goblins, house elves, and Vila as fully sentient," Bill told them. "Bill, I'm not taking credit for all that," Harry told him. You are too modest. Harry has been supporting the goblins and others. He's pulled together a coalition that is changing things, Fleur pointed out. Though I still don't understand why you are not recognizing all the magical races. The centaurs, merfolk, and dwarves didn't want to give up their other treaties yet. If they do, then they will fall under the Wisengamot laws for land ownership and other laws they don't agree with and are exempt from for now, Harry told her. Gabrielle put a hand on his leg. The pleasant thrill through his body was only tempered by how hard she squeezed. That has been all you. It is the talk of the school. Everyone has been wanting the latest Daily Prophet or Quibbler. Harry, you understand that Britain stands to be the first nation to fully recognize people like us as full witches. He grinned at her. I didn't, but I wasn't going to just leave things the way they were. The goblins have already increased the return on account investments because they can invest in the Muggle stock market and businesses, so it's been a little easier to convince some that what I want to do is a good thing. She moved to hug him again, saying croyable, dire quaji canais elham qui change le monde, I hate de la dire tout le monde. If this got her to hug him more, then Harry figured he had found his calling. She kissed his cheek again. Easy there, Gabby, Bill said. Harry's not really making a fuss about it. What did she say? Harry asked, not liking she pulled away. She wants to tell everyone what you're doing, Fleur said. Harry made a face. No thanks, I already get enough attention. But you should, you are doing great things, Gabrielle said. Unlike many that said stuff like that because they wanted to suck up to him, he felt that she really meant it. The look of adoration in her eyes didn't make him uncomfortable. Dinner will be ready in an hour. Harry, you said you have the goose, Apolline questioned. Dobby will be bringing it in about a half hour. How has Beauxbatons been? Harry asked Gabrielle. Fleur was smirking at them. It was wonderful. I'm getting top marks in my history, charms, and painting courses. Because of that, I have been accepted into an apprenticeship for the semester to learn how to enchant paintings. I will be working with Estevan Bunevs 3 days a week in studios in Florence. If that goes well, he may take me on as a formal apprentice after I graduate. Otherwise, I want to start painting right away, she excitedly said. Wicked! I will have to see your work sometime, he said to her. Her face brightened even more. I am supposed to do a portrait over the holidays. You will be my model, she informed him. He rose an eyebrow. Do I get a choice? None, she said, a gleam to her eye that he would never say no to. It is better to give in to her now, otherwise she will be hounding you all day, Fleur told him. Fleur and Apolline shared a look. Bill just shook his head while Jean-Paul gave an accepting nod to his older daughter. Harry should come over tomorrow so you can start, Fleur suggested. C'est magnifique. I should go make sure I have everything I need, she said, hopping out of her seat and moving towards the door. Harry liked the way her hops moved her body. His eyes followed her moving curves. She stopped, turned, and took his hand. You will come and I can start to sketch. He gave Fleur a help-me look. The Bint just laughed as he was dragged out of the room. Though, in all truth, he really didn't resist it either. December 28, 1998, London. England, he had hoped to have the week off, but an owl from Rocknasher had him apparating to the ministry and descending down in the old red telephone kiosk. It was a little ironic that most wizards didn't realize that these old boxes were out of date, or that the phone in the booth was probably last produced in the 1950s. If it wasn't for the Muggle distraction and repelling charms, they would either find it quaint or distasteful. He never could tell with his fellow countrymen. Some loved to hold on to the past while others wanted to march forward. As the atrium came into view, he rolled his eyes to still see the statues in it. They were supposed to have been moved to a Hall of Fame, or something like that, on level 2, but apparently the minister was trying to milk it for all it was worth. When the booth came to a stop, he opened the door and started the long walk towards the atrium. A dozen large flues on each side of the large, vaulted ceilings made for a long walk. Luckily, since it was the Christmas halls, not many were here. He still got a few looks as he took long strides to make his way to the lifts as fast as possible. His manner announcing he was here for business kept others away. As he approached the guard station, Eric the day guard said, "Good morning, Mr. Potter." "Morning, Eric. You know you can call me Harry. Hope you had a good hauls. How about Annie and Jack?" Harry said politely. The man had mostly stopped his hero worship of him and seemed like a nice enough man. "I need to show the proper respect, or my boss will hear about it. Christmas was nice. The kids enjoyed their presents," Eric said back with a big smile, though Harry didn't miss the slightly haunted look to his eyes. The man's wife had been killed on a raid to Diagon Alley during the war, and he knew it wasn't always easy for the man to raise his 2 younger children on his own. At least the man's parents were still around. He was the type of man why Harry had fought and did what he did. "That's great. Let me catch up with you more on my way out. I have something important to attend to," he said. Andy had been drilling him on being polite to people, training him on how to remember small facts, especially about people that might be important to you, and that he needed to be more personable. It wasn't his natural tendency, but if he was to achieve what he wanted, he needed all the support he could drum up. "Understood, Mr. Potter. I'll see you when you leave," Eric told him. "Hopefully won't be long," he replied. When finally past the station, he quickened his pace to the lifts. He had to go up to level 2B. All the WolfgangNH offices were on the sublevels 2B and 2C, with offices overlooking the atrium. The main level 2 had all the DMLE offices, the upper courtrooms, main meeting chambers, and the law department. Just as the grills were about to close, a man slipped into the elevator. Harry's eyes narrowed to see the tall, white-bearded man in vibrant purple robes with golden shooting stars. He averted his eyes to look at the man's chest. Harry had got much better at occlumency, but he wouldn't give this man a chance. The grate slammed shut in a louder-than-usual way, as though sensing Harry's anger. Hit the button a few times in his annoyance. "Good morning, Harry," the man said in his irritatingly calm voice. "It is Mr. Potter or Mr. Potterblack, Warlock Dumbledore," he coldly said. The man frowned. "Do we need to remain at such loggerheads?" Harry took in a long breath, cursing as the lift descended instead of going up. He thought he had gotten into one that was flagged to go up. After letting out a long breath, Harry said, "We have nothing to say to each other." "I rather think we do. There are some unresolved issues I need to address with you, as well as a complaint against your representative," Dumbledore told him. "We have nothing to talk about. If you have an issue with me or my representative, take it up with him and the WolfgangNH," Harry replied. "I would rather talk with you. I think we have much the same goals, but you are causing ripples I don't think you understand," Dumbledore said, as though he was some great mentor trying to instruct his student. "You tried to declare me a Dark Lord was the day we had nothing left to talk about." The lift stopped and the grate opened. "I think this is your stop." "I'm afraid not, Harry. Mr. Potter," he said acidly. "Harry," Harry turned on the old man, his wand coming out, and pointed at the man. He didn't miss the greedy look in the man's eyes as it came to point between his eyes. "Mr. Potter, Warlock Dumbledore, I am not dark, but I have learned to take care of my enemies. No thanks to you. Now get out." The light of the lift flickered as his magic seeped out. "I am afraid we have the same destination," the man calmly said, though Harry could feel the man's magic building in response. Dumbledore knew the wand pointing at him was the same one Harry had won off him just over a year ago. What Dumbledore didn't know was that the ring on Harry's finger was part of his birthright, as was the wand. The ring called to the wand to drive his knowledge of its true potential. Generations of magical knowledge were at his call if needed. Harry hated to do that, though, because it always left a headache, his nose bleeding and weeks of nightmares, as the spirits didn't really want to come back. The cloak was the defense designed into the trio of artifacts to protect him from that effect, but it only worked if he was wearing it, and was usually not an option when in situations like this. "Then, why the bloody fuck did you take us to the 5th level?" "I need to talk with you, and you have refused all other entreaties," the man told him, his calm demeanor slipping. The golden grates closed. "We have nothing to talk about," Harry furiously said again. He stepped back, still pointing his wand at the man. He didn't trust Dumbledore as far as he could toss him with the Elder Wand. "I'm afraid we do. Your representative is waiting for both of us. I have a complaint from some of my associates and the minister," the man said. Harry's eyes narrowed. "I have full faith in my representative." "You may, but your representative does not have the right to represent you," Dumbledore said. "Bullshite. I'm sure they do, but I assure you that you are needed for this," Dumbledore told him. Harry didn't put his wand away until they were in his WolfgangNH offices. The younger goblin that was his representative was sitting behind the large desk with an equally sour expression as Harry. His ire grew to see Shacklebolt and 2 others already in the office. His eyes narrowed to see Warlock Dearborn and Warlock Marshbanks. Harry refused to take a seat, instead petulantly folding his arms and leaning against the wall to the side of Rocknasher. He had learned a while ago not to stand behind the goblin or to turn his back on a door or window. "What is this about?" Rocknasher demanded. We are here to inform you that you are not qualified to represent Mr. Potter, Dearborn said. The man had a few sparse patches of white hair and large liver spots on his head, hands, and neck. Rocknasher gave a mirthless chuckle. The wizards think they are funny. Harry gave the little, surly man a shrug. Don't look to me. This is no joke, Dearborn said, looking upset at their reactions. You are not a full wizard, Goblin. Only full wizards can sit your seat, Mr. Potter. We have been protesting this for some time and finally found the old ruling. A parchment was put onto the table. Rocknasher didn't move to take it. Harry just rose an eyebrow. That is just an old musty scroll with no magical significance. What is your point, wizard? Rocknasher questioned. Honorable Goblin, we do not mean you any offense, but you are illegally sitting for an heir of a WolfgangNH seat. All your votes in the last year will need to be vacated. Mr. Potter, you will need to take up your seat or appoint an appropriate representative, Shacklebolt informed him. Harry shrugged. All right. Rocknasher snarled, but he could make out the slight uptick to the goblin's mouth. His representative was going to enjoy this. I'm glad you are so understanding, Dumbledore said. We will have to reconsider all the legislation in the last year. When will you step up to your seat? The earliest possible will be the spring solstice. I think you misunderstand me, Harry told them. The three wizards and the witch looked to him. Excuse me, Dearborn said in the condescending tone he often used on Harry. The man obviously thought him some upstart. He may not be wrong, but Harry understood he held most of the power here, as loath he was to use it. All right, if you want to throw out the goblin, then I will back them in declaring the ministry in violation of contract and treaty. Harry told them without much emotion. This brought them up short. Excuse me, what breach of contract and treaty? Shacklebolt trepidatiously queried. The ministry had narrowly avoided a revolt when Dumbledore had tried to declare Harry a Dark Lord for killing Voldemort, Snape, Draco, and all the other Death Eaters. The hint they could be looking at another threat of rebellion had Shacklebolt on eggshells. Rocknasher, what was it again? The rebellion of 1415. Gutclaw the Gruesome, right? Harry asked. Rocknasher gave a mirthless grin. Close, Mr. Potter, 1514. The resultant treaty allowed for any goblin-sealed contract that was accepted by the Wizarding Council to be considered law for that family. Harry snapped his fingers. Oh, sorry about that. The ghost that taught us was a little dry and didn't really paint the goblin nations in the best way. Rocknasher snarled. Dumbledore gave him a disappointed look while Marchbanks bristled. That is highly offensive, Mr. Potter. Professor Binns is an excellent teacher and has most of his students pass his course and make their owls. Harry snorted. Only because they are the British owls. Have you seen what France or the international standard from the MACUSA are? Rocknasher, remind me, what does that mean, family law? That does not matter, Harry. The Wizarding Council was dissolved over 300 years ago, Dumbledore told him, as though he had no idea what he was talking about. Little did they know what the goblins had been teaching him for nearly 2 years now. Ah, but as part of the WolfgangNH Charter and the Ministry laws, all treaties active at the time were adopted by the Ministry, Rocknasher said with a toothless grin. His hand moved to the hilt of his dagger. The rights of family law is in one of those treaties. Dearborn shared a look with Dumbledore. Shacklebolt was the one to ask as Marchbanks still looked livid at him. Harry had a feeling she knew what he was talking about, but most of the old treaties had been forgotten about by most except the old families. Mr. Potter, what is family law? He scratched his chin before motioning towards his representative. Minister, surely you must know about family law. But I shouldn't be surprised, as there are no longer any tradition classes at Hogwarts or the other schools around Britain, nor is the history of magic class what it once was. Harry had to fight to school his face as Marchbanks spluttered. For your education, Minister, wizards may be bound to the laws of the WolfgangNH, but a family can declare a charter defining important items like inheritance, regency, representation, marriage, family member conduct, and the like. It will not allow something like murder to go unpunished by the WolfgangNH or the Ministry, but may allow something like a duel to the death should a challenge exist inside the family. On August 15th of 1997, Mr. Potter enacted a new charter for the Potter family. It was accepted by Goblin Magic and filed with the Ministry. No challenge was given by a family member or the WolfgangNH within the 60 days allowed, so it is now Potter family law. Does the Ministry wish to challenge the family charter? If so, I will inform Head Manager Ringnot. I am sure he would be glad to consider all other family charters and treaties null and void. Harry was biting the inside of his cheek to not laugh to see Dearborn and Marchbanks blanch. Shacklebolt was stunned with wide eyes. Dumbledore looked slightly shaken. I don't think we need to be hasty. What about the Potter family charter would supersede Wisengamot law? Dumbledore asked, knowing that family laws couldn't do that unless in a few circumstances. In perpetuity, until both parties agreed to end the partnership, the Potter family has contracted with Gringotts to be their representative. I think you will find all my votes and dealings to be perfectly legal. If we are done, please leave. You are wasting my time. Should it happen again, I will request Mr. Potter and Chief Ragnog to amend our contract to allow me to charge the Wisengamot for my wasted time, Rocknasher growled. Shacklebolt, Marchbanks, and Dearborn stood up, not looking pleased but obviously wanting to avoid the hint of a rebellion or the goblins to charge the already cash-strapped ministry. Dumbledore didn't move. I said we are done, Rocknasher stated. Harry and I need to talk, Dumbledore said. Get out, Harry just about hissed at the man. Harry, there are things we need to discuss. You have been avoiding me for over a year now, the man said. Get out. Rocknasher pulled out his knife and placed it on the table. Mr. Potter does not want to talk. I'm afraid I must insist, Dumbledore said. Albus, now isn't the time, Dearborn said in a low voice, glancing nervously to Rocknasher. If only he recognized Harry as the larger threat, he would already be running. I must discuss this with Harry, Dumbledore said. Too much time has already passed. 5 minutes, Rocknasher said. Harry glared at the goblin. This is a conversation for only Harry and I, Dumbledore said. If you are in this office, it is the business of the Wisengamot, thus my business. Otherwise, the rules I disseminated to the other members specifically state all business with Mr. Potter is to go through me first, Rocknasher said. Albus, just leave it, Dearborn hastily whispered. It will be all right, Caradoc. 4.5 minutes, Rocknasher said. The others filed out. Harry leaned against the wall, glaring at the goblin. The last person in the world he wanted to talk with was Dumbledore. Harry, Mr. Potter, old man, he snapped. Are you going senile? The look of disappointment only fueled Harry's rage. Mr. Potter, there are items from Sirius's will that we need to discuss. I have been trying to talk with you about this since you turned 17. I know what is in the will. Everything is handled, Harry emotionlessly stated. That isn't possible. I was made the executive, Dumbledore tried to explain. You are not, Rocknasher stated. Dumbledore showed a bit of annoyance now. I assure you, I am the executor of Sirius Black's will. You are not. Sirius Black's will was superseded by family law. Gringotts Bank and my clan have been working with Mr. Potter and his regent as the will's executor. If you wish to run afoul of a treaty, please keep misrepresenting yourself, Warlock Dumbledore, Rocknasher said with a gleam to his eye. Dumbledore's face went expressionless. After a moment he said, I see. I will check the charters on file to see if you are correct, Representative Rocknasher. If not, I will claim the goblins in violation. The barest hint of the goblin's sharp teeth appeared. Please do, Warlock Dumbledore. I look forward to the challenge. I prefer the blade. I hope you do as well. This finally rattled the old man. Excuse me, Rocknasher grinned. The Black family charter says that the executor can be challenged. The one challenged can choose the contest. I prefer my blade. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Very well, we will continue this conversation at a future date. No, we won't, Harry told him. When Dumbledore left, Rocknasher let out what could only be a string of expletives in gobbledygook. Harry leaned heavily against the wall. When the goblin called down, Harry asked, Is this what you called me for? No, this was an ambush. They will read the charters now, Rocknasher told him. Harry shrugged. Let them. I don't have anything to hide. Let the bastard choke when he realizes he has no control over me anymore and will never get either fortune. Rocknasher grinned as he nicked his palm before putting his knife away. A goblin's personal blade was only ever to be pulled to draw blood. It was never to be put away until it had tasted blood. I owled for 2 items. I have a counteroffer from Brown, Rocknasher said. What does he want? A vote on a 5-year monopoly for the moonflowers. He says the cost of the greenhouses and runes are higher than expected, Rocknasher said. Harry shook his head. I will agree to a patent and match his investment. Rocknasher seemed to chew on that for a moment. 20% of the profits for 10 years. If you think you will go for it, sure. Is that all? We could have done that by owl post, Harry said, feeling that was a pitiful excuse to call him. Rocknasher slid a paper over to him. The Malfoys have filed an official petition challenging the heirship. Madame Malfoy wants to claim her daughter as the last of the bloodline. Harry sighed. We expected this, I'm working on it. It isn't that complicated. You choose a mate, you claim her. You bed her until she either can't walk right or you get an heir, Rocknasher told him. Harry snorted. It's not that simple for wizards and witches. It should be. You have 7 months or they will win the challenge by default, Rocknasher told him. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Bloody hell, the Malfoys can't get the seat. Narcissa would be able to represent the seat until the girl turned 21 or was married off by the age of 19. Then the black powers would transfer to her husband until an heir was born and came of age. He couldn't wait to change the black family charter. Then claim and bet a mate. Whatever your kind finds acceptable, Rocknasher told him. Thanks, you're a saint, Harry sarcastically said. The goblin growled at him, his hand going to the hilt of his blade. Like the wizards, the old Christian faiths had not been kind to the goblins. The Crusades had not only been against the infidels of Islam. Many of the saints in the Middle Ages were canonized because of their fight against magic. Don't dare call me such an offensive thing, Harry smirked. Then leave off. Oh, and I knew the date. That is why I didn't gut you, Rocknasher snarked back. Now get out of here, I have work to do. Harry took the parchments with the official challenge. Thanks, make sure you take a bonus for this year, Harry told him. Rocknasher leaned over the desk, pulling some parchments to him. It took the goblin a moment to say, seeing the minister run was bonus enough. Harry grinned as he walked out. He took out his invisibility cloak, happy he did as Dumbledore was waiting by the lifts as he left. He would talk with Eric next time. That evening, Hammersmith, England, he popped into existence in a side alley he had been given a picture to. Unlike some would like to think, apparition worked by visualization. If you couldn't visualize the place, you couldn't go. Portkeys were different. You could send someone to a specific, arithmetically calculated coordinates based upon Muggle coordinates or star locations. Letting his senses determine if things were safe or not, he could feel the Muggle distraction and repelling wards around the apparition point. His years of being hunted, and then the war had taught him this hard lesson. The loss of Sirius had been one of the unfortunate teaching moments. Feeling the magic, the ward seemed pretty standard, so Harry figured this must be a safe location set up by the Ministry. That meant they would know when someone accessed it, if they cared to monitor them. Since there were thousands of such points across the islands, he doubted anyone really paid attention. Just the same, he noted it for the future. Walking out of the alley, he searched for a different safe spot to apparate to, hoping there was a next time. Looking at the piece of paper in his hands, he walked out to find himself along the Thames. Street lamps lit up a cement walkway. In the chilly winter months, it was deserted. Expensive and well-maintained houses lined the street or went right up to the walkway. Looking at the addresses, he realized that Daphne lived along the Thames in an old brick building with white wood trim. It was one of the more upscale houses of the neighborhood. Putting the paper into his pocket, he made off for the building. Touching his hand to the doorknob to the main entryway, he felt the pull of magic to detect if he meant any harm. Bill did excellent work. The door opened without any resistance. The hallway showed that there were a few apartments and a stair leading up. She was on the 3rd floor, so he took the stairs 2 at a time. It had been a while since he had been this excited and nervous to meet someone. The 3rd floor had only 3 doors. The apartments were obviously larger up here. Double-checking his breath, he checked himself over quickly. Undoing his long dragon hide coat, he made sure his clothes were wrinkle-free. Andy had insisted he dress a little more formal tonight. Harry refused to wear a suit, so he was in a nice button-down shirt, a dark green jumper vest, black trousers, and his Hungarian horntail trench coat. It was a little dated and worn, but he liked it. Some would probably call it vintage, which was accurate since it had been his grandfather's. The coat was one of his treasured family items he had found in his larger vaults. When he was satisfied, he knocked on 302, the center door. He could hear some excited muttering from the other side, then some shuffling, and maybe a girl crying out in pain. He touched his fingertips to his wand holster, ready to react. When the door opened, his brow rose to see a young woman and a girl, but the young woman wasn't the one he had been expecting. This one was a brunette with longer hair and a messy bun. Her jeans screamed Muggle, as did her shirt that had a big smiley face on it. Next to her was a younger girl whose hair was more of a dirty blonde. She looked like a younger Daphne, though, so he figured this was her sister, Astoria. "Well, you do know how to dress up," the brunette commented as her eyes went up and down him. "Ah, yeah," he said, unsure of the situation. You look familiar, Davis. He snapped his fingers. Tracy Davis. She looked impressed. I'm surprised you remember me. Bloody Morgana's tits, the girl next to her muttered. He looked to her. Her hazel blue eyes were wide as saucers as she took him in. Can I have him if Daphne doesn't want him? Tracy rolled her eyes. You're too young. The girl laughed, avoiding Tracy's swipe at her. Daphne, your man is here. Harry gave an inquisitive look to Tracy. She's only 14. We're still training her. It's like a puppy, you know. Harry laughed at Tracy and the angry look from the younger girl. I'll take your word for it. Is Daphne home? He asked her. Tracy nodded. Come on in, Harry. She's still getting ready. Tori and I ambushed her with a party when she got home. He stepped in. Party? The flat was large enough to have a small dining room and a sitting room at the end of the hallway. Streamers, a cake, and wrapping paper still littered the dining room. Another hallway led off from the main one. Didn't Daph tell you? Today's her 19th birthday, Tracy said. She forgot to mention that. I would have brought something if I knew, he told her. I don't usually celebrate, but these two never listen, Daphne said from down the side hall. Harry turned. Merlin, little black dresses were the best thing ever invented. He screamed to himself. Said dress had a cutout between the top of her chest and the choker-like collar, sheer sleeves, and clung to her, heavily hinting at her modest chest, her nice hips, and showing off most of her legs. It didn't show off anything improper, but bloody hell. She was beautiful. Daphne didn't mind his ogling as she was doing her own. As he took her in, he missed the annoying sister behind Daphne sharing a knowing look with Tracy. Tracy leaned in, silent laughter on her voice. You can close your mouth before you catch flies. Harry snapped his mouth shut, his face flushing a little. Disregarding Gabrielle this past few days, he couldn't think of the last time he was this taken with a girl. Daphne had a slight smirk. I wasn't sure where you were taking me, so I thought this would do. Yeah, that will do, he said, earning him an unimpressed look from Daphne and a snigger from the girls behind her. Smooth, Potter, Tracy exasperatedly remarked. Shaking his head, he pulled himself together. Never had he been so pleased to give in to Andy's nagging to dress better. I'm sorry, you look marvelous. I had thought we were just going to a pub, but you look too good for that. Daphne looked rather pleased. Thank you. I assumed when you said drink you also meant dinner. Definitely, he said. Tracy nudged him. Well, you two have fun. We won't stay up for you. I will. I want to know what happens after you take him. Oh, bloody fuck, Daphne, Astoria yelled, starting to hop madly behind her. Daphne glared over her shoulder, glaring at her sister. You are still going to bed by 10. That was my toe, Astoria said through tears. Harry hadn't noticed the nice heels she had on. Tracy shook her head. Can you tell they are siblings? Harry shrugged. He wouldn't know. Sure, so should we go before you take off her other toe? Yes, Daphne said coolly. She moved towards him, taking up a long black coat that went well with the dress. He took it from her and helped her into it. He felt a pleasant thrill go up his arms where his fingers brushed the fabric of her dress and her warmth through it. Don't do anything I wouldn't, Tracy said rather suggestively. Now, if you say please, I'll heel your toe. Daphne huffed as the door closed. Harry looked at the door. Do you trust leaving them here? At least one of them can cast Occamenti, and I don't mean Tracy. The place should still be here when I get back, she deadpanned. Harry chuckled. Now, I've only had some birthday cake. So where do you plan to take me? Harry grinned. Happy birthday, I wish I knew. I meant it that I don't care to celebrate it, she told him. Fair enough, he said, not pushing the issue since he felt much the same. Birthdays just held no special place in his heart. Before he turned 17, he had only ever celebrated it twice. Once when Hagrid had given him his first cake and another time at Grimmauld Place. Do you want to eat muggle or magical? Her amber eyes regarded him for a moment. Surprise me, she said. Is it safe to apparate from here? Here, yes, down the stairs, no, she told him. He extended an arm. She fastened the buttons on her coat before wrapping her arm around his. Like the other night at the ministry, it felt rather nice to have her like this. He winked at her, then turned on the spot. They came out near a street lamp over 100 miles north. Daphne clung to his arm so that she didn't overbalance in her heels. Harry grabbed her hand with his other to keep her upright. Looking around, she was surprised to see a line of people across the street, but no one noticed them popping out of nowhere. Harry had a few spots and places he liked and had set up his own little safe spots. Where are we? Nottingham. He watched for cars, leading her across after one passed. Why are we in Nottingham? She inquired. It's where I live now. It also has one of my favorite places, he answered. And what is this favorite place? She asked. This is Restaurant St. Germain. She looked at the line. Even in the cold December night, the place was busy. This looks like a wait. Harry grinned at her. I know people. She smirked. Are you saying that you actually use your fame for something? Oh, I use it for many things, but not this, he easily replied. Walking up to the doors, he let her in. Many looked at them. Daphne looked mildly impressed as he walked up to the mattered. Evening, Geoffrey. An older man looked up. After recognizing Harry, he smiled. Good evening, Mr. Potter. We haven't seen you in a few weeks. I've been busy. I think you have a table reserved for me tonight. The man didn't even look at the reservation book. Of course, we got your message earlier. Is this a business meeting or something else tonight? Harry gave a grin that said he was up to mischief and missed the way Daphne's eyes grew intense for a moment. Something else. This is Daphne Greengrass. Daphne Geoffrey St. Germain, the grandson of the founder of this fine establishment. The man smiled at Harry. A pleasure, Miss Greengrass, if you would follow me. Rebecca, please take over for a few. Daphne clung to his arm, leaning over to whisper in his ear. I thought you said we were going to a pub. He liked her breath on his skin. He leaned in a little more as they followed the man. I always have contingency plans. She looked mildly impressed. And here I thought you only a brash Gryffindor. He chuckled. Well, that was one of the choices I had. She looked intrigued, but waited to say anything as they were led into a small private room with a small table set for two. It was a rather intimate setting. We have this room reserved, or you can take a table in the brown room, the man offered. Harry looked to Daphne. This is good, she said. Thank you, Geoffrey, we'll stay here. Of course. And may I say, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter is a fine young man, the man said with a wink, motioning for them to sit. Harry took her jacket and hung it on a hook next to the door, then did the same with his own as Geoffrey held the chair out for her. He couldn't stop himself from watching her smooth the dress over her taut bottom as she sat. I'll have Sebastian in here shortly. In the meantime, should I have the bar prepare you something? The man asked. Whatever bitter you have on tap, Harry said. Daphne looked a little unsure. Do you have a good wine? We have a splendid collection. Do you know what type you like? How about something dry and red? The man smiled at her. I have just the thing. Might as well send the whole bottle. I'll have a wine glass instead, Harry told him. If he knew Geoffrey, the man would be pulling from his private collection. Very good, Mr. Potter, the man replied before leaving and closing the door. Even with the door closed, you could hear how busy the place was. Daphne gave him a questioning look. Business or something else? Harry shrugged before giving her a crooked grin. I take a lot of the people I do business with here. The St. Germains were cursed to produce only squibs except for one magical each generation. My grandfather helped them establish this place. They cater to first generations and those that don't want to really deal with the wizarding world. Rooms like this are made to cast wards on. I can get the business part then. How often do you take people here for something else? She asked. He felt she was being guarded. He figured it had to do with all the speculation on whether he was a playboy or not. Outside of my few friends, you're the first, Harry truthfully said. Her brow rose before a satisfied smile crept across her face. Well, I'll admit it. He waited a moment before asking, admit what? I'm impressed. Harry chuckled, then dipped his head. Well, that's half my dastardly plan accomplished. She gave a small giggle. He liked the sound. And the other half, I'll let you know when the night ends, he said with a wink. She gave him a coy smile. I'm not a girl to shag just anyone that gives me a good night out. I wouldn't dream of it. I think I'm more hopping if things go well. You'll say yes to another date, he proposed. Perhaps, she said. Was that a hint of hope on her voice as well? A waiter came in, putting a chilled bottle of wine into a carafe on the table after pouring some, then took their order. When the door closed again, Daphne licked her lips. Merlin, that is the best wine I've ever had. Harry laughed. I come here for a reason. If the food is half as good, then you may earn a kiss tonight, she told him. Well, that is step 1.5, he coyly remarked. She chuckled. Getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Oh, definitely. So did you have to go into work today? He asked. Daphne sighed. As part of the restructuring of the ministry, the Muggle Artifacts Department has been rolled up into the new Muggle Liaison Office. I was hired to work for the Muggle Education Department. I thought it would be more of an outreach to prepare Muggles if things got out, or to help bring Muggleborn into our world, but instead we are mostly training wizards on how Muggles actually work, she said. He could hear her exasperation in her tone. Harry winced. And how does that go? She let out a huff. Most of the department is still made up of idiot pure and half-bloods that have never spent any time out in the muggle world aside from waving their wands to obliviate them when something goes wrong or leaks out. I swear that the muggle government knows something is going on. You aren't the first one I've heard that from, Harry commented. What happened, if I can ask? She huffed. There was an incident in Crowley, and since I'm the low woman on the totem pole, I'm on call for the holidays. That's rough, he commented. Harry did sympathize, but since he really wasn't working what he thought of as a real job, he couldn't fathom being on call like that. So, what happened in Crawley? She rolled her eyes and sat back. Harry enjoyed the way the dress pulled at her chest but tried to keep his eyes higher. Arthur Weasley. He thinks he's some expert, but he's a bumbling fool. We keep finding enchanted items meant to bait muggles. This time it was a finger-eating electrical socket. He thought it brilliant and tried to remove it while some poor kid was screaming bloody murder. I had to call in a healer and an obliviator, then instruct the man on how sockets work and then write him up. The poor kid will be in St. Mungo's for the night, though it did find a muggle-born child that we didn't know about, she commented. Harry made a face. Sorry you had such a rough day. Is this happening often? Every few weeks. We can't tell if it is someone actively doing it or it's items left from the Death Eaters or other supporters. I suspect it's a half-blood, though. The items enchanted are not ones that most wizards would think of, she told him. Is there anything I can do? I know the new budget will be debated soon, Harry offered. The DMLE needs more experienced investigators. By the way, I blame you for all this, she said, giving him a hard look. What did I do? That was a loaded question. It was your law last summer that caused this restructuring. Most of the Muggle Education Department are people like me, maybe a year or two out of Hogwarts, but at least most of them are Muggle-born. If that is so, how did a pureblood like you end up there? He asked. That annoying best friend of mine, she said, not really sounding annoyed. Tracy is a Muggle-born. Her father was, her mother was my aunt, my father's younger sister, so I learned all about the Muggle world from them, Daphne told him. And you ended up in Slytherin. Daphne didn't look as pleased. My mother told me it was important that we ended up there. I think she knew what was coming. Having Tracy and I close to the purebloods would have protected us. That was until you solved the issue. Harry gave an amused snort. I don't think anyone has ever referred to it like that. It's true, this brings up what you said earlier. What do you mean Gryffindor was one of your options? She queried, taking up her wine glass. The Sorting Hat thought I would make a good Slytherin, he said. She stopped before taking a drink. Looking at him, she put to him, and why didn't you? If you really wanted to bring them down and do what you are doing now, why didn't you go to Slytherin? I met Malfoy on the train and a few people told me all the bad sorts came from Slytherin, Harry told her. He took up his own wine glass. She made a face. I can see that. The talk calmed down at the mention of Draco Malfoy. He was one of the many Harry had killed. He wasn't proud of any of it, but it was a war. Not to mention the Burke deserved it for taking the Death Eaters into Hogwarts that night. After a moment, she remarked, I saw you in the ministry this morning as I was heading in. Yeah, had to meet with my representative and deal with a few issues, he told her. A knock came at the door. The waiter brought in a mouth-watering bruschetta and a savory-looking leeks in cheese sauce. Daphne's stomach grumbled. He liked how abashed she looked but didn't comment. This looks wonderful, she commented. The waiter put some onto each of their plates. I hope you enjoy. Anything else I can get you? The man queried. I think we are good, Harry said when Daphne nodded her head. Daphne leaned over to smell the leeks. After taking a bite, she closed her eyes. Merlin, Harry, is the main meal is good. Usually better, Harry said, grinning at the way she was enjoying it. So that is a nice apartment you have. We like it, Daphne replied, spearing another leek and dragging it across her plate to get as much of the sauce on it as possible. Oui, he asked. She popped it in her mouth and daintily held a finger to her mouth until she swallowed. My sister, cousin, and I, oh, that must be nice, he said. Most of the time, we are all we have left, so it's nice to know they are there every morning, she told him. He hadn't meant to bring that up. He knew that her parents had been listed as killed in a raid. He hadn't realized that the rest of her family was dead. I'm sorry, he said. Daphne put her fork down. It's not your fault. The Death Eaters attacked our manor in Wessex. Astoria, Tracy, and I just got lucky. We were out with Tracy's grandmother that night at the cinema. He reached across the small table to take her hand. I'm still sorry. I know how much it can hurt. She took his hand and squeezed it, not looking up to him. You killed the bastards. Tori and Tracy are safe. That is all that matters. He held her hand for a few. Unsure if this was the end of what was shaping up to be a good evening or not, he tentatively said, "If it means anything, I was still chuckling this morning at what you said to the minister at the party the other night." She gave him a wry grin, though he could still see she was hurting. "I don't think he enjoyed it very much when I pointed out your old scar is no longer there, and the artist needs to get their eyes checked." He gave a bit of a forced chuckle. His new scars were more prominent. "Did you know the witch was just behind us?" Her head shot up, her eyes blazing at him. "She was not." "Yep," he said, laughing as she started to curse herself. "If you keep doing that, I might ask you to go to all those things with me. It was far more exciting than usual." "Complete prat," she scolded him. Harry noticed she didn't take her hand out of his. "Tell me that was not the sculptor that was behind us." Harry grinned at her. "All right." Her eyes narrowed. "It was, wasn't it?" "Yep, she had us all in a few times. I liked how red she got, oi," he said as she hit his arm after letting his hand go. "I can't show my face at an event like that again," she told him, looking horrified. "It was fine, Daphne. The witch was a bit of a stuck-up bint. I meant it, though. It was entertaining and you should come to more of them with me," he told her. Her brow rose. "You're being serious, aren't you?" "Well, I know it's not the end of the night, but I was hoping you might like to come with me to a small New Year's Eve party," he suggested. A small grin crept onto her face. "I might be convinced to go, but you better be a gentleman the rest of the night." "I always am," he replied, wagging his brow. "Prat," she huffed. It was a few hours later that he apparated them back to the top landing of her building. She was laughing at him, having had a little much to drink. "That was a soft pop," she commented. "I'm all about the pop," he cheekily replied, maybe having had a little too much himself. "I bet," she teased in a tone that caught his attention. When he turned to look at her, her lids were half closed, a sultry look was on her face, and she licked her lips. Harry sobered enough to lick his own lips in hopeful anticipation. "I had a good night," she told him. "I did too," he replied. "I'm not asking you inside, though," she told him. The tenor to her voice had his loins stirring. "I wouldn't ask, not on the first date," he said. She nodded as though satisfied. Moving in, he thought she was going to kiss him. He closed his eyes, surprised when her lips only pressed against his cheek, remarkably close to his mouth. "Maybe next time," she longingly said. Harry wanted to groan. "Maybe next time," he agreed. "New Year's Eve?" she asked, sounding a little uncertain. 8. "Sounds good," she said. "Dress more casual, it's nothing fancy." "Just some friends and family getting together," he told her. She gave him a rather pleasant smile. "All right, I'll see you then." He watched as she moved back, fumbled with the door, and hung his head to get the bulge down in his pants from watching her in that dress. He swore that shouldn't be legal what something like that did to a guy. December 31, 1998, Tinsworth, England. The night was not the best to be out. A howling gale was whipping up the channel. Sleet and ice were being driven sideways, stinging anyone daring to venture outdoors that night. Harry gently pushed on Daphne's back to usher her into the house. Once the door was closed, Daphne shook from the chill. "I swear the gods are upset tonight," Daphne muttered. Harry had luckily thought to cast a weather-repelling charm on both of them before leaving Hammersmith, but forgot the warming charm. Luckily, she had dressed more casually in tight-fitting jeans, a blue and white knit jumper, and a heavy blue peacoat. "Here, I'll take that," he said as she moved to take her coat off. "Thanks," she said. He hung it on top of his dragonhide coat. Being made of dragonhide, it was naturally resistant to temperature changes, so he didn't feel as bitterly cold as Daphne looked. He would have to pay more attention to that next time, perhaps giving her his coat. Laughter was coming from the sitting room as a redhead came out. He had a huge smile on his face. "I thought I heard someone come in. Happy New Year's," Bill said, moving to greet them. "Happy New Year's," Harry said with a grin. "Happy New Year's. Thank you for inviting me," Daphne said. "Any time. Harry is always welcome to take his friends over. Fleur will be happy to see someone else, too." "It's killing her that she has been stuck in the house for the last month," Bill told them. He led them into the sitting room. "I'm glad you two could join us. I could use some partners for the charades Tonks and Lupin started. They are killing us." Daphne held up her hands. "Oh no, I don't do that," she said. "It will be fun," Harry encouraged her. When they stepped into the room, she stopped just before him, her back against his arm and partly across his chest. He liked the contact. Inside the room were all the people that Harry considered family. Tonks, Remus, Andy, Bill, and Fleur. The Delacours were still here as well. His eyes immediately fell on Gabrielle, who was in a cute, long-sleeve dress that showed her shapely calves. Gabrielle gave him a beaming smile, looking ready to jump up to greet him, but then stopped. her smile turning confused to see Daphne with him. Harry felt his heart clench. He hadn't told either girl what he hoped was going on yet. He probably should have before tonight, but wanted to see how things went. "You don't understand. I shouldn't play charades," Daphne told him. "They are here," Tonks excitedly said, getting up to come hug him. "Hey, Tonks," Harry cheerfully greeted her. "Where's Teddy?" "Upstairs, sleeping. Who's the hot bird?" she said, waggling her brow as she pulled back. "You've met Daphne," he told her. "I know, but you've never brought a girl around before. You must come join our team," Tonks said, taking Daphne's hand. "I really can't," she protested. "Nonsense," Tonks insisted. "I think Bill drafted us first," Harry said, wrapping an arm around Daphne's waist to keep her from being pulled away. The butterflies that had been building in him for months now all took off to feel her slim form for the first time like this. Tonks pouted. "But you have too. Would you deny a pregnant woman?" "I am larger than you and need another teammate," Fleur shot out. Daphne looked beseechingly to him. "I really shouldn't." "Why? It will be fun," he told her. She moved in to whisper in his ear when Tonks gave up. "The last time I did, Tracy and I drew wands." He looked at her curiously. "It was that bad?" She had that cute, abashed look to her. "I'm a little competitive," she whispered. "Then you are in good company. Let's go join Bill and Fleur," he told her. She didn't look certain about it, but didn't protest anymore, instead wrapping her arms his. "Happy New Year's, Harry," Jean-Paul said, giving Harry a little bit of a hard look. "Who is this charming young lady with you?" Approaching the other side of the room, he could tell the Delacours weren't as receptive to him as they had been this week. He sighed internally. He should have done what Andy had been telling him to do. How could he face down Dark Lords like Voldemort and Dumbledore without breaking a sweat? But he did the most un-Gryffindorish thing when it came to the two young women he liked. He just hoped this didn't blow up in his face. "Happy New Year's, Jean-Paul." "This is Daphne Greengrass." He introduced her to Jean-Paul, a curious-looking Apolline and a guarded Gabrielle. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he screamed in his head. Daphne, oblivious to what was happening, greeted them with a smile and polite handshake. Fleur greeted Daphne by getting up over the protests of Bill and her mammon. "I am only pregnant," she said rather indignantly. "I remember you from the summer cotillion." Daphne smiled at her. "I met many people there, but I could never forget you, Mrs. Delacour." Fleur fluttered her hand. "It's Fleur, and most don't seem to forget me," she said with a smirk. The knowing look she gave Harry had him wince. She knew, meaning either Tonks or Bill told her. "Now you need to join us. Those two are beating us all." Daphne gave him one more pleading look. He tried to give her an encouraging look. Tonks and Fleur could be extremely competitive as well, and there were enough people here to keep anything really serious from happening. He shook Ted's hand and hugged Andy as he joined Bill and Fleur, with Daphne sitting rather closely to him on the love seat they were given. "What are the teams?" "Remus, Tonks, and Jean-Paul. Andy, Gabrielle, and Apolline. Me, Bill, you, and Daphne," Fleur told him. Tonks looked rather pleased with herself. "We are up 4-2. Fleur huffed, getting a few sniggers and playful comments from the group. Daphne looked nervous. He gave a look to Gabrielle, who hadn't given him her normal greeting of rushing to him and hugging him tightly. He could see hurt in her eyes, and her cheerful demeanor was falling into a taciturn mood. Harry was starting to feel about 2 feet tall. "It's your turn," Tonks said to them. "Bring it," Fleur told her. "All right, since you have new members, it's Daphne's turn first." Daphne's pleading look grew. He took her hand to give it an encouraging squeeze. Gabrielle's face grew dark. "It will be fine," he told her. "I'm blaming you if spells start to fly," she warned him. "I won't let that happen." Apolline shared a concerned but curious look to Fleur, who was intently watching Daphne and him. "Here you are," Tonks said, handing Daphne a sheet of paper while wearing a cheeky grin. Daphne rolled her eyes. "I don't lose," she told Tonks. "Neither do I," Tonks replied with conviction. Daphne looked at the page. "You have 5 minutes," Remus said, sharing a look between Harry, Daphne, and Gabrielle. Harry pleadingly looked at the man. He gave him a disapproving shake to his head. "Bloody hell." "And start," Tonks said, tapping her wand on the side table next to her, and a large silver stopwatch materialized. It was ticking as it counted down the 5 minutes. Daphne started to mime driving. Bill and Fleur immediately shouted out, "The night bus!" Daphne shook her head. Harry waited for her to look about, then go back as if she was holding a steering wheel. "You're driving somewhere," Harry suggested. Daphne grinned, nodding her head. She suddenly jerked her head, looking surprised, then mimed rapidly turning the wheel. "You have to drive back," Fleur asked. Daphne shook her head. She mimed the action again. You missed something, Harry said. Daphne grew excited. You were driving and missed something? Bill asked, sounding perplexed. Daphne shook her head. You are driving and had to go back. Are you backtracking? Fleur guessed. Daphne shook her head. Driving, Harry contemplated. Daphne started to get excited. Driving and you missed. Daphne made a signal that said he was getting close. Missed, missing, miss, he started to say. She got all excited at that. He liked how her body moved as she jumped, signaling for him to go on. Driving, miss. She nodded emphatically, then started to mind something growing. Fleur watched her with a lost look. You are driving and missed a tree, Bill suggested. Daphne vehemently shook her head. You missed your destination, Fleur put to them. She shook her head, then continued to mime something growing and then opening. A flower, he suggested out of nowhere. Daphne excitedly hopped again. He was growing excited at her enthusiasm. She kept miming. 1 minute, Tonks said with a cocky grin. You can do this, Andy encouraged. Harry missed the growing looks of concern from Remus, Jean-Paul, and Apolline. Or the building tears in Gabrielle's blue eyes. A flower rose, Fleur shouted excitedly. Daphne shook her head. Daphne, Bill put out there. Tulip, lily, daisy, Harry put in next. Daphne grew even more excited, then mimed putting them all together. Harry grinned. Driving Miss Daisy, Daphne squealed in excitement. You got it, Tonks looked livid. How the bloody hell did you get that? What is driving Miss Daisy? Fleur questioned. Daphne was too excited and rushed to hug Harry. Bloody hell if I know, Bill commented. It's a movie. Dora's seen it a few times, Ted explained. Gabrielle got up and left the room. They all stopped to hear her sob. Apolline shot up, giving him a reproachful look. Harry closed his eyes, now feeling about 2 inches tall. He knew she should have told others, but thought this might go better, well, actually, in probably the least Gryffindor thing to do. He hadn't told either girl, still fighting what he had to do. Daphne stood up, looking around the room. Most were looking at Harry in an uncomfortable way for him. Daphne seemed to get something was up. What am I missing? She asked. Just Harry being a complete prat, Tonks angrily said. I should go to her, Fleur said, struggling to get up. She gave a reproachful look to Harry. Tonks got up. I'll go help Apolline, you stay there. Fleur gave her an appreciative look. Andy glared at him. You didn't tell them, did you? Harry rubbed the back of his neck. Daphne looked confused, then hurt, then took on a cold mask he hadn't seen since Hogwarts. Harry, am I the only one you're dadding? He let out a long breath. For now, he admitted. Her nostrils flared. Right, I thought you someone I could trust. You are just an arse like all the others. Daphne, it's not like that, he tried to protest. Her hand was moving quickly. He could have blocked it. Instead, he let her smack him across the face. Fuck off, Potter, she spat, then moved towards the door. Bloody hell, Daphne, he exclaimed. Andy was already up. She put a hand on his chest. You, sit. If there is any chance of salvaging this, you will not move from that couch. He flopped down before putting his head in his hands. She felt tears biting at her eyes as she angrily put her shoes on. She could hear the woman that had chased after the younger girl calling out for her daughter. The younger Delacour girl was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. She hadn't missed how Harry had looked at her, but so far he had had the same eyes for her, so was willing to overlook it. She hadn't believed the articles that he was some big playboy. How wrong had she been? Reaching for her coat, she only stopped when Andromeda Tonks said, Daphne, Miss Greengrass, she amended when the young woman gave her a nasty look. Please don't go until you know why Harry asked you here tonight. What is there to explain? I thought Potter different, but all the papers are right. She spat at the woman, feeling more hurt than she thought she ever had. Tracy and Astoria had been working on her until she had finally decided to chase him. At their urging, she had allowed herself to slowly get closer to him over the last few months, and then opened herself to him in ways she had never to a guy on their first date. She was only glad she hadn't slept with him like she had seriously thought about the other night. Andy sighed. Please, just listen. If you don't want to stay, Harry will understand. Daphne's nostrils flared. Why should I? Because Harry likes you and he doesn't invite just anyone to meet people he loves, Andy softly said. And what about that other girl? She snapped. Will you come and have a cuppa? I can explain. Her heart was breaking, but something compelled her to stay. Cuppa, then I'm gone. That's all I ask, Andromeda said. When they walked past the door of the sitting room, she could see Harry was in a heated discussion with the others. She wanted to pull her wand on the arse, but followed the woman instead. In the kitchen, she sat at the table, her arms across her chest and looking ready to fight. Andromeda got 2 cups and a tea kettle. Once the tea was steeping, the woman said, Are you familiar with the old pureblood laws and family laws? She glared at the woman. I'm a pureblood, and my family has its own contract. What is your point? She was bound by the stupid family laws until she married and had an heir for the family. It was why she finally decided to go after Potter. This will make it easier then. My birth family is the Blacks. We are one of the oldest pureblood families and have safeguarded that name and bloodline for many generations, Andromeda said. A sinking realization was starting to come over her as a pit in her stomach. What does that have to do with the arse in the other room? I'm not sure that many know this, but Harry is the current heir to the Blacks. He was declared by his godfather and is the last male with true black blood in him, Andy explained. Daphne took up the teacup, her hands shaking as she had an inkling where this was going. What about the Malfoys? Their daughter can be heir if Harry doesn't fulfill the family laws on succession and inheritance. Sirius didn't know about it when he declared Harry. Our grandfather changed the family charter before he died. She took a sip to steady herself. What does Harry have to do? He needs to marry by his 19th birthday, and his wife give him a child with the name of Black within 3 years. Otherwise, it will go to the next heir until the family charter is met, or the name and bloodline dies, Andromeda told her. She sat for a long few moments, and Andy let her absorb it. My family has a similar clause, but I have until I am 21, she told her. I'm not surprised. I have done some digging and found many families did that during the blood wars of the 70s, Andromeda said. Daphne looked up, tears still biting at her eyes. And what does Delacour have to do with this? Do you know Harry has decided to use his name and family connections to change things on the WolfgangNH? The woman inquired. That is a poorly kept secret. Many at the ministry support him, but a fair number are not pleased by it, Daphne stated. I'm not surprised. To keep the goblins and the other races represented directly in the WolfgangNH and the ministry, they need the Potter seat. Harry needs to keep his family name and magic alive. Daphne swallowed. He needs to marry for both lines, doesn't he? Andromeda nodded. Daphne took in a deep breath. She shut her eyes for a few. This wasn't exactly what she had thought, but not exactly what she wanted either. She couldn't claim her family's seat on the WolfgangNH until she was married and had a man to represent her. Her grandfather had made sure of that. Out of all the men within 5 years of her age she had scouted out over the last year, Harry was the only one that appeared to be acting on what he truly stood for. He came off as honorable, respectful, witty, and driven. She could understand why the Sorting Hat had considered him for Slytherin. With a deep sigh, she said, Will I have a say in any of this if I choose to chase him? I'm sure that Harry will prefer that. Daphne, he wants to love someone more than just marry for some political gain. I think he would give up his claim to the Blacks if he couldn't find the right woman, she told her. And when does he have to marry someone for the Potter line? She questioned. There is no set time. He was able to change the charter when he came into his full inheritance when he turned 17. It is only the Black line. Would this interfere with your family laws? Andromeda questioned. Daphne shook her head. I only need an heir. They can either carry the Greengrass name or a combined house, but I need to marry before I can claim my family's seat on the WolfgangNH and have an heir before I change the charter. The two women sat there, regarding each other for a short bit. The argument in the other room had died down. Eventually, Andromeda asked, Will you give him a chance? Daphne sighed, finishing her tea. I need to think on this for a few days. Andromeda nodded. I can understand, thank you for listening. Even if you don't want him, he is a good man and will work with you once you can claim your seat. Just give him a chance. I'll think on it, she truthfully said. When she went to say her good nights, she found the room to be rather sparsely populated. Where is Harry? She asked of Bill and Remus. Remus sighed. He left a little bit ago. She gave a curt nod, unsure if she wanted to see him at the moment or not. She understood the situation he was in, but wished she had known before. She could even understand that he might not be totally pleased with the situation himself. Still, he should have told her on their date. Let him know I'll contact him in a few days. Bill, thank you for inviting me tonight, she said. Bill got up. I'm glad you could come. I thought he had told you, so I'm sorry for all this. It's not your fault, she said. Bill took her hand and kissed the back of it. Should I escort you out? I think I'll be good, thank you again, she said, moving to get her coat. She had a lot to think about. Gabrielle, please let me in, Apolline said, knocking on the door again. Is she coming out? Tonks asked. Apolline angrily said, I do not know. What was that of Harry taking that other girl here? I thought he was courting my daughter, Tonks sighed. Yeah, the bellend cocked that all up. Apolline's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? She said in a heavy French accent. Tonks moved to sit on the floor. Harry, he must marry 2 girls, she said, not pulling any punches. Apolline took in a sharp breath. Impossible, si n'est pas correct. Tonks looked up to her. My French is really rusty, but I don't think you know of the laws here. Apolline crossed her arms across her ample bosom. What do you mean? Harry is trying to change things. He's trying to make this place better for people like my Remus, you and your daughters. The only way he can do that is through the WolfgangNH, Tonks explained. We have been seeing that. That is why we thought him suitable for our Gabrielle. Then you know that all the seats on the WolfgangNH are hereditary, Tonks queried. What does that have to do with all this? He is a Potter. He has already given his seat to the goblins, Apolline stated. He has leased out his seat to the goblins. For it to remain in his family, he eventually needs to marry and have children. Otherwise, the seat will go to the next oldest family in England when he dies, Tonks said. That is interesting, but I still fail to see. Harry is actually Harry Sirius Potterblack. He holds the seats to the Potters and Blacks. By family law, he can't marry just one woman and have their children take whatever name they want. The Blacks made sure of that. He has to marry 2 women, or he loses the Black family and it goes to the Malfoys, or the Potter name dies out. Those are his only options. He's not happy about it, but is trying to make the best of the situation. Harry will not abandon the Potter name as he has allied himself with the goblins and will not go back on his word with them. Having the Black seat on the WolfgangNH gives him real power to effect the changes he is striving for. My mum would love to inherit the Black family, but my grandfather disowned her, and unless Harry marries me or her, then there are no other options, Tonks explained. There was a rustle against the door and no more sobbing. Apolline realized that Tonks had been talking to her as much as the door. You are saying that he will need 2 wives so that he can keep changing things. It doesn't hurt to control 2 seats. He has also been building up a solid base, Tonks told her. Apolline considered the metamorph as her hair took on the pink she was known for. It had been an attractive brown, like her mother, until then. And this Daphne Greengrass, is she part of him building up his base? I know that name. Do they possess a seat on the WolfgangNH as well? Tonks bobbed her head as though partially agreeing with where her thoughts were going. The Greengrasses do have a seat, but Harry won't be chasing her for that. He's had a hard life. Personally, I think all he wants to do is find a hole to hide in, find someone to love, and leave everything to be, but he cares too much for everyone that is in his personal life. Remus and Fleur are why I think he started this crusade to protect anyone classified as less than a wizard. It would be important for him to marry Daphne, but he will never do that unless he really liked her. He wouldn't be pursuing Gabrielle either if he didn't really like her. The latch to the door clicked. Apolline took a step back. Gabrielle was sitting on the floor. Tear streaks were on her cheeks. She was still upset. Harry really needs to marry 2 women. Yeppa, Tonks said, leaning over to look at the girl through the open door. And he likes me. Tonks gave her a cheeky grin. Have you seen the way he looks at you besides him putting up with your demands to keep drawing him without making a fuss? He hates any attention like that, but from you, he genuinely smiles. Gabrielle sniffed. She wiped at her eyes. But he looked at that girl tonight the same way, she said, sounding unsure. Sure he does. Harry has a huge heart that has been trampled over and over and over again. Even despite all that, he wants love. He wants people that love him and he can love. He's going to treat anyone that he marries the same way he wants. If that turns out to be only one woman, then that is what it is, but he wants to change the world. Having the political power of both his bloodlines would allow him to do that easier, Tonks told her. Either way, he will keep fighting for people like you and Remus. You are too important to him not to. Gabrielle sniffed again. You really mean that? I wouldn't say so if I didn't, Tonks told her. A small smile came across her daughter's face. I should go talk with him. That might be best, though he should have told you this himself. I'll beat some sense into him too, Tonks told her. Gabrielle gave a watery giggle. I doubt he would allow you to beat him. I wouldn't be so sure. He may be the biggest bad arse around, but he's a softie when it comes to us, Tonks said with an even bigger grin. Gabrielle giggled again. When she left to go downstairs, Apolline looked to Tonks. Tell me that everything you said is true, she demanded. Not wanting to see Gabrielle's heart ripped apart like hers was when she was younger. I have said nothing that Harry wouldn't say himself once he gets his head out of his arse and tells those 2, Tonks told her. After a moment she was satisfied and nodded. Bon, if he breaks her heart though, I will be coming for you as well as him. I'll let you have what's left of him once my mum and I get through with him. Tonks held up a hand. Can you help me up? Apolline shared a sympathetic look. Even though the younger woman was only about 4 months along, she could remember having her own issues carrying her girls. Taking Tonk's hand, she helped the woman before going down the stairs. A brief time later. Nottingham, England, he was sitting in a chair by his fireplace when he felt them cross over his wards. Harry should have kept them out, but if Bill and Remus were with the other man, then he had no reason to keep them from coming in, besides the fact he didn't want to talk to anyone. Swirling the slightly smoking clear liquid in his glass, he didn't say a word as the 3 men walked into his study. Bill went straight to the liquor stand he had insisted a man should have. Remus came to sit in the chair next to him. A rather pensive Jean-Paul stood by the fireplace. The 3 of them waited while Bill poured them all some of the top-end fire whiskey he had left out on top of the cabinet. It wasn't until he joined his father-in-law did Bill say, "You shouldn't have run out." Harry snorted. "Does it matter?" he asked, feeling rather down on himself. He had berated his stupid cowardice for most of an hour and 2 glasses of fire whiskey. "It matters a great deal." "Daphne came back to see you before she left," Remus told him. Harry rubbed his bruising cheek. "I bet she wanted to make it even." Bill shook his head. "She had calmed down. Daphne said she would contact you in a few days." Harry knew that meant never. Wasn't that what it was in the series and movies? Someone says they will call after a bad date, and they never do. He didn't say a word. The fire crackled as they all nursed their glasses of alcohol. "Is it true?" Jean-Paul eventually asked. "That I'm a coward and couldn't man up enough to risk putting my heart out there?" "Yeah," Harry morosely stated. Jean-Paul gave a look to the others to not say a word. "Is it true that you are really making a better world for my wife, my daughters, and their children?" Harry looked up to the man. His bloodshot eyes were more from the alcohol and anything else. "Why wouldn't I? Remus is one of my parents' best friends, but until recently, he could never find a stable job. I saw the way everyone treated Fleur the year she was at Hogwarts. The goblins barely put up with wizards because of how much they have been put down and denied rights that any magical should have. Most house elves are treated worse than slaves. Centaurs don't trust the word of any wizard. The Selkies in the Black Lake won't even talk to anyone from Hogwarts or the Ministry anymore after what happened in the second task. Without all of them, we would have lost the war, and most still won't recognize that." Harry had formed alliances with all the downtrodden people of their world to take down Voldemort's minions. Very few, like the Giants, hadn't formed a treaty with him, and now the Giants were just about extinct because of Voldemort and the Battle of Hogsmeade last October. Jean-Paul regarded Harry. "Do you like my daughter?" "Fleur is great," he said, avoiding the question. Jean-Paul didn't look impressed. "Do you fancy Gabrielle? Are you trying to court her?" Harry put the glass to his lips and a finger to his forehead. "That doesn't matter anymore." "Harry, it matters a great deal," Remus gently said. "Remus, it really doesn't. I buggered everything tonight," Harry shot back. "Only if you think you did," Jean-Paul said. Harry looked up to the still rather muscular French man. Harry didn't feel fear when facing an opponent, but he feared what this man could do to him if he hurt Gabrielle because Harry knew he wouldn't fight back. If he hurt Gabrielle, then he deserved whatever came his way. "I'm pretty sure I did," Harry bitterly snarked. "Are you trying to court my daughter?" the man asked a little more forcibly. "I was hopping too," Harry replied. After a moment, the man nodded. "Tres bien, what are you waiting for then?" Harry felt a little confused. "What?" Bill shook his head. "You may have cocked it all up, but you are lucky Tonks and Andy like you so much. And my daughters." "Otherwise, I would have been here to duel you," Jean-Paul said. Harry looked between the 2 men. Remus answered the question he didn't ask. "They know what you are up against. Gabrielle is now mopping because you left. I'm not sure about Daphne, but I think you still have a chance if you give her a few days." Harry let out a long breath. He looked to Jean-Paul. "I didn't mean to hurt Gabby." "Mayhaps not, but you did." "No father likes to see their children heartbroken, but if you want to court her, I will not stand in your way. If you dare hurt her like that again," the man said in a clear threat. Harry toasted the man before downing what was left in his glass. "Suppose we should head back," he stated. Bill chuckled. "We just got here and I'm not half done," Bill commented. "I think he needs to talk with Gabrielle," Jean-Paul said. "We can stay for a few to finish our drink." "Tonks isn't letting me until she can drink again," Remus told them. "I just can't drink wine. Fleur is craving it and knows she can't because of the baby," Bill remarked. Jean-Paul just grinned. "I do not have to worry about an insane woman about to have a baby. I don't miss those days." "How did you get through it?" Remus questioned. Jean-Paul took a drink of his fire whiskey. "I belong to a gentleman's club. When I could sneak away, it was nice to get a drink and talk about our wives. Remus leaned towards Harry to give him a pointed look. What are you still doing here? I thought I was waiting for you and learning, Harry put to him. Bill made a tusking sound. Until you are married, you can't learn these secrets. They are very much for only married men, Jean-Paul said. Hey, if this is for married men, where's Ted? He asked. He was rocking his grandson. That is a good excuse to not be here. When you stormed out of the house, you woke him, Jean-Paul informed him. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, you owe Tonks an apology and a certain blonde a real explanation, Remus said rather significantly. Harry let out a long breath. Fine, he groused. Just ask Dobby to clean things up when you leave. We'll leave things as we found them, Jean-Paul said. It will make his night to have to clean stuff up, Harry told them. A brief time later, he was stepping back into the house. Fleur, Tonks, and Andy were in the sitting room. None of them looked that impressed with him. Hey, he said rather lamely. I am not saying anything else to you until you clear things up with my sister, Fleur said rather coolly. You are a total Burke, Harry. I should punch you. A slap is too easy, Tonks angrily chastised. He winced. Fair enough. He looked to Andy. She just gave him a look that said, told you so. We have done what we can to fix your issue. It is up to you what happens next, Andy told him. He nodded. Out of the three women, Andy knew best that he wasn't a completely whole person, and this whole mess probably had more to do with his loving relatives than anything he meant to, or didn't, do to hurt the girls. Where is Gabrielle? Talking with Mammon in the kitchen. Thanks, he told them. He knocked on the door before opening it. The soft conversation he had caught stopped. Apolline gave him a look he didn't know how to interpret. Gabrielle was looking at him, her eyes hopeful, even with the tear streaks still on her cheeks. His heart twisted in his chest. She was even beautiful in her current state. Apolline got up. He braced himself as she walked up to him. Her hands cupped his face. We have been told what you have to do. She tapped his bruised cheek a little hard. He didn't show any sign how it hurt. You hurt her again and they will not find the ashes. He swallowed. Yes, ma'am. Satisfied, she left him with Gabrielle alone in the kitchen. He cleared his throat. So, you know. That hopeful look hadn't died in her eyes. I overheard Tonks and Mammon talking. Mammon and I were just talking about it. Harry let out a long breath. He moved to sit on the other side of the table, but she pats the seat next to her. Harry resolutely sat where she wanted him to. Andy had been telling him he couldn't afford to be uncertain. Sirius had been telling him the same before that night in the Dom. She shifted a little closer. Tell me the truth, she insisted. I like you, Gabrielle. I like you more than I know what to do with, but I also like Daphne, he said truthfully. Her deep blue eyes searched his. Do you need to marry two women? No, but I want to. Why? You know that I am the black heir. Tonks and Andy has told us about it now. Why didn't you tell me? She pressed. I didn't want to scare you away, he told her. Her eyes kept boring into him as though looking for something deeper. I was scared. She reached out a hand. He let her weave her fingers between his. You need to marry by your 19th birthday. Only for the blacks. I have changed the Potter's charter to allow me to do what I want. Would you want me if I had to marry two women? He questioned. She leaned in towards him. Do you know why I like you? He shook his head, his eyes not leaving hers. A scrawny boy once pulled me out of a freezing lake in the middle of February. He didn't know about my heritage. He didn't want anything for his heroic deed. I was down there for hours. I think you know enough what that means, she said. Harry did now. He didn't at the time. You wrote back to a lonely girl when she sent you letters after pulling her out of that lake. I look forward to them every day, even if they are weeks apart. You have been nothing but kind to my family. When others would pester my sister, you stood up for her. When her husband's family tried to break them up, you stood up for them. When most would classify us as beasts and worse, you fight to give us true freedom. When the world around you was threatening to burn up, you stood up to the darkness. I know you don't really see yourself as some greater-than-life hero, but to me, there could be no greater. Despite all of that, I see the man you are. I know I am still young, but I see your heart, Harry Potter, she said, putting her other hand over his heart. It started to pound in his chest. He felt her heat through his jumper and shirt. I see you. Fleur has told me how much you hate it when others only see the boy who lived, or the man who conquered, or the next Dark Lord rising. That is not the Harry Potter I have come to know and love, she said rather uncertainly. His breath caught a little. Love. She gave him a smile that melted something in him and had the butterflies going crazy. I am still unsure if it is the love you need, but I love you. Are you sure? I mean, you're only 17. I'm only 18, he said. Yet your soul is old and Vila are forced to grow up quickly to deal with the hardships of this world. I am sure I love you. I will support you in what you want to do. I only ask that if you love me, don't hurt me like that again or push me away," she pleadingly requested. "Gabrielle, if you want, I will only love you," he offered. She shook her head. "Your heart is too big for only me. You care far more for others than anyone I know. What you are trying to do, you will need all the help and support we can give you. If this Daphne Greengrass is who you need to fill both sides of you, I will accept her. No others, though," she said rather fiercely. Harry gave her an uncertain smile. "But," she moved her hand to his lips. "There is no but. Either tell me right now you want me by your side, and that you want to court me and this Daphne, or I will not be able to take it should you reject me in the future." He could see how vulnerable she was. She didn't take her fingers off his mouth, forcing him to think before he responded. When he looked ready, she moved her fingers to cup his cheek. Her thumb traced the scars left by Greyback. "I want to court you and Daphne," he told her. She gave a resolute nod. "Then that is what you shall do." He grinned at her. "Just like that?" "Oui," she told him. He took in her floral scent, the way her fingertips left hot trails of pleasure on his skin, her deep blue eyes that were becoming lidded, her pouty, rosy lips. Leaning in, she closed her eyes. He hesitated for only a moment before gently touching her lips with his. It was the most pleasant feeling in his life. He had always been resistant to the Vila's allure, but in that second, he experienced the bliss and desire the lust evoked in men. Instead of giving into it, he used it to deepen the kiss, gently putting a hand on her leg as she pulled him closer with her hand still on his cheek. When they finally separated, he had his eyes closed to lean his forehead on hers. "It won't be easy. It will probably take years to change things here, and maybe a lifetime to bring it to the ICW." "Then it will take us a lifetime," she said. He opened his eyes to see her cerulean eyes already intently staring at him. He gave her a silly grin. "I promise to not make you cry again." "Non," she snapped. "Never promise that. I have seen how Mammon and Papa are. They love each other, but at times drive each other crazy." Harry laughed. "I can't see your Mammon being that intense. Fleur isn't." Gabrielle giggled. "I like this sillier side of you." He grinned. "You know me, always up to no good." "Perhaps." They sat in a comfortable silence, staring into each other's eyes from only inches apart. "Do you want me to marry you?" she asked. "Someday," he confessed. "Not now," she questioned. She sounded hopeful but scared. "You want to finish school. You could have an opportunity to study under one of the greatest magical painters of our time. I only want to propose to you and marry you when we are both ready," he told her. "But you have to marry by next August," she said. "Like I said, only for the blacks. I want you to be Mrs. Potter. I want you to do what you want," he told her. She leaned in to peck his lips. "I don't want to be separated from you for that long. I will find ways to see you. And what about Daphne? I will find ways to give you both the time you deserve if she will have me," Harry promised. She pecked him again. They shot away from each other when the door to the kitchen burst open. Harry had his wand out and pointing towards a flustered Apolline before she was even 2 steps into the room. She pulled up short, staring at the wand that was lit with a golden glow at the tip. His thudding heart had gone from ecstasy to panic, especially at the look on the woman's face. "Mammon, what's wrong?" Tonks came in a few steps behind Apolline. "Harry, put that away. I'm sure Gabrielle likes looking at your wand, but now is not the time." "Hey, TONKS," Gabrielle screamed. "Oh, shove it. Fleur needs you. Bill is getting her upstairs, and Remus went to get the healer." Tonks told them, moving to the stove, then filling a pot with water. "What is wrong with Fleur?" Gabrielle worriedly exclaimed. "It's not the baby, is it?" Apolline shook her head. Harry lowered the knobby white wand. "It is nothing to panic about. The baby is coming." "Merde," Gabrielle exclaimed, moving to rush out of the room. "Grab the towels in the cupboard in the bathroom," Tonks yelled after her. "Harry, will you get Bill and Jean Paul out of our hair? Bill's already panicking." Sure," he told her, moving to follow the blonde hair already disappearing up the stairs. January 9, 1999, London, England. Gabrielle clung to his arm as they apparated to the point just outside the ministry. Bill, much like him, didn't trust the flu network after all the times it had been compromised in the last few decades. Harry would have to follow up on the petition to add an apparition point inside the ministry, or just outside its wards past this phone booth. She held onto his arm tightly. "I don't want to go," she told him. Harry leaned his head against hers. The last 9 days had been a flurry of activity, with her niece being born, the two of them starting a formal courtship, and the number of times he had been to see Rocknasher as the proposal deadline approached to get bills on the docket for the spring equinox. Why they had to be into committee by mid-January, he didn't understand, but that was the way it was for now. I know, but it's only until June. I'll be there to see you graduate and as often as I can, he promised. We have Easter off. I will come home, she told him. Just don't let up on your studies, he said back. We should get to the Portkey Authority, Jean-Paul said from before them. His only regret the last week and a half was that he hadn't heard from or seen Daphne. He was starting to resign himself to losing the black seat and inheritance. It would hurt, but Sirius had only wanted him to be happy, and with Lucius and Draco dead, it was only Narcissa and her daughter that would inherit it. He just feared that someone that opposed him would swoop in and marry the Malfoy girl to get the inheritance and the seat. That could set him back, but it wouldn't hobble him. Come on, love, he said to the silvery blonde on his arm. She had a huge smile. I adore it when you call me that. Love, he asked, knowing it was a general term of affection. Oui, she told him with a sappy grin. Harry grinned as they squeezed into the booth. The magic expanded the space to make it large enough to let the three of them descend into the atrium without stepping on each other, but it wasn't nearly enough room to make them comfortable. Gabrielle pressed tightly against him, pulling his arms around her waist. Harry figured it was probably a pureblood that designed it to make Muggle-born uncomfortable. Apolline was going to be staying a bit more to help Fleur and Bill, but Gabrielle needed to be back to Beauxbatons by tomorrow, and Jean-Paul had to be back to work Monday. With Harry escorting them, they were waved through the guard station, and all too soon he was giving her a lingering kiss before she was pulled away by her father. You will see Harry soon enough, Jean-Paul said to his daughter. I love you. 2 more minutes, Papa. It's at least 3 weeks before I will have a free Saturday, she whinged. Her father gently pulled her away, then put the portkey in her hand. She blew him a kiss, while her large puppy dog eyes begged to not let her go. He smiled, then she was gone. It was like something was squeezing his insides. 3 weeks was going to be an unbearable time. He was going to have to go through his father's old journal. He thought he remembered notes on the mirrors they had made, but until now, he never felt like he needed them. At least not since his was destroyed when he fell on it during a duel shortly after Sirius had been killed. With a wistful smile on his face, he started his trek back towards the surface. Why they had to have the magical transportation department on level 5 made no sense, but it was what it was. As he waited for a lift, he caught the sounds of an angry argument. Weasley, it is not a fellophone for the 10th time. It is a telephone. I think I am more an expert on this than you. I have been doing this for a long time, the even-keeled man said as though trying to explain something to one of his children. Harry's face grew stony as the lift came into view. Daphne was in the standard black robes of a ministry worker with a skirt, gray stockings, and a white shirt. You are not an expert, Mr. Weasley. Daphne sounded totally exasperated. You nearly called for emergency help by dialing 999 while playing with it. What would you have done if a squad of police and firemen showed? This could have been a simple toss-up of an electrical storm that wouldn't have even required the obliviators or magical reversal. But that has been our standard. I love muggles, but they really can't handle magic, Mr. Weasley said. Daphne threw up her arms as the lift came to a stop. You aren't listening to me or anyone else in the department. Mr. Weasley, I will have to report you again. The man sputtered. You can't. I'm already in trouble with Director Pringle. That isn't my fault. We are offering classes on proper muggle studies. You and most of your staff have refused to go or have refuted almost everything we put together. All your knowledge is decades out of date, and you have endangered the statute of secrecy more in the last month than any of these muggle baiting incidents. You treat them like they are some interesting zoo animals most of the time. Harry stepped in. Everything all right? He inquired. Daphne started. One hand went for her pocket while the other covered her chest in fright. Mr. Weasley took a step back, then another when he saw Harry's burning green eyes. Ah, Harry, good to see you, the man awkwardly said. He gave the man a cool look. You all right, Miss Greengrass? He was uncertain if they were still on first-name basis, and this seemed like a professional moment. I'll be fine. Mr. Weasley, go home. You are not on call this weekend, she told him. Covering for Perks, he replied. Then call me or Turgeon before you respond to another call, Daphne told him. Mr. Weasley looked to want to argue but held his tongue. The man was probably bristling, having been berated by a young woman not even a year out of Hogwarts. Harry was curious that she had such a commanding presence but liked it at the same time. The grate closed, finally seeming tired of waiting for Harry to punch a button for his choice. He stepped between Daphne and Mr. Weasley. Seeing the man brought almost as much hatred as for Dumbledore. Of all people, he had thought Mr. Weasley to be one of the most non-prejudiced people he had ever met, but that only applied to people that had magic. The way he, Mrs. Weasley, and most of his family had treated Fleur, and then tried to defend Percy after he had been found to be a Death Eater, had turned him off them forever. His years of sharing letters with Gabrielle had awakened him to the true bigotry that anyone like her faced. Besides just needing the help, it was a large reason why he had reached out to the goblins to help end the war. The man looked to want to say something. Harry stared him down. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth a time or two before shutting it. When the grate opened for level 6, he hurried out. Harry looked to the pretty blonde. She was still fuming at the man. "Do you have time for a cuppa?" he asked her. If she said no, then he figured what it was they had started was done. If she said yes, he hoped that meant he had a chance. She looked to him, her anger subsiding. After a moment, she sighed. The grate closed. When the lift started to move, she stumbled and he put a hand out to steady her. She gave him a grateful look. "I was supposed to be at King's Cross seeing Tori back to school." He frowned, pulling his arm up to look at the time. It was 1:15. "We could still make it if you want." She gave him a thankful smile. "Trasai has it." "I'll see her on the first Hogwarts weekend," she told him. Harry remembered that was usually towards the end of January. "Sure," he said. The lift pulled into level 8. 2 witches were waiting to get on. They shuffled towards the back, neither of them saying a word. When the lift got out at the atrium on level 3, she asked, "Is that offer for a cuppa still good?" He gave her a small smile. "Whenever you want." She moved towards the open grate. He followed. "A cuppa would be nice." "You want to come back to my place? I really don't have any good muggle clothes on me." He looked at her. "We could go to Diagon Alley," she cringed. "I really just want to be anywhere but here," she told him, her hand indicating the ministry. He understood she meant the magical world. "Sure, your place is fine." "The address is Green on the Thames," she told him. "Give me a moment to let you into the wards." Harry wasn't thrilled about using the flu but followed all the same. When he stepped out, he stumbled. No matter what he did, he never managed to just step out. Daphne chuckled. "I thought you graceful." She had shucked her robes off and had them on her arm. "When it comes to flu travel, I consider it an accomplishment to not land on my face," he told her. She shook her head. "I heard the rumors but never believed it to see how you fly or duel." "Flying is easy, walking isn't," he retorted. She looked amused. "Most believe differently. You can make yourself comfortable in the sitting room or the kitchen. I just want to get changed." "Sure," he said. He watched her walk off, enjoying the sway to her hips. He didn't know why, but as cute and turned on he got with Gabby, there was just something a little more mature about Daphne that called to him. Both women satisfied distinct parts of what he found attractive. After she turned down the hallway to her room, he turned to look around the large room. There were several sofas, a large wireless, bookcases filled with books, board games and knickknacks, and most interestingly was a phonograph with a few records that looked to be much more modern than most witches would have. Not wanting to just sit, he wandered off into her kitchen. After filling the kettle on the stove and getting the water going, he explored the cupboards for just a moment to find the teacups, dishes, and a few tins. He had just fished the milk from the ice box when she came back into the kitchen. An amused smile was on her face. She was in a pair of jeans, a purple shirt, and a long cardigan that she had wrapped around herself like she was cold. "Who knew you were so domestic?" he shrugged. "If you get to know me better, you might find out how well I cook." Her brow rose. "Is that an offer for a dinner date?" Looking into her amber eyes, he could still see she was uncertain. He was praying to any deity that was listening that she wasn't about to throw him out. "It can be. I'm not doing anything tonight." She sat in one of the high seats at the island on the other side from him. "I would like that, but not tonight. What about tomorrow?" "I'm supposed to be at Remus and Tonks." "I'd have a tradition for me to get with the Lupins, Delacours and Tonks every Sunday. We trade off houses. This week is with Remus and Tonks," he said. "That must be nice. You seem close to them," she commented. The kettle started to scream. He took it off and poured hot water into both their cups before placing the cast iron kettle on a heat pad. "We kind of made our own family during the war and they've stuck with me for some unknown reason." She gave him a sad smile. "They all love you." He made a face. "I know, it's just hard," he admitted. "What do you mean?" she inquired as she made her own tea. This was hard. The easy camaraderie he had been feeling with her before everything blew up New Year's Eve was still there. After how many had used him, he wasn't sure if she was trying to play him to just let him down, or if she really wanted to know. Against his instincts, he decided to open up, like Andy kept saying he needed to. He let out a long, suffering breath. I didn't grow up in the most loving environment. When I was thrust into the wizarding world, I knew nothing about who I was, who my parents were, who my family was, or anything about anything. It was hard. She frowned, holding the cup in her hands. We heard the rumors, but everyone thought you grew up being pampered, tutored by Dumbledore and taught in all the proper ways. He snorted. If pampered means beaten, sure. A worried look crossed her face. Harry, you weren't. He didn't want to answer that one. My cousin and his friends used to beat me at school and around the neighborhood. Anyone that thought I had it easy has been taken. It's all I will say about it. She looked like she wanted to ask more, but decided to respect him. Back to your family. When is your Sunday? He smiled, liking the sound of his family. Next weekend. She took a sip of her tea. Could I come? She asked. He looked searchingly at her. He knew he needed to be truthful. Daphne, I'm sorry about not telling you. I want you to come, but if you do, I'm looking for a relationship. One that will lead to marriage before the end of July. She took in a long breath, then let it out. Andromeda told me. I went to look at the Blacks and Potter's family charters. I need to marry as well, Harry. I can't claim my full inheritance until I do. Astoria and Tracy are vulnerable until I can. He understood. You have other family that could claim your inheritance, don't you? A great uncle in Sweden. He sent me a letter a few weeks ago, she told him. He gave her a concerned look. Is that why you finally made a move on me? She let out a huff. Fecking moronic men, I had been trying to get you to ask me out for months. I still don't understand why you didn't. Harry took on a wry grin. Well, I've been told I'm dense. That is an understatement, she deadpanned. Harry laughed at her ire. After a moment, she let a small smirk play on her face. He brought the conversation back to a serious note. You know I want to marry 2 women then, she nodded. I figured as much. And you are all right with that. She looked him straight into his eyes. You are after that Delacour girl too, aren't you? Gabrielle, she has agreed to this if it's you. Otherwise, I'll give up the Black inheritance to the Malfoys, he told her. She took in a sharp breath. You would just give it up just like that. You have months to find a bride. I'm not just looking for anyone to just fill the position, Daphne. I want someone I get along with. I want someone I'm attracted to. I want someone that will challenge me when I'm being a prat, he told her. She regarded him for a bit. You know, I considered many men. I know that many are chasing after me. All the time I was trying to flirt with you, you never once tried to make an inappropriate advance, suggestion, or even indicate you wanted anything from me. Do you know how many have done that? Given all the women and fathers chasing him, he could have an idea. I don't. You are the only one, she told him. I hope that's a good thing, he said to her. Merlin, Harry, you are a fecking saint. I was hoping you would ask to come in after that date. I've never wanted to jump anyone, and all I wanted to do that night was hope you might take me to bed, she told him. His brow rose. Dinner was that good. She threw a sugar cube at him. He laughed and tried to block it, getting it squarely in his chest. Burke, dinner was fine. You treated me like a proper woman, just like my mother said a good man should. You show more power, prowess, and subtlety than any Slytherin, and you were a Gryffindor. He shrugged. Those titles don't matter now that we are out of school. I know, but it's hard not to think that way. Everyone I grew up with talked about it. We lived it for 7 years. How do you just drop it? She queried. It just doesn't matter, he simply stated. Then why do it? She questioned. I have a goal. Andy and Fleur have been helping. The goblins have been great allies. It's what I need to do. I don't want to fight anymore. I believe everyone should be equal, but I won't back down, he resolutely said. She took on an intense look. Bloody hell, that is why I find you so hot. He looked at her amused. Because I have a goal. No. Because you have this immense power but are so humble you can't see how you are changing the world just by being there. Never mind what you are doing in the WolfgangNH, she told him. He grinned at the sultry look she was taking on, not realizing he was mirroring her. So, you like power. I like your power, she told him. He leaned over the counter. She did as well. I won't lie, I like you, Daphne. I like your drive. I like the way you just took charge of Mr. Weasley today. You have a natural power about you. She gave a coy smile that did funny things inside him. You like a woman that is dominant. I like a woman that is equal, he told her. Her brow rose as she leaned more over the island. Harry was only inches from her face now, leaning over almost as far as he could go. You really want an equal. I really do, he said in a soft voice. She leaned over to her full extent. Harry did as well. It was just enough for their lips to be brushing each other. Her lidded eyes had a lusty intensity that had him growing in his trousers. I want to be Warlock Black Greengrass, she told him. He grinned before brushing his lips against hers. Shouldn't I court you first? Just kiss me and we can figure it out later, she told him. His lips crashed into hers. When the door to her flat opened, they scrambled to find the clothes they had scattered around the sitting room. A red-faced Daphne greeted a wide-eyed Tracy with her cardigan held to her chest, while Harry just stood tall, feeling it useless to hide his bare chest when he realized his shirt was across the room. They hadn't gotten much further than just removing their shirts. Tracy blinked, dropped the bags in her hands, and just yelled, "What the bloody fuck?" January 12, 1999, London, England. "Good morning, Eric. How are the kids?" Harry asked as he walked through the lobby. It was relatively busy as it was just after the normal rush time for the workers to arrive. He had wanted to surprise Daphne, but she was insisting that they keep their relationship quiet until they announce their engagement. Harry wanted to see and talk with Gabrielle, Apolline, and Jean-Paul before they did, especially that they were considering finding a bonder sooner than later. The last 2 weeks had turned out to be a whirlwind for him. He had one girl that he had been slowly building feeling for years finally become his girlfriend, and another that he had been flirting with for months already wanting to marry him. They would be going to see their account managers in Greengrass next week to talk about their union and what it would mean. He couldn't keep a slightly goofy smile off his face to think of his 2 girls. Of course, the half-naked form of Daphne played prominently in his new fantasies, while the snogging with Gabrielle was just as bothersome, even if he had only brushed over what was below her clothes. They were both different and had unique needs, and he was pleased to go at whatever pace they wanted. His smile dimmed some to see Mr. Weasley. The man gave him a frown, then went to wait for a different lift. Harry's already bad feelings for him had grown. Victoire Apolline Delacour had been born on January 1st, the first magical child of the year. She had been announced in the Prophet. Harry had been there to hold her only a few hours after her little lungs had announced her arrival. That had been just before Bill and Fleur had asked him to be the godfather and Gabrielle to be godmother. Gabrielle had squealed excitedly before starting to jabber in rapid French. Like with Remus and Tonks, he just flapped his mouth like a fish until Apolline told him to say yes. He had. How could he not to see the little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes? It was as close to love at first sight as he would probably get close to. Of course, Teddy had been much the same, and he wondered what it might be like when it was his own children. Victoire was not 12 days old, and last he had talked with Bill Sunday night. No one in his family had said anything. Mr. Weasley gave him a look before averting his eyes. Harry tried to ignore the man as the lift arrived before him. Getting in, he could tell it would be nearly full, so he just moved further in to let the others have room. "Mr. Potter," someone called out, then rushed into the lift. Harry gave the man an unimpressed look. The man pushed through the other passengers to get to him. "You are a hard man to contact." "It is perfectly easy to contact my representative in the WolfgangNH offices or Gringotts, sir," he replied. The man waved him off. "How you got a goblin to be your secretary, I'll never understand." The man ignored Harry's narrowing eyes or the way his eyes flashed. As for around him, those who had been watching the exchange with curiosity took a step back. "Rocknasher is not my secretary, sir." The man frowned. "Well, the thing has rejected my petition to see you a dozen times now." Harry let out a long breath, concentrating on his control. It wouldn't do to burn the arse to a crisp. Too many witnesses and others might accidentally get hurt. I'm sure there was a good reason. Bah, the blighters are just difficult to deal with. This man was now on very thin ice. "I've been requesting a meeting to discuss the marriage proposal I sent you in October. It really is important we move on it quickly." "My Roberta has 2 other suitors already chasing her," the man said as though it was already a done thing. Harry's eyes narrowed even more. His magic leaked out a little. The man suddenly took a step back. Harry couldn't see the way his magic burned in his eyes. "I will not be moving on anything. I don't even know who you are or who Roberta is." The man licked his lips. "You've met her a few times at some of the balls, I thought. You danced with her at the fall cotillion." "I danced with a fair number of women that night. Most of them thrust on me by simpletons that thought the girl wearing a perfume form of a Mortentia would snag me." The man blanched. Harry had a feeling this man was that type. "You can go through my representative if you want, but Rocknasher might be more prone to gut you once he hears the insulting way you have talked about him and his clan. I know I want to." His anger had his magic push the man back. With surprised and frightened eyes, the man stumbled back into the wall. The bell on the lift dinged. He looked to see he was on the 4th floor. Not bothering to pay any more attention to the man, Harry turned to walk out. Those in the lift either scurried out before him or backed as far away as they could. His good mood was now foul. Standing in the center of the lobby, he closed his eyes, cursing out stupid wizards still thinking it was the Regency era and that he would just buy a bride for the hell of it. Taking in a few deep breaths, the magical aura that was scaring people subsided as he pulled it back into the control he had fought to obtain to keep the dark wanker out of his head. It was long lessons to achieve this control after how much Snape had fucked him up. When he had control over his emotions again, he opened his eyes. They were back to the cool emerald green of his mother. The unrestrained power of a few minutes ago was a horrifying memory for those that upset him. Looking around the lobby to orientate himself, he set off for the hallway housing the Creature and Beings Cooperation Department. He found that he came across one of 2 types of people here. Those that wanted to help raise creatures and beings up, and those that wanted to suppress them, preferably under the heel of their boots. Even though the Death Eaters were gone, there were still a fair number of witches and wizards that still shared their beliefs, or similar ones, that had been fostered for generations in the magical community. Walking into the main offices of the Magical Beings Department, he nodded to a few people that he had found shared his beliefs and had willingly been working with Rocknasher. Others he ignored, and they generally ignored him in turn. "Morning, Head Cresswell," he specifically said to the Goblin liaison head who was at a desk talking to a younger man. In the last year, his department had gone from just him to 20-some-odd workers. With the new treaty and other amendments before the WolfgangNH, the Goblin liaison office was becoming one of the most important in the ministry. The middle-aged man smiled at him. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Did you see the new proposal I dropped off with Rocknasher?" "Not yet." "I have an appointment with him later this morning," Harry replied. "Very good. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on it," Dirk Cresswell told him. "If I have anything important, I'll come by later, otherwise leave any notes with Rocknasher," he informed him. "Excellent," Cresswell commented. He turned back to the young man that was looking star-struck at Harry. He still hoped that would die away at some point. He stopped at a secretary's desk towards the back of the large space. Mrs. Everwand was an older woman that had a cordial disposition. Harry waited patiently as she finished filing a few parchments before looking up to him. She gave him a welcoming smile. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Head Welsford is just finishing a meeting with her staff. Can I get you anything while you wait?" He gave the woman a cordial smile back. "Not this morning, Mrs. Everwand. Did Head Welsford give any indication of what she wanted to meet me on?" "I was only told to be here by 9. "I'm sorry, I don't, but I know we are very busy with the new proposals for House Elf rights, magical foci for non-wizards, and the negotiations with the dwarves," she told him. "Thank you," Harry said. Rocknasher was the lead WolfgangNH member for the House Elf and magical foci bills. He had heard about the dwarves wanting to be recognized like the goblins, but hadn't been involved in any of that. He might have to see if Rocknasher could organize a meeting with their representatives. Not wanting to sit in the chairs on the side of the cubicle wall, he stepped to the side and stood there waiting for the meeting to be over. To be fair, he was 10 minutes early. He had just hoped to get this done with as soon as possible. When the office door finally opened, 4 people came out. 2 of them greeted him with enthusiasm, while another just glared at him and the last turned his eyes away. The Selwyns were one of the families on his blacklist. Even though they lost 3 members when the Dark Wanker died, there were still a half-dozen of them sprinkled around the country. Harry kept the calm mask he was trying to perfect for when he could take up the black seat as the woman gave him a disgusted look. Mrs. Everwand looked over to him. "Head Welsford will see you now." "Thank you," he said. Walking into the office, he missed a step as a gray-haired woman got up to greet him. 3 others were in the office. Welsford, he knew. They had been working with each other for over a year now, since shortly after he had beaten Voldemort. She was a proper English woman with a passion for seeing wizards treat other magical races the right way. Her gray eyes held a great intelligence, and she had proven to be very politically savvy, which was probably a must for her to maintain her position when her views had not been so readily received in the past. The man sitting before her desk was of middle years with a balding head. He had a stern expression. Harry knew him to not have much character, but he was an accomplished administrator and a crack at authoring bills. The one he wasn't keen on seeing was the young woman sitting in a corner. Over the years, her bushy hair had grown into rather nice curls, her buckteeth were gone, and her snooty attitude had been replaced with a resigned stoicism. A stack of folders was on her lap. Her brown eyes met his. Harry just looked away from her towards Head Welsford. "Mr. Potter, thank you for taking the time to see me this morning," Head Welsford said. "It's always a pleasure, Head Welsford, though usually I get an inkling of why you like to meet with me," he told her. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. "Oh dear, I thought you knew. I did inform Representative Rocknasher," she told him. Harry was going to get even with the little cretin. He was probably getting a laugh about this. The goblin would set him up if it wasn't anything too important. Not that Harry didn't just drop things on him either when he got ideas. "I'm sorry, but his letter didn't say anything." "Well, hopefully this won't be a large surprise then." "Before we get going, I assume you remember Mr. Benson Crichton." Harry held out a hand to him. The man took it and gave him a rather weak shake. "Mr. Potter, it is always a pleasure to see you." "The same, Mr. Crichton. And this is our newest junior member of the Bills Committee, Mrs. Hermione McLaggen." She introduced his ex to him. Harry had not heard about that. Last he remembered McLaggen, he was an arrogant sod that chased anything with a skirt. Maybe the man had changed since Harry had last seen him the end of 5th year. Hermione hesitantly extended her hand. Harry did the proper thing and kissed the back of her hand. "Mrs. McLaggen, a pleasure to see you again. I'm sorry I missed the announcement of your nuptials." Her eye twitched like she was trying not to wince. "It is a rather recent event," she told him. "Good, you know each other. This will make things easier." "If you want, I would just use our proper names since I think we will be working with each other a fair bit," Head Welsford suggested. Harry inclined his head in agreement, showing a calm exterior. Only his training by Andy had him keeping his calm center. Inside, he was unsure how he felt being so close to someone that had ripped his heart out. "Indeed, why would you say that?" Harry asked, taking a seat next to Crichton. "Well, the ministry records indicate you are the 3rd largest owner of house elves in the United Kingdoms," Crichton informed him. He could swear he felt Hermione's eye twitching. "I'm aware of how many house elves the houses of Potter and Black currently employ. I fail to see why that is important and why you couldn't just work with Representative Rocknasher," he said, unsure if he should be on the offensive or not. "Then you are also aware of the new legislation that has been proposed?" Crichton inquired. "I would think so. It was Rocknasher who submitted it," Harry cautiously said. "We would like to offer some amendments that would go very well with your backing," Crichton told him. "What amendments?" The man motioned towards Hermione. "Mrs. McLaggen has put together a few proposals that I feel would further your goals to see house elves free and other magical races fully recognized." He had to suppress the urge to strangle her for her fervor for spew. Turning to the 19-year-old woman, she squirmed under his gaze. "And what does Mrs. McLaggen propose?" She swallowed. "Well, the current bill only regulates the acceptable behavior of owners to house elves and loosening the magical oaths that bond house elves to more freely find a new family or refuse a command." "I am aware," he said a little coolly. She opened a folder. "We don't think that goes far enough. The Unspeakables have some research suggesting that the bonds could be broken, freeing the house elves. We also have a proposal that would give a minimum pay and holiday time to all house elves. It will bring their treatment within the legal framework of domestic workers." "No," he immediately said. She looked taken back for a second, then her stubborn Gryffindor side reared its ugly head. "What do you mean, no? The poor things are slaves, and the new bill will only make their lives marginally better. These proposals will bring them up to the same rights that any witch or wizard would have," she told him. Harry shared a look with Head Welsford. "Ingrid, was this your idea?" "I'm afraid not, Harry, but Benson and Mrs. McLaggen have been quite insistent that this is the proper thing to do based on research recently presented to me," she told him. "I see. And this research, how old is it?" "I am right here, you know," Hermione told him. She may have backed off him since the end of 5th year, but she was still Hermione. He looked to Benson. "How old is this research?" He indicated Hermione. "Mrs. McLaggen brought it to my attention a few months ago as she was sorting through old reports and paperwork that hadn't been filed properly." He turned to Hermione, who had a determination to her features he knew all too well. At one time, he had found that attractive and thought her strong. Her dogged belief she was always right had gotten them through a fair number of hard spots. He had even dated her for a few months 5th year. Of course, that had been before Sirius died, and everything went tits up. She had left him hanging when they left school, telling him she needed time to recover from her injury. 2 weeks into the summer, she had sent him a letter saying they needed to break up. The goodbye on the platform that year had been the last time he had willingly talked with her. "How old is this research?" he repeated. She held his gaze before admitting, "The paper from The Unspeakables is from 1897. "And what did the paper say?" "It said the Unspeakables have a way to break an elf's bond." He could tell she was being dodgy, just like she used to be to get Ron and him to go along with her when she thought she was right and everyone else was wrong. "Did the report say what happens to elves that have their bond broken?" Everyone was looking at her. "Well, there was an addendum from 1899, she admitted. "What was in the addendum?" Harry pressed, his impatience starting to show. Hermione swallowed. "It said that all subjects perished within 10 to 20 months. There was a lot of speculation as to why," she added quickly. "Mrs. McLagan, did the Unspeakables try to get the elves to bond with another magical or institution?" Welsford demanded. Hermione started to shuffle through her folders. "That test was to see what would happen, and the elves refused to bond. I think it was just their conditioning. There is some fascinating research by a few psychologists on slave mentality that has been worked into the proposal. I have the papers and references here." Welsford shared a look with Crichton. The man's face grew longer than normal. "Mrs. McLagan, I think you need to expand your research before we consider adding these amendments. Harry, I'm sorry for wasting your time today." Hermione's head shot up, looking panicked. "No, you can't. I've been working on this research for 4 years now. I've only been able to really get to the way the bond works since starting at the ministry. The house elves are slaves. We can't leave them like this. Harry, you said you would never own a slave, and now you own more than 50 of them." His face grew stony. "I currently have 53 adult house elves in my employ. They are happy with what they do and have all the freedoms that they want. I give them everything they ask for, and even things they would never. In turn, they get what they need to live and the work that keeps them happy and healthy. Do you know why those house elves perished and why they refused to bond after they were forcibly removed from their masters?" She sat back in her chair to see his anger. "But Harry, they are slaves, you of all people." "That is enough, Mrs. McLagan," he snapped. A sliver of his power leaked out. Hermione looked scared for a second or two. "At one time we may have been friends." They had been much more than friends to Harry. "You have lost the right to call me by my given name. House elves bind themselves to wizards. I suggest you find out why. That bond does not make them slaves, but many treat them that way. I would do more research, Mrs. McLagan. If you need reliable sources, contact Greengrass. The Unspeakables have done horrendous deeds if what you say is true, and I will be bringing this up to the WolfgangNH. Head Welsford, I am always available to talk about sensible legislation or amendments." "But Harry, that is Mr. Potter or Herr Potterblack, Mrs. McLagan." He turned to Ingrid to ignore Hermione. "If any move is made against me or my house elves, I will be filing complaints." Head Welsford did not look pleased. "Understood, Mr. Potter. Before you leave, I do have another bit of business to discuss with you." He closed his eyes. "I will stay." "Benson, if you don't mind." The man got up. Hermione was looking angrily at him. "Mrs. McLagan, please come with me to my office." She swallowed at the tone of her boss. It was a demand. Now looking worried, she got up, cast one more loathing look to him, then left the office. When the door closed, Ingrid closed her eyes. "I must apologize, Mr. Potter. What she came to us with was not that." Harry let out a breath. "It's all right, Ingrid. I knew Hermione. Our 4th year she started Spew." She opened her eyes, a slight crook to her mouth. "Spew." "The Society for the Protection of Elfish Welfare. We had recently seen a rather poorly treated house elf given clothes, not to mention knowing one that had been severely abused by his former master, and she wanted to free them all. As you can see, in all her research, she either never found that house elves slowly die of magical burnout if they are not bound to a family or institution linked to a ley line. I know it's a parasitic bond, but I think she just doesn't want to see it. I know she has a huge sense for civil justice and liberties," Harry explained. Ingrid pursed her lips. "You are saying that she is a muggle-born that refuses to learn or accept magic as it is?" Harry took on a hard look. "I am saying that she is someone that believes in her crusades and is very hard to sway once she gets something in her mind. I may not be her friend anymore, but if you find the right cause to point her at, she will exhaust herself to accomplish that goal, plowing through any obstacle. She has been put into a position that feeds her drive to see the enslavement of the house elves end, regardless of the outcome." The woman sat in heavy contemplation for a long few minutes. "Perhaps she should be moved to a different project. Either way, she needs to do all the research when dealing with a major law like this. I'll be having a talk with Benson later. Harry sighed. As much as the pain of being around her was still there, he still had a small part that cared for her. They had all been scared and so much younger than they were now. 2 years at war and a year out of it could see anyone grow up. I doubt that will work. She has already taken this on. She won't rest until it is done. If you want, I can talk with Rocknasher and my account managers. Perhaps she can do a stint with Gringotts or even at one of my farms and maybe listen to the house elves on what they need. Perhaps. I will have to think on it, she said. Is that all you wanted to talk about? She shook her head. No, I have 3 more house elves that were released this last week. The economic downturn that many of the houses that followed the blood purists is worsening. He nodded his head. Do you want me to offer them a place or find new ones? Whatever you think is best. One is an elderly pair while the third is only just old enough to bond, she told him. I'll talk with Dobby and see if we have enough work for them on the farms in Wales, he told her. Thank you. They are in a safe house for now, but I think the older 2 will need to bond soon and are near the end of their lives already, she told him. I can bond them now, he offered. He wouldn't let anyone suffer unnecessarily. She gave him a thankful smile. Thank you. You are the best advocate for creature rights I have ever met. He shared her smile, though still a little upset with her muggle-born comment. I know what it is to be a slave. I swear no creature or race will be so again when I get done. She gave him a curious look before calling the elves to them. January 17, 1999, Nottingham, England. Harry was bustling around the kitchen. With Bill and Fleur still getting used to a new baby and the Lupins hosting last weekend, Harry had offered to do the Sunday dinners for the next few weeks. He was making enough to feed 8, unsure exactly who would show up. Dobby was wringing his hands off to the side. Is the great Harry sure Dobby can't help? Harry gave the little man a smile as he put more of the dough through the slicers. The fragrant smells of the Asian noodle dish were filling the large flat. Andy had learned to cook foreign foods, and Harry was happy to learn from her over the last few years. It was one of the good memories he had after Sirius died his 5th year, and as the war heated up. No matter how bad it got, his family had tried to get together once a week. When he felt his wards alert him to 2 people approaching the building, he said, I think our first visitors are coming. You can show them in and get them drinks or what they want, Harry offered to Dobby. The house elf jumped off his stool, pleased to be doing something. Yes, the great Harry. He shook his head. He loved Dobby, but he couldn't disagree with Hermione. At times he wished they weren't so servile, but it was as much their magic as their culture. Opening the pot, he smelled it, then tasted it. He was making a seafood broth. Andy had told him this was a traditional fare in Japan. He wanted to go and see the place soon, but that could wait. Making sure his affairs here and his plans were in order were more important for the near future. He knew that Gabrielle wanted to explore, and he could wait for her. He would have to ask if Daphne wanted to as well. So far she hadn't really said, but then again, they barely knew each other. These Sunday dinners would really let him know if she fit into his life and family. Hearing Dobby greeting someone, he paid more attention to what he was doing since he really couldn't hear them. A moment later, he looked up when someone said, I thought you were just trying to make yourself look better by telling me you know how to cook. He grinned at Daphne. Taking one more taste, he closed the lid. Nope, I really know how. Damn, Daffy, if you don't keep him, I will, Tracy said, following her cousin into the kitchen. Dobby hurried behind them. Evening, Harry. Evening, Tracy. You look good, Daphne, he said. She did in her tight jeans and blouse. Tracy was dressed much the same, and if he didn't like Daphne already, then Tracy would have been equally nice to court. Can Dobby's be getting you anything? Daphne gave the excitable little guy a nod. Do you have a wine that would go with this? Dobby nodded his head. I'll have something fruity, Tracy added. Thanks for coming, Harry told them before getting a wok on the stove. Thanks for having us. What is this? Daphne asked. Something Andy taught me to make from when her and Ted spent a few months in Japan when she was finishing her healing mastery. I hope you like shellfish, Harry told her. He got the stove going and added some oil to the pan. He liked Asian vegetables and was going to make enough for everyone to go with the fish stock noodles. If you don't, I'll be making some judon too. The rice is almost done. It smells divine, Tracy said. Are we the only ones tonight? Daphne questioned. Andy and Ted usually get here about 18:30, and you can never tell with Tonks and Remus. Usually Teddy holds them up. If Fleur and Bill show, they'll be here any time, but I know they are busy with Victoire. They all know I serve about 7, and these stay well under heating and preserving charms, he told them. Looking at everything, Daphne asked. You aren't doing this just to impress me, are you? If he is, you better keep him, Tracy told her before giving a start when a blender suddenly went off. What are you doing? As the nice miss asked, something fruity, Dobby said, looking a little uncertain. Daphne laughed. I think she meant a fruity wine, but that will do better. May I have one too? Dobby smiled. Yes, Missy Daphne. He missed the look between the two cousins. Daphne was looking impressed while Tracy was telling her she would be an idiot to throw this away. Can we help with anything? Daphne asked. I have it. Besides, Dobby would have my head if I took any work from him, Harry said. Dobby would never hurt the great Harry. Put itching powder in your socks, Dobby said with a shrug. Wide eyes of both the girls were hilarious. He only did that once and I admit I deserved it. Dobby poured the drinks into 2 glasses. Dobby shouldn't have done, but Master ordered Dobby to do so if he got out of line. Tracy giggled. What did you do, and why would you order your elf to do something like that to you? He waved the spoon he was using in the wok at her. I never ordered Dobby to do anything. It was an agreement, and I was being a real bellend to Fleur and Bill at the time. The great Harry was upset at everyone, and his family was only trying to help him. Dobby spoke up, putting the pink drinks before the 2 girls. Dobby's head looked towards the door. Harry had felt it too. The Lupins were here early tonight. Excuse Dobby. When he shuffled out of the room, Tracy laughed again. What was that? Daphne was giving him a curious look too. Harry shrugged. Dobby is my friend. He's rather mischievous and devious, so be careful. Daphne sipped the drink. Her eyes widened. Merlin, what's in this? Tracy looked curious now and took her own sip. If I know him, half the liquor cabinet, but it probably doesn't taste like it. If you need me to apparate you back later, let me know, Harry told them. Where's my favorite little brother? Tonks called out. In the kitchen, you old hag, Harry called back. Old hag, Harry laughed. Tracy gave him a look. Were you always like this? Not even close, Tonks said, walking into the kitchen. He used to be rather moody and serious. Used to be, Daphne questioned. Tonks laughed at her as she came over to give Harry a hug. Is that the seafood ramen? Yep, where's your better half and my godson? Remus is changing him. The little guy decided he couldn't wait, she said. Looking at the girls, she said, Hello, you I know, you I don't. Tracy smiled at her, holding her hand out. Tracy Davis. Tonks Lupin. You know, if I knew this was going to be a threesome, I would have left Remus at home and made this a foursome, Tonks said with a wink. Daphne flamed red. Tracy giggled and Harry rolled his eyes. Only in your dreams, Harry told her, able to handle her teasing over Tracy's. I'm not really into girls, but at least these 2 have shirts on this time, Tracy said back. Tracy, Daphne hissed. Tonks rose her brow. Do tell. Well, I walked into them ripping each other's clothes of last week, Tracy said. Tracy, Daphne warningly shot at her cousin. Harry knew his face was warm. Tonks laughed. I like her. Remus walked in with their 9-month-old son who squealed with delight to see Harry. Harry gave the little boy a huge smile. I'm glad to see you too. Oh, think that was about you? Tonks coyly asked as she moved to Teddy and Remus. I am his favorite uncle, Harry said rather cheekily. He's just happy to see me because it's dinner time. I swear I'm going to burst soon, Tonks said, indicating her heavy chest. I really don't need to know that, Harry said. If you ask nicely, I'll give you some milk too, Tonks said with a devious grin. You're all sorts of wrong, you know that? Harry asked her as he moved the vegetables into a bowl. Dobby quickly moved to take it and put it into the stasis cupboard. Harry moved to the sink to wash out the wok and get ready to make the beef for the judon. Evening, Remus. I like her well enough, Remus said. Tonks sent her husband a glare. Good evening, Harry. Daphne, Miss Davis, it's good to see you again, Remus said. It's good to see you too, Professor Lupin, Tracy said back. The man gave a small smile. I'm not your professor anymore. If you excuse me, I just need to use the loo. Who don't you know? Tracy asked. The gardener and the plumber, Harry cheekily replied. Daphne gave a small laugh. Tracy leaned in. What did you get me into? Daphne leaned in close to Tracy as Tonks teased Harry more while getting her son. I have no clue, but it's entertaining. The look Tracy gave her said she agreed. When Andy and Ted arrived, they joined everyone in the kitchen. Andy gave him a quick hug as he was getting the last of everything ready. If you want to take them into the dining room, this will be done in about 10 minutes, Harry told her. I can do that. Dobby, can you make me one of whatever is in that glass? Andy asked. Yes, Mistress Andy, Dobby said. Andy shook her head. I am not his mistress. You are the oldest one here, he shot back. To distract her from giving him a tongue lashing, he told Dobby, Can you just make a bunch of that, please? I'll have one too when I sit. Yes, the great Harry. He was focused on getting the rice into small bowls, so he didn't realize that Daphne stayed behind until she moved to the counter to lean against it. Can I help? He shook his head. This is a night for everyone to relax. I have all this. She watched as he deftly moved about his large kitchen. This isn't all because you are trying to impress me, is it? You look to be making enough to feed 20. Harry laughed. Welcome to Sunday dinners. And she gave him a look, he replied. I like the vegetables, and the ramen recipe is one of Andy's, Ted's, Tonk's, and my favorite. Remus, Fleur, and Bill prefers rice and some type of meat that is cooked on the raw side. What we have left over will go home with everyone. Once I know what you like, I can add more to the menu. So this isn't just to impress me. He stopped for a moment to look into her eyes. He liked her amber eyes. Daphne, you asked to come to Sunday dinner. This is my family. I want to see if you like it. I want to court you, but if you don't like them or they don't like you, I just can't live where part of my life is separate from the other. I did that too much growing up. Her eyes stayed locked on his as though looking for some type of deception. After a moment, she gave a curt nod. That is why I brought Tracy too. I wish Astoria could be here, but she won't be able to come back until Easter. If you want, I'm going to France later this month to talk with the Delacours about Gabrielle. I would like you to come since you will be part of all this. Tracy and Astoria should come for the weekend too, he told her. And take Astoria out of Hogwarts, she asked. You know that it's not against the rules for her guardian to take her for a weekend, and I think it would be nice for your family to meet Gabrielle's. They are as important to me as the others in the dining room, he told her. After a moment, Daphne gave a small smile. I think they would like the trip. I'll send a note to Professor Slughorn to just make sure. Harry grinned, especially when Daphne gave him a soft kiss. Are you sure I can't help you? I have it. Go join the others. I'll be in just a few, he told her. When she walked out, Harry gave a silent prayer to anyone that would listen that this would all work out. January 30, 1999 Epinal, France. They came out of the portkey at a brisk walk. He wished he had known this trick years ago to prevent himself from hitting the ground and falling into a heap every time he used one. Tonks had laughed at him a half-dozen times before she told him how to do this when they had been hunting Death Eaters and Horcruxes. The four of them landed with a little jolt and stopped 2 or 3 steps from where they landed. Harry! An excited squeal rang out in the receiving area. He turned to see a blur of blonde hair and Beauxbatons blue jumping at him. He managed to get his hands down as Gabrielle wrapped her legs around his midsection, her arms around his neck, and managed to crash her mouth onto his as his hand managed to grab her bottom. He took a few stumbling steps back. His kiss back was just as needy and hormone-driven as hers. She only pulled back when someone snickered behind him. I seem to be finding you in that position a lot, Harry. Gabrielle pulled back, a nice blush on her face. I missed you so much. I missed you too, he said. He really had. Daphne had fulfilled part of him, but now that one blonde was them giving an amused eye and the other had her arse in his hands, he felt whole again. Are you going to shag her here or wait until you find a bed? Tori, Daphne scolded her sister. Tracy started to laugh as Gabrielle grew even brighter. She moved to disentangle herself from him. He let her down, taking her hand as she stayed with her chest pressed against his. It is nice to see you again, Harry, Jean-Paul said, giving him an eye that had him a little nervous. It's great to see you, Jean-Paul. Gabrielle, Jean-Paul, I think you already know Daphne. This is her sister, Astoria, and their cousin, Tracy Davis, Harry introduced them. Ladies, Jean-Paul Delacour and his daughter, Gabrielle. Gabrielle gave them all a huge smile. She moved to greet Daphne first while not letting go of his hand. I am happy to see you again. I know we have much to talk about and Papa is here so we can. She took Daphne's hand like they were suddenly old friends. And you are just as beautiful as your sister. Do you prefer Tori or Astoria? And you, Tracy, I love that jacket. Where did you get it? Gabrielle said in a rapid, heavily accented English that was hard to follow. Daphne looked down at the hand holding hers. I prefer to call them both Pratts, but I guess they have real names as well. Hey, I am not a Pratt, Astoria whinged. Bint, Daphne suggested. Oi, Tracy moved in. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Delacour. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. Jean-Paul, please, a pleasure. Will they be at this for long? Tracy gave a sidelong look. They've been like this all day, so probably. Harry spoke up. Daph, we only have a few hours. Tori, why don't you go with Tracy to explore the town? But I want to meet the woman marrying Daffy, Astoria told him, a cheeky grin on her face. I'm not marrying your sister, Gabrielle said a little indignantly, though she hadn't let go of either of their hands. Daphne glared at Astoria. We will meet for lunch. You can get to know Gabrielle then. But, Harry handed Tracy a small pouch. There's 100 galleons in there. Don't spend it all in one place. Tracy's eyes grew wide. Are you bloody serious? Astoria stopped her complaining. You didn't mention shopping. Most of the premier shops in France are in the village. Only the Champ de Magique in Paris is more prestigious. There's a particularly nice dress shop on the Avenue de Mars over that way that my wife prefers, Jean-Paul told them. Both girls turned to look. You said lunch, Tracy asked. At the inn, they're across the plaza, Jean-Paul pointed out. Come on, Squirt, we only have 2 hours, Tracy ordered. I am not a squirt, Astoria huffed. When they left, Harry chuckled. Daphne gave him a nasty look. Don't look at me, you wanted to bring them along. I thought they could act older than 6, Daphne told him. I see that it's not only my daughters, Jean-Paul dryly commented. Do I get to go to the dress shop later? Gabrielle asked. Daphne rolled her eyes. If we have time, Harry told her. Gabrielle smiled. If you would, we have a private room in the inn, Jean-Paul told them. Gabrielle let go of Daphne's hand, but not his. Harry cast a furtive look to Daphne, but felt all right that she wasn't giving Gabrielle any jealous or nasty looks. Inside the private room, Apolline was waiting for them. Unlike her daughter, she gave the much more sedate greeting of kissing him on either cheek, then doing the same to Daphne, who seemed surprised. It is good to see you both, she happily said. Thank you, Mrs. Delacour, Daphne said. The woman gave her a wink. I know what we are here for. Soon you will be family, non. I insist you call us Apolline and Jean-Paul or Mammon and Papa. Is it true that you are rushing to marry? I thought you had months. Where would you get married? It can't be a large ceremony, can it? When are you looking to get married? Harry now knew where Gabrielle got her bubblier personality from. Fleur wasn't half this hyper. My beautiful bird, let them sit and have some refreshments. I'm sure we have time to discuss this, Jean-Paul told her. Just tell me that you are not doing this because Daphne is with child, Apolline pressed. They both flushed some. Not that I know of, Harry said, not wanting to talk about where their love life may or may not have gone. Daphne was a little more mature. We are waiting for the wedding night, Daphne told her. Gabrielle's hold on his hand tightened. Bon, Apolline said. If you want, there is tea, cafe, wine, or something harder, Jean-Paul offered as he moved to a table full of treats and drinks. Tea will be fine, please, Daphne said. Can I have wine, Papa? A glass, we have important business, he said. I would say so. When are you getting married? Apolline pressed. That will affect these talks. Jean-Paul chuckled as he prepared them drinks. Daphne took his other hand, so he found both full. Daphne raised her left hand to show off the simple goblin-wrought silver band with the crest of the Blacks on it. We have already signed the betrothal. The earliest we can marry is in 15 days. Neither of us have much for family, so we were thinking on the 20th of next month. Can I ask why you are rushing to this? I hope it is not because you are saving yourselves for your wedding night, Jean-Paul queried, giving Harry a look. Harry silently admitted to himself that it was hard not to go too far with Daphne, especially since she liked his hands on her as much as he liked her hands on him. Papa, that is rather personal, Gabrielle stood up for them. Not at all, Jean-Paul. Neither of us can claim parts of our inheritance until we are married. There are some important votes that will occur during the spring equinox meet of the Wisengamot. We would like to sit our seats, Daphne explained. And can't you just sit in for your representative? Jean-Paul directed the question to him. Harry shook his head. That seat belongs to the goblins. I will still own it until such time we can change the laws to allow the goblins to own it. But you give up your family heritage, Jean-Paul questioned. If Harry thinks it's best, then it is, Gabrielle said. He had written a few letters to her to explain what they were doing. You would say that. You are to marry him, Apolline said to her daughter in a way of a woman thinking her daughter was taken. I say that because I know what Harry wants to do, Gabrielle defiantly retorted. Harry went to speak up, but Daphne squeezed his hand. Jean-Paul, Harry and I have talked about this. I know he told Gabrielle his plans before she went back to Beauxbatons and has answered her questions since then. We understand what he will be giving up, but once Harry is head of the Blacks, he can claim that seat, and once I give him an heir, the Potters can claim the Black seat. I don't understand, Apolline said. Jean-Paul held his eyes. Harry spoke up. Once I am married and can produce an heir with Daphne, I will be recognized as the head of the Blacks. I can then change the family charter and combine the 2 houses. I have already changed the charter for the Potters. Can you just do that? Apolline queried. The British way of inheritance was rather archaic, and only a few places still practice the old ways like this. He can. Our children will be Black Greengrass. I will pass the seat of my house to them. The head of a house can change the charter any way they wish. He can pass his seat to any heir. Gabrielle's children will inherit the black seat and the Potter wealth, Daphne said. We will split the black wealth. Jean-Paul leaned back in his seat. Apolline looked at them. Why? "'Tis bought me an alliance with the goblins. Once Daphne and I can vote, I will be able to make more substantive changes," Harry said. "And what is your end goal? You are not using my daughter or my family, are you?" Jean-Paul questioned. He squeezed the two hands in his. He needed to handle this. "Jean-Paul, I love Gabrielle. I would never use her. I would hope we can be family and work together. You have 3 women you love that are often put down and discriminated against because of their heritage. I have already told you I want to end that. Once I have changed Britain, I plan to do the same with the ICW." The man sat silently. Apolline's eyes widened. "And you wish us to back you?" Jean-Paul eventually questioned. "I want you to do what you want, but would like it if you sided with me," Harry told him truthfully. Apolline reached for her husband. They said a few things in French before he focused back on Harry. Gabrielle's leg was starting to bounce. He thought she was nervous. After a moment, he nodded his head. "My family owes you a great debt." "I would never." Harry stopped when Jean-Paul held up his hand. "We owe you a great debt. Saving Gabrielle from the lake was but the first. I know you saved Fleur and William a few times when you were doing whatever you were. You have never asked to collect on it. I wish to honor it by giving you any support I can and to agree to my daughter's hand to yours." Gabrielle squealed. "Papa," she yelled, before jumping up to hug him. She was chattering away in French. Daphne gave him a look as though to ask if this was what he really wanted. She may be more subdued, but Harry knew he liked them both. Gabrielle jumped back to him, pulling his face to hers and giving him a deep kiss. Apolline gave a tinkling laugh. Whatever she whispered to her husband had him look rather pleased with himself. Daphne got up. "If you excuse me, I would like to use the powder room." "Of course, it is just down the hall," Apolline said. "I can show you if you want." Gabrielle stood up. "I can show her, Mammon." Gabrielle was excited but nervous. She was about to be engaged to the man she had loved since the day he had pulled her out of the lake. More frightening was the young woman walking next to her. She had a feeling this was a time to be serious. "You did not need to go to the bathroom, did you?" Gabrielle inquired. The public restrooms were down the stairs, and they were heading away from them. Daphne looked around, then checked an open door. It was another meeting room. Nodding her head to go inside, Gabrielle followed her, growing a little nervous when the door closed. If anything would derail what was happening, she knew this girl could do it. "I need to know. Are you going to share Harry, or will there be friction between us?" Daphne demanded. Gabrielle blinked. "Pardon-moi. Please, don't be coy. Harry and I have agreed to be forthright with each other, and we need to be the same. We will have to live together, raise our children together, and be with the same man." "Will you be able to share him? I will not live in a house where my husband ignores me or grows to favor one of us over the other," Daphne told her. She felt slightly taken back. She thought she had made her feelings clear to Harry. Had he not shared them with Daphne? "I would never. Harry will love both of us. I love him and will grow to love you if you wish." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "I am not sure I am into women like that." Gabrielle laughed. "I am open to whatever we might want to try." "I am Vila. I can tell when anyone is attracted to me." Daphne shifted a little. "My Mammon and Fleur have said they have had times they are attracted to other women. I know Fleur never gave into it, but Mammon said she has before meeting Papa. My allure will find anyone that could be a possible interest to me. If you are not, then I would never push and keep Harry from doing so. I only ask that we not be separated at night." Daphne frowned. "I had wondered how we would manage that. I am unsure if I am comfortable with that." "Daphne, I would never do anything that you do not want, but I feel the need to be close to Harry. To know he was in the next room and I was not able to sleep with him, it would not make me happy, and I do not think it would make Harry happy. He cares for you. I can see it," Gabrielle said. Daphne blinked as though slightly surprised. "I know why Harry and I need to marry. I accept the reality that he needs 2 wives so that my sister and cousin can be protected. Why are you so accepting of this? And how do you know Harry is like that?" Gabrielle smiled. "I am Vila." She said it like that was all the explanation in the world. Daphne looked a little confused. "I don't understand. I know Harry has this knowledge of other races that I do not. It is simple. I know I have an allure. I know that it is my magic. It is the bane and blessing of my people. It is designed to attract mates, for our magic only remains stable through sex magic. As we mature, it is something we need. Some of us become more like succubus, taking any partner that is willing. I do not want to be like that. Some only take one lover when they find the right person. For my people, when a life debt is involved, my magic will always call for that person. It will not matter if they are male or female. I am accepting that Harry needs both of us. I will not say that I am not attracted to you because I find you incredibly attractive. It only hurt at New Year's to think he would not want me as my magic has been calling for him for years, she told Daphne. Daphne studied her for a few. Would your magic make Harry want you? She heard the unasked. Over me. Gabrielle gave a radiant smile. It should, but Harry is not affected. Unlike most, he loves me for me, not my body and what I can offer, she said, indicating her curves. Daphne snorted. If you think he doesn't want you for your body, then you are delusional. Gabrielle gave her a tinkling laugh. I know he desires me. He desires you as well. You are a beautiful woman, Daphne, but his desire is for me, not just to rut me for the ecstasy my allure can give people as I writhe under him. The other blonde cocked her brow. Gabrielle gave a devious grin, looking forward to when Harry would take her like that. You said you use sex magic. You don't hurt him. You don't drain people like a succubus would, do you? Daphne sounded concerned. No, I will need the magic of his release, and yours if you ever want, but I would never drain his magic or life. Like some of the other races that are blessed by magic, Vila need another's magic to ground them. Otherwise, the magic will eventually burn through me. The magic my core needs to sustain itself is just the natural release of magic during such heightened activities as sex. Unlike a succubus, I do not require another's magic to help me survive until I am fully mature. That happened last summer. I should mate before my next birthday, but I can wait probably another year or so from now before I start to feel the strain. Once I have mated for the first time, I can go years without another's magic to help my own. A succubus is different. They require magic like a vampire requires blood. They can go maybe a week, and they will try to drain all magic and life from someone if not sated, she told Daphne. You haven't mated yet, Daphne inquired. I have only ever wanted to give myself to Harry, she told Daphne. Are all Vila like this? She asked. Those of us that breed true. There are many times that a Vila has children that have our blood, but not all our abilities. Beauty and a lesser allure are the common traits they will possess, but within 2 or 3 generations, they would be just a normal witch, she explained. And if you breed true, Daphne queried. I am Vila. My mammon and sister are Vila. My allure is going to approach its peak over the next few years. I am unsure how Harry will take it because many will react around me. Even when I try to control it, I know it will be strong. I can control fire, she said, turning her palm up for it to catch in a purple flame. The legends of us being able to turn into harpies is just that. If I wanted to become an animagus, then I could become something like a harpy eagle or whatever form chooses me, but most Vila will be some type of raptor. It is in our nature. I need the magic of sex to survive. As I said, being Vila is a curse and boon. Are there other abilities? Vila can sense others' emotions, even through occlumency. Like I can tell that you are nervous about this but find me attractive. I can tell that you and Harry find each other attractive. Harry is scared this will not work between us, but I am willing to do what is needed. She could sense the change in Daphne, becoming scared for a moment before the young blonde across from her looked pensive. Can you influence others' emotions? Only their desires through my allure. It will naturally lower someone's inhibitions, which often makes them more reckless and forward. It also increases the urge to impress us and pulls on their libido. It is why so many get the way they do around a Vila. I do not like it, but it is part of me. It's why I like Harry and Papa and Fleur's husband so much. They are not caught in this magic, she confessed. Harry knows all this, Daphne questioned. Mammon, Fleur and I have never hidden any of this from him. Papa knows. It is why he is not protesting this union. He can be a little bit of a traditionalist when it comes to marriage, but he understands Harry's position and my feelings for him. Gabrielle looked to see how Daphne would take all this. After a long moment, she nodded her head. She could feel Daphne's acceptance. If you stay on your side of the bed and don't start anything while I am in it, we can make this work. Gabrielle's smile was full of gratitude. Thank you. I only envy you one thing. Daphne's brow rose. You envy me. You are gorgeous, Gabrielle. I should be jealous of you, but for some reason I'm not. I don't know if Harry will ever love me, but this match is far better than anything I ever expected. Harry will love you. It is in his nature. I envy you that you will be the first. I know Papa will insist we wait until married, and Harry is too noble to go against a promise, she said. It was the only thing she didn't like about this situation, but she also knew she could wait another year or more before her magic started to call for another's magic to sustain her. Daphne bowed her head. Thank you. I will keep him well until you can join us in this union. That is all I can wish." They stood for a few minutes, neither seeming to know what to say next. Daphne nodded towards the door. "I do need to use the loo." Harry had expected negotiations when the girls had left. Instead, Jean-Paul simply said, "We do not believe in betrothals. If you wish to marry Gabrielle, then propose to her. We will work out the details of a wedding with you. I only ask 2 things." Harry blinked. "What is that?" "You wait to get married until she is out of school, preferably a month or more, and you wait until you are married to mate with my daughter," he told him. Harry knew he flushed a tiny bit. He didn't see it as mating, and hoped the man just had the wrong verb since English wasn't his primary language. "I will agree to the first, but shouldn't that be Gabrielle's decision on when she decides to, mate?" Apolline gave a tinkling laugh. "If you feel that way, I will rent a room for you now." "Apolline," Jean-Paul said exasperatedly. "Gabrielle is old enough to decide what to do with her body. We have talked about this. She has only been saving herself because of Harry," the woman told her husband. Harry wanted to be anywhere else but here. If she was or was not, that should be between them. "I would prefer her to wait until they are married. Should a child be conceived out of wedlock, their heritage could be protested," Jean-Paul said. Harry hadn't thought about that. After a moment, he nodded his head. "I can see your point. I will wait as long as Gabrielle wants to. She will be marrying into the Potter line. The changes I have made to the charter will recognize any children, in the order they are born." Apolline gave him a big grin as Jean-Paul looked surprised. "But what about your laws? I have researched them since we talked a few weeks ago. Family law would supersede any inheritance law. Ministry laws on inheritance only apply to families that do not have a charter," Harry told him. "Then why do not more families do as such? It's viewed as an old, pureblood custom. It is a blood binding to the family magic. So many don't like doing that. If the charter is contested and rejected, you must wait a year and a day before you can try again. If the family already has one, the old one stays active. For most, it's not worth the effort," Harry told him. Apolline snorted. "Then they are fools." Harry couldn't disagree. It had only been the previous charter of his family that had kept anyone but him and his magical guardian, who had been Sirius, then Andy, from accessing his account, heirlooms, properties, and Wisengamot's seat. Only the items at Godric's Hollow had been ransacked by the ministry and others when the wards had all fallen. He thought the protections too important not to have a family charter, but many wizards were inherently lazy, and the sentiment of Britain was turning away from the old traditions. Not something Harry disagreed with either, but there were some traditions that still had merit. When the girls came back, Daphne moved over to him and gave him a small peck on his lips. "You should take Gabrielle out for a date." "I thought we were going to spend time with Tracy and Astoria. You know they want to know Gabrielle," he questioned. Daphne gave him a soft smile, then pecked his lips again. "Don't ever change. Go take Gabrielle out. We will try to scare her away with my sister next time." Her amber eyes were telling him to do this. "All right, love," he said. "Should we invite you to join us for lunch, or would you like to take Gabrielle somewhere?" Jean-Paul asked. Daphne pulled back, indicating the excited-looking blonde by the door. "Go, have some fun. I'll see you tonight or tomorrow." "I think Gabrielle and I will go find somewhere else to eat," he said. Gabrielle hopped from foot to foot excitedly. "Just remember the last carriage to Beauxbatons leaves at 8, Jean-Paul told them. "Harry will see me there on time, Papa," she said. She gave him a kiss on his cheek when he took her hand. He felt slightly guilty for leaving Daphne, but knew she would be safe, and Tracy and Astoria would keep her company. Once in the street, he looks up and down. The town of Epinal was in a valley of the Pyrenees. Beauxbatons was far off in the distance, tucked into a fold of the valley. It was by far the largest wizarding settlement he had ever been in. Unlike Britain, he had already seen dwarves, gnomes, goblins, and even a vampire walking around. Nowhere was as open as he wanted for his girl, but it was far better than most other places in Europe. "Where should we go?" he asked her, for once not really having a plan. He felt a little off-footed by this, having been working towards goals the last few years. From the Ars headmaster, he had had to learn to layer plans within plans. Having the negotiations for Gabrielle being non-existent and Daphne telling him to just go off, he found he didn't have any plans for the day. "I would like to go to the patisserie, the chocolatier, and I think you mentioned a dress. I will need one for when you and Daphne are married," she said, her eyes pouty and wide. "You know I probably won't deny you anything," she beamed at him. "I know, but I shouldn't take advantage of that," she said, pulling him along up the street. "And you are," he pointed out. "I will make it worth it," she promised. He had to suddenly think of other things, as the making it worth it part was things he didn't think she would be ready for yet. The heated look she gave him didn't help. "Do I get to see you try on the dress?" he suggested. She bites her lip, sending a jolt of desire through him. "I was rather hoping you would tell me if they are good or not." Bloody hell, he yelled in his head. Between Daphne and her, he was either in for a wild ride of a life or things were going to go disastrously wrong. Walking up the street, he focused on Gabrielle but didn't miss how some turned towards her or even approached. A stern look from him kept them away. He let her set the pace since she was going quickly. "Do we have to go so fast? We must be back to the carriages by 8. We do not have much time." He caught sight of a clock tower. They had nearly 9 hours, but he wasn't going to point that out. Now that he was with her, that wasn't going to be long enough. Even as they approached, Harry could smell the sweets and pastries. Inside the store, there were other Beauxbaton students. He notices a group of boys who were probably about 15 get glassed over eyes. "That smells très magnifique," she happily stated, taking in a large whiff of the air. "Get what you want, love," he told her. She was already leaning over the glass counter. "They have the bestest chou à la crème," he chuckled. "Bestest? It is a word I heard Tonks using," she told him with a smirk. "Get what you want," Harry told her. "And what do you want?" she asked as they waited for the man behind the counter to serve the students that had arrived before them. He investigated the case. "What are those?" "Bostock. I'll have one of those." "Nothing else?" she asked. "One will be fine," she huffed. "I only get to come here every few weeks. One is not enough." "You're 17. Can't you just leave when you want?" "Non," she said, annoyed. "The rules state only on weekends like this or when it is required, like seeing a healer, family business, and special events," she explained. A boy speaking French interrupted him. Harry didn't know what he said, but the cocky and arrogant tone immediately had him on guard. Gabrielle turned her head, a rather severe look on her face. He turned to look up. Harry wasn't that short at 170 centimeters, but the boy that stood about 2 feet away was at least 20 centimeters taller. The boy was trying to tower over him in an intimidating way. His eyes darted between Gabrielle and him. "What did he say?" Harry asked casually, clamping down on his rising magic. She snapped back at the boy. "It was nothing. We should go." Harry's eyes narrowed. His eyes radiated with power. The boy said something, then reached out to push Harry. He didn't even think. His hands came up, blocking and sending the boy's arms wide. He struck out like Tonks had taught him. It had been a trick that had saved him a few times when he had been disarmed. His magic concentrated on his hands. As he pushed the boy back, his magic shoved him. The big boy flew across the bakery, bowling over his friends. His wand snapped to his hand. The counter worker started to yell at them. "No fight! No fight!" Harry stopped. He was about to start casting. Standing stock still, he was suddenly surprised that he was about to put the younger boys down like they had been Death Eaters. The last time someone had tried to attack him like that had given him the scars on his face. Gabrielle lightly put a hand on his arm. He started. It was a reaction he hadn't had in months. Gabrielle didn't move for a moment, her cerulean eyes finding his. He let out a shaky breath. The boys were starting to pick themselves up. He swallowed, then slid the elder wand back into the holster on his left arm. "Are you all right?" she asked. He let out a long breath. "Fine." "No fight," the clerk said as the other 4 teens looked ready to run. Harry reached for his pocket. "I'm sorry. We'll just go," Harry told the man, putting a few galleons and a half-dozen sickles onto the counter. The man at the counter shook his head, then yelled at the teens. Gabrielle moved in to wrap her arm around his. She hadn't seen how messed up he was after the last battle, and he had gotten good at hiding it. Daphne didn't even know how messed up he could be to think he had to kill some 15-year-old boys that had probably never used anything more than a tripping hex on someone. The boys all got out of the store as fast as they could. "We should go too," Harry told her. "Stay, help you," the man offered. Harry looked to him. He cast a glance to Gabrielle. "Can you tell him I didn't mean to cause any issues?" She gave him an understanding smile. "I can," she said. They had a short conversation before saying to Harry, "Monsieur Bouchet says he doesn't blame you. Those boys have caused issues before. You gave him too much for what we want." Harry gave the man a nod. "Please tell him to keep it." When they left, Gabrielle had a dozen different cream puffs while he had 3 Bostocks. Once in the street, she stayed close to him, moving to kiss his cheek. "Thank you. Am I going to have to do that from now on?" he asked. "Papa has always defended us." Most times they step away to see how powerful and dangerous he looks. "That lilt boy thought he could win me. He was mistaken," she said with some anger. Harry chuckled to let some of his tension go. I don't think of you as some prize, Harry assured her. She wrapped both of her arms around his right. But I am the damsel you rescued. Is it not my responsibility to thank you? Harry couldn't keep the grin off his face. And what does the damsel think her knight in shining armor should earn? She giggled. You are not a white knight. I see you as the black knight. He looked at her confused. But isn't that usually the bad one? Non. The white knight is the paragon of virtue, honor, and arrogance. The black knight is the defender of those that don't know they need it. He is honorable to those that matter. Humble enough to know he can lose but strives anyways. The black knight sacrifices himself for others and those he loves. The white knight is more like glass and selfish. Most tailies, if he loses or faces adversity, the white knight nearly falls apart or is led astray. The black knight keeps going on the right path, no matter if it is hard or not, she told him. Harry had a grin. You think me humble and honorable? Oui, she said without pause. Also, ruggedly handsome and not afraid of your scars. The white knight is too vain. He would hide his handsome face. He would feel shame for being marred and act like he had lost. You wear it as a badge of honor of what you can do, but never brag about it. I would prefer the black knight to the Kachan white knight. Now, would you like part of your reward? Harry's grin grew sultry as she stopped and turned to face him. Her eyes became lidded. I guess I can be humble enough to accept, he teased. She scoffed, hitting his arm before moving in to give him a sweet kiss. I think you have earned your other reward. He pecked her lips. Then pecked them again before moving in to give her a deeper kiss. His hand pushed open her jacket to rest on her midriff, wanting more. Her hand went of his before she reluctantly pulled back. Her blue eyes were balls of desire, and she was breathing a little heavily. Non, if I were to properly kiss you now, I would muss my uniform. He laughed. You would do that in the middle of the street? The look she gave him had a hot ball of desire go straight to his groin. I would jump you here if I didn't think we would get into trouble. Choking back his hormones, he got a frog in his throat. She bit her lip before pulling him away. Come, we go to the dress shops. I don't get another kiss. When you earn it again, she told him a little haughtily. Tease, he accused. She gave him a coy smirk. You have no idea. He did soon enough as he had to stifle his groan to see her in a tight red dress that dipped scandalously low on her chest for any wizarding fashion, showing more of the ample swells of her chest than he had seen so far. She was moving back and forth to look at herself from different angles in the mirrors, her backside teasing him as she moved. Gabrielle was looking in the mirrors and down at herself. I think this is a bit much, but maybe we can go to a ball in it, she put to him. The grin on her face was evil. I think you look really good in it, he told her. The seamstress gave him a knowing look. The bell to the front of the store rang. I will be right back. Do you really like it? You want my honest opinion, he asked her. Oui. You look bloody hot, he told her. She giggled. I have a few more I would like to try. Are you trying to kill me? He asked. Non, tease you, yes, she told him. Would you undo the buttons? Harry got up and moved to her. He wanted to do more than just undo the buttons. His hands undid the small red beads that acted as buttons. As he did so, he couldn't stop himself to feel how hot her skin was under his fingertips. He kissed the nape of her neck, then her now bare shoulder as she pulled the dress sleeve down. Her body shivered. We are in a shop, she mildly protested. I just want you to know you are beautiful, and it's not because you are Vila, he told her, kissing her shoulder again before moving away. Merlin, 3 weeks had been too long to go without her. She turned, holding the front of the dress to her chest. She looked to be debating if she should move her hands or not when the seamstress came back into the room with another dress. If you are going to a wedding, I think this one will be much better for you, the woman said, expertly ignoring the tension between Gabrielle and him. He thought she was about to jump him when she shook her head and turned to the woman helping them. I very much like that. I will take it into the change room. Harry followed her swaying hips as she closed the door. The woman gave him a knowing smile before looking a little fierce. Listen, Monsieur Petty Amy, you better treat her well. The Delacours have been customers of mine for many years. I have seen this girl grow up from a small thing and will see her be a happy woman. Harry held up his hands. I will always treat Gabrielle well and love her. She eyed him for a moment before nodding. Bon, can someone help me? Gabrielle called out. The woman nodded her head. Go help her, but if you damage the dress, you are buying it. Harry tried not to grin. I promise it will be in the same condition as when you gave it to her. It better be, she said, wagging a finger at him before walking back out to the front of the store. Harry knocked on the door. Come in, she said. When he opened the door, his eyes widened. She was in her knickers, holding a corset to her chest that was low enough to show some of her nipples. Her eyes met his in the mirror. "I can't get the lacing." He knew his eyes were wide. "Ah, yeah, lacing," he said, trying to focus on her problem, not the one in his pants. She turned to fully face him. "Shut the door," she told him. He did. She moved to kiss him. "This is your reward. I promised Mammon to be good today, so you can only look." "Bloody hell," he muttered. She was more of a tease than. Daphne. Daily Prophet, February 13, 1999, Ministry DCLARES, all BTROTHALS and UNENDORSED wedding, LISCNSES suspended. By Quark Kent late yesterday, witches and wizards up and down Brishan received letters from the Ministry of Magic that all current betrothals and unendorsed wedding licenses to be suspended until further notice. The outcry of hundreds could be heard in the atrium by the time this paper went to print. It is unknown currently why such an action has occurred, but it has affected many. 4 WolfgangNH members were seen arguing with the Minister of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, 48, outside his offices. A spokesperson for the DMLE said, "This is an unprecedented event that is being resolved as fast as it can. I know that there are forthcoming weddings and betrothals that are a cornerstone of our society, and I firmly believe that by tomorrow, everything will be back to normal." As more news comes out of the ministry, the Daily Prophet will keep the nation informed. The Man WHO1 ARRESTED. Conspiracy or was an actual crime committed? By Catherine Daly yesterday morning, 4 Aurors attacked the man who won, Harry Potter, 18, in the main atrium of the Ministry of Magic after a loud confrontation where the Aurors informed Mr. Potter he had to see the minister. When he refused, witnesses reported that he wasn't given a choice. Mr. Potter was overheard claiming he was a private citizen, and the Aurors repeated a few times that he hadn't committed a crime, but had to see the minister. It is unknown why Mr. Potter was arrested, but he was not seen leaving the ministry later in the day, February 15, 1999, London. England. Harry had been given a copy of the Daily Prophet with his breakfast this morning. He was grinning at the headlines and chaos. On page 4 was the news that Greengrass had suspended several accounts because of the pending betrothal reviews. When the bolt to his cell opened, he didn't bother to get up as he lay on the cot, still reading the paper. He cast a quick glance at a disgruntled-looking minister, then went back to the paper. His fingers reached for the still disillusioned wand holster on his left arm. It was one of the wonders of the Elder Wand to avoid detection, which he was pleased to have after the Aurors had taken his old holly wand. "I like these headlines," Harry commented. "Call off your attack dogs," Shacklebolt told him. Harry grinned. "I can solemnly swear I did not do this." "Bloody hell you didn't. I have the law offices of Tonks all over me, not to mention a dozen others. Your bloody goblin has sent the country into a right fit." How the bloody hell did he know about a law from 1387 that was still on the books? "Call them off," Harry laughed. "I warned you. If you don't call them off, I will drag you before the WolfgangNH this afternoon," Shacklebolt warned. Harry shrugged. "Go for it. I would love to see more headlines and you out of office." Harry knew he was close now to having enough votes to put his own person in over Dumbledore's block. "You are violating the law." "Am I?" "This article on page 6 says I'm not," Harry said. "Oh, look, Lord Brown had agreed to his daughter to marry a man with another wife. Isn't he one of your supporters? He must be pleased with you, especially since it says something about a line continuance. And it even says Dumbledore sat on a case approving such marriages only 8 years back." Shacklebolt pinched his nose. "Enough." "I don't think so," Harry said rather angrily this time. "You can't just call for a review of everything like this." Harry shrugged, which didn't have the same effect as he was still laying on the narrow cot. "As I said, I'm not doing this. How could I? You haven't let me talk to anyone or send any letters." The man sighed. "Your solicitor is here." He folded the paper and sat up. "Great, take me to her." "You are still in isolation," Shacklebolt told him. With another shrug, Harry lay back down. "Then I have no idea what my representative and solicitor will do." The man growled at him before the cell door closed. It would be hours later when the door opened again. A tall man in a white beard was in the doorway now. Harry was on the floor doing push-ups and didn't bother to stop. "Harry, this has gone far enough," Dumbledore told him. "I don't know what you are talking about," he said as he pumped up and down. "I am talking about this childish game you are playing with all these lives," Dumbledore told him. "Still, no clue what you mean." "Will you stop and talk to me as a normal person?" Dumbledore demanded. He stopped, then sat on the floor, his legs crossed. He had been working out as heavily as he could for a bit. Sweat was on his body. His shirt had been cast onto the cot. His green eyes bored into the man's chest. The elder wand vibrated with anticipation on his forearm. "I have nothing to say to you," Harry told the man. "There is much I have to say to you." Harry didn't say a word. "First, you must stop what is going on." "Are you going daft? I have no clue what is happening outside of this cell," Harry told him. Dumbledore didn't look pleased. "You are ruining alliances, families, and lives." "Still have no clue," Harry irritably said. Dumbledore indicated the paper from this morning. "Do you have any idea what it means for all betrothals, unacted upon licenses, and the closure of more than 500 accounts at Gringotts is doing?" Harry's brow rose. He had no clue it was that big. He would have to give Rocknasher a huge raise, meaning he would finally have to pay him. "The greedy goblin," he said, smiling to himself. Harry shrugged. "If that is happening, I have no control over it." "You need to tell the goblins to stop," Dumbledore instructed him. "I can't," Harry said. Dumbledore took out a sheaf of parchment and a quill. "You will," Harry laughed. "If I was ever to be incarcerated, Rocknasher has been instructed to only follow my orders if I can directly talk to him, and it can be verified I am not under the influence of any magic, drug, or potion. I can also solemnly swear I have nothing to do with what is happening at the Ministry or Gringotts. That is all you and your cronies." Dumbledore looked less than pleased. "That is rather irresponsible of you." Harry shrugged again. "I thought it rather practical. What he does otherwise is none of my responsibility. His primary role is to represent his people and my family." "And you insist you will marry 2 women against our laws?" Dumbledore questioned. "There is no law in the magical world that prevents any witch or wizard from marrying multiple partners. And if you are talking about inheritance, I know you read the Potter and Black charters. You know I must have 2 wives," Harry told him evenly. "You will lose the Potter seat if Miss Greengrass does not marry into both families," he told him. "Our laws only allow for line continuance in the situation you suggest." Harry didn't say a word. He knew the old man knew what was going on. For Daphne, that was the essentials. It was a line continuance for the Greengrasses and the Blacks. "You will lose your alliance with the goblins if you insist on this," Dumbledore threatened. Harry grinned. "Are you trying to take my family's seat?" "I know you tried that before and couldn't." "You can't marry Miss Greengrass because there is another betrothal for the Blacks," Dumbledore told him. Harry grinned more. "You mean that one Sirius signed?" Dumbledore's face went blank. "It was signed by your magical guardian. In direct contradiction of the Black Charter and his grandfather's will. It burned up the day I took my heir's ring," Harry told him, holding up the hand that held the regent's ring of the Potters and the heir's ring of the Blacks. This time Dumbledore took in a sharp breath, which Harry didn't get as he hadn't hid this from anyone since he had been able to come back out in the open after killing Voldemort. They stared at each other for a long few minutes before Dumbledore held out the parchment. "Right!" Harry sat up tall, took in a deep breath, made circles out of his thumb and pointer finger, then closed his eyes. It was time for him to find his center. He was finding this situation rather amusing, as much as he hated the man. "You really are a dark lord," Dumbledore said. Harry's eyes shot open, a burning green fire in them. His voice was full of potent magic as he barely restrained himself. The air in the cell heated up. "I did not start this. I do not play with people's lives just for some trumped-up light lord's ego thinking they are the god of this earth. Until I can talk directly with Solicitor Andromeda Tonks or Representative Rocknasher, I have no bloody fuck idea what is going on. They know to not take any orders from me that don't come directly from my mouth, and if you dare try to compulse or imperious me, I swear that you will be a pile of ashes like that ruddy phoenix that abandoned you my 6th year." This time anger did flash across Dumbledore's face. "Enjoy your time here while we prepare your trial," Dumbledore told him. "With pleasure." February 17, 1999, London, England. The cell door opened. Harry looked up from the newest Daily Prophet. It sounded like riots were about to happen outside of Gringotts and in the atrium. He looked up when there was a clack of boots. "Hey, Andy," he said rather casually. "I hear it's pretty wild out there." She made a small sound of amusement. "The goblins are really riled over this. Shacklebolt and Dumbledore had no clue the ant hill they were kicking over." "I see," he said, waving the paper in the air with a big grin. "So, am I getting out of here or are they taking me to trial?" "Good news for you. The DMLE has finished its review of the laws and finds it's perfectly legal for what you are doing," she said. "Go figure," he said, turning back to the paper. She chuckled. Get your ruddy arse up. We need to go talk with Rocknasher, and you have two overly concerned young women that want to make sure you're all right. He sat up quickly. Is Daphne all right? Gabrielle is here. Daphne is waiting for us in Rocknasher's office. Gabrielle is still at Beaubaton's. Her portkey doesn't take her here until tomorrow night, she told him. You should send her a letter by house elf as soon as you can, though. His sudden panic lessened. He was snarky when he said, brilliant, and is the wedding still on this weekend? Daphne had been going slightly mental getting things ready with Dobby's help. He was sure the last 5 days hadn't helped. Fleur and my daughter have been helping her. I think she's been more worried about you over anything else, she told him. He followed her out of the cell. He did a doffing of his hat to the two aurors that had been taking care of him. They had surreptitiously given their support to him. He gave a 2-finger salute to 2 of the 4 that had arrested him. They looked at him rather sourly but didn't say a word. When they got to the Potter office, he knocked before entering. I don't care. He is supposed to be out. He is supposed to be here. He is supposed to be marrying me this weekend. Daphne raged. Miss Greengrass, Rocknasher calmly said, his hand waving towards Harry. What? She snapped at Rocknasher. Harry, she exclaimed, rushing over to him. Harry opened his arms. Daphne rushed into them. They had been growing close. He would even say he was falling for her, but he hadn't expected her to crash into him, hit his chest hard with her fists, then bury her head into his shoulder to cry. He looked to Andy flummoxed. She gave him a knowing smile as she shut the door. It's all right, Daphne, he said, holding her tight. Miss Greengrass has been quite worried and vocal about your detention the last few days, Rocknasher said. The goblin was being deferential to her, which Harry was grateful for because it meant they accepted her as his mate and she had done nothing to offend them. What happened? Harry asked. The current ministry is near collapse, Andy said, moving over to the window. She opened it and he heard hundreds of people chanting. Down with Dark Lord Dumbledore. His mouth dropped open. Daphne cried harder. Yes, the current catastrophe the ministry is dealing with has been mostly of her making. It will be quite profitable once everything is resolved, Rocknasher said, sounding pleased at the chaos just a level below them. You have chosen a worthy mate, and Gringotts looks to keep our continuing business with your houses. Dark Lord Dumbledore, he questioned. Daphne's fists clenched his shirt. The Arse tried to declare you a Dark Lord when Rocknasher brought the rules to the WolfgangNH to have every other contract, betrothal, marriage license, and treaty reviewed. 3 days ago, Gringotts closed its doors and the ICW suspended travel to the continent because of it. Bloody fuck, and you did this, he asked her. Daphne gave us the idea. I had an inkling where we might find the old laws and Rocknasher had the power to call on them, Andy told him. When he looked curiously at her, Andy just cocked her head while holding a professional face. You pay me to make sure your actions are legal. When the WolfgangNH tried to supersede family law, I just did what you pay me for. He sounded far more pleased. Brilliant, and Dark Lord Dumbledore. Your betrothed made a rather impassioned speech yesterday morning, Rocknasher told him. She will be offered to be an adult among the goblins when you are married. Harry held her tighter. To be named an adult among goblins meant you had earned their respect and had won a challenge that gained you honor. It also meant Daphne would be able to treat with the goblins on a level few witches could, and they would treat her wealth as though it was their own, and defend it as such. Harry had earned the right to be considered an adult by his defeat of Voldemort. He kissed the side of her head. Merlin, I love you, he said. It was the first time, but if she was willing to do that, he knew he had made the right decision. She stiffened in his arms before clutching his shirt harder. Looking up, he had never seen her look so vulnerable. Her amber eyes were pools of emotion. Don't say that unless you mean it, she told him. Harry leaned down to touch his nose to hers. If someone is willing to do that for me, I will go to the ends of the earth for them. If that isn't love, then tell me what is. The emotions in her eyes turned into an intense heat. Moving her hands up to his hair, she pulled him down, hungrily attaching her mouth to his in a desperate snog. Harry returned the passion, happy to be out and that Daphne would do this for him. Someone cleared their throat. When they separated, Daphne was now pressing herself firmly against him, crushing her breasts against his chest. Her body had been rubbing against him while they kissed and his body had responded. He had never lost himself like that before in such a public setting. I'm sure that you would like to mate at the moment, but I am not particularly fond of finding out how wizards mate, Rocknasher dryly commented. Harry saw the gleam of mirth in his black eyes. Daphne's face was almost as red as the first time Tracy had caught them. She tried to pull back with whatever dignity she had left. Andy was just smirking at them. Harry pulled her back in, defiantly staring her down. "We are not going to show how it is done either," Harry flatly said to the goblin, who just gave him a shite-eating grin. "If you two are ready, we should probably make an appearance to keep the people from rioting," Andy said. "I will send a missive to Gringotts that I will withdraw the review as soon as you're cleared by the minister," Rocknasher told him. He held her close for a moment. "Are you ready, love?" She gently pushed off him, wiping the tears that were still on her cheeks and around her eyes. "I need to adjust my makeup. Come here, I will make you presentable," Andy told her. "And Harry, you need a freshening charm or two." Daphne scrunched her nose. "I thought that was just Rocknasher." Rocknasher growled at her as Harry grinned. Sniffing his armpit, he did smell ripe for being in the cell for the last 6 days. February 18, 1999, London, England. Gabrielle still had her legs wrapped around him, her tongue in his mouth and hands in his hair when someone cleared their throat. "We really shouldn't wait around," Remus told him. Harry pulled back. A little breathlessly, he said, "We should go." "I am not letting you go," she fiercely told him. He could swear her body was hotter than normal, and he didn't mean her looks. "Gabrielle, we can talk about it later." "Daphne and everyone are waiting for us," Harry said. She reluctantly climbed down, not having listened to everyone else. Harry gave her a cheeky grin. "You keep greeting me like that and people might get the wrong idea," she giggled. "Or the right one. As disgusting human mating rituals are, I would not suggest you stay around," Rocknasher said. With Harry coming to the ministry to pick up the Delacours, everyone was still on guard. The crowds had left after he showed them he was all right and assured them that everything would work, but everything wasn't totally settled yet. "Jean-Paul, appalling, please excuse my rudeness for not greeting you properly, but Rocknasher is right," Harry said, taking Gabrielle's hand. "Has it been as bad as the papers say?" Jean-Paul asked. They were just walking out of the International Portkey room when Harry stepped before Gabrielle. Standing at the guard station were 2 people he never wanted to see again. "Harry, may we have a word?" Dumbledore requested. Remus moved in closer to Harry's side. "I'm afraid we are just passing through," Harry told the man. "Please, Mr. Potter, there was an egregious misunderstanding that we think can be resolved quietly," Minister Shacklebolt said. The tip of the elder wand fell to the tips of his fingers. At least the morons didn't bring oars this time. "You can take it up with my solicitor and representative." "Now, if you excuse me, the Delacours would like to go through security and then we must be off," Harry told them. Gabrielle was pressing into his back. "You would not want to upset the French ministry by harassing its residents, would you?" Jean-Paul inquired. He had moved to shield his wife and daughter as much as possible. "Nothing like that," Dumbledore said. "Is this the other young lady that will become your wife?" His wand fell into his hand as his eyes narrowed. "That is not your business." "Maybe not, but we still need to talk." "Are you going to arrest me again if I don't?" Dumbledore frowned. "You may have quelled the crowds yesterday, but there are still questions of your intention in all this," Harry snorted. "My intentions, you oldie arse, is to just live my life and give everyone else that opportunity. And what about the vote of no confidence? A creature like a goblin can't start those proceedings, even if he is your representative," Shacklebolt said. "Creature," Gabrielle said in a hushed tone. He could hear the anger in that. Harry rose a brow. "I thought goblins were recognized as fully sentient last summer. That still does not mean the goblin meets the criteria." "Family law cannot supersede the rules of the WolfgangNH on this matter," Dumbledore told him. "One way or another, you are going down and I'm going to enjoy seeing you walked out of here in manacles," Harry told the man. Dumbledore rose his wand. "Minister, I do believe that you and a member of the WolfgangNH has been threatened." Several oars came from around a corner. Gabrielle pushed past him. "Gabrielle!" She shook his hand off her. She was angrily jabbering something in French. He only understood cushion. There were flames on her hands as she clenched them. 2 oars stepped out from behind a wall. Harry's wand came up as Dumbledore rose a wand. Then Harry's eyes went as wide as saucers. Gabrielle brought her foot up. Dumbledore had his wand in mid-motion before her foot connected with his family bits. Dumbledore's eyes widened before he leaned forward, a pained squeak coming from him before her fist came up to hit him squarely in the nose. His head whiplashed back. Harry watched in shock as the man's eyes rolled back into his head. Her fire exploded, setting his beard on fire in purple flames. He was so stunned to see the cute Gabrielle doing that, he only reacted when Jean-Paul called out, Stop her or she will kill him. This seemed to get everyone else's attention. Gabrielle had shaken her hand, then moved to attack the crumpled form of Dumbledore. Harry's wand made a small circle. A solid shield popped up just behind Dumbledore. The stunners from the Aurors bounced off it. Remus and Jean-Paul were moving to protect them as Harry charged after his fiery blonde. She is literally on fire. Part of him screamed. It was as disturbing as it was hot. She was still screaming French invectives and had started to punch the unconscious figure when he wrapped his arms around her. She fought him like a banshee, screaming, kicking, and still trying to reach the man. He had to bodily carry her back. When he got her back to the others, she was still trying to break out of his arms. Harry, you must stop her. It is you she is protecting, Apolline told him. Gabrielle, Gabrielle, ow damn it, Gabrielle, he yelled as she scratched at his arms and got his wrist and hands with her sharp nails. For some reason, her fire didn't even singe him. He managed to get her before him. Her blue eyes had turned to giant orbs of blue. There wasn't any iris. He brought his green eyes to hers. Gabrielle. I'm here. I'm fine, he told her. She looked ready to kill someone. When she jabbered in French, he cursed at himself. God damn it, I need to learn French. The only way he knew she stopped when excited was to kiss her. He let go of her arms, managed to cup her face, and planted his lips on hers. It was a long few beats of his heart before she finally calmed and melted into this kiss. The jangling of armor announced the arrival of 10 goblin guards in full armor. Harry pulled back to watch her eyes turn back into the deep blue he loved. He was breathing hard, like she had just sprinted beyond her endurance. Are you all right? He was going to curse you, she told him through gasps. Remus came over and touched his arm. We should go, Remus told him. Harry suddenly became aware of what was going on. The goblins were standing between him and the ministry. The Aurors had stopped casting, and 2 were now looking over the crumpled form of Dumbledore. Much of his beard was gone, there were burn marks on his robes, and he might have a few burns on his face. Shacklebolt was at the back of the ministry crowd. Harry felt a surge of hatred go through him. He was about to bring his wand up when Jean-Paul put a strong hand on his, keeping it down. Minister Shacklebolt, I will be lodging an official complaint about this. As will I, Rocknasher said. Gabrielle was holding his arm tightly. Apolline came up next to him, whispering to him. Harry, Gabrielle will need to be carried. He looked to the woman, not understanding. She will be near magical exhaustion after that, Apolline still whispered. He turned to see the woman was right. Gabrielle's focus was 1,000 miles away and she hadn't stopped panting. Not hesitating, he scooped her up into his arms. Mr. Potter, you can't leave. You are under arrest, one of the Aurors angrily stated. Watch me, he yelled over his shoulder to Shacklebolt and the Aurors. He was escorted to the lifts, then the atrium by Remus, Jean-Paul, Apolline, and 8 goblin warriors. That night, Nottingham, England, Harry sat on the edge of the bed. Gabrielle was sleeping. Her breathing was more even and deeper than it had been earlier. As he pushed her hair out of her face, Harry found he enjoyed watching her sleep. This was going to be so hard when he wouldn't be able to have both the girls he wanted next to him every night. A figure cast a shadow into the room. He knew it could only be one of a few people he had allowed into his flat. Until the wedding, Gabrielle, Jean-Paul, Apolline, Andy, and Ted were staying at his house. They were helping with the final preparations. All the remodeling that Andy had pressed him to do was going to pay off when Daphne and him were married in the courtyard on Saturday, and then they came up here for the reception with those that were closest to them. Why did she exhaust herself? I thought Vila could control the fire, Harry asked. We can, it is harder until we can stabilize our core. As you know, she has been saving herself for you, Apolline told him. He ran the back of his finger over her cheek. Gabrielle gently leaned into them. I was going to try to wait until we are married, should I not? That is for you and her to decide. I know what my husband desires. I know what Avila desires. Do not worry. You still mean to marry after she graduates, Non? Yeah. I didn't want her to feel like I was lessening anything between us by rushing the engagement and the marriage while I was rushing to marry Daphne. I don't think it fair to her until then. I can't pull her out of school, and I know it will hurt her if we were to marry and then I had to send her away, Harry told her. It would hurt you both. Gabrielle will be fine until you decide. She has been very worried about you, Apolline told him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble, but it was necessary, Harry told her. Apolline moved into the room. She was staring at him. Are you saying that you purposefully got arrested? No, Harry told her, shaking his head. But I could have escaped. He pulled up the sleeve on his left arm. Touching his forearm, the holster and the elder wand came into view. Apolline looked surprised. You will be my family in a few months. I have told Daphne about this last night. I'm going to tell Gabrielle when I propose, but I think you and Jean-Paul should know if you don't want Gabrielle to marry me." Apolline gave him a curious look. "You are not trying to find a way to break Gabrielle's heart, are you?" Harry shook his head again. "I know the history of the villa. I would never have led Gabrielle on. Since the tournament, we have shared letters, and I have enjoyed every time I have seen her. It would be beyond cruel of me to leave her now. I know she wants her first mating with me. I know how important that is for your people," he said, looking the older woman in her eyes. "It is especially important. It is what stabilizes our core. The more powerful the wizard, the more powerful we will be. If that coupling is for life, they will grow to be comparable to their mate. Very few Vila ever reach that potential," she told him. "I do not know why you would think I would tell her to reject you. I can tell how powerful you are." Harry slightly twisted his hand. The elder wand shot out and he caught it. "My family has a long history. I am still learning about the Potter family. Much of it has been documented over the last few centuries, but if you go further back, it falls into legend. We all have tales like that in our lineages," Apolline told him. Harry held up his right hand. A black gold ring with a black stone that had a golden light from inside of it was on his ring finger. The soft glow illuminated a triangle with a circle and line in the center of it. With a slight swish of his wand, a cloak flew into the room. "I mean that my family is a legend. More specifically, the legend of 3 brothers that were once rumored to meet death." Her eyes widened. "They were gifted 3 artifacts of immense power, supposedly if they were ever united. The person would be considered the master of death." His eyes were starting to glow. "That is the legend." She was looking at him. The creature in her that yearned to attach itself to power felt an unbridled attraction to him. "Then what is the truth?" she questioned in a hushed tone. "They were not crafted by death or any other god. They were made by my ancestors. I have found how they crafted them in my vaults. My family thought all but the cloak of invisibility lost to time, though they never stopped searching for them. The items are blood bound to my line, so they would never work to their true potential if not held by a Peveril," he told her. "To the best of my knowledge, I am now the last of the Peverils. Iolanthe Peveril married Hardwin Potter in 1362, the only other line of the Peverils that I know of the Gaunts. They came from the elder brother, so should have had the claim over the family legacy. Do you know who the last of the Gaunts were?" She shook her head, feeling the magic coming off him. Harry was feeling the knowledge of his ancestors channeling through the ring to gain the knowledge he needed. He knew some of this already, but not everything he was telling Apolline. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, the son of Thomas Edward Riddle and Merope Carmine Gaunt." He wrote out Tom's name. "If you rearrange the letters, you get this." She gasped as the letters rearranged themselves. "Non, I defeated Voldemort 3 times by the time I was 12. At 13, I was able to claim the heirship. I didn't know, but Voldemort had lost his claim by then. Through conquest, I was able to take the birthright of my family. The Elder Wand was Voldemort's birthright as his forefather was Antioch. It is the most powerful wand that I know of. It amplifies my power beyond anything I have known." He rubbed the cloak longingly. "My birthright is the cloak. It has remained in my family since it was made nearly 800 years ago, the only one in existence to ever do so." The ring caught her eye as he moved his hand. The ring would have been the birthright of anyone born of Cadmus. As he never had any children, it went to Voldemort as well, but he never understood what he really had. "You defeated you-know-who, so you are the heir of the Deathly Hallows," Apolline said in awe. "I am. They don't make you master of death, though. The wand amplifies the user's natural gifts. I am naturally gifted with a great power. The cloak is a perfect invisibility cloak. It will hide the user from everything, unless a certain old man manages to put some threads into it that don't belong. He nearly broke it," Harry said in anger, then took a calming breath. The magic in the room became oppressive. Apolline took a step back. Gabrielle muttered and shifted, but moved closer to him. "It was made to protect that which is most precious." Ignatius wasn't trying to hide from death, but hide his wife and daughter because of a blood feud. He used it to keep them safe, and only died when the last of the family that was hunting has finally died. It also helps to shield the user of the wand and resurrection stone from the power they can wield to keep you from burning out your core. When united, the cloak also makes a link to the afterlife, like the veil in the Department of Mysteries. Matched with the stone, it allows me to pull on the knowledge of my family. It doesn't really call back the dead, but somehow it has recorded the knowledge of every person to share Peveril blood since it was created in 1287. It is only because I have the wand to boost my power, the knowledge of my ancestors on how it was made, and the material the veil was made from, does the legend of the Master of Death come about. Her eyes were huge. I was only able to defeat Voldemort after we destroyed the abominations he used to keep himself alive by being able to use my family's legacy. There was no way I was going to be able to gain nearly 70 years of knowledge when I was 15, or even 17. It is too much power for only one person to have. I find myself fighting to keep my humanity at times when they call out to destroy my enemies. But Gabrielle, he said, the ring's glow fading and his eyes going back to normal. Gabrielle and now Daphne, Bill, Fleur, Tonks, Remus, Teddy, and Victoire, they keep me grounded. As much as I hate Dumbledore, he wasn't wrong. Love is a great magic. It is the only thing that helps to rein in the power that wants to consume me. She was looking at Harry open-mouthed. If you don't want me near Gabrielle, I will break this off. I haven't officially proposed to her yet, so I can just walk away, he said, looking back up to Apolline. Pain and loss were all over his face. I don't want to see her hurt. Apolline didn't doubt that Harry had just told her the truth. Blood started to seep out of his nose. Harry, your nose. He reached up and touched his upper lip. That is one of the prices I pay when I use the ring. I'll have a killer headache tomorrow, too. Are you all right? She asked, stepping closer. Yeah, I just need to know if you want me around, Gabrielle, he put to her. She moved to be next to him. Taking a handkerchief out of a pocket, she bent down to clean up the nosebleed. Gabrielle loves you. I would never deny my daughters the love they so desire. It is so rare for Vila to find true love. Your power and your capacity to control it give me heart that you will love and protect Gabrielle and any little ones she gives you. I look forward to many grandchildren and the good man that will be their father. Harry gave her a thankful look. Will Jean-Paul feel the same? He will want Gabrielle to be happy. You have nothing to fear about him rejecting you. He swayed a little as the headache was starting to hit him. She pushed back his hair and kissed his forehead. You look tired. You should get some sleep. I still have stuff to do tonight, he told her. You look exhausted now. Lay down. He looked to her, then Gabrielle. Apolline, my daughter will sleep the night. Are you trying to tell me you are a man that would take advantage of that? I would never. Harry indignantly stated. She smiled at him. I know, that is why I trust you. Besides, if I know my daughter, she will not be waiting, and if I try to fight it, she will only find ways to be bolder with you. Lay down, sleep. Harry shook his head. Women, he muttered. She kissed his forehead again. We have to be so hard because the men we often love are hard-headed, she told him. Harry chuckled. I've been told that a few times, Apolline. Oui. Can you and Fleur teach me French? She gave him a soft smile. Oui, tomorrow, though. Harry nodded before laying down to be next to Gabrielle. I'll move to my bed in a little bit. Apolline knew that Harry would soon be cuddled with her daughter, and she would keep her husband occupied to let them have this quiet night. Tomorrow, she would officially start the wedding planning that she had already been preparing for months. It would not be this small affair this weekend would be. February 20, 1999, Nottingham, England. Daphne's stomach was gurgling with anticipation and fear. Looking in the mirror, she was finally accepting the reality of this day. The last 2 months had been a whirlwind. She hadn't been lying to him that many others had desired her, either for her body, her money, her political power once she was married, or all three. Men had tried to betroth her to boys as young as 15, the minimum age of marriage in their world, or tried to claim them herself. Most were in their 30s and looking for a second wife after their first had passed or was unable to bear children. She had been disgusted by them all. As much as she wanted to protect Tracy and Astoria, she couldn't bring herself to just settle for a man. When it came to potential men, she had eventually landed on 3. Neville Longbottom, Emeric Shore, and Harry Potter. Longbottom had the right connections. He treated women well. With the wealth Longbottom's had, she didn't fear him trying to steal hers. She had decided against it, though, as he was too timid, was unwilling to use the power of his family to rock things, and had been courting that insipid Hufflepuff, Hannah Abbott. If he wanted to marry below his station like that, then he wasn't the man for her. Shore was from a respected family that sent all their children to either Durmstrang or Beauxbatons. Being the second son, he was sent to Beauxbatons to become the financial arm of the family, while his older brother was the political arm. They may not have a Wisengamot seat, but they were just as large a mover in the background as Malfoy and Parkinson were, or used to be. The Shores were the main financial backers of the more moderate members, and since the defeat of you-know-who, had been petitioning for a Wisengamot that was finally going to be voted on in the spring equinox moot. She had decided against Shore for a few reasons. First, he was rumored to be a bit of a philanderer. If rumors were true, he already had an illegitimate child or two and would have no less than 3 mistresses at a time. For the second, he was 28. She didn't want a man that much older than her. She also didn't want a man that much more experienced, afraid he would make her do things she either didn't want to or wasn't ready to. That was a real fear, as the man had seemed to be undressing her every time he looked at her. For third, her father had warned her about the Shores. They were social climbers. To land someone like Daphne would have propelled them into the very top echelon of society around England and much of the continent. She refused to be used that way, even if she was looking for something similar, but only to protect those she loved. Which brought her to Potter. Harry Potter, arguably the most powerful wizard in their world, magically, politically, and financially, was nothing like all the cocked-up purebloods and half-bloods vying for power. Oh, he had power. It oozed off him. He had wizards and witches either flocking to him or fleeing from him. There was truly little middle ground. What attracted her, though, was the fact he never flaunted it, or even seemed to want it, but he was using it. From the shadows, and more blatantly when needed, he was using his power and changing things against the grain of their society. It was like watching a slow tidal wave building and eventually washing out the old pillars to be replaced with something new. To be frank, it was rather exciting. Malfoy had been an idiot to scare Harry away from Slytherin. He was the epitome of what the founder stood for. If he had been in Slytherin, she would have attached herself to him on the first day, and they could have started these changes 8 years ago. She thought there might have been a potential that the Dark Lord never would have been resurgent, or that so many would have flocked back to you-know-who, if they had become the power couple of Slytherin. She knew they would have been no way she wouldn't have tried to connect herself to him with what she knew of him now. The other part of her attraction to him was that he saw her. She hadn't missed how he had taken her body in those months she had attempted to get his attention after making her decision. There was a desire there, but he never ogled her or made her feel like she was a slag. No, his glances had started to drive her mental with the way it made her feel. He desired her, and it was for her. He also respected her. He liked her dry humor. He gave it back in much the same way. Harry listened to her. She knew he did because he had acted on a few of her ideas. No one may have known who had done some of the changes, like putting all departments besides the Obliviators that dealt with Muggles under the Muggle Liaison Office, but Daphne knew. She had mentioned it to him last summer, and by Halloween, it was done. No one else besides Dumbledore would have had that type of power to make it happen, and certainly not within a few short months. The icing on the cake was Harry himself. Except for the 2 long scars on his face, he was exceptionally fancyable, and even the scars only gave him a rugged look. It showed that he had fought and saved them all. They were badges of honor that meant more to him than all the awards he had been given, and ones she would be proud of when he was her husband. Even knowing her reasons and the quick courting they had had, Harry had told her he loved her, and she was surprised to find she felt the same. It was what had her in a nervous anticipation and fear. It was the same feeling that had her standing before the crowds earlier this week, declaring Dumbledore as the Dark Lord out to get Harry and destroy their world. It was an act of heroism she never would have imagined herself doing, but one that she had done to protect her status with Harry, to protect him and protect her family. Looking in the mirror, she only hoped she looked good enough for a man that could inspire such loyalty and bravery in her, and who had already committed himself to her and her family. The dress was of more modern wizarding fashion, meaning it was around 80 years behind the Muggles. She rather liked it, though. The silky, ivory-colored material clung to her curves. The underdress left her arms bare and thin straps around a low-cut bodice that hinted at the top curves of her chest. Over it was a fancifully designed silk tulle with flowers embroidered into it that covered her shoulders and went up to her neck. Spinning, she watched as her body moved in it. She knew she didn't have the largest breasts and felt her hips just a little too wide, but liked her body overall. Harry seemed to like it too. A small smile crept onto her face to think of how he liked her body. A dirty blonde girl of the same height came to put her hands on Daphne's shoulders and her chin on top of them. "You look beautiful, Daffy. Harry will love you," Astoria told her. As much as they may get on each other's nerves at times, especially since she had been forced to become Astoria's guardian, they still loved each other. Daphne put a hand onto her sister's. I hope so. Astoria got a slightly mischievous grin. He'll want you out of it more, though. Tori, she said with a little bit of a blush. She wanted that too, but hearing her 15-year-old sister saying it just sounded odd. In a few more years, she might not think about it. He will, the girl sobered. Mother and father would have thought you beautiful, too. Daphne's hand squeezed Astoria's. I would have liked them here. Do you think they would have approved of Harry? Astoria gave her a look in the mirror like she was mental. Are you kidding? Father would have been trying to marry you off the day after he won. Do you have any idea who you are marrying? Daphne gave a watery laugh. I think I do. Oh good, I was afraid you didn't, Astoria teased. Mother would have been happy for you. When she gave me the talk, she told me to never let father decide who I would want. It was my body and my life. She told me the same, Daphne confessed. Tears were welling up in both their eyes. I miss them, Tori. I do too. Are you sure you don't want Tracy or I to walk you to the bonder? She asked. Daphne gave her a thankful smile. Thank you, I'm sure. Are you sure you don't want to live here with us? Astoria kissed her cheek. Not right away. Tracy will get lonely, and I'd rather not walk in while you two are going at it like rabbits all over the house. Daphne laughed. You're a bint. Astoria gave her a cheeky grin. Yep. Sod off, Daphne told her, giving her a playful elbow. Astoria laughed. I love you, Daffy. You should spend some time with your husband. I know you two said I will always have a room here. It isn't that hard to come see you, and you know Tracy will want you both over for dinner at least once a week. Besides, I still owe you for that last game of Monopoly. It's not my fault you landed on Park Place with a hotel, Daphne replied with a grin. Astoria giggled. I will win next time. It's a date, she told her sister. When Tracy came over, she wiped off the little bit of lipstick Astoria had left on her cheek. So, are you going to find me one like Harry? If we come across another guy like him, I'll send him your way, she told her best friend and cousin. Tracy looked her up and down. At least you look presentable. Do you think Harry will have tamed his hair for this? Daphne grinned. He said nothing he ever does anything to it. I kind of like that messy, roguish look anyways. Well, as long as you were satisfied, she said before giving Daphne a hug. Tracy whispered into her ear, I'm happy for you, Daphne. I'll make sure Astoria doesn't burn the place down. I'm more worried you will, she whispered back, earning a chuckle from Tracy. I convinced Dobby to put a surprise for you and Harry under your bed. Enjoy, Tracy told her. Daphne cocked a curious brow at the grinning Tracy, who didn't say another word. The knock at the door had her smoothing out the dress one more time. Astoria skipped over to the door. Oh, hello, Mr. Delacour, she said. They turned to look to see Jean Paul in the doorway. Hello, Astoria. I was hoping I could come in for a moment. Astoria looked to her. Daphne nodded her head. Tracy understood this was something only for the two of them. Come on, Shrimp. Let's go make sure all the flowers are still set up properly. Astoria stomped on the floor with her heels. I am not a shrimp. Jean Paul gave a small smile. When they left, he had a serious look to him. She waited for him to speak. Daphne, I know that Bill has agreed to present you, but I was hopping to ask for the privilege instead. She felt a little surprised. Why? She asked. It is a father's greatest fear. Desire and pride the day he gives his daughter away to the man that will now be the most important one in their lives. I'm sure your father would have felt the same way. Bill is too young to understand the true importance of this occasion. I would never want to replace your father, but one day you will be one of my daughters. I would be honored if you would let me stand in for a man that I am sure loved and treasured you, he said. More than Astoria, she felt tears biting at her eyes. She didn't know what to say for a moment. What about Gabrielle? Will this upset her? I mean, I'm marrying Harry, I will just be an in-law. The man gave her an understanding smile. Gabrielle will not be upset, she only wants to see Harry happy. If you are happy, Harry is happy, and my daughter is happy, I see it. And in my family, there is no distinction. There are few Delacours left. I was raised that all family is family. Harry will be my son. You will be my daughter if you desire. I would like to give you the opportunity to have a father present you. She returned his smile before dabbing at her eyes, not wanting her makeup to run. I would be honored, Jean Paul. He held out his arm for her, and she moved to be taken to her groom in the formal way a daughter should. The courtyard, even though it was February, was warm, dry, and full of flowers. She could admit that at one time she had had visions of a wedding as elaborate as any princess, with hundreds of guests, unicorns pulling a fancy carriage, a tool train a mile long, the minister himself marrying them. Then she grew up. The war and her parents' deaths had her realizing what was tremendously important. At 19, she understood better what life was about than many twice her age. To her, all the people that mattered were here. The Delacours, the Tonks, the Lupins, Tracy, and Astoria. Tracy's grandmother had come too. This was her family, and in the center of them was Harry. Her breath caught in her throat to see him there in a formal Muggle tuxedo with a green vest that matched his eyes. He filled it out nicely. His tousled hair just begged to have her hands run through it. The way he took her in, his mouth opened slightly in surprise, and the intensity in his eyes had her knowing she had done the right thing. Jean-Paul walked her up to the woman that would be the bonder for today. Yona Fezziwig was a middle-aged woman with plump cheeks, a slightly rounded body, and bright brown eyes. Her brunette hair was let down. Daphne's hair used to be that long, but she found she liked her more shoulder-length hair now. It had been Astoria to convince her to keep the two long tails that she often had draped over her shoulders with a ribbon holding them together. Harry swallowed as she stepped up to him. Daphne was doing her all to keep the butterflies from getting to her. On behalf of the couple, I would thank you all for attending. This will be the bonding of Daphne Ophelia Greengrass to Harry James Potterblack to the line of the Blacks. Should there be any objections or reservations, please bring them forward now. Once the bonding begins, it cannot be interrupted, Yona clearly said to the crowd. After a moment, after no one said anything, the bonder went on. Before magic, these two young adults are presenting themselves to be bonded. Who would give them away and give them the blessing of their families? Jean-Paul stepped forward with her. I would present Miss Greengrass on the behalf of her family and friends. I have the blessing of her sister and cousin to approve of this binding and to wish the couple a long and happy life. The woman gave them a small smile. And who would present Mr. Potter? Remus was next to Harry. He stepped forward, with Harry just a half heartbeat behind him. I would present Mr. Potter as a friend of his family. He has the blessings of everyone that he considers family and those present here. Very good, Harry, Daphne, Yona said to both of them. Please step forward and kneel on the cloth while facing each other. Jean-Paul helped her to kneel. Harry reached out a hand as well, taking her forearm until she was steady. Please take your right hands, then the left hands under them. When they did, it made a cross of their arms. Yona put a white cloth over their hands. The silver rune work was for unions, happiness, fertility, and longevity. This binding would be permanent, only breakable by death. Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, do you freely give yourself, body and soul, to the man before you? I do, she said. She could feel the magic the cloth invoked start to pull at her. Do you pledge to love this man, mother his children, honor and protect his magic? I do. The magic built up more. Harry James Potterblack, do you freely give yourself, body and soul, to the woman before you? I do, Harry said. The magic that had been building in her started to intermingle with the magic in Harry's hands. Do you pledge to love this woman, be the sire of her children, honor and protect her magic? I do. The magic grew. Do you both pledge to never break the bond, to weather all hardships, grief, happiness, and joy together? I do, they said in unison. The magic had her feeling rather excited and jittery. Harry shifted as well. By the blessing of Mother Magic and her consort, I consecrate this bonding. Yona tapped her wand to the cloth. The magic that had been building suddenly coursed through both of them. She let out a gasp. Harry held her hands tight, or she might have let go of him at the surge. After a moment, things settled. Magic has accepted the bond. May I introduce Mr. Potterblack and Mrs. Black Greengrass? Everyone around them clapped. Tonks made a loud whistle, which earned her an admonishing look from her mother. Daphne just stared into the deep pools of emerald green before her. It is fine if you kiss now, Yona said with a knowing smile. She launched herself at Harry, wanting to immerse herself into his magic. February 25, 1999, London, England. 13 days ago, Harry never thought he would be seated in the Wisengamot Chambers gallery in the middle of the night. As an heir, he was allowed to be here. Rocknasher had notified them of this emergency meeting only 2 hours ago and was why they were here at the ungodly hour of 3 in the morning. Rocknasher hadn't told him what was going on, but Harry knew this was big. Next to him was his wife. He would have preferred to have Gabrielle too, but she had had to go back to Beauxbatons. He would be portkeying to see her in 2 weekends. It still didn't mean he didn't miss her, even with Daphne at his side. He was sure he would miss Daphne just the same if they had to be separated too. The heirs section was relatively empty. Neville sat a row behind them and to his left. They shared a nod, but that was about it. Harry didn't really have an issue with him, but they weren't really friends either. Harry just stayed on good terms with him because he was working with Madame Longbottom. Someday he might need to rely on Neville for the vote. A good 15 feet down on the same bench was Parkinson with a man almost double her age. Their betrothal had been announced last fall, and they had gotten married over the halls. Like Daphne and him, they were waiting for the equinox to take up the Parkinson seat, though now it belonged to the Rosewarts. The man's first wife had passed from measles fever a few years back, leaving him with a young daughter. The man was probably looking for a son, and probably had no issues voting for his wife. Harry had familiarized himself with the charters of each of the 52 families that had seats, though only 42 of them had representation, sitting members or heirs old enough to appoint a proxy. Most family charters forbid guardians from declaring themselves proxy. He had been lucky his family had been one, or he figured Dumbledore would have used it. The Vulture section, Media section, had more than a dozen reporters and several photographers. A girl he only seen from afar the last year or so sat among the jackals. At least Harry liked this one. Luna was very discernible with her stringy blonde hair in all strange styles, wand over her ear and quill in her hand. He was fairly sure she was holding a quibbler instead of a notepad. Even so, Harry knew she had taken over from her father as the lead reporter, and the weekly publication was now turning out to be the most reliable source of information on the Isles, even if the many stories were still about heliopaths or nargles, or, his favorite, the goblin pies Fudge used to like. It got Rocknasher riled up every time he would drop one of those articles off to him, while Harry silently sniggered at the goblin. Perhaps he would need to connect with her again. After 5th year, he had drifted away from her, like he had everyone else. After the betrayal by 2 people he had trusted and loved. He just couldn't bring himself to really deal with any more heartache. He was only lucky that Remus and Bill had saved him that summer. Below them, the members of the WolfgangNH were either sitting, looking ready to fall asleep, or moving about to talk and figure out what was going on. Rocknasher was sitting to the side with their allies. Augusta was awake and looking as hawkish as ever. Amos Diggory sat next to her. Harry hated what happened to Cedric and had found a way to talk with his parents shortly after breaking free of Dumbledore. After giving them the memory of what had happened, the man and his wife had become fervent supporters of Harry. Gareth Cummerbund, an older gentleman with a bald head, sat next to Augusta. The man was a long-term friend of Augusta and had been one of his grandfathers, so hadn't taken much convincing to join their small coalition. Susan Bones sat next to Rocknasher. She had silently given Harry her support soon after her aunt had been murdered. At 17, she had been allowed to take up her seat as their charter passed to the eldest, regardless of sex, marriage status, or any unusual circumstances. She had become more outspoken as she attended these meetings and had gotten the support of the ones around her. He knew Augusta would have liked Neville to marry her, but no offense to Neville, she would have chewed him up and spat him out, and not in the good way. She had become rather fierce since her aunt's death. The last of their core was a slightly unexpected person. Tiberius Ogden, a long-time supporter of the darker-aligned houses, had switched sides when his factory had been attacked during the war. Harry hadn't found out why the Death Eaters had turned on him, but the death of the man's eldest daughter and 2 grandsons in the raid had set the man against the Dark Lord and those around him. Harry was still weary of him, but so far Ogden hadn't broken from them, and they did support the measures he wanted, like letting the wizards trade with muggles, even if it was through the goblins. He knew the man's sales had grown enough to make him a fervent supporter of Harry now. The man's youngest grandson wasn't here, which didn't surprise Harry as the boy was maybe 14. The rest of the WolfgangNH was more split, but Harry had enough influence, and Rocknasher enough blackmail, to make others fall into line when needed. Harry hated those tactics, preferring to work on a tit-for-tat or to come to a common ground. Rocknasher knew that, and usually got a better deal for him and Gringotts than the other side did, while leaving the other side feeling like they got the better of it. Between Andy and Rocknasher, Harry couldn't have better teachers to learn the disgusting trade of being a politician. He knew it was a necessary evil, though. Daphne took his hand as the minister, and the few that still supported him entered the chamber. Dumbledore, Dearborn, and Marshbanks were the only ones, where a month ago there would have been 10 hanging onto Shacklebolt's coattails. The noise in the chamber quieted, and people migrated towards their seats as Shacklebolt moved the podium at the center of the ring of seats. He didn't take his eyes off Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up to Harry. He could feel the man's contempt for him even if the man's face was a mask of indifference. Shacklebolt tapped his wand on the podium. The sonorous charm built into it magnified the sounds. "Please take your seats." It didn't take long for the 42 members to sit. This was a formal sitting, so heads of departments were not in the chamber unless they were warlocks themselves. "Thank you all for attending this rather late emergency session," Shacklebolt started. "Why are we here at this Morgana-forsaken hour?" someone shouted. It took a moment to see an oldie man sitting the Selwyn seat. Not all of them had been Death Eaters. Shacklebolt looked tired. "Events of the last few weeks have led to a near loss of confidence in the Ministry and the WolfgangNH. Leave us out of this. Most of the WolfgangNH has been vocal against your arrest of the Potter heir and your mismanagement of our laws," a woman yelled from the center. His brow rose to see her. "That is Warlock Macmillan," Daphne whispered to him. Theresa Macmillan had been raised into the seat after her brother had fallen ill a few months back, and her nephew, Ernie, wasn't old enough to take the seat yet as their family required the heir to be 21. Since they had never had an instance where that caused an issue, the charter had remained the same for generations. Others around the chamber muttered their agreement. The Daily Prophet and the Quibbler had made quite clear who supported the minister and who didn't. Shacklebolt went on as though he hadn't been interrupted. "The loss of confidence has, not to mention the loss of profits, betrothals, and the shuttering of Gringotts," Warlock Selwyn heckled, "led to the following decision. I am stepping down as minister as of 9 this morning and nominate a trustworthy man to replace me. Why wait? We had to get up at 3 in the morning for this. I am nominating a trustworthy man to lead the ministry until the spring equinox." Harry had an awful sinking feeling in his stomach. Daphne's hand grew painfully tight around his. "Warlock Dumbledore will step in as interim minister. That is against all traditions," Augusta yelled, standing up. "You can't appoint someone like that," Selwyn yelled out. "By ministry decree, the normal transition of the head of the DMLE or chief warlock has been superseded, as both have said they will step down at the same time." The yelling was getting loud. Members on all sides were yelling. Dumbledore looked upset at the lack of decorum. Even over the sonorous charm, he couldn't hear what Shacklebolt was saying. It was only the clear ringing of blades being drawn that had most silencing and looking towards Rocknasher. He had drawn his blade. The 3 goblins that had been standing at the top of the stairs had done the same. Rocknasher slammed his knife into the back of the chair before him. "I call a vote to override this decree, exile this filth, and censure anyone that supports it to be voted on immediately. Then I call for an immediate election of a minister pro temp." Harry had never wanted more to be able to vote. Daily Prophet, February 25, 1999, vote of no confidence. The Shacklebolt administration falls apart at late-night WolfgangNH meet. About 3 in the morning, the former Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, 48, called an emergency meeting to announce he was stepping down and the forced retirement of the head of the DMLE, Monroe Morrigan, 69, and the chief warlock, Warlock Cecil Brown, 52. This was a shock to the body. More shocking was former Minister Shacklebolt's last act in office. The former minister tried to supersede the WolfgangNH's authority with a decree placing Warlock Albus Dumbledore, 138, into the minister's seat. This prompted an immediate outcry of WolfgangNH members led by Warlock Rocknasher. Warlock Rocknasher, representative of the Potter seat, called for an immediate vote that saw the minister cast out with a vote of no confidence before his resignation was made legal. An illegal decree overridden by the WolfgangNH with a supermajority vote. Other department heads put into forced retirement, and 3 members sanctioned with fines for supporting the decree. By 4:00 this morning, the ministry was short the minister, the chief warlock, the head of the DMLE, the head of the control of magic creatures, and the head of magical education, as the Shacklebolt's government fell apart. Debates on who to fill these important positions is still underway in what is promised to be a marathon session. At time of printing this late morning edition, the only thing that is known is that Warlock Augusta Longbottom has been elevated into the chief warlock position, and she is already running a tight ship on organizing the best way to resolve the current crisis. Gringotts announces that all accounts and contracts have been restored. In the most positive news since the arrest of Harry Potterblack on February 12th, Greengrass has announced that all accounts will be open and clear of any investigations related to betrothals and marriages by tomorrow, Friday, February 26th. The ministry has agreed to pay all fines incurred during this challenging time, according to a representative in the Goblin Liaison Office. February 26, 1999, Wessex, England. Daphne hung to his arm as they came back into existence. They were both tired after being in the ministry for much of the last day and only getting a few hours of sleep this morning. More tiring was that the WolfgangNH was still in full session, just that it was in recess for the rest of the day and would meet again tomorrow to finish filling the vacant department heads and other key positions. "You going to make it?" "I can watch Teddy on my own," Harry concernedly told her. Daphne straightened up. "I'll be fine. Remus and Tonks asked us to watch him." Her hand entwined with his. "I know, they'll be staying over Tuesday too," he reminded her. Remus refused to be around Tonks and Teddy on the nights he changed, so they were often guests at his place. "And miss seeing the cute guy today? I don't think so. Besides, I'm still on my honeymoon break and don't intend to be anywhere that work can get hold of me," she told him. Harry chuckled. "I'm sure they can survive without you." She held a finger to her mouth. "Shhhh, don't let them know, the world will fall apart. Now I know you're overtired. You're never this silly," he said, pulling her towards the nice cottage in the woods. Harry understood why they lived here, but he never stopped thinking it was cliché. He always looked for a girl in a red hood. "I'm always this way. You're just too stodgy to see it," Daphne told him, pulling on his hand to kiss his cheek. Except for the WolfgangNH moot yesterday into early this morning, they hadn't really gone far from their bedroom in the last week. "All right, a strong cup of tea for you before you get my godson." She gave him an unimpressed look. He knocked on the door. The laughter of a 10-month-old came to them as the door opened. "Merlin, you couldn't be late." Tonks greeted them. "It's great to see you too," he said, giving her a hug. Tonks returned it, then hugged Daphne. "I had a bet that you and your blushing bride would be so busy shagging you'd be late. Remus said you would be on time or early," she told them. "And you yell at me for using that language around my godson," Harry put to her, though he knew he was fighting to keep his face from heating. "Nah, we were at the ministry for almost 24 hours yesterday. Too tired to shag," Daphne told her. Tonks laughed at her. Remus came into the room holding his son. His eyes were rolling. "Harry, it's about time you learn that you do what the women says and not what they do." "Damn right, the paper hasn't gotten to us yet. What happened?" Tonks questioned. Teddy's hair changed to an unkempt black mess, then took on blonde streaks when he happily squealed towards Daphne. "Duh, duh, duh," Teddy chanted before saying, "Har, har." Harry moved to his godson, pleased to take the happy boy. Remus gave him a thankful look. "Oh, sure, he's all happy for you. He was a right terror at 4 this morning," Remus said. "He's teething. Mum said this might happen. Now no more distractions. What happened? I need to know if I need to go into the office tomorrow," she told them. "Longbottom is chief warlock. The minister pro temp is Olsen. The WolfgangNH agreed to have a full election in April. Law requires a 6-week run-up. Dumbledore was trying to block all our other recommendations. The only one that we were able to get posted was Hammerstone to head of the DMLE," Daphne told them. "Oh, thank Merlin. She's been a good orer and then investigator for years. She'll have the department behind her. But wasn't Olsen the deputy head of accounts and payroll?" Tonks inquired. "After Morrigan stepped down and Selwyn managed to get Marchbanks and Diggle out of their offices, Olsen was one of the few senior people that anyone could agree on," Daphne explained. Teddy ran his fingers down the scars on his face. "Gra," he said. Harry grinned at him. "That's right, Uncle Harry took care of the gra." Teddy giggled and his hair cycled from Daphne's dark blonde to all black and wild. Remus shook his head. "The last thing I need is to have him running off like you and James. Tonks, we need to get going in about 20 minutes. "Right, just tell me that Dumbledore is out," she said. "He's a WolfgangNH member. Unless he is found guilty of a crime, he keeps his seat," Daphne said bitterly. "Don't worry, Andy will bring him to trial. His support is almost gone," Harry said soothingly. Tonks gave Teddy a raspberry on his cheek as she went by. He squealed and laughed, his hair going pink like his mum's. Daphne came over and tickled the little man. He squirmed as he laughed in Harry's arms. "He's crawling all over the place now. We try to keep him in the sitting room or the kitchen. The gates open and close with a tap of your wand. He's also taken to picking up anything he can from the floor and putting it into his mouth. Like that," Remus said with a chuckle when Teddy grabbed one of Daphne's tails and pulled it to his mouth. "Ow, give me that," she said a little playfully as she was dragged to Teddy. Har, duh, Teddy happily said. Harry helped her get her hair back. Strong grip there, Teddy. This is your Aunt Daphne. Duh. Duh, he repeated, his hair going blonde now and growing out some. I think he likes you, Harry said with a grin. What isn't there to like? She replied in a deadpan before smiling and moving in to rub her nose against Teddy's. What time does he eat? Harry asked. This wasn't the first time he had watched his godson. He just got done with breakfast. Probably will want a snack about 10. If he falls asleep, don't let him sleep much past 14:30. You should have a pretty easy day, Remus told him. If you two have him, I should finish getting ready. We got him. I'll make sure Harry keeps him out of trouble, Daphne assured Remus, taking Teddy out of his hands and moving towards the sitting room. Remus nodded. So you still like your wife? It's been a week now. Harry followed him into the kitchen. Harry had a silly grin. It's been brilliant, Remus chuckled. Still that honeymoon phase, I see. Thank you for watching Teddy today. You know, we'll do it any time you need, Harry replied. There are also house elves that wouldn't mind helping. You work with them all day long. Remus shook his head. Thank you. I know they are there and that they want to help, but I would feel too much like I was taking advantage of them and your kindness. Remus, it's not generosity if you are family. I have so many that I think some of them don't know what to do, he told him. You know they aren't happy if they aren't working, and they need to be around magic. Remus looked to be teetering. I'll talk with Tonks. Ramai and Ada will be the best with children, or so Dobby tells me. I'll talk with Tonks. He wished that Remus wasn't so stubborn. The man was finally doing well for himself, managing some of Harry's farms with the elves, and he still looked at everything as generosity and that he needed to earn it. There is breast milk in the cold box. Tonks already got a few veggie and fruit mashes together. He can gum some of the icy pops if he starts to fuss. I feel like I'm forgetting something, Remus told him. Remus, I've done this a few times now. I know how to make his bottles, change his nappies, and I swear I won't have him hanging from the chandelier again, Harry told him. Remus's eyes narrowed. We don't have a chandelier. Harry snapped his fingers. Well, there goes that game. Remus growled at him. Harry held up his hands. Teddy will be fine, I swear. Daphne would have my balls if I did anything bad before you get to me. Remus made a snort of amusement. I can believe that. All right, let me go get a nicer shirt on and some dress robes. Are you sure you don't want to do this instead? This is all you and Tonks, Harry told him, knowing they were going to talk with Andy about their wills, and then the goblins, and finally out to a nice afternoon, or so Harry hoped. Daphne was on the floor, playfully chasing a happy and squealing Teddy as he crawled everywhere. He leaned against the door frame with a smile on his face to watch his hot wife chasing after his favorite little man. It would be close to 4 when Tonks and Remus returned to find Teddy asleep in his crib and him and Daphne asleep on the couch. He was leaning back, his mouth wide open with an arm on the back of the sofa and Daphne's head on his lap. Tonks chuckled softly. Do we tell them now or later that this is the easy part? Remus smiled softly to her as she went over to put a blanket over the pair. Let them find out on their own. My feeling is it will be soon enough. Is that another bet? She asked with a hand on her growing stomach. At 5 months, she was really starting to show. As much as she loved kids, she was a little disgruntled that she was confined to a desk job in the Auror department. At the same time, she had been getting involved in some management and squad leader training, so it was equaling out. Remus pecked her cheek. By the end of the year, they will be expecting their first. I give it until summer, she countered. Same stakes, she grinned, loving the way he used his tongue. You bet, Wolfie. Remus gave her a smile that always had her feeling randy. I'll get Teddy up so he sleeps tonight if you want to get something cooking. Sure, she told him. It was this stupid attraction she had to him that had caused her current problem, so she shouldn't be all worked up, but like with Teddy, she found herself wanting him more. Looking at Daphne curled up on the couch in Harry's lap, she gave a contented smile towards them. She was happy he had found his happiness, wondering how things were going to work once Gabrielle joined them. That was his problem, though. Poor sod, he's going to have such a neck ache later. She heard Teddy fuss upstairs before heading off to the kitchen. March 6, 1999 Epinal, France. Harry left the Portkey building into a light snowfall. It was a village visit today, but his destination was the school. Looking up the valley, he could see it in the distance. Heading to the inn across the main square, he stepped up to the fireplace. Sal Principale de Beauxbatons, he said in bad French. A few weeks wasn't enough to really teach him much, but Fleur had been rather diligent when he could make it. Having dressed nicely today in a long green traveling cloak, black trousers, a white button-down shirt, and a vest Daphne had told him makes him look rather sexy, he noticed a few eyes turning to him as he stepped out of the fireplace in the main entry hall of the castle. A few older girls eyed him up before the excited voice of Gabrielle sounded throughout the hall. "Harry!" He turned to see her hurrying towards him. She was in a long travel cloak made of fine, dark blue wool with a long dress that highlighted her narrow waist and large bust. He held her arms open as she crashed into him. By now he was prepared for these meetings. At least this time she didn't try to wrap herself around him, but her tongue did demand entry into his mouth, which he happily complied with. "Pardon," a man said, then rapidly said something in French Harry only partly caught. Harry pulled back, a goofy grin on his face and lipstick around his mouth. "Excuse-moi, monsieur, je parle francais très mal, tu parles anglais." The man didn't look impressed with him. Gabrielle giggled, earning them a further admonishing look. "Miss Delacour knows that type of display is not encouraged. Are you her escort for the day?" She clung to his arm as Harry moved to shake the man's hand. "Harry Potterblack, sir." The man sniffed and looked at his hand. "Miss Delacour has been given permission by her parents to leave for the day. She's to be back by 9. She clutched his arm tighter. "We are taking a portkey and she will be back tomorrow evening, as I know her parents have said. Though why this is necessary since she is 17, I don't even know," Harry told the man. "Monsieur Renaud, Mammon and Papa approved it. I will be going to their house for the night," she told the man. He didn't look that pleased. "There are rules. The pass to the village is for the day." "Madame Maxime," Gabrielle called out, then spoke to the woman in French before a conversation broke out between the three. The man left a few minutes later looking rather put out, and they had gathered a crowd of students that had been coming down to take the flying carriage into town. The woman gave him a courteous bow, which he returned. The woman's opinion of him had changed after he had saved Gabrielle and then floored during the tournament. "I trust you will have Miss Delacour back by curfew tomorrow." "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Very good, I trust her with you, Monsieur Potter," she said. He bowed to her again before leading Gabrielle towards the fireplace. It was only to be used by visitors and could only be accessed by the inn in the village. "What was that all about?" Harry asked, feeling put out with the arse. "Monsieur Renaud is the principal teacher. He follows all the rules. This is against the rules," she told him. "But you are 17 and will be 18 in June," he said. "It is the rules as long as I am a student here. Now on to the fun. Where are we going?" He grinned. "Your mammon said there was a restaurant you like in Paris." She got an excited gleam to her eye. "Cousteau's," he scratched his chin. "Pretty sure that's the name. We have reservations for lunch, then I have tickets to the Trousseau Ballet, and we will see what happens after that. Your parents didn't give me a time to be back to your house." Her eyes had gone wide. "The Trousseau Ballet." "That is the premier troupe," she said in some wonder. He took a pinch of the flu powder. "Well, when I can plan a date, I usually have a good one." "It is très magnifique. You are learning French?" she questioned. "Let's get out of here and we can talk about it," he told her. She gave off a little squeal of excitement before stepping into the flames. He followed right behind her. The blonde was practically floating as they landed in Paris. She took his hand as the ministry worker motioned for them to clear the landing platform. Since they were arriving in the inter-department portkey area, they were just waved through. Gabrielle took his hand. "We must get there," she told him. He laughed at her exuberance. "Easy, Gabrielle, it's not even 10 yet. Our reservations aren't until noon and the ballet doesn't start until 2:30. She deflated a little. "But that is so long away." Her eyes lit up again, though. "What did you have planned in the meantime?" "I thought we could walk the Rue de Magique, but that may not be the best idea with the storm out there," he said, seeing a window in the large atrium showing a rain storm on said street. She just waved her hand. "A simple weather-repelling charm. I could model for you again," she offered with an impish grin. Harry had to force down the desire he felt and the tightening in his trousers. After having slept with Daphne, he doubted he would have much control to not take Gabrielle. It was just too good a visual, and he wanted to see her writhing under his control like his other wife. Not today," told her. She looked disappointed. "Why don't we just find a store or two to look around in?" She led him to the stairs that went up to the main magical district in Paris. In the center were escalators. She hopped onto a stair, pulling him along. She laughed as she overbalanced and fell into his arms. "I do think I'm falling for you," she said with a huge grin. He rolled his eyes. "That is just bad. But I am happy you are here. I miss you so much when you are not," she said a little more seriously as she stood up. He still had an arm wrapped around her waist. He put his forehead to hers. I miss you too, only a few more months. I am not going to study under Master Bunevs, she told him. Harry looked at her surprised. Why not? He wants me to sign on as a formal apprentice for a minimum of 3 years. I couldn't be away from you that long, she told him as they rowed towards the surface. Harry frowned. He wouldn't want to do it either. But you wouldn't have to stay there. I thought it would only be a few days a week. It is 3 days right now. When he talked with me last week, he wanted me to move there. I would only be able to leave when he let me, she said. Harry now understood. The man wanted her as an apprentice under the old ways. He could see something was bothering her. Harry pulled back to see her whole face. Gabby, is there something else? She frowned. I do not think I will be going back again, she told him with a certain fear and anger mixed into her voice. A cold fear and anger went through him. What happened? It was nothing. Gabrielle, he insisted. Master Bunevs approached Papa. He wanted him to sign the apprenticeship without me knowing, she said. Harry's eyes narrowed. And he offered a betrothal, she softly told him. He knew a bad look crossed his face. She reached up to take his face. The man had to be 40 years her senior. Look at me. His burning green eyes looked into her cerulean ones. She must have seen the intent in his eyes. It is over. There are masters in England. I will not see him again. You are not to do anything stupid, she ordered. He just caught them as the escalator leveled out. He stepped off, pulling her in. She let him wrap her up in his arms. He was starting to feel stupid for not asking her earlier. He had plans to do this tomorrow, but he knew he would need to ask her today. I won't do anything stupid as long as he leaves you alone, he promised. Thank you. Besides, I don't think I could top you taking down Dumbledore, he whispered to her. She buried her face into his chest. He was going to hurt you. I will defend you, Gabrielle. I can take care of myself, she told him, backing up. Papa and Mammon have made sure Fleur and I know. I know. He took out his wand and tapped her head. She shivered. Did it feel funny? He asked, concerned. She gave him a bit of a sultry smile. It always makes me feel funny every time I feel your magic. He gave her a silly grin before she kissed him. The next 2 hours was spent walking the rainy streets of the magical quarter and stopping into various shops. When they finally made it to Cousteau's, Gabrielle was bouncing again. Mammon and Papa always said this was too expensive, she told him. Get whatever you want today, he replied. Harry wasn't made of gold, but he had more than enough to splurge when he wanted to. His wealth would about double once Daphne had her first child, and he became the Regent Black. Until then, he was taking the 100 galleon a month allowance he was due as the heir and investing it. It wasn't much, but it was more than the average wizard would make in a month. Meanwhile, his Potter holdings should see him and his children living comfortably if he did nothing else with his wealth. She squeezed his hand as he opened the door for her. Inside, it wasn't that busy yet. An attendant took their coat and cloak. Harry's eyes widened to see Gabrielle in her dress for the first time and couldn't keep his eyes from following her curves. She gave him a knowing smirk before following the mattered. Harry held the chair for her before sitting. The man spoke a soft French that Harry understood enough to know they were being asked about a wine. We'll take the best vintage of what you like, he told her. Gabrielle's eyes widened as the man bowed his head to her. She leaned forward. Harry, he said it was a 1956 wine rose. Is that a good one? He asked. Her eyes were wide as saucers. It is supposed to be one of the best. Do you have any idea how much that is? He grinned at her. No, but since the menu has no prices, I'm assuming a good bit. Merde, she muttered. He reached across the table to take her hand. Gabrielle, I have enough money to not even notice what we might spend today. This is a special day. Just enjoy it. She looked deeply into his eyes. With a squeeze of her hand, she gave him a coy smile before biting her lip. And why is it so special? Because I'm with you, he told her. You think you are debonair, non? She asked, her eyes taking on an intensity that got his heart pounding. I like to think I'm all right, he said. A few years ago, he never would have had the confidence to say that. She giggled before leaning more forward. I like to think you are mon Harry. Always, he said. They shared a little kiss before the waiter came with the wine. It was an enjoyable lunch. He ignored the men staring at Gabrielle. None approached them. When the dessert came, she was happily telling him all about her classes and how worried she was for her final exams in June. I can come here every weekend if you want, he offered. Non, I would never study then, she told him. Besides, you need to spend time with Daphne as well. He nodded. Daphne and I spend enough time with each other. He took in a deep breath. I have something serious to ask you. The waiter put a decadent chocolate cake before Gabrielle while he got a small plate of creme puffs. Throughout most of the lunch, she had rarely not been touching him. whether she was holding his hand, running a foot or leg up his, or even putting a hand on his leg. She seemed to crave the feel for him. He wasn't complaining, feeling much the same. Her hand on his knees tightened at the question. "What would you ask?" She was ignoring the cake. "Daphne doesn't bother you. You aren't jealous of her or anything." She gave him an understanding smile. "I will not hide I am jealous, but that is only because she is with you right now and I am not. I like Daphne and we have an understanding." "An understanding?" he asked. Daphne hadn't mentioned this, but he knew Gabrielle never kept anything from him. An understanding. I understand why you need two women. I don't know if your heart would be able to feel satisfied with only one. You have such a capacity for love. I only look forward to when you think I am good enough to join you," she said, a slightly sad quality to her voice. He felt a little taken back. "Good enough to join me? Why would you say that? Gabrielle, I mean it when I say I miss you and love you." "I know, moan cheer, I can feel it, but you have not been ready for me, not until recently. I have been patient, but I feel I will not be so patient for much longer," she told him with an intense look. "I'm sorry, Gabrielle. I was waiting until you're closer to graduating and I didn't want you to feel like our engagement was lessened because of my having to marry Daphne. I want you to know that you are just as important to me as she is," he said. She took his other hand in hers. "I have never felt that way. I just miss not being able to see you every day." "Well, you have me today, tomorrow." He pulled one hand away from her to reach into a pocket. "And for eternity, if you want." Her eyes widened. He swore she stopped breathing as he took out a small black box. Her free hand went to her mouth. "You got a betrothal with Papa." He shook his head as he got to one knee. "No, I want to do this the proper way. You are too important to me for me to feel like I am buying you." He opened the box to reveal a simple white gold band with a 3-carat diamond. Her eyes went even wider. "Gabrielle Delacour, I would be honored and privileged if you would be my wife." He had never seen her so still or speechless. Many around the restaurant were looking at them. His heart was thudding in his chest worse than when Daphne and him had gone to sign their betrothal. He thought he knew Gabrielle would say yes, but as the seconds drew on, he was feeling less confident. He was about to ask again when she whispered, "We." He blinked a few times, unsure if he heard what she said before she much louder announced, "We, GTA Pauserai." She launched herself at him. Harry caught her before she started to give him the passionate kiss they had shared. He fell backwards to have her land in his lap. People clapped. Gabrielle pulled back, sitting in his lap on the floor. "Put it on," she excitedly said. He chuckled. "Here, but we should get off the floor." "We need to tell Mammon and Papa. Are you sure this isn't a betrothal? I mean that is the way it normally is done," she quickly said. He helped her up and back into her chair. Leaning down, he gave her a soft, loving kiss. "No Potter will ever have to do a betrothal again. I will never sign one or sell one of my children like that. If they decide when they get older to follow that tradition, then we will talk," Harry firmly told her. The love and adoration in her eyes had made the waiting for the day worth it. "Merde, je vous aime." "I love you too," he said, kissing her one more time before sitting. "We have to go tell Mammon and Papa," she told him. "You don't want to see the ballet first?" he asked her. "Oh, we have to go to that, but I need to tell them," she said. "We are eating dinner with them tonight," he told her. Originally, he was going to wait for tonight, but they knew about the creepy old man that had tried to buy her had spooked him. He knew that Gabrielle was beautiful, but that had been wrong. The guy must be in his 60s if what Gabrielle had told him was true. It may not be a betrothal, but an engagement was just as magically binding for their intent to marry. No one would be able to lock her into a betrothal without him giving her up, and he would be damned to lose her. That night would be the first time Gabrielle would sneak into his room. Even if they didn't consummate their bond that night, he would get his first look at her in her all. Afterwards, she fit against his right side in a way that made him feel almost whole. He felt all he needed was the way Daphne fit on his left to complete him. March 7, 1999, Nottingham, England. Harry sat on the couch. The simple betrothal ring that Daphne had given him on his left ring finger. He spun it around his finger. In the last 2 years, he had collected a few rings he never thought he would. On the middle finger next to his betrothal ring was the rather simple heir's ring of the Blacks. Simple was deceiving, though. It was made of pure mithril, the purest goblin silver steel one could get. A raven was etched into the top of it. When the Blacks had this ring made, it would have been almost a king's ransom worth. The Potter Regent ring was a little more elaborate. It was a twisted wire of black gold and yellow with a crest on a larger flat. It was made to impress into wax seals. The griffins and the triangle never made sense until he had been able to pull on his ancestors' memories. He wasn't close enough to claim anything, but he was a descendant of Godric Gryffindor and the Peverills. He wasn't close enough to claim the title or name of Gryffindor, but it allowed his family to claim the griffin and the symbol of the cloak on the crest. 5 other houses were able to claim the same, with only 2 others still in existence, the Longbottoms and Davies. Neither were close enough for him to claim either as a direct family, but they were distantly related, very distantly related. The only other inheritance he had was the Peveril legacy. The house existed before house charters became the vogue in the 15th century, so he wasn't bound to any rules beside that of the Potters, which considered the Peverills to be absorbed. He planned to do the same with the Blacks. Sirius had wanted his house to die, feeling it didn't have any good left in it. Harry had talked about it with Andy, and she felt much the same. Any dignity that the house once held was long gone. The only issue was that houses on the WolfgangNH couldn't absorb another unless they gave up their seat. The ancient magics only allowed 1 seat for 1 family. It was why the betrothal ring had the symbol of the Greengrasses. They were magically bound to have at least 2 children, 1 for the Blacks and 1 for the Greengrasses. Once Harry had regency, Daphne and him had agreed that she would become Warlock Potter Greengrass. Their eldest would inherit the seat of the Greengrasses. The eldest of Gabrielle would inherit the seat of the Potters. That was where absorbing the Blacks came into play. The Goblins would inherit the current Potter seat, then the Blacks would be renamed Potter. Both of his bloodlines would inherit the Potter and Black magics. There was nothing he could about the others. Some of his children would have Greengrass magic while others would have Delacour. The door to the flat opened and closed a moment later. "Love, are you back?" Daphne called out. In the small sitting room, he called back. He was still spinning the betrothal ring as the soft clack of her heeled boots came to him. She leaned over the back of the couch, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and kissing his ear. Harry leaned into her caress before there was a sudden pain as she flicked his ear. He scrunched his nose. "What the hell?" he whinged. She laughed. "It couldn't have hurt that much. Do I need to kiss it better?" she teased before nudging his head with her nose. "I missed you," she said, gently pulling his head back to give him an upside-down kiss. When they broke the kiss, he replied, "I missed you too, but did you have to flick my ear?" She grinned. "You were supposed to let me know when you got back." Leaning over him, she put her cheek against his. "Did you do it?" He smiled as he went back to playing with the ring. She said yes. "We are going to be married July 3rd. Apolline already had the wedding invitations ready, he told her, indicating the small pile of stuff on the low table before the couch. Daphne chuckled. "I'm sure she's had it ready for months." "Probably. She's going to do most of the planning. I need to go back in 2 weeks to make some decisions with Gabrielle." She kissed his neck. "I'll miss you again." "I thought you would be coming," he told her, moving his head to see her. "You said you wanted to make this about Gabrielle like you made our wedding about me," she reminded him. "Gabrielle wants you there. You are my wife, Daphne. I don't want to live 2 separate lives," he said. She pecked his nose. "All right." He smiled, then grabbed her arms. "Harry!" she screamed as he pulled her over the couch. He laughed as she landed in a heap next to him. He swooped down to kiss her. She hit his arm, then gave in to the need they both felt. 2 days was too much to go without Daphne. What was he going to do over the next 2 weeks and the next months? Well, it was all about Daphne while making love to her. He found he missed Gabrielle when he was left to his thoughts with Daphne curled up in his arms. March 20, 1999, London. England, it was a day of pomp and ceremony. Daphne was in the same dark purple, almost black, robes as he was. They were cut straight from the shoulders, so there was no inkling to the shape of her body, which he found a little disappointing. Her blonde hair was in stark contrast to the robes and large tricorn hat she had on. He was dressed much the same. The only difference between them was that Harry had the crest of House Black on his left breast, while she had the crest of the Greengrasses on hers. As they made their way towards the WolfgangNH chamber, she had her arm around his. Rocknasher and his 2 guards, Chief Warlock Longbottom and Warlock Bones, walked before them. Susan would be their sponsors for them to take their seats. On their way, Dumbledore stepped out of his office. Harry tried to ignore the man. Daphne's chin went a little higher. He would have to finally confront the man soon. Since Gabrielle had tried to make sure the Dumbledore line would die with him, he had petitioned for an audience every day with Rocknasher. Once he was a recognized member, he could no longer play that game. The man's icy demeanor did not bode well for the meeting. If things went well today, The man's power in the ministry should be broken, if it wasn't already. Inside the chambers, they went to sit in the rather hard-back wooden chairs on the floor before the WolfgangNH seats. It was the place that visitors that would be testifying or had petitions would go. Why they had to do this instead of just taking their seats, he didn't know. He made sure Daphne was seated before he sat next to her. 2 others were in the seats today. Cresswell gave him a nod and a friendly smile. Arthur Weasley was 4 seats down. The man was in the same colored robes as him with a crest that had Harry's eyes narrowing. As they had entered with the rest of the members, they didn't have long to wait for Chief Warlock Longbottom to step up to the podium. Next to her was the Minister Protemp and a few other department heads. They were allowed in as observers and to debate or present bills, but could not vote on anything unless a member themselves. Chief Warlock Longbottom tapped her wand on the podium. I call this spring session of the 455th WolfgangNH moot to session. All members, take your seats, she ordered. They sat straight-backed while the opening ceremony and pomp went on. Once the last of the roll was taken, Chief Warlock Longbottom called out, "Are there new members or representatives to be inducted?" Dumbledore stood at the same time as Susan. Augusta cast a glance to Dumbledore before turning to Susan. "Warlock Bones, you may present your claimants." She politely bowed her head. "Thank you, Chief Warlock Longbottom. I present the petitions for Heir Black and Heiress Greengrass to take their seats. Per WolfgangNH law and the family charters, both meet the requirements to take up their responsibilities in this august body." Susan held up the petition forms. "Scribe, please verify the veracity of the petitions," Augusta ordered. "Before you do, Chief Warlock, I have a petition for the Black seat as well," Dumbledore stated. She didn't pay him attention as the scribe summoned the papers. "Chief Warlock, sit, you old windbag, unless you have a legitimate petition. There are no other recognized members of the Black family," Augusta ordered. Dumbledore frowned but remained standing. "Scribe." A middle-aged woman was running her wand over the paper before turning to a goblin that was sitting below the podium. Harry had to suppress the grin that Rocknasher had managed to secure a post for the bank in these proceedings. After a moment of running a clawed hand over the documents, the goblin nodded. "The petitions are magically legal." "Very well. If there are no other challenges, then I hereby elevate the Heir Black to Warlock Black and the Heir Greengrass to Warlock Black Greengrass," Augusta said. Dumbledore didn't look pleased, but no one else spoke up. He helped Daphne up. He caught sight of a grimacing Narcissa in the upper stands. They took their seats next to Susan, who nodded to them. "What is your petition, Warlock Dumbledore?" "I have a petition for the seat of Pruitt. The last Warlock Pruitt passed 3 weeks ago and her will granted the seat to Charlie Weasley. Heir Weasley is unable to attend today and has elected his father to represent him," Dumbledore stated. Harry frowned. They hadn't heard that Muriel Pruitt died. Harry didn't like this. Rocknasher stood. "I object to this. There was no notice of death or vacating of the Pruitt seat. I demand a review as it has not been the required month before a formal will reading and transfer of a WolfgangNH seat can occur. Charlie Weasley meets all the requirements, as outlined in the petition," Dumbledore assured. "Is Heir Weasley present? Unless he is underage, then the applicant must be present," Augusta told him. "Heir Pruitt," Dumbledore stated as though correcting someone that needed correcting, "was not able to attend today. His representative is here and ready to take the seat. Unless he is in St. Mungo's and unable to be here, the heir must be present." Dumbledore didn't look pleased. "Heir Pruitt is not available today. Then Heir Pruitt can present himself at roll call tomorrow or wait for the summer solstice meet," Augusta told Dumbledore. "Any other petitions?" That evening. London, England. Daphne was on his lap, arms over his neck and giving him a deep kiss. The last of their allies had just left the office and he wanted to get home. Daphne pulled back. "Can I say I find you incredibly attractive when you assert yourself?" His hand slid down her purple robes and found the bare leg beneath them. "I was just doing what we planned." She gave him a lascivious grin. "The way you knocked down Selwyn and his bill to remove the Muggle baiting laws was brilliant." He grinned at her as his fingertips ghosted up her leg, pushing her robes up. "Perhaps we should get home." The look in her eyes had him thinking that he wouldn't make it 2 feet if he tried to get up. She cupped his face, determined to snog her husband senseless when a knock came at the door. They both groaned. Daphne whimpered when he was reluctantly pulling his hand out of her knickers. "Just hold that thought," he said breathlessly. "Just get rid of them. You convince me more that you weren't a Gryffindor tomorrow," she told him, playfully nipping at his lip before reluctantly getting up when the knock came again. Forcing his raging hormones to subside for just a moment, there were few things that could stop them cold like looking into the electric blue eyes and beardless face of Albus Dumbledore. Harry's wand shot to his hand. "What are you doing here? Going to try to get me censured again?" He had been ready to gut the man when he had tried to censure him and get an arrest warrant for Gabrielle attacking him. As they had found out today, the man had very few allies left and a ministry full of enemies and unbelievers. The man didn't look pleased. "I think you have proven that you are the true power in the ministry now. May I please talk with you?" Harry took in a long breath. Daphne came up behind him. Now that he was sitting in a WolfgangNH seat, he couldn't avoid this. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Warlock Dumbledore, I think my husband and I have made it very plain that we do not support any of your politics." The man cast a look to Daphne that had Harry gripping his wand tightly. "Yes, I am very aware of that," the beardless man snapped. "What is this about?" Harry demanded. "This is a conversation that is long overdue. Are you going to act an adult, like you claim you are, and invite me in so we can talk? Or are you still going to act like a petulant child and send your little goblin, your villa and solicitors after me?" Dumbledore requested with a sneer in his voice. Harry gave the man a cheeky grin, hopping to piss the man more. "I think my fiancée did quite well in defending herself and me." The man's eye twitched. "Congratulations are in order. I saw the announcement in the Daily Prophet this week." He tapped Daphne's leg. She backed up. "You will excuse me, but I don't have any refreshments to offer, as today is the first time I have been able to enter the black offices," Harry told him as a dig. Dumbledore nodded his head, pushing past Harry. Harry refused to be pushed around in his own office and stood his ground. The man bumped into him and shuffled a few steps to the side. The man's age was showing, while Harry was entering into what would be the strongest decades of his life. Dumbledore glared at him before moving to a chair. "This will only be me and you, Harry. I think my wife will stay, Warlock Dumbledore, and if you call me Harry one more time, I will throw you out of this office," he told the man. If plans went the way he hoped, Dumbledore would be forced out of his seat tomorrow, leaving only Aberforth to take it before the Dumbledore line died. Harry doubted that Aberforth would take it. The man hated his brother as much as Harry did and wanted nothing to do with politics. "This is not for her ears," the man said. "Warlock Black Greengrass stays," Harry said with no uncertainty. After a moment, Dumbledore put his hands in his lap. "Very well." As much as he may not have wanted to, Harry recognized this as a formal parley, even if Dumbledore didn't follow the proper forms. He moved to the large, dark wood and gold-trimmed chair that the Blacks had behind the desk. It was huge to intimidate anyone coming into the office. Harry was going to replace it as soon as possible. Daphne moved to stand to the left of the chair. Dumbledore didn't miss the action, but didn't comment. Dumbledore sat as though expecting Harry to speak first. The man was in his office, and Harry wasn't a snot-nosed student anymore. Andy had been training him well, so he just sat with his back straight and glaring at the man as Daphne stood next to the chair. "Eventually," Dumbledore said, "you need to stop this plan. You have to give all the creatures equal rights, and this push you have to discredit all the purebloods." Harry snorted. "First, no bloody way. If you think I will take children and people into this world that will be considered second-class citizens, then you are as barmy as I thought. Second, the bill to eliminate blood status and any laws that unfairly give groups an advantage is not mine. I do agree with it, though." Dumbledore had a brief angry look cross his face. "Then you truly plan to go against 1,000 years of tradition and plan to join a WolfgangNH line, an old blood line with a creature." Harry had to school his face. Dumbledore was trying to get him riled. "I plan to marry a woman I love, and the fact that multiple marriages is against the law." Dumbledore pressed this tired old argument. Harry just held the man's gaze, not deigning to reply. He had already refuted this too many times to repeat himself. "I see," Dumbledore said. "Do you know what you are doing? You claim you want equality and to get rid of the old blood bigotry, but all you are doing is driving a major wedge into our society. People are going to lash out. The shock of your win is wearing off. I hear the rumbles. You will be responsible for the next Dark Lord if you don't turn into one yourself by letting this power go to your head." Harry rose a brow. "I am only doing what we fought for. I am fixing the things you refused to fix for nearly 100 years, even though you always had pretty words about Muggle-born rights, the abuse of Muggles and the way wizards treat creatures, as you call them. You are pushing to change things that are rooted in our magic itself, Harry. Magic and the wizards of the island will revolt against you and cause even larger rifts if you keep on this path, Dumbledore told him. Harry snorted. I rather think the opposite. You are touched with darkness. You would see it that way, Dumbledore countered. Daphne squeezed his shoulder. Harry still had his wand out and pointing at Dumbledore just below the desktop. Warlock Dumbledore, I think you the one touched by darkness. Are you listening to what you say? Have you been listening to what you have been espousing since that night the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts and my husband killed the ones that took down your own students while you cast only stunning spells? They could have been saved, Dumbledore said bitterly. No, they couldn't. I heard for weeks about how Draco was going to finally exact his vengeance when the Dark Lord came to the school. He meant to kill as many Muggleborns as he could. I told Snape, Daphne said. Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected. The man was an arse and a Death Eater. He didn't deserve any title like Professor. I saw him kill Lily Moon when she stepped out of the Slytherin common room that night. He had warned us if we left, we would die. She was trying to find another professor to warn them because we didn't trust Snape, Daphne said, some emotion clouding her voice. Harry reached up and put a hand over hers. I don't regret my actions that night. He had been warned by Tonks, who was still in the Order as a spy for him at the time, that something bad was going to go down. After sneaking into Hogwarts, Bill, Remus, Tonks, and him surprised the Death Eaters and saved many lives, including Dumbledore's. It was during that night he had recognized the wand Dumbledore used as the Elder Wand and had taken it off the man when the battle was done. Dumbledore had hated him ever since then. And that is why you are dark, Harry, Dumbledore said in a hard tone. Because I defended others. Because I took down 4 Death Eaters that night when they killed 2 students and nearly killed a dozen others. Because I don't follow you like a lap dog anymore, Harry angrily snapped back. They could have been saved. No, they couldn't. Snape, Malfoy, Dolohov, and Rudolphus Lestrange deserved to die, Harry snapped back. Severus and Draco were under compulsions, Dumbledore tried to counter. You know as well as I that a dark mark must be taken willingly. They were not under compulsions, Harry retorted. This is all just complicated things. Dumbledore tried to regain what he probably thought was the higher moral ground. This didn't complicate anything. You and Riddle are the ones that complicated things. It was you that led this society down this path. Harry continued to attack the man. You can't do this, Harry. You don't know what you are doing. You aren't even supposed to be here. Harry's wand came up. Suspicions he had had for years screaming in his head. What do you mean I'm not even supposed to be here? Dumbledore frowned. Looked like he had said too much. Perhaps we can come to an accord. No, you are not changing the subject. You denied telling me anything about the prophesy, the Horcruxes, my heritage, my place in this world, and set me up at every step of the way. What the bloody fuck do you mean I wasn't supposed to be here? His magic was starting to come unhinged. He felt Dumbledore's magic rise. You are starting to show your dark ways, Harry, the man darkly remarked. Harry didn't even think about it. The Elder Wand was moving. Dumbledore was faster than any old man should be and had a shield up before the spell impacted him. The dark blue and black spell ripped through the shield and impacted Dumbledore in the chest. His wand went flying. The man slumped over, grabbing at his chest. What did you do? Dumbledore demanded. What did you mean I am not supposed to be here? Dumbledore looked up. There was a flash of anger before he said, 60 years of plans to save our world, and then you came along and ruined everything. You and your family. Voldemort never would have become so violent if your grandfather hadn't started to kill his followers, and then your father and mother go and blow the man up and I get stuck with you. You never followed any of the paths you were supposed to take. What do you mean my family? Harry questioned in a cold rage. Daphne gave him a questioning look while looking upset herself. I had my plans for this world. The purebloods would run themselves out on their rhetoric. I would find a way to mediate between them and the others. One night your grandfather was outside of Diagon Alley. He killed a young heir that was having a little fun with a few muggles. It caused a ripple effect that had Tom become violent, and your blasted family responded in kind. Took me almost 6 years to finally get your grandparents to back down, and it took a new strain of dragon pox I had to develop to do it. I thought James would fall in line, but after falling in love with the Mudblood Evans, he never followed my orders the way I gave them. And you are just like your parents. You never do what you are told. You unravel plans that should never be so, and then you go and live. After everything, you live and destroy all my life's work in the matter of a year. I want to see you dead, and you will be by my hand before you destroy my world. Harry flicked his wand. A stunner knocked Dumbledore out before he could say another word. He flicked the Elder Wand again. Dumbledore's dropped wand, 2 others, and a knife came out of Dumbledore's robes. Everything landed on his desk. What did you do? Daphne asked. She was fuming at the man. I cast a family spell designed to have someone that wronged the family to confess to their crimes, Harry told her. She huffed. So he will confess to anything, Harry shrugged. Most likely. It will work for anyone of my blood or bonding. It just came to me, he told her, holding up the ring. For the next few days, he will confess to any wrong he did to my family. Enervate him, she icily demanded. Harry bound the man with ropes. Daphne rounded the desk as the white light raced to Dumbledore. The old man stirred. His head lifted, blinking as though half drunk. Daphne rounded the desk. There was a loud smack. Dumbledore's head whipped to the side. He raised a brow at her, never having seen her so furious. He found it about as hot as when Gabrielle had gone after the old man. Did you set up Harry to die each year he was at Hogwarts? The old man slowly turned to Daphne. There was a small trickle of blood on the corner of his mouth. He was never supposed to survive. The prophecy should have seen him killed. How can a boy, a baby, be powerful enough to kill a man like Tom? Her wand came up. Harry scrambled onto the table, just managing to shove her wand up before the severing charm left it. Don't, we have his confession. Get the Aurors, he told her. Her amber eyes bored into his. After a moment, she said, why not just send a patroness? I know you can. Harry didn't break eye contact. Because I want the man to live long enough to see the last of his legacy die before he's pushed through the veil. He will be the last Dark Lord to die at my hand, he told her. Dumbledore's voice caught. He spluttered. You me, Dark Lord. Harry looked at the man. I'm guessing you never went back to see if the prophesy orb went dark, did you? The man's eyes opened wide in surprise. That's not possible. They were all destroyed that night in the Duem. Harry gave the man a look that said, You're an idiot. You do not think the unspeakables have a method of recovering them. I have been waiting until I was your equal. Today I was made so. I was going to make your fall a little more spectacular, but this will do. I want to kill him. He wants to kill you, she defiantly told him. Daphne, please get the Aurors, he said, knowing not to order her. After a moment, she yanked her arm from his hand. You can't, I am not a Dark Lord, Fox. He moved before Daphne. Her wand came up. Harry pulled on this family's magic. The ring pooled the knowledge on how to stop the phoenix. His wand came up. Flamglaci. He cried out as a fireball lit up the room just over Dumbledore's shoulder. The icy blue flames hit the center of the fireball. Dumbledore cried out in pain. There was a painful phoenix call before the flames extinguished. He saw a bird in mid-flight, frozen in time. The ice-fire spell had frozen the bird. It fell backwards. The claw that had grabbed Dumbledore's shoulder tore the man's robes as it fell back. Landing on the floor, the frozen firebird shattered. What did you do? Dumbledore cried out. Relax, I only froze him, Harry said. He conjured a wide ceramic bowl, then summoned all the pieces to it. Parts were already smoking as the ice melted. I would never hurt an innocent creature. Once the bits unfreeze, they will burn and Fawkes will be reborn from the ashes. Dumbledore had a look of hatred on his face. You are dark. I have learned to be a survivor, no thanks to you. Daphne, Harry calmly said. She was just staring at the pieces in the bowl. He knew she wasn't a fighter. His words shook her from her thoughts. If he is dead by the time I get back, all the better. Dark Lords deserve to be exterminated. I am not a Dark Lord, Dumbledore protested again. When the door closed, Harry turned to Dumbledore. For the first time, the man looked scared. Harry undid the button on his long sleeve. Yes, Voldemort marked me, but you did far worse, Dumbledore. I never really lived growing up, but you know that, don't you? He rolled up his sleeve to show the scar from the basilisk. Your plans have marked me many times. The day you tried to kill me, you marked me as your equal. Harry pulled up his sleeve more. There was a long scar on his bicep. That is from the dark cutting curse you used on me before I disarmed you after defeating Snape. That day I became your equal in magical power, but the prophecy wasn't fulfilled. You can't do this. It will only be your word and your chits against mine, Dumbledore said a little smugly. On December 23rd, 1997, I defeated Voldemort. You told me after Sirius died that it was either Voldemort or me. Yet when Voldemort fell for the last time, the prophecy wasn't fulfilled. On that day, I became your equal as a defender of the light, Harry said. You are no light lord, Dumbledore spat. Today I took up my power in the WolfgangNH. You are right that people will not all flock to me, but from what I can tell, I have as many allies and cronies as you do in the WolfgangNH, the heart of power in our world. I became your equal in political power. I bet that the orb is still glowing, though. By the time you pay for your crimes, Harry grinned. It wasn't exactly evil, but it wasn't kind either. I am told that 3 is a very magical number. On my 3rd defeat of Voldemort the year I killed the basilisk, I became the sole Peveril heir. Did you know that possessing the Hallows doesn't make you the master of death, but it does give you power, knowledge, and the ability to wield it, he said, holding up the ring and the wand for the old man to see. Dumbledore's eyes widened. The ring is a repository of all the knowledge of all those that have died in my family since its creation. The confession spell was created by Alois Potter more than 400 years ago. It will last for 48 hours or so. You will sing to anyone that asks you a question about what you did to me or my family. That means any Potter or Black. Dumbledore's eyes went wide, and a dawning horror was coming over his face. Did you set up my parents? Yes, Dumbledore told him. Why? I already told you. The Potters were destroying everything. Those that supported your family were killing as many families as those supporting Voldemort. I needed them gone. So once I heard the prophecy, I pointed Tom at you, Dumbledore told him. He was starting to look sick. Harry nodded his head. I thought as much. What are you going to do? Harry shrugged. See you through the veil, then I'm going to finish my plans. You are killing our world. I have no clue if my changes will help or hurt, but I won't leave the same people in power, and I won't let my children, or any others, be discriminated against like I or others were. I never meant to hurt anyone, Dumbledore told him. Harry had a nasty look cross his face. No, you just supported whole-scale genocide of anyone that didn't support your view of our world. A knock came at the door. Come in, Harry called out. 3 Aurors stepped in with Daphne just behind them. Warlock Potterblack, you called us. Why is Warlock Dumbledore here? I came to kill the Dark Lord Potter, Dumbledore told them before looking sickly. There is a recording crystal in that light fixture. I have cursed him with a spell to confess any crimes he has committed against my family for the next 48 hours after he threatened me, Harry told them. You can't do this, Dumbledore yelled. The Aurors moved to arrest Dumbledore. The man fought against the robes Harry had bound him in until the magical suppression runes on the wrought iron shackles of the Aurors became active. Dumbledore suddenly looked much older and sunk into himself. You have killed me, Dumbledore dejectedly said. Harry didn't say a word as he was taken away. Daphne put a handkerchief to his nose. He knew he would pay for this later, but Dumbledore would finally be vanquished. It took them another 40 minutes to give their statements before Harry walked Daphne to the atrium and onto the London streets. She fell into his arms, angry tears biting at her eyes when he pulled her into a hug once they apparated back into their flat in Nottingham. March 21, 1999, Wessex, England. Tonks hugged him as soon as the door was open. Thank Merlin you are both all right, Harry hugged her back. Daphne and I are fine, Dumbledore won't be. She let him go to take him in. After a moment, she nodded her head. Good, I need you around for a long time. Teddy needs a godfather, and I need you give me a godchild with one of those hot blondes you keep collecting. Daphne let out a snort of amusement. He better not collect any more hot blondes. Harry glared at Tonks, who gave him a cheeky smile. Tonks moved to hug Harry. Inside, the whole family had gathered this week. They quickly greeted everyone, and he soon found Victoire in his arms. He was holding the girl close as she tiredly rested her head on his shoulder. Her blue eyes were looking around the room. Teddy has tired her out, Fleur told him before moving off towards the kitchen. Daphne took a seat next to him in the sitting room. How are you two? Bill asked. Daphne leaned her head against his shoulder. I'll see the man burn. Bill rose a brow. Ted was on the floor playing blocks with Teddy. What happened? We only heard that Dumbledore was arrested. Harry felt his magic pulse. Victoire moved uncomfortably in his arms. He had to force himself to calm. He let out a long breath. That bad, huh? Bill commented. Daphne sat up, her ire coming through. He admitted to setting up Harry's entire family to die and expected Harry to be a martyr. He came to kill him last night. Ted's look darkened. Bill sat up, looking ready for a fight. It was probably a good thing that the others weren't in the room. He was going to do what? Bill asked in a deadly calm. Given what they had all gone through during the war, anyone on this house would do anything had to protect anyone of their family. They had all killed or done other questionable things to make sure they all survived. Bill, the Aurors have him. Dumbledore doesn't have any support anymore. He isn't going anywhere, and he isn't get close to anyone I care for, he told the man. Victoire whimpered. Harry kissed her head. I'm sorry, little sweets. Uncle Harry is all right. Bill still looked murderous while Ted looked very troubled. "PA," Teddy said to his grandfather. Ted turned back to the 14-month-old boy with a smile on his face and worry in his eyes. Bill didn't look mollified. "Harry, are you sure?" "Harry used his family magic to make him confess," Daphne told them. "Anything the Dark Lord has done to Harry's family will be told to the Aurors." Bill looked to Harry. "You used Veritaserum." Harry shook his head. "It's old family magic tied to my blood." "It's not something that should be used often because there is a backlash to the spell if not used properly," Harry explained. "What type of backlash?" Bill questioned. Being a cursebreaker by trade, Bill was very weary of any magic that could have that type of effect. "It only works if the person intentionally and purposely did things to wrong your family. If they didn't and you use it, magic exacts a price," he said. Everyone understood that meant either a partial or full loss of their magic. To compel someone to do what Harry had done was not a normal thing of nature, and magic didn't like it when used in ways it shouldn't. It was why those that were large practitioners of the dark arts often lost their humanity and morality and became monsters. No matter the intention, they had to initially start using dark magic. Riddle and the Death Eaters were prime examples. "I'll teach it to you, if you want, Bill," Harry offered. Bill gave him a small smile, understanding that Harry considered him family. "I never say no to new magic." The clatter of a tower of wooden blocks falling and the laughter of Teddy broke up the serious conversation. Harry smiled to look at grandfather and grandchild playing. It was something he wished he had experienced growing up and would make sure his kids had that experience, knowing that Jean Paul, Apolline, Ted, and Andy would look at his kids as their own. "I can take her so you can play with them," Daphne offered. "I rather like where I am," he told her. She gave him a kiss on his cheek. "Fine, I'll play with the little terror then." Harry chuckled as Teddy giggled while smashing some of the blocks as Ted tried to make a new tower. Bill smiled at them. "You want a drink?" "Anything in the ice box is good," Harry told him. Bill nodded and got up. After their day yesterday and last night, Harry needed this time with his family. He only wished Gabrielle was here too. April 2, 1999, London, England. Harry and Daphne had managed to change offices so that he was next to Rocknasher, and she was on the other side of him. Unlike many members, Harry planned to be available and around. He wasn't only going to show up to the ministry when it was time to vote or sit trial. The Wizengamot was supposed to represent wizards and others in their world. He would do that. Dobby and a few of his elves had moved everything and taken most of the furniture that he didn't want. The bookcases were pretty bare as he only kept the active law books, scrolls, and treaties available. The other almost 500 years of history had been moved to the library in Nottingham. The desk he sat at was much more modern with a few drawers built into the side, but was mostly open with a rather comfortable leather chair. He wouldn't try to intimidate people like many of the old families. He looked up when a knock came at the door. He was surprised to see a face he hadn't in a few years. "Mr. McLagan," Harry said, indicating a seat. He wasn't about to get up for this man. "Potter," the younger man said. He didn't look quite as arrogant. Last Harry had heard McLagan was playing keeper for the Wimborne Wasps. The still rising Quidditch star was rather fit. "What can I do for you?" The man ran a hand through his sandy blonde hair. "I need you to back off Hermione." McLagan had never been subtle or prone to small talk. "I don't know what you mean." McLagan pursed his lips. "Since that meeting where you shot her ideas down, she hasn't been the same, and her boss is now threatening to put her on probation." Harry leaned forward, threaded his fingers together, and put his chin on them. "I haven't talked to Mrs. McLagan or had any interaction with her direct supervisor or said anything against her since that day." McLagan didn't look convinced. "Things are not going well. You used to be her friend. She still thinks about you. I find her looking through an old album and crying at times. Whatever your thing is against her, drop it. The healers are saying it is not good for her pregnancy." Harry blinked, feeling surprised this time. "Hermione is pregnant." McLagan ran his hand through his hair again. "You didn't know. I thought everyone did. It was why we got married over the Christmas halls." "I did not. I haven't kept up with her since she decided I wasn't worth her time," Harry told him. The bitterness of her abandoning him when he needed it most was still there. But the pain was gone. Daphne and Gabrielle were filling that void that once existed where his best mate and girlfriend once lived. "Oh, she thought it was you that gave her the glowing recommendation to get the job," McLagan told him. Harry shook his head. I haven't said anything for or against her. He could see the man's distress, thinking this would fix whatever issue was happening with Harry's ex-girlfriend and her boss. He understood that she was a scared 16-year-old girl at the time everything happened. That still didn't mean that Harry hadn't needed her. He had only been 15 and his world had just fell apart. Perhaps it was time for him to be the bigger man. Merlin, where the bloody fuck was all this maturity coming from? He asked himself. I will talk with Crichton, Harry told the man. McLaggen let out a long breath. Thanks, Potter. I'll send you some tickets if you can iron this out. Harry held up a hand. I don't work that way. I will not be corrupt, Harry told him. McLaggen gave him a wry grin. I always thought you a ponce, but you're all right, Potter. Thanks, I think that's a compliment, Harry replied. The man grinned at him, then got up. As he was about to walk out of the office, he said, Listen, I don't know what happened between you two. She won't talk about it, but whatever it was, she's still really broken up over it. If you could. He shook his head. Never mind. Thanks, Harry frowned as the man left. He leaned back in his chair, thinking over the talk for a bit before getting up. Closing his office door behind him, he meandered towards the lifts. Now that he had been in the ministry more the last few weeks, most of the workers had stopped staring at him. It was a blissful ride down to the 5th level only because he wasn't interrupted. Walking through the department for the control of creatures was a little different than a month or two ago. Those that had glared at him before averted their eyes. Those that supported his view and politics waved, smiled, and a few even shook his hand. The final vote would be in a few weeks, but it was looking highly likely that creatures like dwarves and goblins would be recognized as full magicals, giving them the same status as a witch or wizard. Most important to him were the Vila. He walked into the small cell of cubicles outside the office of Crichton. He saw Hermione poring through a thick tome and writing notes. She looked rather worn and tired. The other two workers looked up. Good morning, Mr. Potter, a man in his mid-20s with black hair said to him. Good morning. Is Mr. Crichton in? Hermione looked up. There was a quick look of panic before she looked away. Harry frowned. He may have felt like he wanted her to suffer at one time, but that would be him being petty and a child. It would be the same way the people he was trying to make sure he wasn't like acted. Thinking about Fudge and Malfoy, he had to consciously stop himself from snarling. He's in the office. He has the door shut while he works on something, the man said. Harry nodded. After knocking on the door, he waited patiently. After a moment, he heard a muffled, come in. Harry entered the office. McLaggen, this better not be another request for tomes we don't have the budget for. Nothing like that, Harry said, closing the door behind him. The man's head shot up. Warlock Potterblack, excuse me. Standing up, the man extended his hand. Was I expecting you today? I highly doubt it. Please call me Harry. This isn't an official visit, Harry told him. The man looked intrigued. Really? I thought you would be busy with the final draft of your bill. I'm busy with getting the votes. What I wanted to talk with you about was our conversation in February. Has Mrs. McLaggen still been trying to find a way to free the house elves? The man sighed. I still apologize for that. Head Welsford told me what you said. I shouldn't talk about my staff, but if she doesn't drop this and do the projects I've assigned, I will have to let her go. Harry shook his head. He knew how she was when she was on a crusade. He voiced the idea that he had devising in his head. Do you know that I have been helping Ingrid when house elves have been being let go? The man's mouth pursed. I did not. As many of the older families suffer from the economic downturn, as the Muggle-born and half-bloods have been boycotting their shops and businesses, I have been bonding with those that can't find another home or were abused. I give them all the choice to stay with me or to bond with someone else. I have been looking for someone to work with my foreman. Maybe someone that needs to do more research on house elves, their magic and their culture. Something Ingrid and I have discussed a few times, Harry told him. The man's brow rose. I didn't have the sense you really enjoyed Mrs. McLaggen's company. At one time, I did. I wouldn't be working with her, but maybe she can make an official ministry book on the house elves. If that works, then she can maybe work with Head Cresswell. I know he is looking for a good researcher and someone to author a new book on goblin relations, Harry suggested. Crichton looked to be thinking for a moment. He looked towards his door, his eyes unfocused. I don't have the budget for field work. I can give a grant. It will be self-serving, as well as potentially getting a problem employee out of your hair for several months to a year or more, Harry offered. He focused on Harry again. You would do that? I have been willing to support any research into the different races around the Isles and our world. I will be marrying a Vila woman. This is very personal for me as well as helping the ministry, Harry told him seriously. Crichton nodded. I will bring this up with Head Welsford. If she goes for this, how soon could you have the grant ready? This afternoon. I will send a missive to my foreman and meet with him tonight, Harry told Crichton. You do know she is pregnant. Harry gave the man a rather severe look. Do you know of any place safer than to be around a half-dozen nanny elves? The man chuckled. They will wrap her in a magic bubble. If she is lucky, that is all they will do, Harry quipped. The man smiled for a brief moment. What if Mrs. McLagan doesn't want this assignment or she tries to upset your house elves? I'm sure she will accept this. I can see she is trying to disprove things. Often if you hit her over the head enough with hard facts, she comes to accept it. The house elves that have bonded to me understand that it is me, and only me, that would ever offer them clothes or transfer them to another person, and only if they asked, Harry told him. Because of my friendship with them, they are different but still the same little guys that make them so lovable. Crichton nodded. He got up and Harry did as well. They shook hands over the man's desk. I will see what I can do. I have some stuff to complete this morning, but I will go to Greengrass this afternoon to set up the grant. I will offer a 2,000 galleon salary and 3,000 for expenses and supplies to cover the next 2 years, Harry told him. The man's eyes bulged. That is very generous, Harry. I meant it that his is rather self-serving, Harry told him. We could use more self-serving people like you. I'm always willing to help when I can, Harry replied. When they left the office, Crichton took off towards Head Wallingford's office. The workers looked to him. Harry nodded their head. Hermione quickly looked back to her tome. Harry caught the title of the book. Walking next to her desk, he said, That is probably one of the best books to accurately document house elves and their magic, but it is still wrong. Hermione looked up to him. At 19, he could still see the girl he knew in the young woman. She frowned at him. Have you come to humiliate me again and get me fired this time? Harry let out a long sigh. With a small shake of his head, he left. He wasn't sure what he had hoped to achieve by talking to her, but she was obviously at that point in her mania where she would attack anyone that didn't agree with her opinion. He hoped this helped her mature and realize that she wasn't always right. April 6, 1999 Rousel, France. Gabrielle was holding his hand tightly as they walked the fields around her parents' house. Daphne was on his other side, seemingly content to let Gabrielle monopolize his time. Gabrielle was laughing as she finished the story about a prank war that went wrong one night at dinner. The head mistress was so upset. There were pastry pieces everywhere. Harry laughed with her. They sound like they are quite the troublemakers. They are, she said. They will be in detention until the end of the year. If they are lucky, only half of next year too. And you weren't involved in any of this? Daphne asked. Harry had suspicions too. Gabrielle seemed to know too many details. Gabrielle stuck her nose up. I would never do something like that where the head mistress or certain teachers would see. Harry laughed. I'm going to need to keep an eye on you. I hope both, she said with a mischievous grin. Daphne laughed next to him. Are we sure we want Astoria to visit any time she wants? Harry grinned. Just set them loose on Tracy. The gleam in Daphne's eyes said he may regret saying that at some point. I am letting her know you gave us permission when it all blows up in your face. Harry eyed her. You don't need my permission. A scapegoat is always a good thing to have. Gabrielle pulled herself to his side. Oh, I like her. Can we keep her? Harry laughed as Daphne grinned. I think that can be done, Harry told his fiancée. As they got to the edge of the field, they walked onto the lane. Why did we come so far out here? Gabrielle asked. I wanted a walk. I missed you. I thought we all needed a talk, Harry told her. Daphne knew what this was about. And what did you want to talk about? The wedding, us. Gabrielle gave him a questioning look, then looked to Daphne. What about the wedding and us? I know that you and Daphne have talked, Harry started, hoping that this wouldn't blow up in his face. When we get married, I am taking you on a proper honeymoon. Why didn't you take Daphne? She asked. We did what I wanted. At Christmas, we would like to do a bigger trip, but I don't really want to travel that much, Daphne told her. I do not understand. I want to see the world, Gabrielle said, jumping before them and turning to walk backwards as they talked. If they were all going to be living together, they should all be honest with each other. My parents were gone on travel many times for the family business. We were left with a nanny and our elves. I do not want to do that. There are some things I want to see, but it is not a burning desire. What would you like to see? Gabrielle inquired. I've always liked the history of the old empires in the New World. I would like to go see some of them. Maybe visit Castelabruxo, Daphne replied. You and Harry should go and enjoy the 2 weeks away from everything. You are sure? Gabrielle questioned. Daphne gave her a smile. I've had him to myself already. If you want to go see the world, I won't stop you. Just bring him back. Gabrielle rushed Daphne to hug her. Merci, merci, Gabrielle said to her. Harry could see how affected his villa was. He knew that Fleur and her often dealt with very jealous women. One of the few ways to not be affected by their allure was to be in love. With how Daphne hugged the silvery blonde back, he had a good feeling she understood too. Gabrielle took up a spot between them, her hand seeking his out again. Where are you taking me? A surprise, he told her. She gave him a pouty lip and eyes. He chuckled. Not going to work. She muttered something under her breath in French. He grinned, catching the gist of what she said. Gabrielle wasn't one to be patient for surprises. You said there were a few things you wanted to discuss. Harry let out a long breath. I want you to spend the night with Daphne and I, he told her. Her eyes went huge. Gabrielle looked between Daphne and him. You mean? No, Daphne stated with no ambiguity. You will sleep on your side of the bed. I will sleep on mine. Harry will be between us. Harry couldn't deny that since Daphne had broached the subject that he didn't dream about both of them at once, but he would never press something like that. He felt his cheeks heat a little at the thought, though. I missed you. I don't like not having Daphne at my side. I want to see if this will work between us like this. Gabrielle held his hand tight. I will do whatever you want. Harry felt his cheeks grow warm at the thought. Daphne raised a half-amused brow at him. I want you to do whatever you two are comfortable with. I just want you both, he told them. Daphne nodded. Gabrielle beamed at him. We will be there for you. Gabrielle, I want you to be there because you want to be. This whole thing is unusual, I know, but we are all equal in this, Harry told her. Gabrielle grew more serious. I know, Mon Amour, I know how kind your heart is. I adore that you love Daphne so much and still have room for me. It's not like that, he began to protest. Harry, shut it and just listen, Daphne ordered. He clamped his mouth shut. Gabrielle grinned. I see this is equal. Oi, Harry exclaimed as Daphne gave him a cheeky grin. Harry, this will work. I know you have an equal space for both of us. It is part of your magic. You have two strands running through you. If I was to deny one of them, you would never be genuinely happy. I am thankful that you found a mate that is accepting of this, she said more to Daphne than him. We will work. What is the next thing you want to talk about? He looked to Daphne. She looked uncharacteristically unsure for a second. I know that this is going to be a more formal affair than our wedding, but I thought that, if you want, I could be the bonder of the union. Gabrielle missed a step. Harry had to keep the normally graceful girl from falling. They all stopped in the middle of the lane. You would do that? Unlike the hand-fasting ceremony, a marriage was different in that it was conducted more like an unbreakable vow. It was one thing to have a ministry-approved bonder doing the ceremony. It was another to have Daphne doing it. As part of the marriage ceremony, there was the vows. The bonder or the father of the bride typically oversaw the vows and did the binding. It was thought that the father as the bonder would hold both their hearts and vows in love, as well as have the power to break the marriage should they both desire. A bonder would do so out of professional obligation. To have Daphne offer this would bind the three of them together in a way few would understand or experience. I would not offer if I did not mean it. I love Harry. I see you do too. He obviously likes to two of us for our bodies, Daphne deadpanned. Hey. I like you for more than just your looks, he complained, enjoying the giggle from Gabrielle and the way Daphne tried not to smirk. And you don't like our bodies? Daphne questioned. Harry was oblivious to the danger in her voice. I never said that. So we are ugly then? Daphne asked with narrowed eyes. Merlin, that is not what I am saying, Harry whinged. He is quite attracted to us both, Gabrielle said to save him. I know he undresses us with his eyes. A slight tinge coming to her cheeks. You bloody fuck, Daphne grinned. I know. Daphne moved in to kiss his cheek. He's lucky he's a looker as well when he's in the buff, well endowed too. Now you're just teasing me, Gabrielle complained. Harry just groaned. Would you allow me to act as the bonder? Daphne questioned. Gabrielle jumped to hug Daphne again. Oui, je serais honorée, merci, merci. Daphne looked to him. She was studying French as well, but wasn't taking to it as well as he was. She said thank you. And something about honoring you, he said the last rather suggestively. Payback was warranted. Daphne blushed a bright red at his knowing smirk and wink. Gabrielle let her go and turned to him. He half-heartedly shielded himself as she hit his arm. I did not say that. Harry laughed as his fiery villa berated him. April 9, 1999 Rousel, France. The 3-month-old Victoire was sleeping on his shoulder as he watched the women of the house talking about the wedding. After how low-key Daphne had wanted their wedding, She was really getting into the planning. He liked that Gabrielle and Daphne were getting along so well. It wasn't perfect, but both were making an effort for him. He had noticed that Daphne had woken up with her back to him the last few mornings, with Gabrielle pretty much on top of him. The last month and a half had found Daphne pretty much laying on top of him. He could only hope things got better that way, otherwise he would be room hopping. It was something he didn't want, but he admitted he wouldn't push them. Victoire shuffled, then let out a fart. Bill gave him a tired smirk. Lucky, that didn't sound wet. Harry grinned back. She likes me, you know, that whole favorite uncle thing. Bill chuckled. You may be her only uncle, so you should feel pretty secure in that favorite spot. Harry sighed. I thought Charlie was at least on your side. Bill had a glass of wine in his hands that he half emptied in one go. I thought so too. I think Dumbledore and Mum got to him. He's talking about moving back home to take up the Prewitt seat. Aunt Muriel left it to him, which I find funny since she and Mum never really got along, and the old biddy didn't want to give her anything. Harry frowned. You think she was forced to submit a will that wasn't hers? Don't know. But he sent me a letter making sure I didn't want to take up the title and saying that leaving the family was a ruddy, stupid thing to do for a little French tale, Bill told him. Harry felt the man's bitterness. I think it a wonderful thing you did. Jean-Paul is very thankful you agreed to carry on his name. I know, I don't get it, Harry. My family isn't the same that I remember growing up. Mum wasn't this dominant. Dad taught Charlie, Percy, and I how to do things right. Things started to change about the time I left school, but I was gone for most of 5 years. I just don't know what changed, Bill told him. He appended the glass. Looking at it, Bill eyed the dregs. I don't know what happened to have Percy become a Death Eater. I'm going to get more. You want anything? I'm good. You should watch how much you drink, Harry told him, knowing that people did stupid things when drunk and Bill looked to be in a mood. Bill gave him a trademark Weasley grin that said he was an angel when he was anything but, I'll be good. Bill moved in and kissed his daughter on the crown of her head. I wouldn't give them up for anything. I would fight those insane wankers again if it kept Victoire and Fleur safe. I'll make sure we never have to deal with that again, Harry told him. Bill put a big hand on his shoulder. I know you will. I know you'll love my sister and protect her. Harry knew Bill was talking about Gabrielle, and not Ginny. Bill never talked about her since that time he had drunk after they had destroyed the locket. Ginny's death that day changed things more than the night of the Department of Mysteries. He hadn't known he had killed Percy until the mask had fallen off. Harry was attacking a Death Eater, punching a fist-sized hole in his chest with an overpowered bludgeoning charm. A bludgeoning charm shouldn't normally do that, but he had just seen Sirius taken down by a killing curse. He was rather distraught and his magic wild. The Weasleys never would have known it was him, except shortly after the raid on Hogsmeade that had killed Ginny, a few other students, and more than a dozen townsfolk. He had snapped at Ron when the Git had been demanding to know where Harry had been, and started blaming him for not saving Ginny and Percy. Never mind the fact that Harry wasn't even attending Hogwarts anymore. How was he supposed to be everywhere? While trying to hunt down the Horcruxes, it was only a few people that kept him together, and 3 of them were in this house. Jean-Paul wandered over to him after putting a magazine down. You do not wish to plan this wedding, Harry shrugged. I'll pay for whatever she wants and be involved in whatever she wants me to be, but I don't really have a preference. Jean-Paul saluted him with his wine glass. I see my Gabrielle is marrying a man wise beyond his years, but it is the bride's family that should pay. Harry rubbed Victoire's back as she squirmed a little. I have the money. It is not the money, call it pride. You can put her in the crib, you don't have to keep holding her. Harry didn't press the issue. He kissed her head. I don't mind. Besides, I like bobbies. The man nodded. That is a good thing, as I know you will probably be a father sooner than later. Harry gave a small smile to look at Daphne and Gabrielle. Daphne and him knew this was their goal. Soon, but hopefully not too soon. Jean-Paul gave him a knowing look. I only ask you give Gabrielle what she wants. He looked at the man curiously. What do you mean? I mean if she wants, do not deny her desire of a large family or only a single child. I know we have not agreed to a betrothal, but this type of thing would often be handled in that way, Jean-Paul told him. Harry understood. Jean-Paul, whatever we decide, we will decide together. I want to see my family name go on, but if Gabrielle decides she never wants a child, then so be it. Daphne and I will be required to have at least 2. I don't see Gabrielle not loving any children we bring into the house. She will. She already loves her niece and your godson, he said. Bill came back over and held out a butterbeer for Harry. Harry nodded his thanks. How are you, Bill? Doing well. I'll be doing better if Victoire starts sleeping through the night. I can't thank you enough for letting Fleur and this little one stay with you the next month or two, Bill said. It is no issue. We will always want our children around. Do you think this job will take that long? Jean-Paul questioned. It's a new tomb. I promised Fleur I would be done with all that, but the Cairo branch offered a sizable bonus for this job. If things go well, we could look at adding on a small addition. Fleur wants 4 bedrooms, and it would be nice to have a workshop. Fleur wants to get her enchanter's license, and I could become a private contractor for ward weaving, Bill replied. As long as you are back by the time we get married. Gabrielle will want to have you there, Harry told him. And be safe. Bill put his wineglass down and reached for his daughter. Harry handed her to him. Victoire cuddled against her father. I have 2 exceptionally good reasons to get back in one piece. If you weren't already doing more good where you were, I'd offer you an apprenticeship. Harry shook his head. I have 1 girl already and will have another soon. I think they would get upset with me if I just scamper off. Jean-Paul chuckled. If you think Gabrielle was upset the last time we were in England, you will find out what the true temper of the Vila can do. Bill chuckled and Harry had a sinking feeling as the 2 men laughed more at his reaction. Victoire stirred and started to make noises. De quoi vous moquez-vous les hommes? Apolline put towards them. Si en est rien mon bel oiseau, Jean-Paul replied. Harry leaned into Bill. She just asked us what we are up to, right? You're getting better, Bill told him. Gabrielle got out of her seat. You must come over and see the flowers. I don't know which one to pick. He let her pull him over to the table. April 13, 1999, London, England. It was a little past 3 in the morning when a small hand shook them awake. Daphne grumbled, enjoying the warm body that was holding her tight. She snuggled into his warmth, her fingers intertwined with her husband's. She had missed this most of last week, but Gabrielle deserved his time and she had him mostly to herself until he married the Vila girl. The small hand shook them again. Mistress Daphne, a soft, squeaky voice said. Daphne mumbled something. Harry shifted. Mistress Daphne, Dobby softly said again. What is it, Dobby? Harry asked over her shoulder. What time is it? It's about 3, the great Harry. There is a woman at the door, Dobby said. 5 more minutes, Daphne muttered. Dobby, who is at the door? Harry asked. She groaned to feel him pull away. An Auror looking for Mistress Daphne. She said she would have called but we's not have a flu, Dobby told him. Harry shook her shoulder. Daff, you need to get up. She rolled over enough to look at him. She wasn't really awake. It's still dark, she whinged. There is an Auror at the door, he told her. Looking at the table, she was wondering why her badge wasn't going off. This got her up, her panic clearly coming out. It's not Tori or Tracy. Dobby grabbed his ears. I's not know. Get dressed. I'll go to the door, Harry told her. He slipped out of bed, putting his wand on his arm, then pulling a house coat over himself. She jumped out of bed, reaching for the clothes she always kept ready when she was on call. Being in France all last week meant she was on call all this week. Why her badge hadn't gone off to alert her had her stomach gurgling with worry for her sister and cousin. After getting dressed, she found a middle-aged woman in red robes waiting in the entry area with Harry. He was standing tall. She was getting to know him well enough that even though he looked calm and put together, the pinch around his eyes meant he was very worried. Auror Forsyth, what are you doing here? I'm on call this week, so you could have used my badge, she asked, putting her ministry badge onto her shirt. I'm sorry, but I was asked to come for you. She gave a look to Harry. He slightly shook his head, telling her he didn't know what was going on. Warlock Potterblack is cleared to know about my work, Daphne told her. Understood. We need you to come to a hospital in Derryham. We have a bit of an issue there that has drawn more of the local interest than we can handle, the Auror told her. Harry gave her a look. Let me throw something on. I'll be there if you need me. She nodded, patting her pocket to make sure she had the mirror that Harry had given her. He had been able to work with Fleur to make one that linked the ones he had already, meaning that Harry, Gabrielle, and her could easily get hold of each other. Fleur was working on more for the entire family now. As she walked out of the flat, she asked, What's the situation? A few Muggle-born modified a few automobiles. They were racing them and caused an accident. 32 Muggles are hurt and the wizards are in a Muggle hospital. We have a bunch at the scene, but I was told a local news station got footage. We need someone to explain this and help with the cleanup, Forsyth told her. Bloody hell, she muttered. This could be a catastrophe. Forsyth took her arm and they apparated away. When she came out, there were 3 other Aurors and 2 Obliviators at an emergency site just across from a hospital. She hadn't understood that the cars had crashed into the hospital. Sweet Morgana, what happened? 3 wizards enchanted some automables. They tried to get them to work like the night bus, then raced them around. They ported into the 2nd floor, one of the obliviators said. I've tried to get everyone, but someone in your department said it's all over the picture wireless. She put a hand to her mouth. Whatever the cars did, they took out most of the 2nd floor and part of the building had collapsed. Where is my boss? Director Pringle is already on site, Mrs. Potterblack. He asked for you. We need someone to talk with the press and to later prepare something to talk with the minister and Muggle Prime Minister, the senior Auror told her. She looked at the bevy of Muggle police, fire trucks, cranes, and others. This must be killing the healers, magical reversal and obliviators because she doubted they could move in. I need to know all the details, she told them. It was an hour later that she was talking with the press after working with Pringle after others had finally been able to get in. A local detective was standing at the podium. We have a spokesperson for MI6 to talk about the potential of a terrorist attack like we saw a year or 2 ago. She swallowed. Thank you, Detective Garand. I am Special Agent Rebecca Cummings. I know that there are rumors about a terrorist attack. Currently, there is no reason to believe that. This appears to be an incident of some young men that were illegally racing. At this time, we don't know everything that happened, but an engineer has said it looks like one of the cars was launched into the air and hit a support beam, she said. Daphne had heard someone else say that somewhere before, and it sounded like a good excuse. Realizing she didn't know much about engineering, she was going to put in a request to attend some university courses. It was close to 10 when she finally made it into the office. 2 of the 3 wizards that had modified the 2 cars were dead. The 3rd one was in St. Mungo's. 3 muggles had died. It was the worst incident since the raids had ended after the war. Getting the strongest tea at the cafeteria, she sat at a table with a few crumpets and some clotted cream. She put her head in her hands. Harry was probably worrying about her, but she didn't have the energy at the moment to call him. As she sat, she could hear others around her. It took a moment to focus on something that caught her attention. The enchantments are rather ingenious. I think I can copy them, a familiar voice said. Arthur, you know we aren't supposed to do that, another man said. It's fine, Tim. This is all covered under the law if you don't plan to use them in Muggle areas. I should be able to get in and see the other automobiles again, Weasley said with some enthusiasm. She blearily looked up to see the 2 men at the table before her. She had a sinking feeling what they were talking about. Arthur, those things are only in our department to understand what enchantments were used on them. I hear there was a rather big incident last night, a man about Weasley's age said. Her sinking feeling turned to a white-hot rage. It's fine, Tim. I would never use it. Molly would never let me after what happened with Ron his 2nd year, Weasley said. Daphne left her meager breakfast and tea. She had to go find Director Pringle before this went any further. May 10, 1999, London. England. Harry stepped into the WolfgangNH chambers while in his deep purple robes and the ridiculous tricorn hat. Today was a case of a disciplinary meeting turned into a trial. He carried the folder in his hands that had been handed to him the day before. Because of this folder, he hadn't really talked with his wife for the last several days and hated it. Seeing her sitting in the witness chairs of the prosecution, he could see she was as pleased as he was about all this. Once Gabrielle joined them, then she could probably have someone to talk about these things with when she couldn't talk to him. At least, that was his hope, that they would become good friends. So far, that seemed to be playing out, especially after they had straightened out why Daphne was keeping her distance from him in bed when the 3 of them shared. Looking at the defense table, Harry kept his face emotionless to see a man he once considered a father figure. That image had been broken more than 2 years ago, and all Harry saw was a deeply flawed wizard that was just as foolish as most other purebloods that had no clue about the world outside the exceedingly small wizarding one. Somehow, he had been chosen for the 13-member panel to sit in on this case. Taking a seat on the extremely uncomfortable stone benches of Courtroom 3, he put the folder in his lap. Susan sat next to him, while Lord Brown sat on his other side. There were almost an equal number of representatives from the 3 major factions. Sitting tall, he waited for the chief warlock to call everything to order. With a tap of her wand on the podium, Augusta called out, "This tribunal is called to order." Tribunal 123 of the 455th WolfgangNH Moot has been called to hear and decide on the charges from the Ministry of Magic against head Arthur Bilious Weasley of the Department of Muggle Artifacts. Chief interrogators to be Chief Warlock Augusta Longbottom, Director Olivia Hammerstone, and Investigator Gertrude Wilhelm. Court scribe is Gerald Huntington. Mr. Huntington, please read the accusation against Head Weasley. The man stood up to read out 15 charges that included improper use of Muggle artifacts, improperly obtained permits to use Muggle artifacts, improper obliviations of Muggles, improper use of ministry time, and the improper documentation and stealing of evidence as found on his property at the borough. How does the accused plead? Augusta demanded. The man's solicitor, Raymond Perch, stood. The man was a slightly pudgy wizard that was getting on in age, but still had a full head of dark hair. He had a decent reputation for getting his clients off or with very reduced sentences. Mr. Weasley pleads not guilty on all accusations. Very well. Barrister Hemmings, please present your case, Augusta said to the prosecuting barrister. A younger woman with strawberry blonde hair stood. Thank you, Chief Warlock Longbottom. I would like to start today with accusations pertaining to Mr. Weasley's direct remit in the ministry, then get to the wider scope of his improper use of his office. Starting in 1974, my department has uncovered no less than 953 permits filed by Arthur Weasley to use Muggle artifacts. When more than 200 had been denied, he worked his way into the office of the improper use of Muggle artifacts. Since then, every permit he has submitted has been approved. He has used the office to push laws that make his use of them marginally legal, and been involved in 18 documented cases of directly violating the law, which includes an enchanted automobile 4 times, Barrister Hemmings stated. During 2 of the instances, when Head Weasley was not on duty, and when it was his own making to expose our world because of the use of such artifacts, he obliviated Muggles, and one time even a Muggle-born witch before finding out she was one. This violated 3 statutes and the rules of the office that Mr. Weasley was sworn to uphold. She swept her eyes across the WolfgangNH board. I will show evidence of all this. I also have the Auror reports of what was taken from Mr. Weasley's premises, the Burrow in Ottery, St. Catchpole, that documents 43 items that had been enchanted. After an independent review, 15 of the items were done so without the proper permits, and were outside of the law since they had been confiscated while performing his duty, and then either studied or replicated. This all paints a picture of a man that clearly does not respect the laws of our land, the governance of his office, or the proper mentality to protect the statute of secrets, Hemmings stated. She moved to sit down. Thank you, Barrister Hemmings, Solicitor Perch. Please present your opening rebuttal, and then we will get to the presentation of evidence and questioning of witnesses, Augusta said. Perch stood up. Thank you, Chief Warlock, members of the WolfgangNH. I come before you today to represent a kind family man that has always worked within the bounds of the law, upheld the statute of secrecy, has been a proponent of Muggle rights, and helped to advance out understanding of Muggle society to protect the statute of secrecy. Harry flipped open the folder. Thanks to magic, the sheets and sheets of parchment that made up the case were contained within the expanded space of the folder. Flipping through the paperwork, he was quickly becoming bored. Griffook had provided him with a brief on all this, and Harry knew the barrister for the ministry was correct. He didn't tune in again until Solicitor Perch was asking questions of the elder, former head of the Department of the Misuse of Muggle Artifact. Mr. Muldoon, you personally rejected 4 of these permits. The reason given was violation of Statute 15, 4-3. Perch put a parchment before the old wizard. This clause was superseded by the Muggle Artifacts Law of 1963, Statute 52, 6-8. When Arthur Weasley filed the appeals, you still rejected the permit. Under what grounds did you do this? Taking out a pair of glasses, Muldoon took up the parchment. That is because it is illegal. It was then and is now. That is not so. There have been a few laws passed that supersede this document. This is very important, Mr. Muldoon. My client is being accused of a severe breach, Perch said, as though this would sway the man. Statute 14, 4-3 is not part of the Muggle Artifacts laws. It is part of the licensing for magical enchantments and to obtain a mastery in the subject. Only those with such certifications can file for this exception. The last I knew, that has not been changed. If Mr. Weasley had filed for an experimental permit under the Rune Enhancement and Charms laws, Then something could have been worked out with supervision, but he still wouldn't have been able to certify his own work as it shows in these later permits, Muldoon said, picking up the other documents on the table before him. Perch scrambled to pick them up. That is not the questioning at the moment. Muldoon grabbed the paper back and squinted his eyes as he looked at the new parchment. There is no permit that allows this combination of enchantments on a vehicle unless approved by the unspeakables. Thank you, Mr. Muldoon. You may dismiss the witness, Chief Warlock, Perch rapidly said. Hemmings shot out of her seat. I request to re-examine the witness. Granted, Augusta told her. If the Weasley family hadn't cast him to the curb and blamed him for all their woes, he might feel bad, but part of Harry's campaign in the ministry was to clean it up. Mr. Muldoon, can you explain exactly what is wrong with this permit and why the enchantments need to be certified by the unspeakables? Hemming asked, ripping the parchments out of Perch's hands as she walked by. Certainly. To add a confounding charm with this type of disillusionment charm, and to have both a muggle and magical distraction field overlaid with it can cause catastrophic effects if not linked and grounded properly. How do you know this? Hemmings questioned. Muldoon looked up and took his glasses off. I don't remember exactly when, but there was an accident where a wizard used this exact scheme on one of those internal explosion enzymes. When the binding runes wore down from the heat, it cascaded in the middle of London. An entire block of muggles, 3 witches and 4 Hogwarts-aged students were reduced to babbling babes. It was worse than an obliviation gone wrong. After that, the MUMA submitted their finding to the unspeakables, and they put it on their watch list. I'm not certain, but Arthur Weasley may have been on that case. Maybe in his first year or 2 in the offices. Mr. Weasley shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Molly Weasley had always complained about her husband and his muggle obsession and the way he was always tinkering with his collection. Harry had thought her just being a harridan. Who knew she had been right about this one? I see. During my preparation for this trial, I was unaware you were so knowledgeable in this, Hemmings said. I would have to be. You have to obtain outstanding NEWTS in charms, runes, and defense against the dark arts, and then be trained as a magical reversal officer before you can step into the department. Anyone that would have those type of credentials would be lax to not know the regulations and warnings. I know I had it added to the training material to teach new trainees what could happen, Muldoon said. Hemmings had a small smile on her face. So you might be able to help on some permits that my researchers had issues with. Objection, that is soliciting a witness to obtain further charges, Solicitor Perch yelled out. I think this court should hear this. Hemmings, continue, Augusta said. Yes, Chief Warlock, Hemmings said, walking back to her desk to retrieve her folder. It was an hour and a half of Hemmings going through the dry monotony of permits, paperwork, law and statutes showing that Arthur had violated more than 15 regulations, used other illegal or monitored charm and enchantment pairings, and Harry had to calm himself to know that the Ford Anglia that Ron and him had stolen could have killed them, and made a crater 50 feet wide if the flying charm had failed at the same time as the disillusionment charm. When Muldoon was dismissed, Hemmings shuffled some parchment. I would like to call Mrs. Black Greengrass, a junior of the Department of Muggle Affairs. Harry had been waiting for this. Daphne had worked for the department for a little over 2 years now and should soon be promoted to a full agent. When Daphne was led out to the witness box, she was asked to swear the same oath to tell the truth. Mrs. Black Greengrass, Hemmings said. Shouldn't it be Warlock Black Greengrass? Solicitor Perch objected. Harry had to admit he didn't know why the man would do that. Augusta, as though curious to see where this might go too, turned to Hemmings. Barrister Hemmings, may I ask why you do not use Warlock Black Greengrass's proper title? It is not out of any lack of respect, but today Mrs. Black Greengrass is representing the DMA. Ministry regulations require any sitting warlock to act separately of their station if doing so, Hemmings explained. I highly doubt that Warlock Black Greengrass would be able to separate her duties. I know my petition to disbar Warlock Potterblack from these proceedings was denied, but I still contend there is a prejudice between my client and his house, and now his wife, Perch adamantly said. Harry took in a sharp breath. Daphne sat a little taller. She looked like she wanted to respond. Hemmings must have caught on to Daphne's mood as well. I have worked with Mrs. Black Greengrass on a few cases and found her to be highly professional. Mrs. Black Greengrass, would you like to respond? Thank you, Barrister Hemmings. I have sworn oaths to uphold the laws, rules, and statutes of the ministry. None of my wedding vows require me to hold my house or loyalties over that oath. Today I have sworn to tell the truth to the best of my knowledge. I will not hold any prejudice in this, Daphne stated. Perch scoffed. We are to believe this. We all know the standard marriage vows require fealty. I'm sure that Warlock Potterblack is just using this to further his vendetta against my client where there is a long history of animosity. Harry took in a long, slow breath to keep his temper in control. Arthur had closed his eyes and bowed his head. Murmuring had taken up in the audience. He could hear the sharp tones of Molly Weasley, though her children were keeping her voice down. Daphne stared down the man. Do you doubt my oaths, Solicitor Perch? I took them with full intent of following them. I have followed and enforced all regulations within my purview. Can the same be said of Mr. Weasley? I object. The witness is clearly biased. Augusta shot off a small blast to quiet the room. Solicitor Perch, I will not put up with you baiting the witness. Mrs. Black Greengrass, you will refrain from accusing the defendant as that is not your place at this time. Daphne sat with a perfectly straight back, her face emotionless as she slightly bowed her head towards Augusta. I apologize, Chief Warlock. This is a hostile witness towards my client, Perch insisted. Chief Warlock, Solicitor Perch is trying to disbar the witness. Mrs. Black Greengrass needs to testify about 6 incidences she has observed, Hemmings said. Instances that can't be trusted to be unbiased, Perch retorted. Daphne must be bristling inside. Harry once loved these people. It didn't matter that Arthur looked deeply embarrassed. He wasn't doing anything to stop his solicitor. We will listen to the testimony of Mrs. Black Greengrass. I think the WolfgangNH can make its own decision if the witness is reliable or not, Augusta said. When Perch went to speak again, Augusta spoke over him. Solicitor Perch, you impinge on the honesty of Mrs. Black Greengrass again, and I will fine you for badgering the witness. Perch didn't look pleased but sat. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Mrs. Black Greengrass, I have a report you filed last year on April 3rd where you witnessed Mr. Weasley using an obliviation on 3 Muggle teens after they found an artifact that was changing into various animals. Can you please describe what you witnessed? Hemmings requested, moving over to the witness box to hand Daphne the report. Daphne wouldn't be the last, but she was the most damning of the witnesses to show how Arthur illegally obliviated people, stole evidence, and to cover up his misdeeds. When done, she was allowed to sit in the front rows of the gallery. In all, Harry felt the trial proved the man used his office to change laws to allow for his proclivity to collect and experiment with Muggle artifacts. The illegal use of his office to deal with things the Obliviators and Magical Reversal Squads should have handled, so he could get his hands on ingenious ways to enchant things, and his blatant attempts to cover up illegal activities and breaches to the international statute of secrecy. When Harry raised his wand to vote for conviction, he heard a woman in the stands start to bawl. He could see Mrs. Weasley sitting with the twins and Charlie. Because of the changed laws, Mr. Weasley wouldn't be spending time in Azkaban, but he would be spending the next 3 months in the ministry cells, would be dismissed without pension from the ministry, and would be facing a hefty fine for the family. Arthur, with his head bowed, was led out of the courtroom. Molly and her sons followed. Daphne gave him a little nod as he filed out with the rest of the WolfgangNH members. He was sure she would be finding her way to his office soon. Sure enough, he had just been able to hand his robes to Dobby for cleaning before a gentle staccato rap came at the door before Daphne walked in. She closed the door. He held his arms out for her. She moved in to hug him. You were brilliant, he told her. I just ruined a man's career and potentially destituted his family, she replied. I don't know to feel bad about that or still be upset. Perch is a complete arse. I know, he gently said. I have a feeling he will have a hard time finding clients soon. Good, am I a bad person that I don't feel guilty? She questioned. He kissed the side of her head. You only reported what happened. I'm the one that voted to convict him. I know I don't. I know that Mr. Weasley has been warned many times over the years. He drafted laws to allow his obsession. I was around some of those items that could have killed us. You tried for the last year to get him the proper training. This isn't your fault. I know, she said, holding him tight for a moment before pulling back. I want to go to lunch today. I'm taking the afternoon off. He grinned at her. Brill, let me just tell Rocknasher. I have an appointment with him this afternoon and was going to meet with Head Welsford and Pringle today, but those can be rescheduled. If you have those meetings, you should go. I'll just go soak in the tub for a bit, she told him. Kissing her lips this time, he started with her towards the lifts. His meetings weren't until later this afternoon, so he had time to treat his wife to lunch. Hand in hand, they walked out of the lift on level 3. Still being in the newly-wed stage, they both looked a little rumbled from the short ride down. Daphne pulled him down to whisper something into his ear when he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. His instinct kicked in to pull Daphne to the side. She let out a little scream of surprise as a resounding smack echoed in the lift before the grate closed behind them. "How dare you? Haven't you already done enough damage to our family that now your hussy is doing it too?" A tearful and vengeful woman screamed at him. Harry stood up fast, his hand coming up to grab the woman's wrist before she smacked his face again. The hateful look in the brown eyes of a woman he once thought of as a mother no longer hurt, but he was happy that visitors were required to check in their wands. As a Wisengamot member, he had been allowed to keep his, and they both sung to him about the danger this woman and the 3 men behind her were. She let out a pained squawk as he tightened his grip. "I did nothing to your family, Mrs. Weasley. If you dare attack my wife, I swear it will be the last thing you do." "Oi, let her go, Potter," a rather burly man with a few burn scars demanded. Harry looked up the man. "Bill rather hoped you would remain on his side, but I see you have chosen." The redhead balled his fist and came closer. Harry twisted Mrs. Weasley's wrist. She cried out as he did so. The day guard took notice and started to walk towards them with his hand on his wand and the other on an old-style baton. "Let her go, Potter," Charlie yelled. The twins didn't move to intervene, but Harry didn't forget them. Harry let her go. "Keep your mother in line. I would hate to have to file charges of assault." Molly looked at him with such hate that Harry felt his magic rising as a precaution. "I curse you, Harry Potter. You have destroyed my family. I curse." Daphne stepped around him. Her hand struck the woman across her face. The elder wand came out of his left arm holster. The magic of his family coursed through him as the ring flooded his mind with what Molly had just tried to do. Charlie moved to punch Daphne. Fred pulled a short wand that he had obviously been hiding while George threw something at him. Harry's wand moved in a smooth motion. A simple swish had Charlie sailing through the air. If such a huge man had lain a punch on Daphne, she would have been hurt. With an upturn of his wand, a white spell raced towards Fred before the redhead's wand could come to bear on Harry, while a downward flick had the small smoking ball of something flung back at George. A small circle had him enveloped in a 7-foot diameter ball of magic, trapping the now brown smoke. A look of panic crossed his face. The disarming spell was so powerful against Fred that the short wand flew past Harry's head to impale into the stone next to the lift as Fred went flying half across the atrium. Daphne's wand was pressed into Molly's throat. She didn't even flinch at Harry taking care of the others. He vaguely heard her as people started to react around them. "Listen, you twat. Don't you dare curse me or my family. I know what that is like. If you say another word, I will not hesitate to cut your head off." She venomously spat at the woman. He knew the history of the Greengrasses. They had been cursed for 7 generations to always lose any but the eldest child before their 21st birthday, to always have more than one child, and for the other children to suffer until their death. Astoria had been the 5th generation. The curse had been broken when the last of the Goyle line died in the final battle in Diagon Alley. The hate-filled look in Molly's eye exposed her thought that it might be worth it. To enact such a curse, someone had to say it 3 times in the presence of the one to be cursed, voice what the curse was, then give up their magic to power the curse. Because it was a suicide pact, blood curses were not common. That, and the fact that the magical backlash would also infect the family that did the cursing. So this type of thing was usually only done as a last resort for revenge, or to satisfy some antiquated sense of honor. By the time George disappeared into the heavy brown smoke, and Fred stopped skidding to a halt at the base of Harry's statue, Charlie was picking himself up from where he hit a wall, and a dozen wands were pointed in their direction. Eric approached them, his voice a little shaky. In less than a second, Harry had neutralized 3 men, was exuding a magical presence that scared many around them, and had heard Daphne's threat. "Warlock Potter and Warlock Black Greengrass, what is going on?" Harry eyed Charlie as he took a menacing step towards them before stopping when 3 ministry personnel pointed their wands at him. "We were accosted and threatened. Warlock Potterblack stopped this woman from enacting a blood curse," Harry told him. "I curse you to end your line. I cur." Molly screamed out before suddenly she was silent. Harry twisted his wand to protect Daphne. A white cutting curse had leapt from her wand. A redhead hit the floor to be followed by the body. Daphne had a fierce look on her face. A drop of blood fell from his nose. Everyone around the atrium was stunned for a second before all hell broke loose. A little while later, London, England, the door opened to the interrogation room. He looked up to see Andy. The woman didn't look happy. All charges are being dropped. It has been deemed self-defense. What about Daphne? Ted is already escorting her to your house, she told him. Harry nodded. He stood up, stretched, then took up his cloak. They didn't say a word as they walked out of the DMLE. Walking through the ministry, he saw as many looks of fear as acceptance or even admiration. Harry didn't acknowledge anyone. When they apparated to his house, he found Daphne packing up and down the main sitting room. She still looked livid, even with tears dripping down her cheeks. I had to do it, Ted. She was going to enact a blood curse. I know, Daphne. It's why the DMLE dropped the charges. There were a dozen witnesses. Ted tried to soothe her. SHE was going to enact a blood curse. Daphne screamed as she rounded on Ted. Harry rushed over to her. Daphne saw him. The fury suddenly turned into absolute terror before she fell into his arms. He wrapped her into a tight hug. Daphne clenched her fists into his shirt. She was going to curse us. He wrapped his hand around the back of her head to hold her face into his chest. I know, Daph. You did what you had too. He knew how much this affected her. He knew that the Greengrasses had been cursed, and it had been tearing her apart to see Astoria suffering from it. At one time, there was a feud that ended in a Goyle cursing the line to have the parents suffer the way the woman had. That meant years of a torturous curse slowly consuming a child as the parents could do little to help. At the same time, the Goyles started to become more like trolls from the backlash. Only when the last of the line that had cursed them was gone did the curse finally break. Daphne broke down. Andy took Ted's hand and they walked out of the room. It's all right, Daph, we're all right, he told her. She sniffed. I'm pregnant. Harry stiffened. Everything changed in that 1 second. You are you sure? Her fists tightened on his shirt. She was going to curse us and our child. Harry held her tighter. I will never let anyone hurt you. I will always protect you and our children. She snuggled her head into his chest. She was going to curse us. That would have meant all your children, not just the ones I give you. The Potter line would have ended, she told him. He knew that. I will not let anyone hurt you, Gabrielle, our family, or our children, he told her again. I want to see Astoria and Tracy, she told him. You are sure you're with child? I saw the healer yesterday. She said the test showed a faint positive. I was asked to come back in a few days to just verify, but I know I am, she told him. I wanted to be sure before I told you. He kissed her forehead. I love you. She let go of his shirt. She started to shake. Harry remembered having the same reaction the first time he had consciously killed someone. May 15, 1999 Rousel, France. Harry was a little surprised when Gabrielle avoided him to hug Daphne as she rushed up to them when they stepped out of the fireplace in the entry hall of the Delacour's house. Fleur moved to him while holding his goddaughter. Harry, it is so good to see you, she said with a bit of a sad smile. He hugged her and kissed Victoire's head. It is good to see you. Is Bill here too? Oui, he has been with Papa all morning. I think they are waiting for you, she told him. He kissed the head of the sleepy-looking little girl again before finally getting a hug and kiss from Gabrielle. Papa told me you need me here this weekend. I'm so sorry to hear what has happened. Tout va bien, mon amour. Daphne et moi allons bien, he told her in French. The rather intensive training he had been getting in French the last few months were starting to pay off. She gave him a broad smile, pecked his cheek, then squeezed his hand. Papa is waiting for you. We will watch over Daphne, she told him. He moved to hug Apolline, who gave him a kiss on each cheek. She spoke to him in French. It is good to see you and Daphne. Am I to assume you have other news? She asked, looking at him in a knowing way. He whispered into her ear, We are waiting a little bit more before we say anything. Daphne wants to be a few months along. She gave him a look. Avila will know. He looked to Gabrielle and Fleur, who were pulling Daphne off towards the sitting room. He would like her in this meeting, but there was still a certain propriety in the wizarding world he thought antiquated. We will let the family know, he told her, having most of what he considered family here. Apolline showed him to an office up the stairs. Squeezing his arm, she said, Bill understands. He isn't happy, but it's not because of you or Daphne, she told him. Harry nodded. He knocked on the door and entered when bid. Jean-Paul was packing along a wall before a window. Bill was sitting in a seat, a tumbler of alcohol in his hands and his head down as he stared at the glass. Jean-Paul moved towards him when he noticed who it was. His hand was out to take Harry's. The man moved to kiss both his cheeks. "I am pleased you came. Daphne and I needed too," he said. Harry looked to Bill. "Bill, if you want me to talk with Jean-Paul alone..." Bill shook his head. Looking up, the man had a troubled look on his face. "I saw the memory you sent Jean-Paul. I'm so sorry, Harry. I just never..." The man looked between pleading for him to understand and truly not understanding what really happened. Harry moved to sit next to the man. "Bill, this wasn't your fault. Daphne's been afraid you wouldn't want anything to do with us." He didn't want to say he was terrified of that as well. The fear of losing his family was something he doubted he would ever get over. The man shook his head. "When I married Fleur, I didn't just leave my family. My father disowned me. I know it was Mum behind it, but I never thought he would actually do it. I was technically Bill No Name when I stepped up to the bonder that day. Only Charlie and Ron really talked with me after that. I thought Charlie agreed and supported us, but he never came to see Fleur, and I guess that should have been a clue." Bill took a big gulp of his alcohol. "Ron got hold of me the other day. He said Mum is being buried tomorrow. I'm not going," Bill told him. Harry nodded. "Daphne has declared a blood feud in the Greengrass name. I have backed her with both the Blacks and Potters," Harry told him. Bill gulped. "Ron said George is still in the hospital. He said the stuff he threw at you was some muggle thing called mustard gas. It should have killed him, but apparently magic is a bit of a natural defense." Harry frowned. "Bill, I'm sorry. You know that your mum and the twins have blamed me since Ginny was killed. I just never thought she would try to use a blood curse on us. Charlie has sworn to kill us for what happened with your mum." "I know. Ron said that too." There was a hanging silence in the room. Jean-Paul eventually said, "What are you doing about this?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Jean-Paul, I can't let this go. This stays between us, but Daphne's family had been suffering a blood curse until the last of the Goyles had died. She is very sensitive about this, and with Charlie taking a vow to end us, we can't let that stand." Jean-Paul solemnly nodded his head. Bill took another drink. "I won't stand in your way. These are not actions of the people I thought I knew." Harry pursed his lips. "You think they are being influenced? I know Mum dabbled. She always had this perfect vision of her little world. I used to have to take a flushing draft every time I visited per Gringotts contract, but I never really thought anything of it. I am suspecting now, though." "You think the goblins knew?" Harry asked. Bill shook his head. "It's standard. Part of their security protocols is to prevent any worker from being imperious or potioned to prevent stealing. I just can't see Fred, George, or Charlie being like this. Dad was always henpecked, but I wonder now." Harry frowned. The oath Charlie took would see him having to carry it out even if he was found to be under the influence of something and cleansed. "Bill, you know that Harry can't let this sit," Jean-Paul told him. "I know," Bill said. "Like I said, I won't stop you. Talk with Ron before you kill him or send him off to Azkaban. I don't think he's had any part in this." Harry nodded. He could do that for a man he considered his brother. Jean-Paul gave Harry a look. "Bill, if you would not mind." "I would like to talk with Harry about the wedding." Bill nodded before downing the rest of his liquor and leaving the room. Harry looked up to Jean-Paul as he turned to look out the window. "I don't want my family hurt in all this, but I know Gabrielle will be at your side." "I will not let Gabrielle or Daphne be hurt by this," Harry told him. The man nodded. "I have contacts. You needn't get your hands dirty. I'm sure that Daphne is already suffering from what she did." Harry sighed. "She's more traumatized by the potential for another blood curse than she is about what she did. You say her family was cursed before. Every child except the eldest would be cursed to suffer, and by the end of their 21st year to die so that the parents could suffer. Part of the curse was to make sure that every Greengrass always had at least 2 children so they could suffer to see their child slowly waste away before their eyes," Harry told the man. Jean-Paul shivered. "And Molly Weasley was trying to curse you to end your line." Harry nodded. Being a blood curse, he was sure it wouldn't have been in a very pleasant way. "I will not see my little bird hurt. Fleur has already suffered because of this family. Bill has forsaken them, even if I know he has feelings for them still. Unless you tell me otherwise, I will see the Weasley name die," Jean-Paul told him. "Jean-Paul, you don't need to be involved in this. This is something between me, Daphne, and the arseholes," Harry told him. "Harry, you and Gabrielle will be married in July. Unless you don't want to marry her, you and Daphne are part of this family. I will not see my little bird hurt, and to lose either of you would hurt her." I want to see many grandchildren and for my other little bird to carry on the Delacour name. Between the magic of Bill's birth family and mine, he should have a boy or two to carry on my name. I will not risk any of that. As you have said, Daphne will not risk another blood curse, Jean-Paul told him. Thank you. We will do what we need to, Harry told him. Jean-Paul turned and walked over to him, putting his hand on Harry's shoulders. I only want you to keep my little bird safe and happy. I was a hit wizard. This is what I know how to do. Let me handle it. What about Ron? I will let you talk with him before I make any moves, but do not tarry, Jean-Paul told him. Harry had the sense that his future father-in-law was someone he would never want to cross. Do you want to know if they were under any control? Harry swallowed. Only if Bill does. The man nodded his head, then clapped his shoulders. I am sure your fiancé is desperate for your time. I will not talk of this again unless you wish. Thank you, he told Jean-Paul. That night, Roussel, France like had happened the other times he had stayed here, Gabrielle silently entered his room shortly after her parents had gone to bed. They never said anything in the morning if they caught her leaving, but her father didn't approve of her being so blatant to join them in the evenings. Daphne was already asleep with her head on his chest. She was just barely 6 weeks pregnant, but he had already noticed she had been falling asleep earlier the last few weeks. He was up, his mind going over everything he had talked with Jean-Paul about, the celebrations for everyone to find out Daphne was expecting, and some last-minute plans for the wedding. Gabrielle moved to the side of the bed. He pulled the duvet back as she dropped her night coat to reveal a silky set of short shorts and a rather low-cut camisole. His eyes roamed up and down her trim form, enjoying how the satiny material hung off her nipples. Gabrielle gave him a knowing grin as she kneeled onto the bed to give him a sweet, lingering kiss and a look at her generous chest down the collar of her camisole. I thought you would still be up, she whispered in French. My mind keeps going every time I close my eyes, he told her. She pecked his lips before moving to the headboard. Move your head, she ordered. Taking the pillow out from under his head, she slipped in behind him and put his head in her lap. He smiled and let out a contented breath as she started to run her hand through his hair. What did you and Papa talk about earlier? Gabrielle asked. They were still talking in hushed tones to let Daphne sleep. Harry was pleased he could understand her and reply in her native language. Daphne wasn't catching on quite as quickly, but that probably was because Harry had used his ring to cheat some. He debated if he should be truthful or keep this to himself. After a quick internal debate, he replied, The Weasley name will die. She nodded, not seeming bothered by this. He heard a tinge of her anger in her whispers. Bon, they do not deserve to keep breathing after what they have done to Fleur, Bill, you and Daphne. In the dull light from under the door, Harry looked up into her cerulean eyes. Your papa said the same thing. Did they do something to Fleur? I don't know. Gabrielle bit her lip before saying, I overheard Mammon, Papa, and Fleur talking before she got married. The hag threatened her if she didn't leave Bill alone. Fleur knew Bill was her mate and Bill had told her he wouldn't leave her. She came here after a fight between Bill and his family. Papa got involved. I don't know everything, but it was why Bill renounced them and why Papa accepted Bill. Harry had a feeling it was something far more than that, but it confirmed some of what he suspected. Why did your Papa and Mammon accept me so easily? Why did they help us when we were trying to end the war? I know your Papa said they owe me a debt, but I've always refused to acknowledge any debt. I just recently found out he tried to get me out of the tournament after the second task. She leaned down to give him an upside-down kiss. It's because you are you. You saved Fleur and me that day. You know what water can do to us if we are in it for too long. I never asked for anything, even though my magic cries for you for that rescue. Very few would ever do that and never ask for anything in return. When you asked for sanctuary and help, it was the least Papa felt he could do for you. I know you don't always like the trapping of our society, but magic has its ways. I would never force anyone to do anything, Harry told her. I know. It is why I love you and Mammon and Papa love you. Daphne loves you and I see that Victor already has you wrapped around her finger. Fleur and Bill are very protective of you. You are family, she said, before leaning over to kiss him again. Harry closed his eyes, enjoying her fingernails gently scratching his scalp. For the first time in a week, he was starting to feel like he could relax. Bill wants me to talk to Ron. He doesn't think he's been involved in this, Harry said, wanting to know her feelings. Daphne had clearly stated she wanted every last Weasley dead. She wouldn't risk another blood curse. Gabrielle sat against the headboard for a few quiet moments. I want them all dead, she said, just like Daphne had. I do not want to be a mother yet, but we will have children. I do not want them to suffer or be in danger. I do not want you or Daphne or your child to be in danger. If Bill has asked, though, and you do not see the danger, then I will not speak against it." Harry reached up to pull her down. This kiss was the longest of the night. When she pulled back, they were both breathing a little heavier. Daphne mumbled something and shifted to put a leg over his. "When I have you to myself, I will show you how I missed you," she said, touching her nose to his. Harry pecked her nose. "I'll take you out for a date tomorrow. Daphne and I will be staying here a few more days. Dumbledore's trial starts Thursday." She growled, a bit of a feral look on her face. That is another man that deserves to burn. Harry thought she had made a good attempt at it already. "He will, moan Ammer." She smiled before giving him a sweet kiss. "Sleep, you look exhausted." He melted into her lap as her fingernails started to run over his scalp again. They would wake in the morning with Harry spooned into Daphne, his hand over her stomach. Gabrielle was spooned in behind him, her hand snaked up under his shirt and possessively grabbing his chest. Feeling the smooth legs of both his girls against his had him arising to the morning. May 16, 1999, Paris, France. Gabrielle wasn't as bubbly today as she normally was. The mood that Daphne and him were in was affecting her. Bumping her hip with his as they walked through a park, she looked over to him, a smile coming to her pensive face. "What was that for?" Harry shrugged. "Just causing trouble." He loved the way she giggled. Gabrielle bumped him back. "You are good at it, Non." "I try to be," he grinned back. She grinned before becoming pensive again. "You don't seem to be here today." "I am not," she said, wrapping an arm around his back to walk closer to him. "I need to be with you and Daphne. July is too far away. You need to complete your last year and get your accreditation. If you want, I'll find a way to visit you every week. Multiple times a week if you need," he promised. She gave him a kiss on the cheek. "As much as I would like that, I need to concentrate. If you were constantly around, I would seek your comfort. And that is a bad thing. It is very bad. I feel the magic pulling to me. If you were around more, I would not be able to keep controlling my urges," she told him. "Then I would not study, and who knows how my exams will go then." Harry kissed her forehead. "Gabrielle, if it is hurting you, we don't have to wait." The coy look she gave him had him feeling a heat in his groin. "It is not hurting, but I know once I give myself to you, I will not be able to stay away. I know Mammon has that issue at times, and Fleur was very affected when Bill was away in Egypt. I know she will not be pleased when he leaves to complete the job." Looking around, he pulled her towards a tree. It wouldn't give them much privacy, but it should be enough. She didn't protest, instead moving to put her hand on his chest and give him a slow, lingering kiss. "Bill said it should only be a few more weeks. I don't know what he plans to do after it, but said he would be home every night after that," Harry told her before pecking her lips. Gabrielle smiled. "They haven't told you." "Told me what?" "Bill has accepted a job at Hogwarts. They are starting a warding and advanced runes program for NEWTS. They have asked Bill to teach, and Fleur has been offered to get her mastery in arithmancy from Professor Vector. They will be moving to Hogsmeade," she told him. Harry grinned. Headmistress Sprout was another win of his. Harry didn't really trust McGonagall with how she idolized Dumbledore. She was moving fast on the plans that had been proposed to the governors to expand the curriculum. Harry didn't have any real say in that, but he backed a few in the Wisengamot that wanted to change education at Hogwarts. After his lackluster first few years there, he agreed with them. He was wondering if the old curmudgeon Marshbanks had prevented the changes until now. "Brilliant! Who is going to watch Victoire?" Gabrielle's smile widened. "I will. It will allow me to do my art while I watch over our children and my niece. Your elves are already offering to help, but I should be able to handle it." Instead of smiling, like she probably expected him to, Harry frowned. "I thought you wanted to find a new master to study under." "I can do that. Being the wife of Harry Potter will allow me leeway. I already have offers just being engaged to you. Don't give me that look. You may not like to use your fame, but that does not mean it cannot help us. We will also live for over 100 years. I can always study later," she told him. "Are you sure? I don't want to take your dreams away from you." He stopped when she kissed him. He was going to break it off to protest more before her hands rubbed his chest and her tongue invaded his mouth. When they finally broke away, her half-lidded eyes had him wanting to apparate her away and throw her onto the bed they shared at her parents'. "You are my dream, Harry Potter. Daphne is an unexpected addition, but I like her. I would say I love her, but not like I love you. I want to be a painter and sculptor. I can do that from anywhere. You and Daphne are doing important things that will keep me, Daphne, our children, and our family safe in a world that will be all the better for your efforts. I will watch the house while you two save the world," she told him. He chuckled. When did you become a fangirl? I always was, but it was the man that caught my eye. The one that saved me and treats me like a real woman. I love you, Harry Potter, not the other Harry Potter, she said. Oh, good. I hate fangirls, but I like those that like me for me, he said, moving his lips down to kiss hers. She gently hit the back of his head. I love you. It is more than like. He chuckled again, before kissing her. May 18, 1999, Chudley, England. The town of Chudley, England, was in the hills north of Manchester. It was a small place with about 24 houses and some outlying farms. It would be a perfectly normal small town in the countryside, except for the old towering Quidditch field just outside of town. Chudley wasn't an all-wizarding town, but from what Harry knew, those that weren't wizards were squibs or family of the wizards. With an exceptionally soft crack, Harry stepped between the space between his flat in Nottingham to the central green of the village. He took a moment to orientate himself. The top of the pitch could be seen over the houses. Pulling the paper out of his pocket, he looked to the 3 roads that made the town. High Street went just to the north. He nodded towards a woman with a younger child who was staring at him. Harry had hoped this would have ended by now, but even without the scar, he was probably the most recognizable person in Britain. The address that Bill had given him led him to a small house at the end of the lane. A hedgerow separated the lane and the field behind it. Looking at the 8 painted on the door frame, he knew he had found what he was looking for. Letting out a sigh, he knocked on the door. An older woman opened the door after a few minutes. She squinted at him as she looked up into his face. Can I help you, laddie? Harry gave her a small smile. Good afternoon, I'm Harry Potterblack. I was hopping to find a Ronald Weasley. She reached up to grab his chin, turned his face to one side, then the other. After a moment, she nodded. Ronald rents a room. He doesn't often have friends over. You can come in and wait. He should be back from work in an hour or so. Would you like a cuppa? That would be great, Mrs. She scoffed. No need for formality, though it speaks of a good upbringing most don't seem to have any more, she said, turning to go into the house, missing the way his face blanked for a moment. Maddie, you call me Maddie. It's what I insist Ronald call me. All right, Maddie, he said, liking this woman. She moved down a small hallway and he followed her into a small, round kitchen against the wall that had a table with 3 chairs. He didn't question it as he sat. She started a fire on a gas range below a kettle before putting out 3 saucers and cups. He would offer to help, as it seemed she was having issues seeing, but she came off as a very stubborn and independent type. He could respect that and sat quietly as she bustled about to get the tea, some cakes, milk and sugar, all the while talking. Ronald is a good boy. He reminds me of my Richard. Luckily, he had magic and could go to Hogwarts. Graduated in 75, you know. A prefect for Hufflepuff, she said proudly. Works abroad now, though, so I don't get to see him and his wife often. A hard worker, much like your friend. Ronald gets up early and most times comes home late, always pays the rent on time, helps around the house. He repaired this table. Right useful it is to use a wand. Me ma'am always thought I would be jealous, but I can do potions and that was always enough, she nattered on. He had his suspicions that she was a squib but hadn't wanted to say anything. Unlike many, she didn't seem bitter about it. Are you a school friend? I assume Hogwarts, she asked after the kettle started to scream. She brought it over on shaky hands. Can I help? Harry asked her. You sit. Company doesn't work, she told him. Harry grinned. So how do you know Ronald? We were friends, met on the Hogwarts Express, Harry told her. He doesn't talk about you. First time I heard of a Harry. You said you were friends. It doesn't sound like you are anymore, she asked. Harry grimaced. We had a bit of a falling out, though it wasn't totally his fault. We were a little young. She tusked before putting the kettle back, then joining him. The young are always impetuous and stupid in their ways. I'm sure it was some childhood slight, or he stole a girl you liked or something like that. He is rather handsome, and I bet you gave him a run for his money with girls. She put to him with an impish grin. Harry chuckled. I'm afraid it was something a little more serious than that. The front door opened and closed. She didn't seem to notice. How serious could it have been? How old are you? 18. You are barely just grown from a child. How serious could something be to break up a friendship? I married my best friend. We were married for more than 20 years before he was taken from me, she told him, for the first time sounding a little bitter. He looked up to see Ron come to the door, obviously curious about who Maddie was talking to. The shocked and surprised look was opposite of Harry's deep frown. I'm afraid what broke us up was something profoundly serious, and then life saw us grow apart. He didn't grow quite as quickly as I did, Harry told her. Ron's surprised face became a deep frown as well. You couldn't have been that good of friends to let something come between you. True friends are as close as family, and you never leave family. I wish Ronald would learn that. He doesn't really talk with his family, and I see how it makes him feel, she said, oblivious that Ron was standing in the doorway behind her. I don't know. He may have good reasons for that, though I know some of his family would like to see where he stands. He has some that still support him, he said directly to his once friend. Ron cleared his throat. Maddie, I'm home, he called out. She started, putting a hand to her chest. For Merlin's sake. You will give me a heart attack doing that, she scolded Ron. Harry couldn't keep a grin in to see the sheepish look on the redhead's face. Sorry about that, Maddie. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. You are back early today. Everything go well at the stadium. It was fine. We got done on the maintenance of the brooms early. Hey, Harry, it's been a moment, Ron said, not sounding pleased to see him. It has, Ron, so you are with the Cannons, Ron nodded. Apprentice to the team's gear master and training to be a referee. I hear you are on the WolfgangNH now. Maddie looked surprised as she turned to Harry. You are a warlock. Oh, Merlin, and I gave you the ordinary china, she said, flustered. Harry grinned at her. It's fine, Maddie, I really don't like the fuss. The way her face went from flustered to confused to a dawning understanding, he had a figure she finally put together who he was. You're Harry Potter. I go by Potter Black now, but yeah. Please, I don't want any special treatment, Ron frowned. Maddie regarded him for a moment before relaxing. I see that. I hear you recently were married. Congratulations. Harry nodded his head in thanks. Thank you, it's been a few months. Daphne Greengrass, Ron questioned. Harry looked to Ron. Yeah. Ron looked to be considering it before nodding. He moved to the table and held out his hand. Congratulations, I read you must marry 2 birds. Yeah. All the nonsense between the family charters, Harry told him. He was gauging Ron. Unlike the last time he had really talked with him in 5th year, Ron didn't look jealous. The wry grin he gave Harry was a little surprising. Only your luck would land you with 2 birds. How old is Gabrielle now? 17. She turns 18 next month. We are getting married in July, he said. Wicked, Ron told him. If you don't mind, I want to change. I have polish and shavings all in my hair and clothes. Sure, Harry said. Maddie didn't treat him much differently, but she was a little more deferential to him. When Ron came back, she excused herself, saying the garden needed tending. I'll come out and help you in a little bit, Ron told her. The old woman put a hand on his shoulder. Take your time. I'll get dinner going in an hour or so. Harry, it's been a pleasure. I hope to see you again. Me too, Maddie, he said. They sat silently until they heard the front door close. I like her, Harry said. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, she's great. She mothers me some, but it's nothing like, well, know how she was. Harry nodded. He knew exactly how Molly was. He also wasn't sure how Ron felt about his mother's death. How have you been? Harry asked, not wanting to bring up the reason he was here for yet. Ron shrugged. He got up to get the still hot kettle. Been all right. Bill helped me to get this job after graduating last year. You like working for the Cannons? It's fine. I would prefer to be a keeper but didn't make the cut last year. I'll try out again in the next month. The new season starts in August, Ron told him. Harry thought he would sound bitter, but Ron didn't. He wasn't happy, but he wasn't really sad or upset either. You like what you do, Ron grinned. I like working on the brooms. Master Renwick has me studying runes. He wants me to take my owls next year and then work on my NEWTS. There's a lot you can do with runes. I wish I knew that instead of taking divination. Harry nodded. Yeah, I found that out too. You should ask Bill to tutor you. Ron nodded. Yeah, he and Fleur have offered when they come back to England. Bill said he still has another month or 2 on his contract in Egypt. He told me, Harry said. Ron sat and made his tea. Do you see Bill often? As often as I can. They named me godfather of Victoire, he said. Ron grinned. Bill told me. Fleur says she has you wrapped around her little finger. Harry grinned back. Daphne, Fleur, and Gabrielle say the same. When did you see them? They had me over once a week or so when they were at Shell Cottage, Ron told him. How is Remus and Tonks? They are doing well. Tonks is getting big again. Teddy is running everywhere. Maybe you should come over for one of our Sunday dinners, he offered. Ron looked as unsure about the offer as he did. Maybe, are you sure you want me around? I thought you made it clear you never wanted to see me again. And they were to the point Harry had been avoiding. He sighed, then took in a long breath. I was 15. My best friends had just abandoned me for the 2nd time after I saw my godfather killed and fought Voldemort. You all just left me alone because the stupid wanker told you to. Even before we left school that year, you were already avoiding me. How was I supposed to take that? You were supposed to be my best mate, Harry put to him. Ron looked down and closed his eyes. They were quiet for a few. He could feel the pain from Ron. He felt his own pain from the time boiling up. He had thought he had let this all go. Dumbledore told us to leave you be. He told us you didn't want to talk to anyone. I don't know why I listened. Once we were back home, it wasn't like we didn't try. Fred, George, and I tried, but they had us behind new wards at the Burrow. I even tried to sneak letters to you through the Muggle mail the few times we were allowed to go into Ottery St. Catchpole, but Dumbledore, Shacklebolt, and Moody found them, Ron said. Harry blinked. You what? Ron looked up, tears in his eyes. We tried to get hold of you. I even snuck out to find Hermione, thinking she would know how to get to you. I didn't know you had broken up. The Order was keeping us separated. I managed to make it to the night bus. Kingsley brought me back. When you didn't come back 6th year and kept returning all our notes, it destroyed Hermione. I had to grow up to keep her together, but we had a falling out soon after getting back to Hogwarts. Harry frowned. This was not the story he had heard or built in his mind. Looking into the redhead's eyes, he didn't think the boy was lying. Frowning, Harry said, after Sirius died, I didn't think I had anything left. If Bill and Remus hadn't rescued me from the Dursleys that summer, I don't think I would have made it. I didn't know it was that bad. I just didn't want to abandon you again. Then you disappeared. Dumbledore went spare. Mum kept questioning and asking what we did to help you escape. She went completely mental after that, not that she was that stable since Percy died. Then Ginny. She completely lost the plot then. Fred and George wouldn't tell me why they hated you. I knew Bill was with you and I wasn't welcomed anymore. Ron shrugged and looked around the kitchen. He had started to ramble. It's rather nice living with Maddie. She runs at the mouth at times, but I can too, so it works well. Maybe someday I'll find a girl. Harry wasn't sure what to think of all this. It was not what he had known as truth the last few years. Ron looked down. Charlie told me what really happened at the ministry. Harry put his emotionless mask on. She was going to curse us. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. I know, I don't blame you and Daphne. Dad and everyone just aren't the same. They really hate you. It's like the whole family just went mental. He was not going to apologize for his father or mother. Charlie has taken an oath to kill me and Daphne. I can't let that stand. Ron nodded. I know, mate. Bill came to talk with me yesterday at lunch. Do you intend to kill me? I know how blood feuds work, Ron questioned. Harry turned far more serious. That depends. Do you side with Charlie or with Bill? Harry asked. I haven't talked with Mum, Dad, the twins, or Charlie since I moved out before 7th year. I couldn't be around her anymore. Bill said he suspects that Fred, George, and Charlie are potioned, Ron said a little hopefully. Harry gave him a hard look. He had really liked Fred and George at one time. After Percy was killed by Harry's hand, they had become right wankers, though maybe not without cause. Even if they are, they want to kill us. George did attempt to kill us. What would you do? Ron sighed before wrapping his hands around his cup and looking down into it. You won't mind if I come to see Bill, Fleur, and Victoire if you are around. If they are your family, I won't keep you away. It was the others that disowned him, Harry said. Ron nodded. I got a letter from the goblins. They want me to come in and talk with them. Harry raised a brow. You should. Yeah, maybe I'll go tomorrow. Harry put a hand on Ron's forearm. You really should. This blood feud is against all Weasleys, Harry said in a rather serious tone. Ron looked at his hand before looking up into his eyes. After a moment, Ron nodded. Right, I should. Harry nodded, satisfied that he had gotten what he came here for and so much more. I need to get back. Daphne will be expecting me, and we have a birthday party for her cousin tonight. Ron raised a brow. Who is Greengrass's cousin? It's Potterblack, Ron, and call her Daphne, Tracy Davis, Harry said. Bloody hell, are you in with all the hot Slytherin birds? Ron exclaimed. Harry chuckled. 2 girls are more than enough for me. Looking at him, Harry did what he always did when his gut said to do something, even though Daphne would probably kill him for this later. Gabrielle and I are getting married July 3rd. If you want, ask Bill and Fleur to take you to France. Ron looked surprised. After a moment, he nodded. I'll think about it. Harry nodded and got up. He was walking out of the kitchen when Ron said, We really didn't want to leave you alone, but I get it. You were hurting, and I had a history of being a right prat, and it was 2 summers in a row where it seemed like we just abandoned you. I'm sorry. Harry blinked at the redhead in surprise. He had never heard Ron say those words before. After a moment, Harry said, I am too. If you want to stop by for tea again, I'm sure Maddie would love to have someone else to talk with, Ron told him. Harry gave a small smile. Maybe I will. Ron nodded, not looking at him. Harry left feeling like he may have been the Burke for the last few years, but he really needed his friends that Summer and Bill, Remus, Tonks, and Fleur were the only ones that helped him. May 20, 1999, London, England. He was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. He was focusing on his breathing to keep his temper in check. He knew that the man was going to be on trial. He knew he would be called to testify. He just hadn't understood how hard it would be as he tried to keep his temper in check before he even sat in the witness chair. He wished he knew what was going on in the courtroom, but being one of the key witnesses, he was sequestered until called. When the soft knock came at the door to the room he had been led into, he had to catch himself from grabbing the elder wand. He had turned in his old holly wand earlier due to standard court procedures. An older man poked his head in. "Warlock Potterblack, you're being summoned for your testimony." Harry stood as dignified as he could. "Thank you." Silently, he followed the man into one of the lower courtrooms. The chill of dementors permeated the room. That was one thing he had not been able to get rid of yet. "If you please, Warlock Potterblack," the man said, indicating a chair below the dais in which Chief Warlock Longbottom presided over the trial. A solicitor stood by Dumbledore, who was in a black chair with chains binding his arms and legs to it. The man had a serene look to his still clean-shaven face. Harry was trying to do the same, knowing what this was probably going to be like. Sitting in the chair, Harry looked up to the Chief Warlock when he was called. "Warlock Potterblack, I will be questioning you to start to establish some items that have been in contest. Do you understand?" "I do, Chief Warlock. I understand that on March 20th you used a family spell on Mr. Dumbledore to tell the truth," she asked. "It is a spell to confess to any wrongs and tell the true intention towards my family. I registered the spell with my complaint," Harry said. "I object." "How are we sure this wasn't the imperious curse on my client?" the old man next to Dumbledore questioned. A man that was sitting in the ministry barrister seat stood up. "Chief Warlock, we have already established this fact. Head Auror Cornwall and Unspeakable Basil confirmed the spell usage, and there was no evidence of an Imperio curse on Warlock Potterblack's wand. The wand handed over is not the only one that Mr. Potter possesses," the solicitor said. Dumbledore looked a little smug. "That is Warlock Potterblack, and I submitted all my wands to Unspeakable Basil for inspection," Harry hotly shot back. "Thank you. Please wait to be called upon, Warlock Potterblack. Solicitor Dearborn, we have established that fact already." She turned her attention back to Harry. "Warlock Potterblack, you attest under oath that your family spell was all you cast that night. I believe that there was a stunning spell, a binding spell, and an enervate used as well." "All from the same wand," Harry said, not wanting anyone but a very select few to know about both his wands. "That does match the record, Chief Warlock," the head Auror spoke up. "If you would look over this statement, would you concur this is what Mr. Dumbledore said to you and Warlock Black Greengrass?" Augusta inquired. "That is inadmissible without veritaserum or an oath from my client," the solicitor shouted when Harry went to reach for the paper. "Your client, Solicitor Dearborn, has been offered and has declined. Warlock Potterblack has taken an oath before being admitted into the waiting room and has submitted the waiver for use of veritaserum. Would you like Mr. Dumbledore or Warlock Potterblack to take it?" Augusta irritably put to the solicitor. "That is not the issue. You cannot ask a witness to validate anything taken under duress," Solicitor Dearborn shot back. "Very well," Augusta snapped. "Warlock Potterblack, what did Mr. Dumbledore confess to you that night?" "He confessed that he had set up my family to die. My grandparents, my parents, me, and now my wife. He also said that he knew information that he never told me that put me into life-threatening situations," Harry said. "What type of situations?" Harry took in a long breath, then let it out. "The first was making Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper of my parents' place, before leaving me on a doorstep in a Muggle neighborhood the night after my parents were murdered." "I object. That is hearsay. How could the witness know what happened the night he was placed with his relatives?" "Solicitor Dearborn, I will give you one last warning. I will remind you that the witness is under an oath and has said he will undergo veritaserum. Keep quiet and let him speak or request the damned potion if you doubt his word," Augusta snapped. The man looked a little taken back. When Dearborn, who must be a grandson of Warlock Dearborn, didn't protest again, Augusta turned to him. "What do you mean that Mr. Dumbledore lied about Peter Pettigrew?" Harry angrily stared at the man in the black chair and chains. "I don't know all the details, but I do know there are records of Dumbledore telling the DMLE he personally cast the Fidelius and had made Sirius Black the secret keeper. My parents will clearly state Peter Pettigrew was made their secret keeper and Dumbledore did it himself." The stands were muttering. I trust this was given as evidence. A barrister at the prosecution table got up. Evidence item 132, Chief Warlock. I object. The will of the Potters was sealed and is not supposed to be opened until Mr. Potter is 25. Dearborn shot up. Harry tried to keep his temper down, but shouted out, "That was in direct violation of Goblin Treaty. Per treaty, I read it on my 17th birthday. Warlock Potterblack, that is enough. Barrister Crenshaw, please bring the will up here," Augusta ordered. When satisfied, Augusta turned back to him. "Would you please expand on the confessions of that night?" Harry hatefully looked at the man, but kept his face as emotionless as possible. "He confessed to killing my grandparents by making a new strain of dragon pox, setting my parents up to die, and said he had come that night to kill me and most likely my wife. And you accuse Mr. Dumbledore of attempting to kill you while you were at Hogwarts. 4 of the 5 years I was there, yes. And what do you mean? Did Dumbledore ever tell the DMLE about the 63-foot-long basilisk that was wandering the school my second year?" There were shouts and talk around the courtroom. Augusta got it under control. Her eyes narrowed at him. After a moment, she turned to the barrister. "Barrister Crenshaw, I think this beyond the simple request to validate Mr. Dumbledore's statement. Would you please question the witness?" Crenshaw looked very satisfied. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." "Warlock Potterblack, we have yet to hear anything substantial about your time in Hogwarts. I will admit there are a few witnesses that mention Slytherin's monster. Am I to take that a basilisk is the monster?" "Was," Harry replied. She blinked. "Was, what do you mean?" "It was Slytherin's monster. I killed it." "Gringotts got to rendering it. You can ask them for the records on the size," he said. Crenshaw looked a little shocked. "You are really saying there was a 63-foot-long basilisk in the school, wandering the corridors, where students were out and about?" "Yes." The courtroom broke into a lot of noise that time. He was eager to see how they would take it to know Voldemort taught them for a year, and Snape wasn't the only Death Eater to teach them either. The murmurs and the way the solicitor tried to object to everything left a bitter taste in Harry's mouth. Dumbledore grew more and more grave the more Harry talked about his years at Hogwarts. The man looked pale by the time Harry had brought up everything that cost thousands their lives and had ended many family lines, not to mention his theft. Rocknasher and his team deserved another bonus. Daily Prophet, May 22, 1999, page 8. Mysterious death. At St. Mungo's, the Aurors are investigating a suspicious death of George Weasley after a devil's snare was accidentally delivered to his room instead of the greenhouses at the hospital. The flowers intended for Weasley were found in the Potion Master's greenhouse. May 28, 1999, Landrindod Wells, Wales for the last 10 days. The talk with Ron had been gnawing at him. He had thought that Hermione and him hated him. She had tossed him aside when he needed her most. Ron hadn't done much better. They were truths that he had clung to for 3 years now. Truths that had led to his decision to just flee with Bill and Remus that night they had appeared in his room. They had thought that the Order was just abandoning him. They weren't really wrong, as the others around Dumbledore had. Bill even thought Ron was being a complete idiot. Of course, that was just after Bill had been tossed out, and not long before his father disowned him, because Bill was going to marry Fleur. He had never thought Mrs. Weasley would care, but apparently a half-breed was not good enough and she wouldn't have any creatures for grandkids. The truth was, Harry was still hurting from losing Hermione. She was the first one to ever really show him what love could be, then she hurt him more than anything his relatives had ever done. He had told himself he had gotten over her. He had told himself that he could love again. He hadn't believed it, not until he had finally allowed Teddy into his walls. Then Gabrielle, Daphne, and the others that he saw as family. What he found on the other side of those walls was more precious to him than anything else in his life. Even so, Hermione had been his closest friend and confidant for 5 years, the only one to stand by him until that summer. The first one to give him a hug and the first to say he was loved. She was his first love, and the one to truly shatter him. The pieces that Bill, Fleur, Tonks, and Remus had of him were barely put back together in a way that allowed him to feel. He had quickly become a killing machine in any confrontation with a Death Eater. It was only the letters from Gabrielle, then holding Teddy in his arms not long after that last battle, that had finally brought him back. Speaking of the little devil, Harry gave the little boy a huge smile as he ran towards him as Harry walked down the slightly muddy drive of the farm. Around him, Winter wheat was already in full bloom, and he could see the greenhouses were full of the much more valuable magical plants. A little house elf raced after the squealing Teddy. "Master Ted gets back. You'll get all dirty." Harry held out his arms. "Come here, you little terror," he said affectionately. Teddy squealed as the mud squelched under his boots to rush into his arms. "It's all right, Eddie, I've got him." "You's not be encouraging him, Master Harry. Your nice robes are all dirty now," Eddie complained as she caught up with her charge. "It's only a little mud. I haven't seen my godson in a few weeks," he told her. "Har, har, har," Teddy happily said, his hair looking just as messy as Harry's now. "Eddie, where are you?" Remus was wondering. A woman in a looser dress and medium-weight robes called out as she walked out of the farmhouse. He caught her nicer curls and brown eyes look at him surprised. She was visibly pregnant now. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I do like to check in on my investments. Here, get this terror to his papa," Harry said. He blew a raspberry on Teddy's cheek, making the boy laugh. When he handed Teddy to Eddie, the little boy wasn't pleased but went with the smaller elf. Hermione was frowning. They just stared at each other until the door shut behind Eddie and Teddy. Harry gave her a pained smile. "You look nice. How is the pregnancy treating you?" "Fine, I'm fine. The morning sickness has stopped," she told him. He could see her mind was twirling. "Remus said it was a friend that owned this place and that was saving all the house elves, but I thought it was just his connection with the goblins. You own all these elves and the farms, don't you?" "I don't own anyone. If any of the house elves asked to be free, I would let them. If they wanted a new master, I would want to know who it was before I agree, but wouldn't stop them if I thought the family would treat them as family." "Haven't you learned that yet?" he asked, feeling extremely disappointed. He had hoped the last 3 months would change her perspective on things. Hermione still looked to be thinking. "It was you that had me assigned here to study them and update the ministry records, wasn't it?" "Hermione, you were on a track to get yourself fired. You weren't listening to anyone because you were so convinced you knew best. Can you tell me if you were right or not?" he put to her. He had long ago stopped peddling to her. She looked to be tearing up. Having been around Fleur, Tonks, and now Daphne while pregnant, he wasn't sure if she was tearing up from the pregnancy or because of something else. She pursed her lips as he waited. When she took in a long breath, she closed her eyes for a moment. "I'm wrong. I can be a big enough woman to admit that," she said before opening her eyes. Harry nodded. "And what do you think now?" "I have all my notes inside, but I need more time," she told him. "That wasn't what I asked. What do you think now?" he pressed. She sighed. "None of the house elves here have ever told me who their owner is, but not once did I hear them refer to you as master, nor were any of them abused," she told him. "That still isn't what I asked, Hermione. 3 months ago, we discussed faulty research. What do you think? Do you think the house elves need the bond, or is it just like Luna's Nargles?" he demanded a little angrily this time. He was happy that Teddy wasn't here. Hermione shook her head. "The unspeakables were wrong. A few have been incredibly open with me, and I have been able to see what happens when a house elf is totally free. The magic starts to consume them," she said, a few tears threatening to come out. Harry nodded, not pleased he had to be this cruel, especially with her being nearly 6 months pregnant. "I'm sorry you had to see that. Ramai wouldn't bond with me. His former master had been so cruel he would rather die." "It was awful," Hermione said. Harry agreed. "I was able to do some diagnostics. I think they use wizards to bind them to this reality. Dobby and a few others have told me they are magic. Just like any long-term magic like runes, you need a focus and binder. The house elves use wizards, goblins, or places to give themselves purpose and to use as an anchor. Without us, their magic runs wild," he told her. After a long moment, she nodded. "I hadn't heard that yet. Because you haven't listened. Hermione, you are brilliant, but you thought you were always right, and it took a bat beaten over your head to realize others had perspectives of their own," Harry replied. "I am not that stubborn," she hotly retorted. He just gave her a look that said she was being dense. After a moment, she looked down. "I don't try to be that stubborn," she amended. "I know." They were quiet for a few. "Thank you," she quietly said. "For what?" "Saving my job," she told him. "I really need it." Harry nodded. "You are really doing all right?" As much as he still felt really hurt from her, there was still a part of him that cared for her. That is what had made things so hard over the years. "Cormac and I are all right. We need the extra galleons with this one on the way," she told him. "Is Cormac not doing well at the Wasps?" he asked. "He's only their second line this season after they traded for Elburn. He's playing every 4th game or so," she told him. Harry didn't know that. He didn't really follow Quidditch anymore. What are you going to do once you go on maternity leave? Mr. Crichton will let me have 3 months leave. Then I can go back on part-time to complete this project until I can author my report, a new manual and potentially new legislation. I need to complete my research in the next 2 months or so, though, she told him. Remus says he needs more help. You can stay on, working when you can. I don't know what the ministry pays, but I can guarantee you 80 galleons a month plus bonuses. I'm sure the house elves wouldn't mind helping with your little one either. They love Teddy, Harry said, not realizing what he was offering before he had said it. Damn it. Hadn't he stopped being this stupid Gryffindor? That little sliver that had never been able to let go of her said, "This is Hermione, though." Hermione looked surprised. What? Harry closed his eyes for a moment. Remus has been telling me for a few months that there are too many house elves and they are looking for things to do. Between the 3 farms, there are now 6 to 7 adults and 18 children. Remus wants to start a business to let them work elsewhere. The elves will get a small fee. They won't take more than a few sickles a week. We've tried. Remus invests the money back into them in other ways. We have expanded the farms, provided the materials for them to build their houses and make their clothes. The rest goes back into education, lobbying in the Wisengamot and the ICW, and whatever else I can do for all the races, Harry told her. Her mouth dropped open. It took a moment for her to say, there are more. There aren't any elf children here. And what other legislation and races? Harry rubbed the back of his neck. House elves are rather protective of their young. I won't let anyone be treated the way Dobby and Winky were again. I won't let Gabrielle or Fleur be looked down upon like they are anything lesser. The goblins are a conniving, war-loving race, but they are also honorable and wicked craftsmen. The centaurs are the best naturalists and wardens to protect what is left of the natural world. The sirens, merfolk, and selkies do more to protect the oceans and our waters than any Muggle conservation group. There are so many others. Her mouth worked a time or two before saying, this is SBEW, isn't it? Harry let out a long sigh. I think that's what gave me the idea, but I fell in love with Avila and wouldn't have survived the war without the goblins, Dobby, Winky, and Creature. This is far larger than Spew now. She gave him a sad grin. SBEW, Spew. I said it right, he replied with a cheeky grin. Hermione rolled her eyes before going on like he hadn't just made fun of SBEW. You really love Gabrielle, don't you? Yeah, she frowned. What about Greengrass Daphne? I love her too. Hermione, please don't go off on this. I need to marry 2 women. I want to break the old ways and help all the races be equal. This is the only way I can do it, Harry said. She gave him a sad smile. I was going to say congratulations. I'm happy you found love. I know about the old laws and family charters. Cormac explained everything to me when I saw the announcement about Gabrielle. Thank you, he said, a little surprised. Without thinking, he said, I'm glad to find real love too. I never thought I would. She looked troubled. Oh, Harry, you are so worth love. I loved you. I still do, she said in barely a whisper. His face hardened. Please don't say that. I was just about thinking we might be friends again. His voice was rather harsh. Her eyes started to tear up again. I know I hurt you. I never meant to. We were young. Dumbledore and my parents. Don't say his name, Harry told her, his magic flaring. You made it very clear that we were only ever meant to be friends. She looked ready to fall apart. Dumbledore said it wasn't an enjoyable time for you. He said you only felt you needed to go out with me. I did love you so much. A part of me died breaking up with you. It's my biggest regret in my life. Harry wasn't sure what to say about this. He hadn't heard Dumbledore confess to everything, but he knew the man had said something about Hermione. He just couldn't hear it. Please, I don't really want to know. After losing Sirius, I needed you, Hermione. It was more than just friends to me. She started to cry. I know, I was only 16. Dumbledore came to me and told my parents. Harry cut her off a little more sharply than he meant to. He was still debating how much he might want her in his life. It was painful being around her but felt right at the same time. Hermione, I really don't want to know. Dumbledore played us all. I trusted him, she said. He could see how much she was hurting. Knowing it wouldn't be great for her or the baby, he moved in. She accepted his hug. Harry closed his eyes, finally accepting the pain that she had caused him wasn't really her fault. They had all been played. He wasn't sure if he would ever be able to fully let it go, though. She cried for a bit. When her tears had run dry, he asked, Are you happy with Cormac? Is he the same Burke he was in school? She gave a watery laugh. Cormac has been honestly great to me and treats me right and does love me and will love our child. He isn't the same as in school. After his father was died, he had to grow up. I think he'll make a good father. He could hear it in her voice how much she meant it. Are you happy? Do you love him? She sniffed, pulling back. Wiping tears off her face, she looked up into his eyes. Harry didn't see the same adoration and love that used to be there. There was love, but it wasn't the same as it had been their 5th year. She gave a sad smile. I still dream about you at times, but it's not the same anymore. Even so, I've fallen in love with him. She gave a wistful smile. I think I have a habit of falling for those that save me. Harry rose an eyebrow. Do I want to know? I'll tell you someday, she replied. I do love him. Harry hoped so. He may not love her like he did at one time, but he did still care for her. Reaching into his robes, he took out an envelope. He looked at it for a moment, teetering on whether to offer it or not. We are getting married July 3rd. If you don't want to come, I understand. I think I still need you in my life, even as a friend. Apparently, the pain having her around wasn't as great as his need for someone that was once his best friend. The smile was more genuine this time. I think I need that too. I'll talk with Cormac. It's in France. A room is already paid for, as are the train tickets, since I know you're not supposed to use portkeys that late in your pregnancy. When did you learn so much about being pregnant? She asked, taking the envelope. Well, Tonks is pretty vocal about what's she going through. Fleur isn't that quiet either, he told her. I can't see that, she said about Remus's wife. He heard the sarcasm in her voice. No, she isn't dramatic at all, Harry sardonically said. How about a cuppa? That would be nice, she said. Inside the house, Harry smiled to be greeted by 4 elves. Good morning, Elsie, Weston, Quinn, and Tulip. The master remembers Weston, the young elf asked with huge eyes. The elf was in a clean toga with the Potter crest on it. He gave them permission to dress as they would and most preferred the more Roman style of dress. Harry gave him the small man a smile. I remember all my friends and family. Weston blushed. Elsie tells you. Would the Mr. and Mrs. like some tea or cappuccino? Elsie was an older matron of the elves. The hair in her ears was totally white and she looked old, even for an elf. Like all their race, she still wanted to feel needed, so he knew Remus kept her in the farmhouse as a maid. The others here were learning their letters and numbers to help with paperwork and bookkeeping. That would be wonderful, Elsie, Harry told her. Hermione gave him a look he once found endearing. You really do treat them like equals. They are, Harry replied. Sitting in the kitchen, they shared some talk about their lives as tea, crumpets, and a few jams were put onto the table. After a few minutes, Hermione asked, Harry, why are you so for creature and race rights? I get Fleur, Gabrielle, and Dobby, but I've never seen how you became allied with the goblins or became so knowledgeable about the other races. He stirred some of the honey from the farm into his tea. Aside from those that helped me, I've never really told anyone exactly what happened, Harry told her. What did happen? He stared down at the cup. After a moment, he sighed. After I got the letter that you were breaking up with me, I just gave up. Oh, Harry, I didn't. She said, fresh tears coming to her eyes. He shook his head. Hermione, that's just what it was. Ginny, Luna, and Neville were kept from seeing us in the hospital wing. Ron and you were in St. Mungo's. Everyone else was avoiding me after Dumbledore's speech at the leaving feast. On the train, they didn't sit with me. I'm sure that the Weasleys were all blaming me or Percy being a Death Eater. I did kill him that night in the Department of Mysteries. Then the Order was isolating me once I was locked back into my relatives. Your letter was the only one to make it through my jailers that summer. I was in a bad way. I wasn't eating. I wasn't getting out of bed. I wasn't getting any sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, it was just nightmares. I had given up and was wishing for death or for Voldemort to just come kill me. That's what broke the Order. She put a hand to her mouth. He wasn't trying to hurt her, especially with the baby, but she had to understand. Later, Remus explained the Order were split between following Dumbledore and saving me. In mid-August, Bill and Remus came to rescue me. I know Dumbledore accused them of kidnapping. Fleur nursed me back to health, but I understand it was a near thing. After I was kidnapped, they refused to let me go anywhere near Dumbledore. The decision was made to tutor me. It wasn't until the end of September that Bill finally took me to Gringotts. I needed to deal with Sirius's will that Dumbledore had tried to suppress. He let out a long breath. I found out many things that day. Dumbledore is a real bastard. I've been following the Prophet and his trial, she said. Please just let me get this out, he told her. Harry had been starting to tell Daphne everything, but hadn't been able to yet. He hadn't been able to tell her how broken he was. This weekend he would need to really tell her everything, and Gabrielle once she became his wife. When Hermione nodded, he went on. During the meeting, it came out that I knew how Riddle was surviving. Dumbledore told me just after Sirius died. I think that was his first mistake in losing me. The second was getting to you. After telling then what I knew, the goblins and I worked out a contract with Bill leading the team to make Riddle mortal again. Is that why you sold them your Weisengamot seat? She asked. Harry shook his head. That was only the start. As Riddle and the Death Eaters started their campaign of death, several large vaults were sealed or removed. They didn't want to lose more, so Ragnog came to me. By then, my family had pieced me back together. Tonks came to me and said she would teach me how to be a hit wizard, then pointed me at the Death Eaters. We were the only ones taking them head-on. Hermione's eyes went wide. That was you. The Slytherins started to get the black letters a few others had gotten after Christmas our 6th year. The Greengrasses were one of the first. Harry pursed his lips. They refused to join with Riddle. Daphne had to become Astoria's guardian. She must have seen something in him because Hermione asked, "What aren't you saying?" He sighed. I haven't gotten the courage yet to tell her. I got a vision of it, but by the time we got there, her parents were already dead. We were able to kill Rookwood before the rest apparated away. She reached for his hand. She looked ready to say something. Harry went on. I know that I was supposed to keep him out of my head, but we started to use the connection. When Riddle realized it, after we killed Rabiston Lestrange, Amicus Caro, and 6 recruits while they were torturing a Muggle family, he tried his hardest to keep me out of his head or send me false images. He never tried to enter my mind again after what happened at the Ministry the end of our 5th year. Each time we went after the Death Eaters, goblins or wizards employed by Gringotts would go with us. For the first time in 1,000 years, goblins and wizards fought side by side. They were concerned with saving the accounts and keeping the bank open, and then clawing any fines they could from the wizards that attacked them. Dobby and others helped. We couldn't use the flue or apparate or portkey through once the standard Death Eater wards would go up when an attack occurred. Dobby and 16 other house elves would pop us in, take out the wounded or dead, then get us out before Dumbledore or the Ministry could get us. Harry closed his eyes. I really believed I was going dark, like Dumbledore said, but Tonks, Remus, and Bill kept assuring me it was a war. Mr. Delacour used his connections in the ICW and the French Assembly to get us legal licenses as hit wizards. When France declared Riddle and the Death Eaters as terrorists, we were protected. He wanted to train us, and we did go to France for a few months, coming back every time we got a warning. I got a vision or we heard of a pending attack. I was in Diagon Alley the first time the Death Eaters attacked. I was dueling Bellatrix and another when Angelina was killed and George wounded. He had been yelling for help. I wasn't in a position to help, but he blamed me. After Percy and Angelina, the twins hated me. It would only get worse after Ginny. My investment in Weasley Wizarding Wheezes was returned soon after. I killed the Death Eater that was fighting with Bellatrix. It turned out to be her husband, Rudolphus. We were in France when Hogsmeade was attacked. By the time we got there, half the town was ablaze, the Order was losing, and Dumbledore was struggling to contain Riddle. The second Bellatrix saw me. She killed Ginny and 3 others by turning them inside out. She made sure I was there and called out that I refused to surrender, and their deaths were on my hands. Arthur and the twins were there. Bill never blamed me, but the others did. After that, the goblins and Bill had found some of Riddle's anchors and found a way to sever my connection to him. Riddle was growing desperate. We had killed 10 of his inner circle and 24 others. Could have been more. I still see the blood on my hands at times from a few of my more desperate duels. Hermione squeezed his hand. She was as concerned as she was horrified. You know what happened at Hogwarts? Riddle was after one of his anchors, not to mention wanting to kill Dumbledore and take hostages to get me to give myself up or bring other families to heal. That didn't go as planned, Harry said with a dark chuckle. I saw you dueling Snape. Harry nodded his head. He killed 2 students because they wouldn't get out of his way that night. I tortured the man before beheading him. I would have done more if Dumbledore hadn't finally confronted me. I put Draco down with hardly a fight. He was all wind. You would be surprised how easy it is to make a rock act like a bullet. Hermione's hand was squeezing his to the point of being painful. After the Hogsmeade and Hogwarts debacles, Riddle needed time to rebuild his forces, and we used it to keep up with our other plans. I met with the giants, centaurs, selkies, mermaids that live between England and Ireland, dwarves, and the werewolves. Only the goblins and selkies were willing to fight with us. While I was meeting with the werewolves here in Britain, Greyback found out and attacked. Harry indicated the 2 scars on his face. It was a near thing, but I killed him. We lost 5 goblins. Remus was badly hurt. Fleur nearly lost her ability to have children and 15 werewolves were killed. But after that, the werewolves agreed to sit out. I had killed 3 alphas, and none of the others were willing to go against me. In each of those meetings, I learned more about the different peoples of our world. It was the summer between your 6th and 7th year when the goblins called me and the others friends of the nation, and we worked out the details of the Potter's seat when I turned 17. Harry looked up. I never doubted what you wanted to do with SBEW, but there is so much more that we need to fix to keep this world alive than just what you saw. Anyways, you probably remember the few high-profile killings of Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and Moody. He missed the first 2 but caught up with the team sent for Moody. Moody sacrificed himself to let us finally kill Malfoy Sr. and Dolohov. A week later we caught Parkinson and Goyle. I think losing his last big piggy banks is why Riddle attacked Diagon Alley. He was going for Gringotts. By then, we had found all his anchors and destroyed all but his snake. The fool took Nagini with him. 8 goblins and I took him and the snake on. The goblins killed Nagini. 3 gave their lives that night. Voldemort stumbled in his casting when Nagini died, and I took advantage. Who would have thought a simple piercing hex through an eye would finally kill him? It was probably a good thing because Dumbledore showed up just after that. He was not incredibly pleased with me to find out that I had killed Riddle. He didn't even notice the chaos and damage to the alley, instead going after me as a Dark Lord, he said rather bitterly. I was exhausted by that point. If the goblins and Tonks hadn't been there, I don't think I would have beat him in a duel. He went quiet after that. It was well known now what had happened in most of the larger battles. Few knew that he was a deputized hit wizard. That had been slipped under Dumbledore's nose before he had been ejected from his mugwump seat and had saved him prosecution after the war. Hermione was still processing everything. Is that how it all happened? Pretty much, he said. There were lots of details that he would tell Daphne or Gabrielle if they ever asked, but overall, he never wanted to bring them up. The 5 of them had all saved each other multiple times and done things he would never be proud of. 8 wizards and 56 goblins died to earn the victory. Never mind the hundreds of wizards, witches, and children that the Death Eaters killed, or the thousands of muggles hurt or killed. Her lips pursed, and he could see the gears twisting around in her head. I still don't get how you became such a good dueler and beat both Dumbledore and you-know-who. I saw you that night in Hogwarts. You were fighting Snape and the others like you had been dueling for decades. That is something I will not tell you. Just know I was able to gain the knowledge and skill I needed, he told her. Hermione didn't look satisfied with that answer but didn't push. Not like she would have at one time. Eddie came into the kitchen with Teddy following her like a little puppy. Harry smiled. Looks like it's lunchtime. Come here, pup. A huge smile spread across the boy's face to see Harry again before running to his open arms. Hermione looked close to tears. Teddy took up a spot on Harry's lap as Eddie got them all lunch. It was for moments like this, his godson babbling away as he picked off Harry's plate, that made it all worth it. June 2, 1999, Daily Prophet, page 1 Dumbled Guilty. By Bruce Banner in a series of trials that have rocked the wizarding world in the last week, Albus Dumbledore, 135, has been found guilty of ending the line of the McKinnons and stealing their heritage. This is the 3rd conviction, following last month's trial of Dumbledore and his offenses against the Potter family, and then the Crouch family. 53 years were added onto the 336 he had already earned, with the death penalty still on the table after he has tried for 3 more line theft accusations, and then the most anticipated ones of child endangerment of students, embezzlement, and mismanagement of Hogwarts over his 78-year tenure. Penalties and remuneration against the victims are being held until all the trials are completed. To date, Gringotts estimates that Dumbledore will be required to repay nearly 8 million galleons, has stolen or misappropriated more than 100 family heirlooms and thousands of scrolls and books. Value for all the heirlooms, books and scrolls is estimated to be more than 15 million galleons. This is an issue that could bankrupt Hogwarts if the school is held accountable. June 5, 1999, obituaries. Fred Weasley, April 1, 1978, June 2, 1999, died in a potions mishap. The DMLE has ruled the death accidental. He is remembered by his family, who is survived by 2 brothers and his father. June 8, 1999, Tinsworth, England. It was a nice early summer day on the coast of England. There was a stiff breeze coming up the channel, but it felt warm. Daphne and Tonks were watching over Teddy and Victoire as he helped Bill and Remus with Fleur directing them. Well, it was more like Daphne was chasing after a running Teddy and a crawling Victoire as Tonks lounged in a chair, her huge stomach looking ready to pop. While they had their fun, he was helping to pack up Shell Cottage. He levitated over one of the wooden crates, some of the old newspapers, then swished his wand to begin the delicate dance of the pottery, dishes, and good china to be wrapped in newspaper and gently packed into the crate. Fleur came into the room. "I feel I should hire you to be a professional mover," she said in a teasing tone. Harry grinned, trying not to break his concentration, otherwise he would break the dozen or so plates floating in the kitchen. He replied in French, "If you distract me, I won't be responsible if this all shatters." She gave a tinkling laugh. "That is why we have magic," he snorted in mirth. Fleur moved to the cold box to remove a few small bottles of lemonade. She held one up. "Yes, please," he said, twirling his wand and swishing it once again to finish the packing of the cabinet he had been working on. "Your French is getting particularly good. Is my sister that good a teacher?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "She does like to use her mouth." Fleur was about to take a drink when she started to laugh. "Does she know you brag about her mouth?" Harry looked confusedly at her for a second before his cheeks flushed a little. "That is not what I meant," he snapped, throwing the lid of the lemonade at her. She tried to dodge, still getting hit in her side. "And I bet her tongue is even better, non." "I don't talk about what I do with my wife or fiancé," he said. "It's not like you talk about how Bill and you get on." She got a mischievous grin. "William is quite a good and attentive lover, but I like it most to see him when I rub up and down." "Oi, that's enough," he snapped. She laughed at him. Trying to avoid how she was making him feel like some stupid schoolboy, he asked, "How is Bill?" Her smile dropped. After a long sigh, she said, "He is as well as can be expected." The notice of Arthur passing in the DMLE holding cells hit him harder than I think he was expecting. Arthur had a reaction to rhubarb. "No one knew he was allergic," she said, giving him a look that was between disappointment and understanding. Harry held up his hands. "I can swear that Daphne and I have no hand in this. I have already given testimony under Veritaserum about Fred and George," he told her. Not that he could really be tried since the blood feud had been recognized by the DMLE. What Jean Paul was doing, he didn't know and didn't want to. Plausible deniability in case someone found a way to find the blood feud invalid. She sighed. "I know Papa talked with you. Don't tell me anything, but I can suspect what you talked about." Harry swallowed. "Have you told Bill?" "He only knows Papa was once a hit wizard. Has he or Gabrielle ever told you what he really was?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "Papa was a hit wizard for the Unspeakables for the Assembly and the ICW. When there was a particularly hard case or dark wizard, he and a few others would go in. Growing up, we were told to never ask, but I was able to figure out a few things. Like the vampire coven in Geneva that killed more than 100 people, or the group that tried to overtake the Greek ministry in the late 70s. I think Papa saw and did things that were really bad." "I know it still bothers him at times," she told him. "I figured he had done things the way he trained us, but I had no idea," Harry said. "I don't think I was supposed to either." They just regarded each other for a moment. "William got notice to attend a reading of the will for his late aunt," she said. Harry looked at her curiously. "I thought his Aunt Muriel's will was already read." "It would appear not. A false will was presented to the DMLE. The goblins have the real will." "We go to hear it tomorrow," she told him. Harry was pondering this. "I thought Bill was totally disowned. From the Weasleys from the Prouettes we are unsure. He's being asked to take a blood test to verify," she replied. Harry nodded. He finished the lemonade in a few big swigs. "I should get back to this." She opened the box to grab lemonades for the others. On her way by, she leaned in to kiss his cheek. "Bill is pleased that you talked with Ron. Thank you for not killing all of them." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Ron and I were once good friends. Dumbledore fucked that up. I don't know if I will ever really be friends with him again, but he doesn't deserve to die. He did tell me, though, that his mum tried to potion and compulse him." She looked sad. "We know, but they are all too far gone now. Just know Bill does not blame you or Daphne. I think he is more embarrassed, especially with the debts his family owed you." Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, she had gone. He took to his task. They were going to move into their new house in Hogsmeade in 2 days. June 13, 1999, London. England Harry was holding the whimpering boy as they walked into St. Mungo's. Teddy didn't care for apparition, but it was the best way to get here. He had gone to get Teddy last night when they had received a patronus from Remus that Tonks had to go to the hospital. They had run the little scamp around the flat until he had dropped about 9 and was still sleepy as they walked up to the line waiting for the welcome witch about 8 that morning. Remus had come by about 4 in the morning to happily tell them about Abigail Andromeda Lupin. Daphne looked equally as grumpy as Teddy after being woken in the middle of the night, but Harry was happy. He had always wanted a family that loved him, and it was growing. Daphne leaned her head against his shoulder as they waited, her hand over her stomach. "How are you feeling?" "Hungry, sick. Is it your turn to carry this little one?" she asked. "If I could, I would," he told her. He had seen how Fleur and Tonks had gone through their pregnancies. Daphne seemed to be having it worse now with her morning sickness. "Har," Teddy said, leaning his head against Harry's other shoulder. "We are going to see Mummy and Daddy," he told the little man. "And your new sister." Daphne stood up when she realized that others were looking at them. He could see it was through force of will. Being the wife of Harry Potter Black and a leading member of the Wisengamot required a certain decorum. Teddy perked up. "Mum, Dada," he said, looking around. "We are going to see them," he assured Teddy. Daphne leaned in to pat Teddy's back. When they got up to the counter, the witch looked a little haggard. It was a busy morning. "Name, symptoms, and are you dying or have other debilitating issues?" she asked, looking down at the registry with her quill ready to go. "Harry and Daphne Potter Black with Edward Lupin here to see Remus and Tonks Lupin," Harry told her. The woman quickly looked up. Her eyes went to his forehead, looking for the non-existent scar. He really hated that. Right, Mr. Potter, Lupin, you said." "Yes, please," he replied. "4th floor, room 412, she told him. "Thank you." They moved to the lift. Teddy was more alert now and squirming to get down. "Not yet, Teddy, we're almost to Mummy and Daddy." Daphne gave him a gentle smile. "You really are great with them." Harry gave her a nervous grin back. "Merlin, I hope I'll be the same with our kids," she laughed. "Don't worry, Gabrielle will keep you in line." He laughed. "She'll let me spoil them worse than I do Teddy and Victoire. Probably, I guess I'll have to be the tough one." "I'll say no," Harry defended himself. "No, you won't," she easily replied. "Hey, I'm not that bad. And who allowed a 14-month-old to have a full scoop of ice cream last night?" she asked with a raised brow. "He had been running around. And then ran around again for another 2 hours before crashing," she deadpanned. Harry gave her a shit-eating grin. "I think you crashed before he did." She playfully hit his arm. "Burke." "Yep," Daphne huffed before the lift opened. Teddy was intently watching their byplay, a hand in his mouth. "You know you are teaching him bad habits." "I am not," Daphne indignantly shot back. He chuckled, putting an arm around her waist. She huffed but didn't resist. When they got to the door, Daphne gently knocked. A moment later, a tired-looking Remus came to the door. "Dada!" Teddy happily cried out, trying to jump out of Harry's arms. Remus gave his son a tired smile but took the excited boy. "Come on in, just be quiet. They are both sleeping at the moment." "We can come back," Daphne whispered. "Nonsense. Tonks will want to see you once she wakes," he said. They went into the room. Teddy went to reach for Tonks until Remus put a finger to his mouth. Teddy seemed to get it and put a hand back into his mouth. Remus nodded to a small bassinet next to the bed. Reaching in, the man moved a small bit of fine hair out of the face of a sleeping girl. Her hair was more the sandy blonde of her father. Harry ran a hand over her head. "I see she takes after her dad." "She's beautiful," Daphne commented. Remus gave a small smile. Teddy's hair turned to match his sister's. "She is," Remus agreed. "I can't believe Tonks can make such a perfect little thing." "I think you had a hand in it too," Harry said. "For about 5 minutes," Daphne snarked. "You give him more credit than I do," Harry said, chuckling at the glare Remus gave him. "I hope you don't mind, but we are going to ask Bill and Fleur to be godparents," he told them. "We don't care. She'll be loved either way," Daphne said. "Yes, Uncle Harry and Aunt Daffy will love her," Harry said. "We'll still be the favorites." "Don't you dare start that. It's bad enough that Tracy and Astoria still use that name," she said. "Daffa," Teddy said. Harry laughed, avoiding the deathly glare from his wife. Daily Prophet, June 23, 1999, The Crimes of Dumbledore. By Jean Grey, the magical world has been rocked by the depth of corruption, crimes and callousness of a man that was once thought to be the leader of the light, defeater of Grindelwald and hero of those fighting oppression and bigotry. In the last 7 weeks, the crimes of one Albus Dumbledore, 135, have been revealed. Manipulations, line theft, Sacrifices of the innocent and more over the last 80 years have become known. Though many are beyond the statutes of limitation or covered under certain immunities granted to him over time, the guilty verdicts against Dumbledore have shown a man that was more cruel, vicious, and self-serving than either Tom Riddle or Gellert Grindelwald. Convicted of line theft and assassination of the Crouches, McKinnons and Prewitts, the attempted theft of the Potters and Blacks, and the allegations of more than 24 other houses is astounding. It has many calling for the former head mugwump and former chief warlock to be thrown into Azkaban for the rest of his life. While it is the most recent conviction that has most calling for his blood to be spilt in Diagon Alley. A public beheading or quartering hasn't been seen in more than 100 years, but given his crimes, the staff of the Daily Prophet feel the calls are a just punishment for the man. As headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he has been found guilty of being directly involved or not prevented to have occurred the deaths of 7 children, the endangerment of the entire school in 18 of his 78 years as headmaster, and the fostering of line theft against 5 houses by signing betrothal contracts while being the guardian of several known orphans or squibberns that led to his allies being elevated to positions their families did not deserve. The proof is already rocking the Wisengamot, where Warlock Potterblack and Black Greengrass are already calling for a moot outside of the traditional solstices or equinoxes to remove the houses of Dearborn, Marshbanks, and Brown as benefactors of these actions, and to restore the lines to the proper families. Minister Olson has backed this call, and Chief Warlock Longbottom has agreed to call an emergency session on July 5th, which is the earliest that can be done to follow the Wisengamot rules of a minimum 2 weeks between moots requiring all members to attend. The full stories of each family's betrayal is outlined on pages 2, 3, 5, and 8. Harry looked up from the paper to Rocknasher. I take the other stories inside detail all the crimes. There are weeks of reporting on the crimes, Rocknasher told him. What is Gringotts' take on all this? I know several goblins were involved throughout the years, Harry questioned, thinking he knew the answer. I ask for your support to confiscate all the gold and other items the man has stolen. It will mean we will have to go after Hogwarts, Rocknasher told him. Harry sighed. I don't want the students to suffer. Tell me what I need to do to shore up their finances. Rocknasher handed a parchment over to him. I figured you would do that. They had been working together long enough now that the goblin knew how he hated to see the innocent suffer. Looking at the paper, he nodded. Set up the scholarship. If you want, I will make myself available when Gringotts meets with the governors and headmistress Sprout. I will let Ringnot know. Rocknasher handed over another sheaf. The council wants to know what you want to do with the Hogshead. Aberforth Dumbledore has a sizable loan that his brother was backing, and I know he helped us during the war. I'll buy the debt and work it out, Harry replied. I was also asked to have you go to the bank. Dumbledore's vaults will be open tomorrow, and you will be required to be there to confirm all your family property, Rocknasher told him. Harry pursed his lips. I don't even know everything there was. Gringotts has the records of the last audits. Unfortunately, it is guessed that you will only be able to reclaim about 4 million galleons and maybe half of the items. It's more than I have now. What about the other families? I don't want to take anything from them, Harry told him. Gringotts will partition the anticipated sums based on the amount stolen. You were the most affected, Rocknasher replied. I have gold. I don't need more. Gringotts is bringing in that much into my vaults a year. Give the gold to the other families. I can't wait to finally bring the man low and reclaim the Wisengamot seats he gave to his cronies, Harry told the goblin. He looked back at the paper. How did no one see this for so long? He may not have killed off as many as Voldemort, but he allowed it all to happen and killed off entire families that could have kept something like Voldemort from happening. Rocknasher scowled. We estimate that more than 100 million galleons were lost over the last 84 years. Before the change in treaty to allow us to trade with the Muggles, that was an enormous fortune. The goblins would see it that way. Turning to the inside cover, he looked at the families and what had been done. The McKinnons, set up by Dumbledore when he leaked where they were to Regulus Black. Voldemort wanted them dead because they were fighting for legislation that would allow the Aurors to kill anyone that used deadly force. Dumbledore wanted them gone because they were backers of the Potters and advocated for the elimination of the purebloods that were being misled. The Prewitts, Fabian and Gideon, were once part of Dumbledore's order, but after their youngest sister was killed, they had started to hunt the Death Eaters. Their father had been the ICW mugwump at the time and was asking for help. Amazing how the man died of a heart attack and Dumbledore was installed in the ICW the same week. A few months later, the twin brothers were ambushed and killed. Their other sister, Molly, was suddenly a Dumbledore supporter and married into a family that supported Dumbledore since the 1920s. The man forced the Crouches to give up their Wizengamot seat during the Grindelwald Wars. Barty Sr. was such a stickler for the law and had a hard-on for eliminating the Black family because Dumbledore had set up Warlock Sirius Black Eye to do the deed. The man, like he had forced Harry to compete in the Triwizard Tournament by being his magical guardian, had married off the last heiresses of the Shaffix, Longshores, Bowens, Cornholes, and Nolans. It was how the Crabbe, Dearborn, Travers, and Brown had gotten their Wizengamot seats. The Penhursts had been the last family, but Voldemort had killed them off in 1974. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done about those family seats, but the families were owed recompense from the Dumbledore estate. If there is going to be any auctions, let me know. I can try to see if I can preserve any of these family legacies and find if there are any extended family or squibs that could claim it, Harry told him. You will have to talk with Gripsack. Most can be done in a private sale, Rocknasher told him. Harry was certain his status as a friend of the nation gave him some special privileges that way. I have one more thing. When you go to Hogwarts, there is a room there. The house elves call it the Room of Lost Things. There are generations of junk and potentially other treasures there. You may be able to sell off a lot of it to make up the debt Dumbledore put the school into, Harry suggested. I will let the reclamation team know. When Harry left to sit in his own office, he leaned back into his chair. Harry looked at the front page headlines again. The anger he had towards the old fool burned through his veins. He would be pushing for the man to get the death penalty when the Wizengamot met. He also hoped they could find others to fill in the vacant seats or to reclaim the ones Dumbledore stole. Opening the paper, he sat to finally read what the Daily Prophet had to say about his family. Daily Prophet, page 2, Potter family BTRAYED. By Clark Kent, as was reported earlier this week, Albus Dumbledore, 135, was convicted for crimes against Harry Potter Black, 18, and his entire family. Investigative reporters have followed up on the allegations and sensational accusations that came out and found that the crimes against Harry Potter Black and his family could go even further than what came out at the trial. As most know, Wizengamot law does have a statute of limitations, except for select crimes, like line theft and theft of family heirlooms. After obtaining redacted transcripts of the questioning Mr. Dumbledore underwent, the Daily Prophet must agree with what was yelled out in the atrium of the ministry in February. Albus Dumbledore is a Dark Lord. His history with the Potter family started in the 1920s. During the rise of Grindelwald, Dumbledore used various agents to try and stop the Dark Lord that nearly brought the entire wizarding world to ruin. Magnus Potter, the great-grandfather of Harry Potter Black, was such an agent. Working at a hit wizard and bounty hunter, Magnus was responsible for the deaths of 3 of Grindelwald's deadliest lieutenants. A few eyewitnesses have been found to confirm that Dumbledore had been terribly upset with Magnus, moving to disbar the man from holding a hit wizard license. This effort was thwarted, and Magnus would go on to lead the most successful group against Grindelwald. This would set the budding Dark Lord Dumbledore on a path to eliminate the rest of the Potter clan over the next 80 years. Magnus died under mysterious circumstances in 1943. It was believed that Grindelwald had personally hunted the man. According to the redacted interview, Dark Lord Dumbledore led the man and his entire team into an ambush. 23 wizards were murdered at Dumbledore's command. After that, Dark Lord Dumbledore sought to control the Potter family. First, by trying to instill a deep sense of loyalty into Charles and Fleamont Potter, the sons of Magnus. Few remember, but Dumbledore is a master alchemist. Under confession, he stated that no less than 8 different potions were tried. Fewer still may know that the Potters have been master potioneers and defenders of the light since the inception of the Wizarding Council. It is believed that none of Dumbledore's attempts worked because of some family magic or knowledge. When Charles, the Warlock Potter, started to oppose Dumbledore and the Wizengamot through the 1950s, Again, Dumbledore moved against the family. Their son, Henry, died of mysterious causes while at Hogwarts in 1957. Then, in 1959, Charles and his wife Doria died from nasal fever. These all turned out to be plots against the Potters by Dumbledore. Henry was accidentally killed during a Care of Magical Creatures class on trolls. The strain of nasal fever, which is usually not fatal, that killed Charles and Doria, were alchemical deviations made by Dark Lord Dumbledore. His animosity towards the Potters did not stop there. He had managed to slip infertility potions to the next Warlock Potter, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. It was a small miracle when their son James was born in 1960, a year after Fleamont's brother died. For the next decade or so, things would quiet down in this feud the Potters knew nothing about. Then came the night Fleamont Potter stopped 3 wizards from rapping and torturing muggles. In that confrontation, Heir Selwyn was killed. The spilling of such pureblood set the Dark Lord Dumbledore onto a quest to finally eliminate the family. Most know how the Blood Wars heated up over the 1970s. Dumbledore blamed the death and escalation on the Potter family, especially since they were the ones to push and get the WolfgangNH to agree to allow deadly force by the Aurors. Fleamont and Doria Potter died of dragon pox in 1976. Again, this was at Dark Lord Dumbledore's hands and his proficiency in alchemy and potions. He modified a strain of dragon pox that killed them, and then again attempted to control James through potions. That failed, and the records of the stellar, if short, career of James Potter can be found in many reports and newspapers. James Potter was accredited with the deaths of 15 Death Eaters and the capture of more than 24, all of whom were released by backroom dealings led by Dumbledore, who, though they could be reformed, no matter how many they killed. Then came the documented betrayal of the Potters on Halloween 1981. Most remember it as the night you-know-who was defeated by a 15-month-old child. Warlock Potterblack remembers it as the night he lost his family until he found a new one at 15. Sirius Black was set up to take the fall, while Dumbledore had once again stepped in to use a weak-willed Peter Pettigrew. He confessed to have the man under potions since he was 14 and used him to infiltrate the Death Eaters, and then to sell out the Potters. After that, Dumbledore raced to secure the last Potter heir. Harry Potterblack was sequestered away from the wizarding world, denied any knowledge of being a wizard or of his family history, abused by his Muggle relatives, then tossed into our world unprepared. This paper was unfortunately part of the praising and vilifying of the young boy for most of his time at Hogwarts. Little did we all know this was part of Dumbledore's plans to keep the boy downtrodden, pliable and ready to become a martyr. During this time, Dumbledore was finally successful in his attempts to destroy the Potter family. He was able to steal nearly 6 million galleons, dozens of heirlooms, and hundreds of scrolls and books from the Potters. It looked like Dumbledore would finally be able to rid himself of a family that had thwarted his plans for decades. Then Sirius Black died. At the time, no one understood why that was important until it was discovered that Black was Potter Black's sworn godfather, was not the secret keeper, and had named Harry as the heir to the Blacks. Since then, we have done many articles on how Harry Potterblack and his closest allies won the war. As the Daily Prophet uncovers more, we will keep the readers informed on the full crimes of Dark Lord Dumbledore. June 25, 1999 Epinal, France. The downfall of Dumbledore was all over the continental papers. He was enjoying seeing the man's legacy going up in flames. Folding up the paper, Harry checked his watch one more time. Gabrielle only had one more test that was due to be completed by noon. He planned to surprise her to an afternoon in Paris, a night at the opera, and then back for the morning. They would be getting the results of their alls, the internationally recognized advanced wizarding level, tomorrow, and graduation would be Sunday. By the end of Saturday next weekend, she would be his wife, a thought that had Harry smiling. He just wished that they didn't have to postpone their honeymoon until the WolfgangNH moot was done. He would see Dumbledore walked through the veil, hopefully pushing the old goat himself. He wouldn't let that ruin his day, though. Getting up from the small cafe in Epinal, he put down a few sickles for the tea and pastry he had, then nodded his head to a pair of young women that had been making eyes at him. They smiled until he held his hand so they could see the new wedding band. Daphne and him had decided to get wedding bands to show they were married, even though that wasn't a popular tradition for those that did a hand fasting. Harry liked it because it usually kept women like these from bothering him. When he walked to the fireplace in the inn in the center of the town, he clearly said, "Beauxbatons." When he stepped out of the fireplace, he wasn't too surprised to find the main entrance hall to be mostly devoid of students. He figured most would be in their last day of tests or out on the grounds. It was a rather lovely day out. As he had not been expected, Harry wasn't surprised when a house elf greeted him. He noticed the recognition on the elf's face. He was starting to make a real name for himself with the other races. It was something he found immense pride in. He was finally being known for something he was doing on his own, and for something he wanted to do. "Master Potters, it's being an honors to meet you," the little guy said, giving him a low bow. Harry was pleased to see the little house elf had a proper uniform, though Beauxbatons in France has been one of the most liberal in creature rights in Europe for a long time. Harry bowed back. "A pleasure, Master House Elf. May I ask your name?" The house elf gave a broad grin. "Malig, my name is Malig. Master Potters is unannounced. He is. What is Master Potters wanting?" Harry grinned. "I was hoping to surprise my fiancée, Gabrielle Delacour. Eyes know your Missy Gabby. She is always nice to us. Master Potters is to check in at the office. He is," Malig told him. "If you would lead the way," Harry requested. Malig happily hopped and waved for Harry to follow. The students that were not in class either ignored him or whispered about the strange man following the house elf. His favorite reaction was a young girl that blushed to her shoulders. He doubted she was older than 13 or 14. Not that 18 was that much older, but he was nearly 19 now, and his life had him feeling twice that age at times. He also knew that he had filled out some, and Daphne said he had a rather strong chin that really made him desirable. After checking in at the office of the headmistress, he had been given permission to enter the school. All his visits, and the fact that he was engaged to Gabrielle, allowed him to wait for her outside of her testing room. Malig was happy to escort him through the halls. Luckily, he didn't have long to wait as he leaned against a wall. While he waited, he looked around. Beauxbatons was quite different from Hogwarts. It was like a Baroque-style castle. The wealth on display showed that Beauxbatons was one of the most prestigious schools in Europe, attracting most of the major houses, wealthy and top talent from the countries west of the Rhine, north of the Mediterranean and south of the North Sea. About 10 minutes before the end of the scheduled time, a few people started to trickle out of the classrooms. He got more interested looks this time as the rooms around him had the graduating class. Most of the students were his age, but he obviously didn't belong with his black trousers, green silk shirt, and light traveling cloak. It had been a little cool and misty when he left England earlier, and the charms that Daphne insisted he put on all his clothes kept him at a comfortable temperature. He thought he would mostly be left alone until an older girl seemed to set her eyes on him. She was approaching him when an arm snaked around his waist. He turned to greet the girl that he had come to see only to have her wrap her other hand around the back of his head and pull him into a deep kiss. Harry leaned further into the wall, put his hands on her waist, then pulled her in. When she let him breathe, he came up as a grinning fool to lean his forehead on hers. "Surprise," she said. He laughed. "I thought that was my line. I could feel you for the last 10 minutes, she growled. "You were supposed to not distract me while I was testing this week." He chuckled, ignoring the students passing them by, or the nasty look from the girl that had set her eyes on him before Gabrielle had claimed him. "This was your last exam, and I thought you said your history exam would be easy," she scoffed, pushing herself off him and taking off down the hallway. He pushed off the wall, amused at her act. "The test was easy. The issue was I could not concentrate on the last essay. If I fail, you are going to pay and take me to the ministry to retest." He grinned at her ire. "If that is what you want." She turned to glare at him before taking his hand. "I swear, Harry, I mean it. I'm sure you do." She looked less than impressed. "What are you doing here? I do not graduate until Sunday." "I wanted to see you and take you out for a good dinner to celebrate you being done with school," he told her. "I thought you were supposed to be at the WolfgangNH today." She was dragging him through the halls and up the stairs. "The trials ended yesterday. Though we will have to postpone our honeymoon by a week or so," he told her. She looked devastated. "Merde, no, we are supposed to go to Fiji. I've never been there." "I know, Mon Amour, we will go. I would like to see you in that bikini you keep teasing about," he said, enjoying how she gave a playful smirk. "You want to see me out of the bikini," she told him. They reached a door in a hallway at the top of the school. She took out her wand and tapped it. "I won't say that isn't a pleasant idea," he said with a devious grin. She pulled him into the room. It wasn't large. There was a double-size bed that had a lavender duvet with a floral pattern, a desk, a wardrobe, night table, and a corner with an easel and shelves of paints and a stack of canvases. "Is this your room?" He managed to get out before the door was closed. Gabrielle threw herself into his arms, her arms wrapping around his neck and her lips possessively crashing against his. He didn't get to ask anything else for a long time. She pressed him back into the bed, where he fell onto it as the back of his knees hit it. She giggled as he pulled her down to have her land on him. Her mouth was quickly back on his. They were both breathing rather heavily when she sat up. She was straddling his lap. He was meeting her as she gently rocked on him. Her chest was heaving as hard as his. "I take it you don't want to go to dinner?" he asked. The sultry and part predatory look she gave him had him raising his hips to meet her action. She reached for the buttons on her shirt. "We will be married next weekend. I have waited long enough and do not want to be a virgin on our wedding night. I want you to be able to take me like I know you do, Daphne. I want to be yours. Make me yours, Harry," she said, pulling her shirt off her shoulders. He loved how her large breast pressed against her rather lacy bra. His eyes narrowed in on the nipples that were poking out. He knew that they had been very patient. He had also been told he would know when Avila really needed to take her mate. The look in her eyes, the heat in her body, and the feel of her allure, finally breaking through his natural defenses, had him know this was time. "Come here, my love," he said, pulling her down. "I want to be on top. I've heard I can control the first time better," she told him. He grinned. He couldn't tell her how many times he had dreamed of her doing that. June 26, 1999 Rousel, France. Harry was still grinning, lipstick on his lips, when he stepped through the flue of the atrium. For the next week, Daphne and him would be living at the Delacours, with Gabrielle joining them tomorrow. Tracy and Astoria should be here now. Daphne and Tracy were going to get Astoria from the platform in London, do a quick trip back to their flat, then come here. Wondering if he should go up to Gabrielle's room to change and unpack his extended pockets in his cloak, his decision was made when he heard laughing from the sitting room. Walking over to see what was going on, he found a scene that had him smiling. His entire family was here for the weekend to see Gabrielle graduate and having a raucous game of charades. Daphne and Tracy were trying to guess whatever Astoria was trying to act out. Fleur and Remus were talking as Teddy ran after a cat that Harry hadn't seen before. Remus was reeling him back in if he got too far, while the boy laughed and giggled as his father manhandled him around. Victoire was on her stomach with a ring of plastic keys in her hands. Tonks, Jean-Paul, and Apolline were laughing along at the other team in the charades game. When Teddy saw him, he squealed out, "Har, har!" Smiling, he came over to take the squirming boy from Remus. Fleur was giving him a sly smirk. "Did my sister enjoy her surprise?" "Pretty sure she did, and how are you?" he asked Teddy, who was babbling away. Teddy laughed when Harry blew a raspberry on his cheek. Remus gave him a smile. "There are times I think he likes you and Daphne more than his mum and I. Well, we are likable," Harry cheekily said. Fleur rose an eyebrow at him. "That is obvious. I see that Gabrielle still prefers the red lipstick." Harry gave a little bit of a sheepish grin this time, trying to wipe off the evidence of Gabrielle's rather enthusiastic goodbye, even though they would be seeing each other again in the morning. Teddy hit his arm, frustrated that Harry wasn't giving him enough attention. "Demanding, just like your mum," he teased the boy, blowing a raspberry on his cheek again. "You bet he is. It's all about me," Tonks yelled from the couches. "Keep telling yourself that," Harry snarked back. Most laughed. Looking around the room, Harry cast Fleur a glance. She got what he was after. She nodded towards the back of the house. "Bill is checking on the wards," Harry nodded. He knew that Bill was taking the deaths of his brothers harder than he wanted, but he hadn't wavered in his support of Harry. Handing Teddy off to Remus, he went over to give Daphne a kiss. She reached up to wipe off the last of the lipstick on his lips. "I should be jealous, but for some reason I'm not." "I love you just the same," he told her, meaning it. She smiled, then pat the couch next to her. He just managed to sit when Astoria plopped down next to him. "Hello, brother-in-law, I'm glad to see you are treating my sister well." "Hey, brat, have a good year," Astoria grinned. "I punched Karen Winters." He raised his brow. "That girl that was trying to get the boy you liked." "Oh, she got him. Then got caught in the broom closet and then caught my right hook," Astoria told him. Harry laughed. "And they let you keep your prefect badge." "I didn't use any spells in the hallways, so I didn't break any rules," she cheekily replied. Yes, I got that letter yesterday. It happened Thursday night, Daphne said, not sounding as amused. Harry gave Astoria a wink and leaned in. Remus and I can teach you how to really hit someone this summer. Daphne whacked his arm. You will not teach my sister how to fight. But what if a boy gets a little fresh? Wouldn't you want her to be able to defend herself? I'll teach her how to do a finite incantum wandlessly too, Harry said. Daphne's eyes narrowed at him while Tracy sniggered. Astoria grinned like a loon. How was your date? Tracy asked him. Brilliant. I took her to the opera and that place Jean-Paul recommended, he said. I thought you were to have her back by noon today. We had expected you at dinner, Apolline said. Harry was still grinning. Sorry, Apolline, plans changed. We took a portkey to Bern and spent the day there. You haven't taken me around like that, Daphne said. Harry turned to her. I'll take you wherever you want, but you haven't really said you wanted to go anywhere yet. We went to that theater in London. Daphne looked at him. I want to go to Peru, he shrugged. We can go there before or after the baby is born. Later this summer, she told him. Sure. It wasn't like they didn't have the funds, and once the latest issues in the Weisengamot were resolved, then they would have the time. He would leave it up to Daphne if it was a trip with just them, or Gabrielle too. July 3, 1999 Rousel, France. Fleur kissed her cheek. If you waited a few more years, you could have had Victoire as a flower girl. She leaned over to kiss her small goddaughter before kissing Fleur's cheek. I would lose it if I had to wait longer. Just having you here is all I need. Fleur laughed. You are too much the romantic. There is nothing wrong with that, their mammon said, making sure the flowers in her hair were firmly attached. Daphne was sitting back with Astoria and Tracy. Looked in the mirror to her future sister-wife. You three don't need to be so quiet. This is a happy day, Gabrielle told them. Victoire gave out a little squeal and banged the toy she was playing with on Fleur's arms. I told you that she would be fine with us, Astoria said. The 15-year-old hopped over to Gabrielle. She was in a flattering dark blue dress that announced she was developing into a beauty like her sister. I love this dress. Where did you get it? In Paris. Mammon and Fleur took me. Will you hold still? Her mammon exasperatedly told her. Astoria moved to her hair. When you get back, you have to come to our game nights. Tracy laughed. I thought you said you wanted another sister not to scare her away. I'm not that bad, Astoria whinged. Bad enough, Tracy and Fleur said. I am not, Astoria shot back. I give up, her mammon exclaimed, throwing her hands into the air. Daphne came and put her hands on Gabrielle's shoulders. Will you stay still for just a moment? You want to look perfect for Harry, right? Oui, please, she begged, even though she hopped out of nervous excitement. Daphne pressed on her shoulders to still her. That is not fair that you speak French, Astoria told them. I will teach you, Gabrielle offered. Are you going to stay with us this summer? Yeah, Tracy is going on holiday, so I'll be there all summer, Astoria told them. I still don't know why I just can't stay at our place. Because you are only 15, Daphne told her. It's not like I'll burn the place down, Astoria retorted. Hey, that was one time and I put it out, Tracy whinged. Gabrielle smiled. She was pleased about the family she would be marrying into. Having Fleur and Victoire close by was also a plus. Then thinking about Harry sent butterflies through her. I could still stay there on my own while Tracy is on holiday, Astoria was still stubbornly saying. I'm not going on holiday. I need to go to Egypt for the next few months to work on my rune mastery, Tracy buted in. They are worse than us, Fleur whispered. Their mammon scoffed. You keep telling yourselves that they are not throwing fireballs at each other. Fleur started at that time, Gabrielle quickly said. Did not. Bridget, help me. Just remember that children are the revenge for being a child, their mammon said. A knock came at the door. Come in, she said when everyone looked to her. Her papa poked his head in. I was checking in on my little golden bird. Is she ready? People are being seated on the lawn. Gabrielle felt the butterflies twist into a storm of them. She put a hand on her stomach. I'm not ready, she said in a slight panic. Her mammon gave the others a look. We will see you downstairs, Fleur said. She came over to give her a kiss on the cheek. Victoire squealed happily and hit the plastic keys onto her arm. Gabrielle gave the little girl a smile, then kissed her on the head. Tracy silently got Astoria out of there. Daphne went to leave, but Gabrielle reached out for her hand. She gave the older girl a pleading look. Her mammon gave Daphne a nod, kissed Gabrielle on the cheek, then led her papa out. Daphne gave her a sympathetic look. Are you afraid? Gabrielle shook her head, then cocked it. I don't know, I have dreamed of this for so long. What if he finds me not to be a good wife? Daphne gave her a soft smile. You were the one that told me Harry would love me. He does. I don't think I would have had that faith he would have, or let myself really fall for him if you hadn't told me that. Harry loves you, Gabrielle. He misses you every time you are not around. I miss him too, she said. Do you love him? With all my heart, Gabrielle told her. Then trust Harry loves you, Daphne told her. Gabrielle squeezed her sister-wife's hand. You will still be our bonder. Daphne put her other hand over hers. The three of us will be in this together. Like you, I have grown fond to waking next to Harry every morning. Sharing this with you and Harry is what I want to give you for your wedding. Gabrielle still had fluttering things all inside her but felt better. Thank you. Daphne gave her a kiss on the cheeks, then a small peck on her lips. Gabrielle's eyes went wide. I don't know if I ever will, but you weren't wrong that I find you attractive. You are radiant today. Harry will find you irresistible. I'll send your papa in. Gabrielle reached up to touch her lips as Daphne quickly left the room as though as shocked as she was about what just happened. When her papa came back in, she had a small quirk starting at the side of her mouth. The stomach-churning fear this might not work out was leaving her. Are you well, Gabrielle? The quirk grew into a grin. I am, Papa. He came to stand before her and put his strong hands onto her arms to hold her at arm's length. She thought she saw a tear at the corner of his eyes and she started to tear herself. Papa, you can't cry, my makeup, he chuckled. It is a father's pride that you see. It is not tears, he said. She gave a watery chuckle. You look radiant. Just like your Mammon and Fleur on their wedding days. My little birds have grown up too fast and are already out of the nest. She moved to wipe the tear from her eyes before they ran down her face. Papa, I will only be with Harry and Daphne. It is a short portkey ride back home or we can do the normal trains. You will see me. He gave her a warm smile. It is not that. You will understand one day. I give my little girl away today to a man that I find worthy of her. I am proud that you graduated 5th in your class. I am proud that you found a good man. I am most proud that you are my daughter. Papa, she exclaimed, panicking a little that she would muss her makeup. He took out a handkerchief to help dab her tears away. Are you ready to be taken to your husband? Oui, she replied. A brief time later, Daphne was standing next to the bonder doing as directed. She had wanted to be the bonder for his marriage to Gabrielle, but still needed an official to certify the marriage to the ministry. Harry was staring into Gabrielle's wide cerulean orbs as the magic flowed through their hands. Do you both pledge to never break the bond, to weather all hardships, grief, happiness, and joy together? Daphne questioned, her wand resting on the top of his hand over Gabrielle's. I do, they said in unison. The magic had him feeling just as excited and jittery as he had when Daphne had become his wife. By magic and their pledge, may I present Warlock and Madame Potterblack, Daphne said in a clear voice. Gabrielle pulled him in with more strength than he knew her to have. Her lips found his, and a magical shock went through his system. The almost 300 people that had come to this wedding clapped and cheered. Gabrielle pulled back just enough to whisper against his lips. You are finally mine, and I will never be letting you go, she said very possessively. If you dare to touch anyone else besides Daphne, you will find out what my powers really can do. Harry knew this was part of the Vila's natural claim. He was sure it was her magic binding this union. I swear that I will only ever touch my wives in that way. Gabrielle smiled, while still looking a little dangerous. You better. For this binding, they had to kneel on the ground. Harry got up and reached down to help her up. She gave him another soft kiss when she stood before leaning over to Daphne to gently kiss her cheek. Thank you. I know what this means for us. You're welcome, Daphne said, kissing Gabrielle's cheek back. Harry held out a hand to Gabrielle. He couldn't help but smile and look alone to see her in her white satin dress that brushed the grass and had a small train. It looked phenomenal on her. Even more so, he was eager to see it on the floor later. Unlike at Muggle weddings, the guests started to leave their chairs as the family approached. They would do the walk into the pavilion on the lawns a short distance away in a few minutes. Daphne went to step back, but Gabrielle grabbed her hand. You are Harry's wife as well. You stand with us. Harry felt a fluttering in his chest. He was so afraid that the girls wouldn't get along like this. Daphne gave Gabrielle a little nod before standing next to him on his other side. Apolline got to him first. You are now my son. Treat our Gabrielle well. Like a princess, Harry told her. Gabrielle beamed. Just remember it is the Black Knight that earns the true reward. Daphne gave them a look. Harry hadn't told her about that, not sure if it was only something between Gabrielle and him or not. Fleur was next. I always wanted a little brother, he laughed. I'm not that little. She affectionately patted his cheek. Little enough, she said with a smirk. Bill reached to shake his hand with Victoire in his other. You were already my brother. We are just bound by family now, the older man told him with all seriousness. Harry pulled him closer to put an arm over his back and laugh at the squirming girl. "We are bound by blood, oath, and family. Bill, I will always be your brother." It was true. They had bled together. Harry had pulled Bill from the rubble that day in Hogsmeade. Next to Remus, Harry couldn't think of a man closer to him. He also knew that Bill was still mourning his family. Even if Harry was the indirect cause of it, he would do all he could for the man. Jean-Paul kissed his daughter's cheek, then moved to Daphne before holding his hand out to Harry. He pulled Harry into a tight hug. "You are family. There is no debt between family, but we will always be there for you, Gabrielle and Daphne. If Daphne's family ever needs anything, you have but to say it." "Thank you, Jean-Paul." "You don't know what this means to me," he said, the emotion of the day getting to him. Remus was next with the 15-month-old Teddy holding onto Remus's trousers in the crowd. He was pulled into a one-arm hug after Remus grabbed his forearm. "I'm sorry that your parents and Sirius couldn't be here, but they would be so proud of the man you are becoming." Harry clapped the man's back. "Thanks, Remus. That means a lot." Teddy moved to him and reached his arms up. Harry bent down to pick him up. "I can take him if you want." Daphne put a hand on the boy's back as he put his head on Harry's shoulder. Gabrielle poked around his back to peck the boy's nose. "He will stay right there. I can share my Harry." Teddy buried his face into Harry's shoulder. "He's a little cranky. It's about his nap time," Tonks said. She moved in and kissed his cheek. "Congratulations. I suppose this means I don't need to keep you in line anymore." Gabrielle giggled. "I rather like it when he is not behaving." "Don't encourage him. He's already teaching his godson terrible things," Daphne scolded Gabrielle. Remus smirked behind Tonks' back. "Once a marauder, always a marauder." Harry grinned back. Tonks rolled her eyes. "Bloody great. If he gets expelled in his first week, I'm divorcing you and burying this one," she said, pointing a finger to Harry. "I'm sure I can teach him much more than Harry. He is too serious most of the time," Gabrielle said. She rubbed Teddy's nose with her own when he looked up. Teddy giggled before burying his face in Harry's shoulder again. Tonks smiled. "I suppose it's okay if the cute blonde does it." Daphne grinned. "Good to know," Tonks eyed her. "I meant the other cute blonde." Harry chuckled as Daphne gave off the picture of innocence. "Don't worry, I'll give her all the credit." "That E's fine. I get blamed for everything anyways," Gabrielle said. Fleur gave her a look. Andy came up next. She put a hand on his face, then gave him a hug. "You better keep coming over for dinners." "We will, Andy," Harry assured her. Ted shook his hand. "Congratulations, I would say you are lucky, but one woman has been enough for me." "And it better remain that way," Andy deadpanned. Ted grinned at her and gave Gabrielle a wink who giggled before Ted kissed her hand. "Madam Potter, welcome to the family." Gabrielle curtsied. "Thank you, Mr. Tonks." "That was my father. Call me Ted," he said. Harry rolled his eyes. "I see where Tonks gets her bad humor." "Yours isn't much better at times," Daphne snarked. "Oi!" The family around him laughed. "I think the cameraman wants to get some pictures," Apolline told them. When everyone moved to talk to the cameraman, Harry saw two people that used to be as close as those around him. Hermione was standing off to the side, her baby bump getting large. She was holding the hand of the burly Cormac. A few feet away was Ron. He had offered the olive branch, but with how busy he had been since then, he hadn't followed up on it. "Apolline, if you could just give me a few minutes." She looked to where he was looking. A slight frown crossed her face before she nodded. Gabrielle took his hand while Daphne took Teddy's. Moving over to them, Hermione was the first one to approach them. "I just wanted to say congratulations. Madam Potterblack, you look beautiful, as do you, Warlock Black Greengrass." Daphne inclined her head. "Thank you." Gabrielle cocked her head. She didn't look pleased. "Mrs. McLagan, thank you for coming. Harry, I will be waiting with the others." He had never heard her voice so cold. He followed her with concern all over his face. Hermione frowned. Cormac shook his head. "Bloody hell, I know you warned me, love, but I can feel that." Hermione looked to him a little sympathetically. "You didn't fall for it, though." Cormac grinned. "You said that if you really like or love someone else, the effects are less. I just thought of you." Teddy turned to look at them. "I should go see what is wrong." Daphne rubbed Teddy's back before saying, "You stay here for a moment, I'll go check on her." "You can come closer, Ron," Harry said to the redhead after Daphne left. Ron held his hand out. "Congratulations, mate," he smiled. "Thanks." Hermione looked after Gabrielle and Daphne. "Maybe we shouldn't have come." She bit her lip. Harry sighed. Teddy's hair changed to red when he looked to Ron. "Merlin, he's a metamorph," Cormac blurted out. "Just like his mum. This is Theodore Edward Lupin. We call him Teddy. He's my godson. You look like Bill and he likes Bill," Harry told him. "I'm glad you came. Gabrielle will be okay. We'll talk about it later." "She doesn't forgive us, does she?" Hermione questioned. He looked over to his wives and family. With a satisfied smile, he said, "They will, just give them time." "Ron, we sat you with Bill and the others." Ron looked surprised when he looked back. Hermione gave him a sad smile. Her stomach gave a growl. "Merlin, I swear this kid is going to be as strong as his father," she said. Cormac beamed. "Is that a bad thing?" "No, but he can stop kicking me in the bladder," she whinged. Harry chuckled while Ron looked uncertain. "Everyone is waiting for me to do the pictures. Why don't you go find your seats and we'll catch up with you later? You should stay, Hermione." "Sure." "Congratulations," Cormac said, stretching out his hand. "Thanks." They grasped each other's forearms. Hermione gave him a hug and Ron shook his hand. After that, Harry didn't remember much of the rest of the afternoon and night. There were ministers, head of departments from 3 different ministries and the ICW, not to mention the third cousin of Jean Paul's uncle. Most importantly, there was Gabrielle, Daphne, and his family. He would remember it as a perfect day, just like the one that he married Daphne. That evening, Daphne had been eyeing the table towards the back of the pavilion all night. Ronald Prewitt was sitting with his brother at the table with her and her immediate family, that now included the Delacours. It may have only been a short few months, but the people at the table had accepted her, Astoria and Tracy as family, and she was coming to see them all that way. She had come to accept Wheeze. Prewitt, as he was going to be a fellow warlock, one that Harry and her were courting to join their block, but she had yet to accept McLaggen. Harry had come to some type of accord with her, but the girl had just about destroyed Harry during a time he was very vulnerable. Harry didn't like to talk about it, being one of the few things he never told her or Gabrielle about, but she had been able to piece together what happened. Hermione McLaggen Granger had been a rock for Harry. She had accepted him when everyone else saw something than what he actually was. Andy had told her about Harry's upbringing when Harry hadn't been as forthcoming. Since then, he had told her just about everything. She was sure he was still holding some things back, but she didn't think it was because he didn't trust her. It was just too painful for him. Thinking of the stories from his life before Hogwarts and those Ronald and Hermione were what lifted him from the abuse and kept him going as the school and their world did everything they could to tear him down. Daphne wasn't proud of herself for not doing anything while in Hogwarts, but to her defense, she had been an 11-year-old girl that had been brought up on the tailies of Harry Potter when she had first seen him. It had only been after the war that she had got to see that he wasn't the boy that everyone painted him as. Knowing that Harry wanted to be friendly with McLaggen, she decided that she needed to clear the air if she were ever to forgive the young woman and get Gabrielle to see reason. Right now, she knew that Gabrielle hated McLaggen. Gabrielle had seen how devastated Harry had been after Granger had dumped him, and Daphne swore she would never give the woman that power over him again. She smiled to see Harry talking with some high up in the ICW as Gabrielle clutched his arm. This was as much about their wedding as it was about making contacts with those they would need in the future. It was why there were almost 400 people attending. They all wanted to be in the company of the man who won. Harry hated it, but was willing to put up with the platitudes to get what he wanted. Daphne and him had decided on such a small and private ceremony to keep people, especially the Malfoys, from finding out about the wedding until it was too late. There was too much they were both trying to protect. Leaving him to talk with the crowd for a few, she wove her way towards the back. Cormac McLaggen as happily talking with an older Crumb and a few others she knew to be Quidditch stars. Hermione McLaggen was looking absolutely bored as she stared towards Harry and Gabrielle. The woman's eyes flashed to her for a moment before she sat. McLaggen was looking good for a woman about 8 months pregnant. "I never got to really tell you and Harry congratulations on your marriage," McLaggen said. "Thank you, I should say the same." The woman's smile was genuine. "Thank you, it's been much better than I expected." Daphne rose her brow. The Cormac McLaggen she remembered had been an arse. McLaggen went on when she didn't respond right away. "I know what my husband used to be like. He had to grow up. His father died from measles fever his last year at Hogwarts. He was forced to help his mother and 2 sisters. He's worked hard to become one of the best goalkeepers in the league and still supports his younger sisters as they finish Hogwarts." "I did not know he had sisters," Daphne said. The McLaggans and Greengrasses had not mingled in the same circles before the war, and since, the McLaggen name had dropped out of the high society affairs she attended. Miranda and Teresa. Miranda is a 5th year and Teresa is a 2nd year. His parents were married right out of Hogwarts after his mum accidentally got pregnant, McLagan told her, rubbing her belly. Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They waited to have their other children. Curious, Daphne asked. How did you end up with Cormac? Herman's smile was wistful. He saved my mother and I one day when we were in Diagon Alley. I had to go there for my school books and there was a raid. This was the summer before Harry beat you-know-who. We started to send letters back and forth and, well, you can see where that led to. Daphne nodded, looking at McLagan's belly. Hers wasn't half that size yet, but it would be at some point. I noticed that you are expecting too. Congratulations again, McLagan said. Thank you. When are you due? End of August. My healer says I may have to go on leave soon, though. Is the baby all right? Daphne asked. As much as she may have her issues with the woman, she would never wish ill will like that. He will be. There are just a few signs that I need to be careful, and this hasn't been the easiest on me, especially with all the stress early in the pregnancy, McLagan said. For the first time, she took her eyes off Harry and looked to Daphne. I'm glad Harry found people that love him and support him. He's still the boy I knew. After what I did, he should never have forgiven me, yet he set up an opportunity for me to study and help the house elves. He's even offered to have one of them help me with the pregnancy. I worked out a payment plan with Willow and plan to go back to the farms in Wales once I can. I'm even considering leaving the ministry to work with Remus and you two as an advocate. Daphne blinked. Harry hadn't told her that. She wasn't sure what to say. Her anger and the way she viewed this woman had changed. She looked back to Harry. I am surprised that he is using his fame like he is, and is getting along with politicians and all those popinjays. Daphne grinned. It surprised me too when he started to show up at all the award ceremonies and fun functions last year acting more like a pure-blood scion should. He hates it though. McLagan sagely nodded her head. He always did. They were silent for a moment. Gabrielle has really grown into a beautiful woman. I remember when he pulled her out of that lake when she was 13. She was cute, but nothing like she is now. You are quite beautiful too. Harry is a lucky man. Yes, he is, Daphne agreed. They shared another silence before Daphne asked. Why? Why what? Why did you break his heart? She questioned. McLagan looked sad. I never meant to. I was only 16. I was scared. Sirius had just been killed. I had just narrowly avoided being cut in half. Dumbledore told me to leave him alone for the summer, before informing my parents of everything that happened. My parents were threatening to withdraw me from Hogwarts if I didn't stop seeing Harry. Until then, I had always defended my friendship, and then my relationship with him, but I just got scared. Daphne pursed her lips. You just got scared, that's it. You decided to rip his heart out after he lost his godfather, and he was tearing himself apart inside because you all got hurt just because you were scared. McLagan looked slightly defeated when she looked back to Daphne. And what would you have done? I know how most Slytherins are. Would you have stayed with him when you knew he was destined to keep fighting you-know-who? People were dying around him, and if your parents sent in the forms before you turned 17, you would have your magic bound. I'm not proud of what I did. I wrote him a letter the next week, apologizing and explaining everything. By then I had gone over my panic and found out that my parents couldn't make that decision. Only my magical guardian could. I wanted to take it back. I didn't really want to break up with him. I was scared, hurt, and Dumbledore said it would be for the best. The letters kept coming back. I shouldn't have been placed into Gryffindor. She took in a long breath before letting it out. Daphne had to ponder what McLagan had said for a few. Have you told Harry all this? He refuses to let me explain. I know I hurt him. I don't deserve his forgiveness. Nor do I deserve yours or Gabrielle's. I only came because he asked me to. It was the least I could do for an old friend and someone that I loved, McLagan told her. Do you still love him? McLagan looked back to Harry as he led Gabrielle to the dance floor. That wistful smile came back to her before she sighed. I really do love my husband, but there will always be a part of me that loves Harry. After a long few moments, Daphne put a hand over McLagan's. I know he still has feelings for you. We never forget our first love. I don't know if I will ever forgive you, but we can work together. McLagan dipped her head in acceptance. I can live with that. It's the least I deserve. Let him know that I'm happy for him. Daphne nodded her head. I will. Getting up, she moved towards the dance floor. She wanted to dance with her husband. Gabrielle was correct. Harry is the Black Knight. He would do the right thing even if it killed him, and learning to live with McLagan was a sacrifice he was making. She had seen how he was after talking with the woman that day on the farm. As much as he did love her and Gabrielle, she could still see the pain in him from the woman. She wanted to comfort him, as well as parse out her feelings towards Hermione McLagan. She wasn't the bossy, know it, all she once was. What she hated was that she could understand her reasons. She could understand them enough that she might be able to forgive McLagan. Given the same circumstances, Daphne was truthful enough with herself that she wasn't sure that she wouldn't have made the same decision. Unlike what many Gryffindors would do, she would have thought about it before making an emotional decision like McLagan had. Well, at least she would like to think so. When Harry held out his hand for her to join him as Gabrielle moved to dance with her papa, her fluttering heart had her questioning if she would ever be able to make such an unemotional decision about this man again. Pulling her in, Harry asked, "Are you all right?" She smiled at him and pecked his lips. He was far more observant than anyone gave him credit for. "I will be." He looked into her eyes for a long moment before pulling her onto the floor as the music started. He would most likely ask her one more time later, then leave her alone if she didn't want to talk about it. July 5, 1999, London, England. Daphne was sitting up tall on his left. Susan nodded her head as she took up a seat to his right. Neville, Tiberius Ogden, Rocknasher, Amos Diggory, and Gareth Cummerbund sat around them. Others sat close. They were the ones that Harry had managed to gather, and he knew they would vote on most issues the way he wanted, and in turn he would support them. It was one of the largest block of votes in the WolfgangNH. Looking down at the benches of petitioners, he was hopping to add 2 more. Ron accepted the title of heir Prewitt when the real will of his late aunt was read. Charlie was still avoiding Jean Paul's contacts after running back to Bulgaria, but the man would never show his face on British soil again. Next to Ron was a middle-aged woman he had only met this morning. Even though the main branch of the McKinnons had been killed off during the blood wars of the 70s, there was a minor line that the house should have passed too, but Dumbledore had stolen it to give it to himself. Yvette Cunningham had tentatively agreed to work with him, but she was still very new to politics. Harry wouldn't push her, but would offer her any advice he could, given his own limited experience, and to offer his allies to help. The last one was a young man Harry didn't care to see. Theodore Nott had never really bothered him in school, but Daphne had said he wasn't much better than the Death Eater kids. How he survived not being marked, Harry didn't know, considering his father had been a Death Eater and Tonks had taken him down. Augusta tapped her wand on the podium. "I call into session this emergency session of the WolfgangNH. Since the summer moot, many irregularities have been found in the rightful possession of seats in this august body." There was a low murmuring. "Usually only offered at the major moots, petitions for seats will be taken for the following situations. The seats of Dumbledore and Marchbanks have been found to be sat by illegally apportioned means, or if an heir was previously denied their lawful rights. Petitions for goblin-verified heirs will be taken today. All others must go through the inheritance office with the appropriate documentation," Augusta clearly stated. Standing up, Harry lit his wand. Augusta acknowledged him. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. I, Warlock Potterblack, have a petition to acknowledge heir Ronald Fabian Prewitt as the rightful heir to the Prewitt seats and request he be given all the vestiture that the office of Warlock can give." "The petition is given." "Scribe," Augusta demanded. She approached Harry. After handing the woman the scroll, Augusta called out, "The petition has the required Gringotts seal and magic. Heir Prewitt, please stand and take the oaths of office." A few minutes later, Ron was walking into the stands. He looked really nervous and gave Harry a rather grimaced smile. Harry nodded back and he moved to sit on the other side of Susan. When Harry stood again, Regent Warrington had stood as well. He was the older uncle of the late Warrington he had played Quidditch against. The man had married Parkinson. Harry thought it wrong for a 49-year-old man to marry a 19-year-old, but that was between them. "The floor recognizes Warlock Potterblack again," Augusta said, intentionally ignoring the older man. "Thank you, Chief Warlock Longbottom. I would present the petition for a house once thought lost to this body." Mrs. Yvette Cunningham is the third cousin to the late Warlock McKinnon and has been validated as the heiress McKinnon. Heiress McKinnon would petition to take up her house's seat. When the scribe nodded the legitimacy of the petition, Augusta said, "Heiress McKinnon, it is a pleasure to see your family join the WolfgangNH again. Your great-uncle was one of the longest-sitting warlocks and a good man. I look forward to working with you." "Thank you, Chief Warlock. The loss of our family seat has long been a mystery to my father before his death. Knowing what happened now, I look forward to sitting judgment on the person responsible," the woman said with a glint to her eye. Indeed, if you would repeat after me. You will be recognized as a member of the WolfgangNH, Augusta offered. When Warlock McKinnon took a seat between his block and those around Dearborn, Harry turned his attention back to the chief warlock. Nott was supported by the Parkinson Regent and was quickly seated. The full body of the WolfgangNH was now populated by 42 seats. Not long ago, the more conservative, often darker aligned houses had nearly 20 members when 48 houses sat in the chambers. Now only 14 of those houses still banded together. Of the remaining 4 seats that still had heirs, the heirs were all too young, and none of them had regents that met the requirements of their family charters to represent. 4 of those houses were still in contention after the fall of the Dark Lord and the elimination of those lines in the last battles. Part of this WolfgangNH meet was to determine what to do about the inheritance of those seats after the Hornet's Nest that had been kicked over with Dumbledore's trials. Harry was also looking forward to Rocknasher's petition, as the goblins had used the Dumbledore trials to investigate other inheritances that they oversaw. 5 defunct houses were going to be revived, bringing the WolfgangNH up to 57 by the time this was all over. It wasn't the 73 that originally founded the alliance that would become the Wizarding Council, and then the WolfgangNH, but it was better than losing more. Unfortunately, moving the WolfgangNH to more of an elected body was probably another decade or 3 off, but he was determined to get the power out of the few old bloodlines that had dominated the politics of the islands for nearly 1,000 years. Even though he was using that power to get what he wanted, Harry didn't want another blood war or anything like that to happen again. I now open this meeting to the reasons the WolfgangNH is gathered to reopen the summer moot on a day other than the solstice. Augusta looked around the room. In the last 6 weeks, corruption of the highest order has been found at all levels of our government. Starting with the former chief warlock, it has been proven that members of this body, as well as ordinary citizens, have been wronged and been stolen from. As we speak, 16 high-ranking officials, both former and current, are being arrested as we sit in this chamber. That caused a stir. Daphne sat a little straighter while he rose an eyebrow. He had hoped, but had no idea this was happening. 4 of our members will be joining that list. There was an outcry. His block was about the only ones not jumping up. Rocknasher had a toothless grin, making Harry wonder how much the little blighter had to do with this. A cannon blast silenced the chamber. Most flinched at the loud sound in the confined chamber. Harry sat as though it was nothing. He put a hand over Daphne's as she regained her composure from the loud sound. As there are different procedures in accusing one of our own, the charges will be presented today with trials scheduled for 3 weeks from now, as required by our charter. Warlock Dearborn, Everwand, Rosier, and Travers, until further notice, you will be under house arrest, Augusta stated. Aurors were already stationed to keep the 4 from doing anything rash. Before then, we are to discuss and vote on the punishment for Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as his guilt and sentencing is required to level the charges. Aurors, please bring in the convict, Mr. Dumbledore. Harry's eyes narrowed, and many looked almost as livid as the old man was led into the courtroom. He was in a nondescript gray robe with iron manacle on his wrists and ankles. By the glow to the rune work, it was obvious the man was in magic suppression cuffs. All his hair had been shaved off after he had tried to escape. His face was aged and wrinkled. The normal gleam to his electric blue eyes was muted. He had a few liver spots on his head and hands. His shoulders were hunched and he looked ahead as though no one else was in the chamber. In short, Dumbledore looked like the oldest man Harry had ever seen. A black chair with chains rose out of a hole that had opened in the center of the room. Daphne grasped his hand. To understand what this man had done to Harry, and others had infuriated her. When he was sat in the chair, the Aurors undid the lock on the chains on the cuffs so his arms could be placed on the armrests. As soon as they were, the chains of the chair jumped up to wrap around his legs and arms, firmly keeping the man in place. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you have been found guilty of crimes too numerous to be named in the time we have today. Your sentence has been curtailed until the last trial was completed. Even though the DMLE assures me that you could face other crimes, the most egregious have been addressed. The penalties for these crimes add up to 2,356 years in Azkaban prison, 8 death penalties, and to be drawn and quartered in Diagon Alley 3 times. To determine the appropriate penalty, the WolfgangNH will sit judgment on your guilt. The DMLE and several petitioners advocate the death penalty by Dementor's kiss, or to be cast through the veil as you are too dangerous to let live. What do you have to say before this august body discusses your fate? Augusta said in a very harsh tone. Dumbledore finally looked up. The man was defeated. Harry felt no pity for this monster. He was barely keeping his rage in as he thought about everything this man had done. The chamber was unusually quiet to hear what Dumbledore might say. It took Dumbledore a long moment to begin. When I was a young man, I was ambitious and headstrong. I wanted to see a change to our world so that no one would have to suffer. It was all going to be for the greater good. A few of the older members hissed or cursed as that had been the slogan of Grindelwald. I once heard that road to hell was paved with good intentions. My only intention was to see the wizarding world thrive while we stayed separate from the Muggles and did right by our citizens. Over the last few months, I have had time to think. More time to just ponder my actions than I have in many years. I fought my original arrest and trials, but as they went on, I have come to realize that my good intentions have been warped, and I fell into the path that many do when possessing great power. I never thought of myself as a vain man, but over time, I have become vain enough to think I was the only one to know the best way forward, and as I aged, became much less flexible in my plans to the point that I thought it was only my way that could achieve the goals that I set out to accomplish. Harry wasn't buying it. He couldn't. The man had still fought during the trial for his family at the end of May. He can't just be regretful now. He looked up into the stands and only stopped when his blue eyes found Harry's. I was accused of becoming a Dark Lord. Many agreed or heckled him about it until Augusta silenced them. Is that all, Mr. Dumbledore? Dumbledore was still holding Harry's eyes. I was accused of being a Dark Lord. I must admit, looking back on my actions, I must agree. Harry's eyes narrowed. He would not let this man get out of the justice that was deserved. It was by the hand of someone that I made into my biggest enemy that brought me to this. I thought I could save those that had turned away from the light. Instead, I abandoned it. For that, I can only say I am sorry. Turning back to the Chief Warlock, Dumbledore said, Augusta, I accept my fate. Death is not going to be the adventure I always imagined it to be, but you are correct. I am too dangerous to be kept alive. The silence was deafening at Dumbledore's last words. It took a moment for the Chief Warlock to collect herself. Yes, we are in agreement on that. The only question is which death shall it be? It took 2 votes to confirm the death penalty, and a third to decide on the Dementor's kiss, as no one wanted to subject young people to the gruesome display of being drawn and quartered, especially because the law required Dumbledore's parts to be displayed in the alley for a week, even though 20 people voted for it. Harry didn't really care as long as Dumbledore couldn't do this to anyone else. The rest of the day was dealing with the RCs that had either supported Dumbledore or had been part of the corruption from the old ministry before Olsen had become minister. It wouldn't be until the next morning that Harry would walk down to the bowels of the ministry to see the final justice. Daphne was staying away to protect the baby from the Dementors, but Gabrielle refused to let him go alone. With her arms wrapped around him, and both in very stylish robes, proudly presenting the houses of Potter and Black Crests, he joined the few others that had gathered to watch the execution. As this was a media frenzy with the other arrests of former Minister Fudge, Shacklebolt and Bagnold, not to mention others, including the current head of the International Relations Department and Unspeakables, the death of the man that started all this was wanted to be seen by many. Harry was only allowed to be here because of his WolfgangNH seat. They were led into courtroom 10. About 40 people were present to watch Dumbledore be led in and strapped into the chair in the center of the room. Gabrielle shivered as the Dementors were led into the room. His wand was out, and the largest stag anyone had ever seen shielded their section of the courtroom from the demons. It was powerful enough that the Dementors staggered in their approach to Dumbledore. This caused a stir. He knew it was his love for Gabrielle, Daphne, and his family that was powering the pawing Patronus. He reined his power back enough to let the Dementors continue floating towards Dumbledore. As decreed by the WolfgangNH, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you are to be executed by the Dementor's kiss, and your body will not be sustained after your soul is gone. Do you have any final words? A man dressed all in black robes and a hood asked. He was standing near Dumbledore with a small bird Patronus flitting around him. I only wish to let those that I wrong know that I am sorry, Dumbledore said. When it was clear he wouldn't say anything else, Harry didn't take his eyes off the man as the executioner stepped back. The two Dementors approached Dumbledore. Instead of shying away from them, he closed his eyes and lifted his head. A single tear dripped down the man's cheek as a gnarled, wrinkled hand reached out to hold his chin steady. Both Dementors lowered their faces down. Gabrielle clenched his hand and looked away. Others did as well. A camera flash went off as Dumbledore's breath stuttered. Then a glowing blue orb of light came up his throat and out his mouth. He could hear the sucking sound of the Dementors. The orbs shuddered, as though being pulled in two directions, then it suddenly split. He could feel the magical disturbance as the soul was sundered. Gabrielle let out a sound of despair. Others were equally affected. Harry just felt a deep satisfaction that the last Dark Lord he hoped to be responsible for was taken care of as the wisps of the shattered soul was greedily sucked up by the Dementors. He would have to visit the Dom before he left, just to make sure. That was horrid, Gabrielle said. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she put her head into his chest. To protect her, his patroness flared up. He would not let his family be hurt again if he could prevent it. The Dementors screeched as though burned. They fled the courtroom as most were shocked at Harry's power display. The executioner was as calm as anything, though. He moved into the now shallowly breathing form of the slumped man in the chair. Harry kept his eyes on the body until it took another stuttering breath and then stilled. The executioner passed his wand over the body, obviously waiting a moment to take in what the spell told him, before saying in a deep voice, "Death by Dementor's kiss has been carried out." Cameras went off getting pictures of the dead body of Dumbledore and Harry's nearly 10-foot-tall stag. July 10, 1999 Natty, Fiji. Harry lay on the bed looking over the menu. He was rather hungry and tired after a fun day on the beach and walking around the town. Even though Gabrielle had not really spent much time in the Muggle world, she was embracing it for the honeymoon. "What do you want to eat?" he asked. The ocean breeze was flowing into the room. The bed was right before a large sliding glass door and wall. A private balcony was just outside and the beach and ocean just beyond. Gabrielle was leaning against the railing. "You pick. I have liked everything we've tried so far." He grinned at her. Besides having to fend off a few idiots, she had really taken to all this. "Pad Thai it is," Harry told her. "Ça a l'air vraiment bien," she replied. Rolling over, he picked up the hotel phone to order a large dinner. When he was done, he flopped back on the bed and put a hand over his face. "I have not tired you out yet, have I?" she playfully asked in French. He lifted his arm to look at his beautiful villa. The sun was getting low in the sky to her left. A white knit shawl was open, showing off the white bikini she had picked up after seeing a few other women wearing ones like it. Looking at her in it, he had to applaud the one that came up with those wonders. It wasn't as small or scandalous as some they had seen, but she was a large, busted young woman with a perfectly toned stomach, long legs, and clean shaven all over. Her cerulean eyes were half-lidded as she bit her lip. Harry grinned. "I am never too tired for you, but we have been going non-stop the last few days and nights." She giggled. "I have time to catch up on. Are you complaining?" "Non, I would never," he said back. "Bien." She started to walk towards him, her shawl falling off her shoulders as she stuck her chest out to strain against the material of the bikini. He felt himself responding, sleep quickly leaving his thoughts. "We are going to be getting some food soon." She walked over to the bed, then crawled on into it to hover over him. "You can have your dessert now if you want," she said in a sultry tone that went straight to his groin. "You just want me to tell you I love you again." She shuddered. "I will get Daphne back for not telling me what you can do with parcel tongue," she told him before leaning down to kiss him. The bellboy had to knock a few times before a disheveled Harry answered the door, while a panting Vila lay boneless on the bed. He had been less successful than he thought as making sure his face was dry. He secretly vowed to get his other wife back, too. Gabrielle did things that only Daphne had found out he liked. He had a feeling she wouldn't mind too much. August 8, 1999, Great Easton, England. The Potterblack clan descended on the rather unsuspecting farmhouse a little after 5. It was a sizzling summer day with storm clouds in the distance when 4 figures suddenly appeared in the drive of the sleepy-looking farm. Their appearance was only noted by a sheep dog that barked at them and the bleating of a few sheep. Astoria quickly let go of his arm. "Merlin, I can't wait to be able to apparate on my own." "Why can't you get a fluke connection in your house?" the girl whinged. Because I don't trust the ministry and the flu was used too many times to trap people in their houses when attacked by others, Harry told her. Daphne rolled her eyes. You can always walk to the pub on the other side of the square if you want to use the flu. Astoria made a face. That takes too long. Harry shook his head. The Red Badger was a newly opened wizarding pub run by 3 graduated Hufflepuffs. They were nice blokes. Apparently, with word getting out that Harry now lived in Nottingham, it was becoming vogue to live in the city or in the surrounding area, so the place was giving the 3 broomsticks and the leaky cauldron a run for their money. There were enough magicals around the area now that the ministry was talking about establishing a new alley for shops and such. You are just lazy, Daphne retorted. He shared a look with Gabrielle, who smirked. There is always the night bus, the silvery blonde suggested. No, both sisters adamantly stated, turning on Gabrielle. The door to the house opened. I thought I heard arguing, won't you come in? Ted said with a grin. Harry shook his head as Gabrielle wrapped an arm around his. I was not arguing, Astoria defiantly said, sticking her chin up just like Daphne did when she thought she was in the right. I still say you are lazy, Daphne put in. Harry put a hand to her back and rubbed it. Easy, love, Daphne huffed. Hello, Ted. Are my favorite little people here yet? Astoria asked. She had been earning her own pocket money this summer by babysitting Victoire and Teddy. Tonks wasn't quite ready to leave Abby in the 15-year-old's hands yet, but they had accepted the help of a house elf named Silly. Just inside. You are the last ones today, Ted said, letting them in. Astoria breezed past him. Daphne stopped to hug Ted. It's good to see you. We missed you last week. Always a pleasure. We'll tell you about our time in Iceland. You are looking good, Ted told her. Daphne thought she was starting to look like a whale at 4 months pregnant. Harry knew she would get much larger, but found her to think she was exaggerating and to be just as beautiful now as she had been a few months ago. Thank you, she said. Harry had a warm feeling to know how readily his family had accepted her and that she had accepted them. Even Astoria was treating them all as family. Gabrielle was next, giving Ted a hug. I want to hear all about Iceland. I never thought of going there, but maybe that can be our next trip after visiting the New World. It was good a time. We got to see some of the Fae, and the trolls there are more intelligent than most of the ones in Europe, Ted said before letting her go. Harry reached out a hand to grasp his forearm. Ted did. Good to see you. You know I look forward to these dinners, Harry said before Ted let go and showed him into the house. People were spread out between the kitchen, the sitting room, and the dining room. Astoria was already playing with the now talkative Teddy, who was speaking dozens of words and running everywhere. Victoire was crawling after Teddy, laughing and squealing as the little boy played with her, got distracted, then ran off to the next toy. Bill and Ron were sitting on 2 chairs, talking with each other. Being the last of their family, everyone had agreed that Ron should be invited. Harry wasn't sure if he would ever really be friends with him again, but they were friendly and getting closer the more they did these dinners. His 2 women had already joined Fleur and Tonks in the dining room. Abigail was under a cloth as Tonks breastfed her. He smiled to see that everyone was happy to be around each other. Andy and Remus are in the kitchen, Ted said, before going into the sitting room to play with his grandchild. Thanks, he said, moving off that way. The smells of fresh bread, a beef stew, and some other treats were heavy in the house. Walking into the kitchen, he was pleased to see Andy and Remus leaning against the counter and talking. Andy had a wine glass in her hand while Remus had a beer glass. If you and Ted want, we could get the fields on the hill. I know they are for sale, and we have about a dozen elves too many at the Abermagwar farm, even if we do expand to another greenhouse or 2, Remus was saying to her. We already have 4 working the sheep and yarn in the barn. What else would you have us do? Remus tells me that the old milk and beef supplier to Hogwarts and the butchers in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade has gone under, Harry told her. Are you trying to take over all the food and potion supplies in the UK? Andy inquired. Harry went into the icebox to take out a beer. I want to be the biggest supplier in Europe, but I won't put the smaller family farms out of business. Almost 2/3 of what we are producing right now goes to the goblins to sell in the normal world, Harry told her. He went to the counter and she gave him a hug. I'm glad you could make it. I never miss these if I can help it, he told her. There was some laughing from the dining room. Harry reached to grasp Remus's arm, who pulled him into a one-arm hug. Why not start a new farm? Andy asked, moving to the stove. It's easier to get the permits from the ministry to just expand what we have, and I've already bought the land, Harry told her. She looked up to him. I didn't even know the prices were selling. Harry shrugged. I've started to make it a habit of buying up anything I can around my current properties or the family's homes. Remus, the goblins are finally advising that I can sell the old Potter estate property. Are you sure you don't want it to expand anything? Remus shook his head. I looked at it. It might be good for some pasture lands, but the magic they used to crash the wards and destroy the house make about 2/3 of the property unusable for the electricity we use in greenhouses for the more delicate plants, and that is what we really need. I think I'm close to finalizing a deal with the Browns and Longbottoms. I also think I might have Neville convinced to take over as our lead herbologist once he gets his mastery, Remus added. Harry grinned. Brilliant! Andy shook her head. For someone that hated their fame and power, you seem to be building up quite a bit. Harry tipped her glass to her. I've learned some lessons hard, but there are reasons why I keep my business, politics, and family as separated as I can. I never want that much power and will never use what I have to subjugate people. Remus grinned. I have another pack that I want to bring into work on the Regos farms. Remus, I won't tell you how to run all that, Harry told him. I know. This bunch is fleeing Russia, but I don't see any issue with them, Remus told him. Harry shrugged. You know the rules, and we provide the Wolfsbane potion every month. Do you need a hand, Andy? The bread should be done, and you can start bringing out the condiments, she told them. Harry moved over to the old fireplace. He was thinking of putting one of these into his large flat because the bread from the old oven in the fireplace was some of the best. Remus levitated the bowls and trays with the condiments. Harry, before you go out, Andy said as he put the bread onto a wooden cutting board. What's up? He asked, opening a drawer to get a cutting knife. When she didn't reply right away, he looked up. She looked a little uncertain before saying, I was contacted by someone the other day. Harry scrunched his brow. Why do I have a feeling I won't like this? Because you won't. I don't think I do, but Narcissa was my sister at one time, she said. Bugger, he scowled. He hadn't heard anything about the Malfoys since he had married Daphne. Andy gave a dark snort. Pretty much, she sighed. Listen, I would never ask this, but she's your sister, even if she disowned you, he said. Technically, the woman and her daughter hadn't really caused him any issues except try to disinherit him. He didn't blame them with how hard up it was rumored they were. Her dead husband and son, on the other hand. I'm not asking you to do anything but read a letter, she told him. Harry knew this woman. What do you want, Andy? You know how I feel about them, but you and Ted have been the parents I've never had. I know, Harry, it's why I didn't even want to bring this up, she said. He sighed. Just tell me what you want. Narcissa wants out. She's being pressured to either marry into the last of the dark houses or to sell Cassandra to a man 3 times her age, Andy told him. Harry grimaced. What do they need? Money and a reference. She has lost everything. Lucius got himself into some unmanageable debt and business deals. She says she will leave you alone if you let her just silently walk away, Andy told him. Harry looked into her eyes. Do you believe her? Not as far as I can throw her, but you know the contracts the goblins can make, she said. Harry nodded. Australia or the MACUSA? I will give them 10,000 galleons and pay for the last of Cassandra's schooling. After that, they leave, never come back, and never bother us again. She nodded. I will work out the deal. The letter is in the drawer. I told her I would give it to you. What you do with it after that, it's up to you. He took the letter before taking the still hot bread to the table. It's good to finally see you doing some chores, Tonks was teasing Remus. The man leaned over to kiss her. I can be domesticated, Gabrielle giggled. Does that mean you wear a collar? Only on the nights I wear my leather boots, Tonks said. Remus winked at Gabrielle. What she is not telling you is that she is the one in the collar. Gabrielle flushed some. There is such a thing as TMI, Harry said. It can be fun. I just get to tell him what to do. She was cut off as Remus kissed her again. Tonks had a smirk on her face as he did so. Harry has no issues listening to what I like him to do. Of course, that is when I can talk myself, Gabrielle rather suggestively said. Harry felt himself heating a little. Gabrielle, he said warningly. Daphne had a nice pink hue to her face. He does know how to use his tongue. Tonks started to laugh. There is more stuff in the kitchen, Harry said, quickly making a retreat. The girls all laughed at his back. He heard Fleur comment, I have heard those that can use parcel tongue can be quite good. You have no idea, Gabrielle and Daphne both said in unison with dreamy looks on their faces. In the kitchen, he was happy to find Andy moving about getting things into dishes. Take the vegetables and Teddy's dinner out, then let Ted and Bill know to get ready. Sure. A little while later, they all sat around the table. Harry sat between his Vila and his other hot blonde. Astoria was on the other side of her sister. Across from them was Fleur and Bill. Victoire was in a high chair next to Bill. Ron was on the other side of his niece. Abigail was looking around with wide eyes from Tonk's lap as everyone talked and ate. Remus was trying to help Teddy not make a mess, which was getting easier with the older boy. Andy and Ted were on either end of the table, presiding over the rabble. Harry gently squeezed Daphne's hand under the table. She seemed to understand that his grin was because of all the people he was surrounded by. Both his girls now understood what he had gone through growing up. Daphne understood the value of family just a little more now that she had lost most of hers and gained a new one. January 2, 2000 London, England. Harry started, his wand coming to his hand as a pair of lips pressed against his forehead. A soft hand with long fingers reached for his wrist. "It's just me, my Black Knight." Harry blinked a time or two before he processed who was leaning over him. "Bloody fuck, Gabrielle." "You know not to surprise me." She pulled back enough to give him a soft smile. "You would never hurt me, Daphne, or your son." A smile came over his face. He moved to sit up. Over the night he had slumped down in the chair next to the bed that held Daphne and his son. His son. Harry had a son, they had a son. He didn't think he could say that enough or think it. "I have a son, is Daphne up?" "Non, she is still sleeping. Aiden is stirring." "You said you wanted to get up after an hour or two and the nurses said they would check in soon," she softly said. He stretched. His silvery blonde pecked his lips. His blonde with the darker hair was sleeping on the bed. Between them, a small figure was shifting and moving. Harry stood up. Luckily, he had 3 nieces or nephews to become comfortable around children, so he easily ran the back of his hand over the little boy's cheek. He started, much like Harry had, then settled. Smiling, he enjoyed looking down at the thin blonde hair. "Easy there, Daddy is here," he soothed the baby. Picking Aiden Grover Black Greengrass up, he could tell right away that he needed a diaper change. Gabrielle rubbed Harry's back as he moved over to the changing table. "You seem an expert," she whispered. "I should be by now. I've been changing diapers for a few years now," he said. Gabrielle gave a little giggle. Who would have expected the man that would take down a dragon would be so gentle with a little babe? He hip-checked her. "You're making fun of me." "Oui," she smugly replied. Harry was fastening Aiden's diaper when a soft voice came from behind them. "Is he hungry?" The boy was mouthing and sticking his tongue out. "Looks that way, how are you feeling?" He moved their little bundle of joy over to Daphne. She looked tired. It had not been an easy delivery. "I feel about ready to explode," she told them, cupping her breasts. Harry gave her a sympathetic look. He may not understand what women went through when having children, but he had been around Tonks and Fleur enough to understand it wasn't always easy, but it was worth what you got from it. Gabrielle took the chair he had been in while Harry leaned against the bed to put their son into Daphne's arms. He kissed Aiden's forehead. "Did he wake up?" "I walked him around for a few to let the 2 of you sleep a bit more," Gabrielle replied. "Thank you," Daphne said. Daphne moved the hospital gown down to expose her engorged breast. Aiden almost at once latched on. Daphne had such a beatific look to see him doing that Harry knew he was just as in love with her as he was with the small boy that had grown in her. His odd family was quiet as they watched his son feed. When a knock came at the door, he looked to Daphne. "If it's the family, let them in." He nodded. Astoria and Tracy were at the door. The now 16-year-old girl reached him first. "Congratulations, we heard it's a boy." He smiled to hug his sister-in-law. "Aiden Grover Black Greengrass," he said proudly. "You gave him our grandfathers and fathers' names," she asked, pulling back. Daphne insisted, he told her. Astoria looked a little emotional. "Can I see them?" "Come on in. Hey, Trace," he said, happy to see Daphne's cousin. She gave him a hug, too. "I hope he has your eyes." He grinned wider. "They are already green, but with Daphne's hair and smaller nose." "Thank Merlin, your nose is huge," she teased. "Oi," he playfully shot back. He joined Gabrielle by sitting on the arm of the chair as Astoria and Tracy fawned over their nephew and cousin. "He's beautiful," Tracy said. "That came out of you. How big is he?" Astoria bluntly asked. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Yes, he came out of me. Aiden was just over a half stone and 21¼ inches. "That is huge," Astoria said. "At least he's cute." Harry shook his head as Tracy whacked the back of her head. "Thanks," Daphne said. "That hurt," Astoria whinged, rubbing the back of her head. "Are we sure we still want to do this?" she asked towards Harry. "She has to grow up at some point," Harry said. Daphne looked a little dubious. Astoria's eyes narrowed. "Are you talking about me?" "Well, Tracy at least knows how to balance her accounts, so she is somewhat an adult," Daphne deadpanned. Tracy laughed. "At least you aren't bringing up that time I almost burned down the flat." "Good thing the wards mask underage magic when Astoria had to put it out," Daphne said back to her. "I put it out," Tracy indignantly shot back. We were talking about me, Astoria buted in. Gabrielle leaned towards him. I still say that Fleur and I are not that bad. Worse, Harry said, laughing, then winced when she drilled a finger into his side. I'm talking about my son and was hopping to ask you to be his godmother, Daphne shot at Astoria. Astoria looked ready to snap back, then came up short. Wait, what? You are talking to me, not Tracy. You are my sister. I want you to be his godmother. Tracy can get the next one. Brill, I always like being second fiddle, Tracy teased. Oh, shut it. You know it's not like that, Daphne told her. Harry was happy to see her looking livelier than when she first woke up. Can I hold him? Astoria asked. He needs a burping, Daphne told her. Here, let me show you, Harry said. Astoria waved him off. She had been taking care of Abigail on and off last summer. She didn't bounce, make any snarky comments or anything as she seemed to fall in love with their son. You really want me to be godmother? We really do, he told her. Astoria looked up into his eyes with unshed tears in them. He was fairly sure she was feeling the same way he had the first time he had held Teddy. I will be the best godmother ever, he laughed. I bet you will. I bet she is why he is expelled before his 3rd year, Tracy teased. Oi, I never got expelled, Astoria retorted. Not yet. You still have 2.5 years, Daphne quietly stated. March 23, 2001, London, England. Chief Warlock Longbottom tapped her wand on the dais. Presented today is the final bill for the Magical Beings Bill of 2001. As agreed, we will have a total of 20 minutes for arguments for those supporters and opponents of the bill. 5 minutes will be allowed for rebuttals. Warlock Potter, I cede the floor to you for your final arguments, Augusta said. Harry stood up. The effort of nearly 3.5 years was finally up for a vote. This vote was important, as he could finally fulfill his word to the goblins given nearly 4 years ago, as well ensure his wife, children, and all those oppressed would be guaranteed equal rights. Today was a key step for many things. Once all intelligent beings were fully recognized as magicals, he would be able to transfer the Potter seat to Greengrass, the Black seat to the Potters, and keep his promise when the goblins had pledged to help him eliminate the Death Eaters. It would ensure any child he had with Gabrielle would be fully recognized, not classed as a creature or half-creature but a magical, and it would open any race that wanted to sign the WolfgangNH charter to earn full seats like any witch or wizard. He was sure it would be a surprise when he announced the dissolution of the Blacks next month. It would be needed to keep his word with the goblins. Once that was done, Daphne and Aiden would be able to take on the Potter name as Potter Greengrass. He was sure it would raise the ire of many, but the other WolfgangNH members and the old houses were not his family. The only ones that mattered to him in this decision were Sirius, Andy, Tonks, and Daphne. Sirius had asked for the house to be dissolved in his will. He thought the house disgraced and too tainted to go on. Harry didn't disagree, and Andy wanted the taint of her family and sisters to finally be forgotten. Daphne would prefer their son to have Harry's name. Tonks didn't care. His next fight would be to present a bill for later this year to add 10 seats for the goblins to represent the major clans. So far, they were the only peoples actively wanting to deal with the wizards like this. Looking around the room, Harry touched his wand to his throat. Thank you, Chief Warlock Longbottom. I would like to start by thanking the many hours and months that the dedication of those that support this bill have put into this final draft we will be voting on today. He dipped his head towards Head Welsford, Mr. Crichton, and the new advocate McLagan, who was now supported by F. Fermit and Mentrow Potter. Hermione gave him a small smile. They were in a better place now with Daphne and Gabrielle getting along with her, but Harry knew his wives would never really forgive Hermione, even if they understood the position she had been in all those years ago. More than 500 years ago, Chief Burdock Muldoon attempted to define the differences between creatures, beings, and magicals. To this day, that argument and subsequent treaties and legislation has treated witches and wizards as different from all the other intelligent, magical races of our world. He motioned towards Rocknasher. Rebellions and wars have been fought over the right for representation, the ability to use wands or other foci, and to be considered equal. Harry then motioned towards the scowling warlock Selwyn, who had led the charge against this. For the rise of factions that look down on our brother and sister magicals as lesser beings. Harry turned back to look around the chamber. In the last 1,000 years, how many misunderstandings have occurred because one race or the other was unwilling to listen to another? Giants are just about extinct. 3 other intelligent races have gone extinct in that time, and not just at the hands of wizards. Our world has been shrinking as the non-magicals have become the dominant force on this planet. We cannot afford to lose more of our heritage. He picked up the 2-inch thick stack of parchments from his small desk. This document has been labeled as the Beings and Creature Rights of 2001, but what it is a proclamation that no magical being is held above another, and that we must all work together and recognize each other's talents, and that we are equal if we are all to survive. I grew up in the non-magical world. I can tell you of the great advances and the way an open and inclusive society can work. I believe in this, which is why my name and those of my allies are the first ones to support it. I have spent my life fighting against oppression and prosecution. The defeat of the most recent Dark Lords shows that we cannot afford to be so divided. We cannot afford to let hatred, derision, bigotry, or misunderstandings to fester. We cannot afford another costly goblin rebellion, genocide of those that could bring fresh blood, magic, and ideas into our society, or to overlook the talents of those that do not practice traditional wand magic or have never been given the right to even try. He knew he sounded annoyed and upset at this. It was the root of so much in their society that had gone bad over the last 100 years or more. It was why 3 Dark Lords had been able to rise in Europe and threaten the entire world. It was why he had lost his parents, godfather, friends, and family. It was why so many had, and not a single person in this room hadn't been affected by Grindelwald, Voldemort, or Dumbledore. He had vowed to never let that happen again when Remus and Bill had been able to get him out of his funk that summer. He had too many people now that he was unwilling to lose or has subjected to the bigotry and hatred that he was told was just way things were. The passion in his voice spoke to all his vows and frustrations. Besides very personal reasons, I believe that if we are all to see each other as just people trying to do what is best for our people and ourselves, we will have a much better understanding of each other if we stop these practices. He shook the thick wad of parchments while scanning the room. With this bill, we proclaim to the magic world that Britain is stepping into a new era. One that not any other government or people have been brave enough or had the foresight to achieve. He motioned to the goblins again. Gringotts and the other clans have methods to expand our magical lands again to allow everyone the room they need. While I fully support the ministry's new stance on integrating us into the normal world in ways we haven't since the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy in 1689. I fear if we don't follow both these paths, that either we will all become extinct either from a war with the non-magicals or from our own isolationism. This is a step into our futures and a way to see every person in this room, our nation, our world, grow and prosper in ways we haven't in hundreds of years. Will you be brave enough to stand with me and those that see this vision? Harry asked. Daphne was the first to stand. Susan and Neville were quick to follow. Amos and Tiberius were only slower because of their age. More and more around the chamber stood. Within 30 seconds, 34 WolfgangNH members stood, as did a clear majority of those in the heirs, media, and spectator sections. It was clear to anyone that was looking that Harry had the support. He knew it wouldn't be easy, and that the current society had been crafted over hundreds of years, but he would be damned to see it not changed, and would dedicate the rest of his life to see it so. Chief Warlock, I cede the rest of my time, Harry told her, taking a seat. Daphne's hand snaked into his. She gave him a small smirk before taking on her passive face to look forward. Augusta was smiling at him. She dipped her head as though to say, "Well done," before tapping her wand on the podium. Would anyone else like to speak for the Beings and Creature Rights Act of 2001? Harry was mildly surprised when not a single member, many of whom seemed to like to hear themselves talk, didn't raise a wand. Very well. Warlock Selwyn, you are the lead of the opposition. You have 20 minutes to make your case, Augusta said to the man. The man was clearly unhappy. His impassioned, almost manic speech that had to be stopped when his time was up did little to sway anyone. When Harry lifted his wand to have it glow blue in acceptance, 38 other members voted with him. The 13 to vote against the bill was significant, but meant little in the end. That night, Harry would get the surprise of his life when Daphne joined Gabrielle and him for the first time, while Gabrielle was showing him her appreciation for what he had done. 3 very nude bodies would wake intertwined with each other. Their children would never have to worry about being classified as anything but the same as witches and wizards now. They were all magical beings with the same rights. It would be a shock to everyone the next fall when the student population of Hogwarts would include 4 werewolves, 8 goblin, 3 half-goblins, a half-giant, and a selkie child, all of whom had recently turned 11. The outcry from a vocal minority of letting the things have wands was mostly ignored and would eventually die out. Harry didn't care about any of that, though. Not tonight, at least. That would all be in the future. He was more concerned with how his eyes weren't popping out of his head to see the 2 most beautiful women he knew kissing and fondling each other before turning their attentions to him. May 14, 2002, London, England. "This is all your fault, Harry James Potterblack," a woman yelled in French. Harry flinched at the venom in Gabrielle's scream. Her hand was crushing his as she cursed him out. She winced, then threw her head back. He could tell she was in pain. "Mrs. Potter, you need to calm down," a frazzled healer told her. "Just take a breath, then push again." Gabrielle screamed as she pushed. Harry didn't say a word, afraid she would really come after him. "That's it, keep pushing," the healer encouraged. Gabrielle screamed again, then flopped back on the bed. "We have her," the healer said to the Mediwitch at her side. Harry looked down as Gabrielle lay panting on the bed. She had let up on his hand enough for feeling to come back. He was fairly certain it was bruised, if not broken. A second later, a baby's cry echoed in the room. Gabrielle cried in a happy way, "Is that out, baby?" The healer looked up with a big smile. "I'm happy to say it's a girl." Harry smiled and leaned over to kiss Gabrielle's sweaty forehead. He responded in French as she seemed incapable of English at the moment. "We have a girl." Her body shook with sobs of relief. "How long before the other one?" Harry repeated the question in English. "I would expect the other one to crown and for you to start pushing in just a few minutes," the healer said. "Thank Merlin," she said. As she pushed the second baby out, she cursed him to torch his leverage off and use her fire to make sure it couldn't be reattached if he touched her again. When the second baby's cry sounded, she flopped limply back onto the bed. "Gabrielle, are you all right?" "Bring me my children," she told him. Daphne, who had been standing off to the side with their daughter, moved in as the healer handed their son to him. Gabrielle tiredly smiled at them. "Beautiful," she said with tears in her eyes. "Just as beautiful as their mother and father," Daphne said, putting the little girl into one of Gabrielle's arms. She kissed Gabrielle on the forehead. Gabrielle kissed them both. "Can you help?" she asked Daphne. Daphne moved to expose both of Gabrielle's large breasts, then to position both of their children so they could latch on. Gabrielle laid her head back and closed her eyes as the healer and Mediwitch checked on them. Harry went to move his hand and winced. The Mediwitch came over. "Do you want me to look at that?" "Please." After a few swishes, he hissed at the pain as a few bones mended themselves back together. "There were a few clean fractures. I will get you a cream for the bruises. Be careful for the next day or so." "Thanks," he said, moving back to the bed. "Sebastian James and Lillian Apolline," she said. Harry smiled. She wanted to honor both families. "I think that is perfect," he said, moving in to kiss her forehead. She pouted and opened her cerulean eyes. "I did not mean for you never to touch me again." He smiled at her. "Whenever you are ready." Daphne rubbed his back. "Should I go get Aiden?" He should meet his siblings. We should also tell them that he will have another sibling," Gabrielle said, looking to Daphne. Harry blinked for a moment, then turned to Daphne, who looked slightly stunned herself. Gabrielle giggled. "The healer scanned you when you passed out earlier. I saw the color of the scan." They both turned to the healer, who looked a little apprehensively at them. She cleared her throat. "Mrs. Potter is doing well. There was some minor tearing, but that is already healed. Your bobbies are also healthy, but we will be monitoring them over the next day or so." Harry quirked an eyebrow. Daphne beat him to the punch. "Is there something you aren't telling us?" she asked in that tone that Harry knew she got when upset and wanted answers. The healer smiled. "Well, I was going to talk to you once everything was settled here, but I did a few scans when you passed out a few hours ago. And, well, I know you are celebrating the birth of your son and daughter, Mr. Potter, and would like to tell you that your other wife is expecting," she told them. Daphne broke into a smile and put a hand to her midsection. Harry pulled her into a hug and swung her around. "Harry, put me down," she yelled. He laughed. "This is brilliant." Gabrielle gave a mirthful laugh. "I hope you find it brilliant, too, as I need help burping one of them." Harry was still grinning as he put Daphne down. They both moved in to help Gabrielle, who fell asleep soon after they took Sebastian and Lillian. Harry happily sat in a rocking chair to hold both his children in his arms while Daphne went to get their rambunctious 2.5-year-old. Looking down, Lillian had her eyes open. She had a shock of golden hair with emerald green eyes. They were the same eyes he saw in the mirror. His heart was bursting with love for his little daughter. Sebastian was sleeping. He had a head of black hair, like Harry. He had seen the boy's cerulean eyes before he had fallen asleep as he rocked in his chair. "Be quiet, Mummy Gabby is sleeping," Daphne softly said as she led their son into the room. He looked a little uncertain. His hair was as dark and unruly as Harry's, much to Daphne's dismay at times, while he had her more amber eyes and smaller nose. Walking up to them, he put his small hands on the side of the arm of the rocking chair to pull himself up. "Hey, bud," he said, leaning over to let him see Lillian and Sebastian. Aiden cocked his head, then looked up to Harry before pointing to Sebastian. "My brother," Harry smiled. "Yeah, Aiden, this is Sebastian and your sister Lillian." Aiden looked to Daphne, then Gabrielle. He didn't seem to really get what was going on yet. "Why is Mummy Gabby sleeping?" he asked in French. He often did that when it came to Gabrielle. For his age, he had a really good grasp of languages. Daphne crouched down to wrap her arms around him. "Bobby's come out of the mummy's belly. She is tired after that. She'll wake up in a little bit." He looked back to Sebastian and Lillian. After a moment, he looked up to Harry. "Daddy, go flying now?" Harry laughed, while earning a glare from Daphne. He was still in trouble for that. Daphne didn't think it right for him to take their 2-year-old up on a broom. Giving Aiden a wink, knowing he would earn Daphne's ire later, he said, "Not right now, but I promise this weekend." Aiden smiled, then started to jabber away like a 2-and-a-half-year-old would. June 14, 2005, Chudley, England. Ron plopped down on the couch. His head hit the back, and he closed his eyes. Only the soft scratching of crayons in the Muggle coloring book could be heard in the now quiet living room. He quirked an eye open to see Aiden working on a book with dragons and dinosaurs in it. Out of the 5 little terrors in the house, he was the only one that was not causing issues and was being quiet without having to lay down. A soft huff announced his wife entering the room. He only managed to move his eyes. "Is Gwen sleeping?" The brunette flopped down on the couch next to him before putting her head on his shoulder. "How the bloody fuck does Gabrielle do this every day?" "I get tired with just our own, but 4. Ron chuckled. Tracy had grown up an only child while Ron had grown up in a big house. He couldn't see most of them as family anymore. He had 2 brothers left. Bill had his own brood of 3, while Harry had his 4 with another on the way now, while Tracy and him had their hands full with just 1. Of course, Aiden was 5.5, so able to take care of himself a little bit. The twins, Sebastian and Lion, were now 3 and right terrors. Belladonna was 2, and now Daphne was pregnant for the 3rd time, due in November. "This brood is easier than where I grew up. Gabby, Daph, and Harry must be doing something right," Ron replied. Tracy huffed, then pulled her legs up to cuddle into his side. "When do they get back?" "It was just a day out. They should be back before dinner," he assured her. "Good, wake me before then," she said, wrapping her arms around his and closing her eyes. Meeting Tracy Davis at Harry's and Gabrielle's wedding almost 6 years ago now had been when his life had started to turn around. For whatever reason, he had hated Slytherins before and during Hogwarts. After meeting Daphne and Astoria and seeing how Harry trusted them, he had taken a chance on the beautiful brunette. They would be celebrating their 2nd wedding anniversary in August. Last year, they had found out about Guinevere on their 1st anniversary when Tracy had been getting violently sick that week. He smiled to think of the little redhead. Tracy had suggested to name her after his sister. Ron had gotten emotional. Tracy had cried because of her hormones, and Astoria had affectionately called them idiots. The 22-year-old was just as snarky now as she was when Ron had first met her that night he met Tracy. It was a little bit later when a small hand shook his knee. Ron started. Tracy let out a snort through her soft snores before falling over. "What?" "Uncle Ron, I'm hungry," a small boy said. He blinked a time or 2 as Tracy stirred behind him. "What?" "I'm hungry," Aiden said again. He looked down to the green-eyed, blonde-haired boy. "Oh, right, what time is it?" he asked. Aiden turned to the clock. 3 and 7, he said. Ron smiled. Aiden was trying hard to learn how to tell time. "It's 15:36. Do you need a snack?" Aiden nodded his head. "Right," Ron said, rubbing his eyes. "The others should get up too." Tracy's muffled voice came from behind him. Ron made a face. "Do we really?" "It's been almost 2 hours," she said. He groaned before getting up. Aiden jumped on his feet and laughed as Ron took his hands and walked the boy into the kitchen. He smiled to see the old teapot and kettle. Maddie had given it to him when he had moved out, even if it was only next door. After giving his nephew some apple slices, he moved up the stairs. Tracy was already taking care of Gwen and Bella was sitting up, her black hair looking just as messy as her father's and her amber eyes just staring off as the little girl came back to life. They had all been running around in the yard all morning and had crashed not long after lunch. He poked his head into the room where the twins were sleeping. When he opened the door, he was hit in the face with a pillow. It exploded into a cloud of feathers, and then there was the hysterical laughter of two little terrors. "Why you?" Sebastian and Lillian squeezed between his legs. "Get back here." The two 3-year-olds ran towards the stairs. Tracy poked her head out with their 3-month-old daughter and Bella hugging her leg. Feathers trailed behind him and Tracy sniggered. "When I get them," Ron swore. "All right." Perhaps they weren't as much angels as he thought. He knew that was Gabby's influence. They laughed and screamed as Ron chased them. He managed to grab Lillian at the bottom of the stairs as they took them one at a time and started to tickle her. "SEB, help," she yelled. "Leave my sister alone," Sebastian yelled. Ron turned to grab him too to tickle him when the faucet on the sink suddenly broke. Water shot at him. "What the?" Lillian scrambled out of his arms. Ron put his hand up to keep the water from drowning him. "Ron!" The water suddenly stopped. He was at the base of the stairs, spluttering and coughing. Tracy came down next to him. "Are you all right? What the bloody hell was that?" Aiden came over. "You should fix the faucet before the bathroom floods, Uncle Ron. Mummy Daphne gets upset when Sebastian does that." He looked up. Tracy had big eyes. Ron looked into the water closet. The floor was flooding, as was the hallway. Merlin. He scrambled to his feet. Water splashed out of the broken sink as he drew his wand. "Reparo!" Luckily, it was enough to fix the faucet. Behind him, Tracy had her wand pulled and was drying the floor. He moved to help her. She gave him a look that he knew meant trouble. "And you said you want more," Ron grimaced. "Not anymore." "Good," she told him. "Where are they?" Aiden gave them the rest of his apples. "They are sitting in the living room watching the telly," she told him. Ron sat on the toilet. Bella was still clinging to Tracy's leg. Her head was cocked as though trying to figure out what was going on. Ron rubbed his face. "How are you, Bella?" he asked. "Snack." He gave a half-crazed chuckled. "Sure." Under his breath he muttered, "Harry better get back soon." Tracy gave him an understanding smile and a peck on his cheek. He had just enough time to set Bella at the table with apple slices and to get more for Aiden and the twins before a knock came at the door. "It's open," Tracy yelled down from the sitting room where she was feeding Gwen and watching over the other 3. "Is everyone still alive?" Harry yelled. "Daddy," came from 4 different directions. "How did you get there?" Ron exclaimed as the twins ran out of the pantry with biscuits in their hands and their plates of apples on the floor. Harry laughed as he was bowled over by 4 kids. Daphne rolled her eyes as Gabrielle knelt down to start tickling them. "How did it go today?" Daphne asked. "I am never watching all 4 of them at once again," Tracy told her cousin. Daphne laughed. "Chaos, then?" "Sebastian had an accidental burst of magic," Ron told her. He took Gwen from Tracy's arms and patted her back to burp his little girl. "He broke the faucet again," Aiden cried out before breaking down into fits of laughter as they wrestled. Harry and Gabrielle made it worse. "Not again," Daphne said, looking down at the boy. He was on his back, breathing heavily. Sebastian's finger shot towards Ron. "Uncle Ron was being mean to Lily," he said. Daphne rose a brow. "They smashed a pillow into my face and I was playfully chasing them," Ron defended himself. Harry laughed. "Did he get you with the faucet head too?" "No," he said, giving his best friend an odd look. "Harry did when Lily called for help last week. I had to heal the cut on his head from where the faucet hit him," Gabrielle told them. "Harry was chasing them then too," Daphne said. Tracy shook her head. "Daphne, I love you and the kids, but never again," Harry chuckled. "Usually Remus and Tonks are around, but they are on holiday with Teddy." "Go get your stuff and say goodbye to Uncle Ron and Aunt Tracy," Gabrielle said, getting up. "I'll make sure they get everything," Daphne said. "I'll help," Ron told her. He handed Gwen back to Tracy. He really did love his nieces and nephews, but he agreed with Tracy. Never again. He might even go tomorrow to take the potion to sterilize himself until he takes the antidote. As he was going to walk away, Gabrielle said, "Congratulations." "For what?" Tracy questioned. "I can tell you are expecting." Ron turned and walked into the doorway. "Bloody hell," he grabbed the side of his face. Tracy was looking at her wide-eyed. She had paled significantly. "I'm not expecting," she whispered. "What have we said about you doing this?" Harry asked his wife. Gabrielle didn't look contrite. "I am not going to apologize. I can tell she is expecting. It feels like when I had the twins, so maybe twins of their own." Ron scrambled as he saw Tracy sway. Harry was faster. He grabbed Gwen, who started to cry, while wrapping one arm around Tracy to keep her from hitting the floor as her eyes rolled into her head. Gabrielle was there before him, taking Gwen out of Harry's hands. She tried to soothe his daughter as Harry gently put Tracy down. Ron was at his wife's side. "You didn't know, did you?" Harry inquired. "Merlin, no, we were just talking about Gwen being our only one," he said. It was only that he had to worry about Tracy and Gwen that had probably prevented himself from passing out too. "Well, looks like you are having more, mate. It's lots of fun," Harry cheekily said. Ron glared at him. By the time the kids and Daphne returned, Tracy was on the couch and was just coming around. "What was all the commotion a few minutes ago?" Daphne inquired. Tracy glared at Daphne. "I blame you." Daphne gave the brunette a questioning look. "For what this time?" "Tracy is pregnant," Gabrielle blurted before picking up Bella. Daphne laughed. "Don't blame me for wanting a night alone with your husband." Tracy looked murderous. "I was just getting my figure back and now I'm pregnant. Oh, Merlin, I'm pregnant." Daphne moved to Tracy, sitting at her feet. "We can do it together this time." "I don't want more," Tracy whinged. Ron shared her sentiment but was wise enough to not say anything. "Why don't we get this rabble home?" Harry suggested to Gabrielle. "Sure, everyone say bye," the blue-eyed blonde said. "Bye," Aiden parroted. The twins came to hug him. "Bye, Uncle Ron, thank you," they said. His ire at them melted. They moved to Tracy and hugged her on the couch. Tracy softened and returned the hugs. Bella was a little sheer but crawled onto Tracy to say her goodbye. Tracy had a soft, longing look to her. "Oh, shite," he said. When Harry and Gabby left with their kids, it was only Daphne, Gwen in her arms, him and Tracy. Daphne looked at them. "Are you two all right?" Tracy put a hand over her eyes. "How do you do it?" Daphne gave them a knowing look. "Some days we do, some days we don't. All I know is that I love my children. Apolline says that children are Mother Magic's joke on parents. She said Gabrielle was a handful growing up, and Sebastian and Lillian are definitely that. Did they break anything else besides the faucet?" "A pillow," he whinged. Tracy smirked. "You look like a feather monster running after them." Daphne giggled. "That would do it." He leaned against the couch. Tracy let him put his head on her stomach. "Am I really pregnant?" "Most likely. It's a Vila thing to tell," Daphne told them. "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. Tracy hit the top of his head. "You need to learn to control your mouth." Daphne laughed this time. "Ted is the one in trouble for teaching them their first swears. Never sit with him when he's watching footy. Are you two going to be all right? I can stay and get you dinner or something. Do you want me to see if a house elf is available?" Tracy scratched his head. "Nah, I think we'll be fine. It's just going to take the next month to recover from this. You are sure I'm pregnant? Gwen's only 3 months old." Daphne gave him a soft smile before giving Gwen to Tracy. "She's not been wrong yet." Ron was calming down. "Merlin, another baby." Daphne patted Tracy's leg. "If you want, there are house elves that you could hire. Otherwise, I'm sure Ted and Andy wouldn't mind helping, and you have Bill and Fleur." "They are busy enough with their two, and I feel guilty about Ted and Andy," Tracy replied. "Don't. They love the huge family they have inherited. Do you want me to get dinner together for you?" Daphne offered again. Ron shook his head. "I'll do it in a bit. Thanks, Daph. You better get back before they blow up your house." Daphne shook her head. "Sebastian is more likely to drown them all. We suspect that Lillian will be like Gabrielle, but we aren't sure if she is full Vila yet or not." "How can you tell?" "She hasn't started to fling fireballs when she has her accidental bursts." Apolline and Jean-Paul said Fleur and Gabrielle started doing that about her age, and Victoire showed her fire about 4, so it's still possible, Daphne confessed. "Daph, I love you, but get out of here. I just need some quiet time with Ron and Gwen," Tracy ordered. Daphne gave them a smile. "Sure, if you need anything, just call on the mirror." "Sure," Ron said. When Daphne left, Tracy said, "Lock and bar the door. I don't want them anywhere near me for the next year." Ron chuckled. "That's short, huh?" She tapped the top of his head as Gwen shifted and squirmed. Tracy groaned. "You want this diaper?" Ron scrunched his face for a moment. "Sure," he said. He took his little red-headed girl and rubbed his nose against hers. She smiled and hid his face. Ron smiled at her. "I was hoping you would be the only one," he said. Tracy put an arm over her eyes. "I was too." He went and moved towards the nursery. "Ron." "Yeah, Trace? You are getting fixed and we are having no more after this," she told him plainly. "I'll go see my doctor tomorrow," he promised. "Ron," she said as he went to walk away again. "Yeah, Trace," he repeated. She lifted her arm to look at him. Her expression was much softer. "We're having twins." A myriad of emotions went through him before he smiled. "These two won't be the terrors those two are." "Merlin, no." I'd strangle them before they were 5, she said. Ron laughed. We'll make it through this. As long as I have you and the others, sure, maybe Astoria will watch them, she said. Ron shrugged before leaving the room. As much as he was settling on one child, there was a certain thrill to know that they would have more. When he looked to Gwen, he whispered, You are going on the potion the moment you even look at a boy. Gwen smiled, then let out a wet fart. Ron sighed, then kissed Gwen's forehead. You're lucky you're cute. February 14, 2016 Hogwarts, Scotland. Bill sighed as he walked the corridors. It was near curfew, and he would rather be at home making love to his wife for Valentine's Day than searching for amorous teenaged couples in broom closets. He looked at the runes above the door. It told him the closet was not occupied by students. He was going to keep going when there was a sudden clatter of something in the closet and a few voices. He frowned to look back. The runes above the door indicated that it wasn't occupied by a living soul, yet he swore he heard a giggle and French. There were very few in the school that knew French, and they were all related to him. Not wanting to give any indication that he was onto what was going on, he moved to the door and touched the handle. He was figuring that he would find his most mischievous niece and nephew. The Potter twins were proving to be a headache. They had taken after their mother too much and were the scourge of the school. There was another giggle. Turning the knob and yanking the door open, he started with, Okay, how did you do it this time? A girl screamed. A boy swore. Oh, fuck, Uncle Bill. Bill brought up his wand. The light showed him a sight he never wanted to see. His daughter, his 16-year-old daughter. His daughter was scrambling to get her shirt back on while his 17-year-old nephew was scrambling to pull up his trousers. Papa, close the door, Victoire screamed at him. Bill slammed the door closed. His face was as red as the 2 teens he had just interrupted. He had just interrupted a boy with his 16-year-old Vila daughter. Rage took over his embarrassment. When the door opened, he was doing all he could to not rip Teddy's head off. They had all suspected the 2 of them were hot for each other, but no one knew they had been dating yet and doing what you do in a broom closet. Teddy stepped out first. His face was still red as a beet, but he was standing tall. Victoire was behind him, her face buried into his back. Teddy met his eyes. Bill suppressed the urge to start using his wand. Head boy Lupin, what are you doing in a closet with my daughter? Bill asked with a definitive edge to his voice. Teddy was every inch the Gryffindor and head boy as he replied, I was spending the evening with my girlfriend when we wound up in the broom closet. Bill closed his eyes and then pinched his nose. There was probably more truth in what Teddy was about to say than anything else. When he opened his eyes, he said, Victoire, was this your idea? The golden-hair girl slowly looked around the tall and fit Teddy. Her blue eyes just like her mother's, looked at him. She was just as red as Teddy. Yes, Papa, Professor. Bill closed his eyes again. How long? Since New Year's, Teddy replied. All their children, even the Lupins, knew French. Bill pursed his lips. He now understood where they had disappeared to that night. Does anyone else know? Teddy averted his eyes. Uncle Harry, Aunt Daphne, and Aunt Gabby. His brow rose. Teddy looked back to him. I needed advice on how to ask Victoire to be my girlfriend. And how did you ask? Bill put to them, looking at his daughter. Victoire got a slightly dreamy smile. He just kissed me. Bill pinched his nose again. You both need to go back to your dorms. Teddy, see Victoire back to Ravenclaw and then report to my office. We need to have a word. Yes, Professor Delacour, Teddy told him. He watched them walk away hand in hand. Fleur was going to be insufferable. She had been saying this was going to happen. He had been convincing himself that 25 was too young for her to be doing this, even though he knew her mother had only waited until she was 15 and her aunt had only waited to be old enough for Harry. I'm getting too old for this, he whinged to no one. Before he went ahead for his office, he had to find out how those 2 had circumvented his runes. He had little doubt it had been his brilliant daughter. She was almost as talented as he was 10 years ago and had made the rank of master at 25. When he found the diversion rune set, he smiled. It was at the base of the door worked into the grain. It sent the detection field into the classroom next door. Victoire was a brilliant witch, and if she was going to start shagging anyone, he could deal with it being Teddy. He was a good kid, head boy, top of the class. Not to mention, he honestly loved the boy. That didn't mean that he wouldn't put the fear of God into him if he did anything to hurt her or get her pregnant before they were 30.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, then please subscribe to my channel.